For those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome back to the month of Orlando, the final day of action for opening weekend of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour here trackside for the Sony Racing USA Micro Swifts. Rob Howden here alongside myself, Xander getting set to bring you guys another day of action, kicking off with qualifying. And what a great day of racing we had yesterday. No red flags, no ambulance rolls, nobody hurt. More than anything,
That's it.
every single class, it felt like, had a battle all the way to the end in some form or another.
For me, again, I keep using the word intensity, right? It just seemed like everybody kind of rolled in here to start this Pro Tour, and we're ready to get at it. And you mentioned it, right? January, February, Orlando, April. That's essentially the start of the season. You said it's the month of Orlando here. We've been here all month. You guys have. And again, all the direct racers have been here, but to start the Pro Tour, it just seemed like everybody was ready to put elbows up. Yeah,
I mean, everybody wanted to set the tone, right? It seemed like from the Winter Series, that's where we felt like more of that would be set, and we've got some new faces here that maybe weren't at the Winter Series, maybe didn't perform as well, or again, like with Fernando Luque yesterday, jumping up for the regular season after the Winter Championships from Junior into Senior. So we've gotten to see a little bit more of a look of who's going to be the players and movers and shakers here for 2023, and now we've got kind of an idea of where the championships are going to lie. How about this kid here yesterday? Maxwell Macha, what a fantastic month of Orlando it's been for this kid. What a great start to his season here. Last year, again, with so many of the micro standouts moving up into the mini class, the most recent of them, Antonio Pizzogno, fully into mini, opens the door for everyone else to kind of take the reins, and this kid's really stepped up his game, I feel like, over the last couple weeks.
I think that's really the kind of key right now for this class, this micro category here for 2023. It's really all rookies, right? You talked about how many drivers moving up into the mini Swift category. Antonio Pizzogno ends up winning the Winter Series Championship that immediately moves up to the mini category as well. So, yeah, we're brand new. We've got a bunch of drivers who are going to be able to get the opportunity to run up front. And I harp on that all the time where parents kind of want to move their kid up a little bit quicker. Keep them in the class for another year to give them a chance to race for wins, race for championships. That's something that's tough to learn. If you're 10th and you move up, you never get a chance to race up front in that lead pack or learn. I love it when a driver stays to one more year and gets a chance to really learn how to drive at the head of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a different race, right? I mean, even from getting into the lead pack versus actually winning races, you know, I feel like there's almost kind of three stages you can break it down to. There's the initial part of just being in the field, being able to be up to pace, being in the midfield. That's a completely different race than racing at the front of the pack, because in the midfield, it's really survival. It's pass at every opportunity, defend at every opportunity. In the lead pack, there's a lot more strategy going on in all classes of where you may have more opportunities to pass than you take, because you want to pass at the opportune time. So you're thinking a lot more versus just kind of always on attack mode or always on defense mode. There's a lot more strategy to it. And again, you have to lose a race normally 5, 6, 7 times when you had the speed to win before you figure out in that heat of the moment how to position yourselves. We were talking about it all race long in the micro and the mini field of where do you want to be coming into those coming up to 2 laps to go. Do you want to be first, second, third? Do you want to be in the middle of the group? Obviously, you want to be towards the pointy end, but so many crossover moves here at this racetrack where the kid in third, kid in fourth is able to get through to the lead with the 2 leaders kind of going down low to block, and you just never know. And now we've got on our screen here Gavin Decay is a little bit of contact there coming out of turn number 5, but Gavin Decay as well, standout star here through the month of Orlando, got his first national win 2 weeks ago, was a contender yesterday, and was leading quite a few laps here on that Zanella Racing Bennick.
Yeah, on the podium, as we know, yesterday for Decay, and looking good right now. Again, he's the P1 driver here as qualifying is underway for Micro Swift, brought to you by Sony Racing USA. We expect 4 laps, maybe 5 laps out of some of the faster categories, a very short qualifying run as we saw yesterday. A 102.835. Decay on top right now. Juan Garcia Davila into the second spot. Couple drivers ago. That's Colton Schnegenberg, I think.
And Davila going around in the final turn. So 2 guys that were really quick there on that lap, and Schnegenberg's done.
Yeah, 4th and 6th on the grid, and that's it for Schnegenberg. He's going to go to the tail. Not to the tail. I would expect him to drop at least outside the top 10. Again, we're just starting to get lap 3 and lap 4 in the books. Maxwell Macha in that Orsalon Racing that's apparel number 23, works his way to the top of the charts.
Yeah, awesome.
He's apparel in USA, isn't he?
SLA. He's SLA kart racing for Maxwell Macha. Lots of Paralins in the field, but under a bunch of different tents and operations here. But for SLA kart racing with Maxwell Macha, Luke Giglio right behind him there in that Ryan Perry Motorsports Paralin is Nitro Kart or Paralin. I can't remember if he switched over, but very similar go-karts between the two. But for Luke Giglio in second right now as he comes into the infield S's, he's looking for a much better day than where he had yesterday. Yesterday, it felt like he just kind of couldn't fight his way up to the lead pack. But today, a much better start here for the 68 machine as he comes across the start-finish line. Currently second. Let's see if he goes any better on lap number 4. He cannot. In fact, he'll get bumped back as he toes around Liam Nakawati's Parolin up to second. So Giglio bumps back to third. Liam Nakawati up to second. How about Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres? Such a heartbreak for that kid getting spun out early in the main event, and then the bumper gets ripped off because he was right in front of the middle of the field on the racing line, got clipped, knocked the front bumper off early, and ended his day in the 37.
A lot of notes in this one here. Juan Garcia Davila, who won yesterday back in the 8th spot. Gavin Decay was on the podium. He's in 6th. Nakawati, as you said, had the fastest race lap yesterday. He's now second, but look at Maxwell Macha, 2/10 clear of the field, and he was by himself on the racetrack, so no draft help at all for Macha.
Yeah, none at all there for Maxwell Macha. But, again, great lap on lap number 3 by his lonesome. We saw that in that pre-final. He was able to get away and pull away once he broke the draft. Couldn't do that in the main event. Had to fight for it between all 3 of the kids at the front of the field. But another good start here for the number 23 machine. 2/10 up on the field by himself. And like you said, as we take a look at the results there again, Maxwell Macha, Liam Nakawati, Luke Giglio third, Diaz de la Vega Torres, and Pasha Ali with a better start to his day as well in the pole position motorsports Parolin USA number 42 to round your top 5.
And Xander, we talked about the incident that happened between Davila and Schneigenberg. He ends up going all the way back to 11th. He was 6th at the time, but didn't get those last couple of laps. He only got 2 laps in, so Schneigenberg starting just outside the top 10 for the pre-final on the inside of row number 6.
So we've got a little bit of a gap here with the way that the timetable is built out here for qualifying. So we'll take this moment to let you get to know the drivers a little bit better. Yesterday, Joe Turney was able to pull away, play the race perfectly in that X30 Pro Senior main event at the end of the afternoon. And we got to sit down with him earlier on this year. Why don't we get to know the Englishman here, the Kart Republic factory driver, just a little bit better.
Hi, I'm Joe Turney. I'm 21. I live in England and I'm a factory driver for Kart Republic. Like a birthday party rental kart. Yeah. When I was like 9, I think, and then sort of like enjoyed it, did a bit of that, built up. Pretty normal after that. I mean, nothing crazy happened after that. But yeah. I guess Hamilton's a good one because he sort of came from nothing, and what he's doing now is crazy for like on and off track, so I'm going to go with Hamilton. And he raced for Dino, who's Kart Republic. I started as a factory driver in 2019, so I did 2 years of senior as well before that. I mean, like, people helped along the way and everything, but I only started as an official driver in 2019. I'd sort of raced in England and Europe for 10 years, and I'd won a lot of what was possible to win, so I didn't want to carry on doing the same thing that I was doing. I wanted to try and progress, so I spoke with who's the dealer of Tony Kart in the UK, and sort of got him through that. So yeah, I was like to him, look, I want to go and do something different. And I think I was racing for a team against him as well, so he kind of wanted me to get out anyway, so he sort of helped me, yeah. The racing in the UK, from what I hear, is pretty similar to the racing over here. Like, I'd say in Europe, the class that we do, I mean, like, there's not a lot of slipstream in there and stuff, so if you start first and you're the fastest, you just go away. Whereas here and in the UK, with the X30 and road tax and the rock and whatever, racing always seems pretty close. So I think the racing in Europe's maybe, I mean, the level's obviously high, but the race in itself maybe isn't as exciting as over here. So we did a World Championship in 2019 in Alahama in Finland, and that was a really cool track. It was inside a theme park, but the track was like CIK regulated, but it was like up and down. Like, driving it was like a roller coaster, so it was a pretty awesome track, but now it's not regulated because they built too much theme park on top of it, so it's not safe anymore. But it was good. I'm not a good chef. I try to not cook really, probably to save myself, but I can make toast, I guess. Stuff like that. I mean, my limit's pretty low on cooking. At the moment, the priority's in Europe, but if we do all right over here, then hopefully we'll be back for some more stuff, yeah.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Turney kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center live here on Kart Chaser as qualifying underway. Round number 2 of the Super Karts USA Pro Tour. The Winter Nationals, of course, kicking off the 2023 season. The Spring Nats will take us to the state of Utah and then, of course, back to Indiana and Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Summer Nationals in late July. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Kart Chasers Xander Clemens. Xander, a intense day of racing yesterday. What I always love about the second day is everybody kind of gets to make that adjustment. Whatever it is, they're complaining about the way the track is, the way the tires are falling off. The track's always evolving, but everybody, we'll see the big players be able to make those positive moves, right? Those correct adjustments to find out what they were missing yesterday.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's both good and bad about performing well on Saturdays. You can get in your own head a little bit, and you can maybe want to make an adjustment because you're afraid the field's going to catch up, or you feel like you needed a little bit more, but you were already at the limit, and you just needed to drive a little bit better, and you can kind of tune yourself out, for lack of a better term. So hopefully everyone today here either closes that gap or doesn't dial themselves away, but there's so many in each of the classes, even beginning there with the Micro Swift division with probably 10, 11 kids that could lay down a good lap, and we, like you mentioned at the end of the results, kids that were in that lead group of 3 that were class of the field on Saturday, not a great qualifying, and then other kids that didn't have as good of a day, like Luke Giglio, with a much better qualifying, getting up into second. So now we've got our Greyhound Racing Seats KA100 Junior class on the racetrack. Here is looking at Max Weiland in the 818 machine on the Magic Kart USA camp, and down the backstretch, great run as well so far in the works for Walter Jenkins in the Weekend All Race T1D Racers Magic Kart. He's third in line right there in a great spot with a little bit of a tow up the road from him from, I believe that might be I don't think that's Christian Meyer. That might be Christian Garduno in the 809. But nonetheless, we'll get a better idea of where they all stand. That was just the out lap. This will be the first lap at full speed. Christian Myers sets the pace at a 58.95. Walter Jenkins at a 58.25. But he's going to get an awful lap here this time. Caught up to traffic there at the end of the lap. So not so great for the 842 as he makes a move done on the 841 of Sarah Bradley. So he'll get around her in that BJR MDR RPM Lando Norris kart as they head through turn number 6. So that'll hurt both of their third laps, but everyone should get 4, at least those that went out at the pointy end of the session. And what we're seeing again, the drivers that went out first, they're released in order, of course, from Friday happy hour. It's been a full day of racing, so some guys may have had a bad happy hour. Some may have found more speed overnight Saturday, but typically you're going to see the kids' first ones onto the racetrack be the ones at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I like your line. You know, we talk about people dialing things in, but you can also dial things out if you're making the bad call. So again, that's the key, to be always moving in the right direction, and again, especially moving into a brand new day of competition. Very similar. It's not like we're going to have different weather. Very similar in terms of what we expect for a high, around 89, 90 degrees as the high. The humidity quite high here this morning in Orlando. And again, this category, this KA100 Junior class, brought to you by Greyhound Racing Seats, split into the 2 groups based on happy hour from Friday afternoon. So again, Alexander Gonzalez going up top. Walter Jenkins, as Xander mentioned, right up there in the Fast 5. He's currently second. Keegan Kaminsky on the GFC for Formula Works in the 3rd spot. Alexander Jacoby in 4th. And Chris Aiken had a really good run yesterday for Chris Aiken, currently P5. But again, these drivers in the first of 2 groups here for KA100 Junior.
Yeah, first of 2 here so far. As we watch Kaminsky headed on down into turn number 9, one of the drivers that was competitive yesterday, I mean, in that lead pack. So we've got definitely some quick kids in the slow group, and it's definitely possible. Joe Turney proved it in one of the 2 headline divisions by pulling it out of the slow group. He even mentioned in the post-race press conference he absolutely didn't think it was realistic, but was able to get the job done. So maybe that'll be the case here in KA100 Junior for Walter Jenkins as he goes to a 57.68 back to the top. The last few will come across the line, but I think the lap will hold. Alexander Gonzalez sits second. Sarah Bradley following Jenkins around on that last lap goes third. Max Weiland 4th. Ty Fisher 5th. 10th-and-a-half spread for the top 6, going back to Chris Aitken there on that Zanella Tony kart.
Super tough day for Ty Fisher yesterday. Every time we talked about him, there was an issue, whether it was on the grid or on the racetrack. Hopefully he'll be able to clear that bad luck from Saturday and have a much cleaner Sunday. So, again, Ty Fisher in the 837, the TV kart going to start, was P5 in that, behind Jenkins, of course, up front. Only 34 thousandths of a second separating Jenkins and Gonzalez up top. And here comes the next group of KA100 Junior. We expect them to attack pretty quickly. We've seen drivers like Stephen Miller, of course, be the front runner, winner yesterday. And again, Ernesto Rivero, we expect him to be in the hunt. There was a bunch of drivers who were in the middle of the fight, and that was some really good racing yesterday for sure in KA100 Junior.
Yeah, how about Victor Day Alencar there in the 877? Was so quick, of course, qualified on the pole, and then his first time leading the field down to turn 1 kind of got muscled out of the way in the first 2 corners, and still had a decent day going throughout the heats and into the main. Didn't end where he wanted it to. The same for on your screen there of Salvador De La Vecchia, who got collected at an incident down at turn 9 late in the going. Max Taylor had a good drive through the field in KA Junior, and of course led so many laps in the end of that X30 Junior main event, trying to get a big-time win, and just came up a little bit short at the end of it after leading for the majority of the final.
Busy schedule for Max Taylor. He's running in the USF Juniors category, in the USF Pro Championships, done some F4, and some F2000, doing a lot of car racing as well to pair with this karting program. So he really hasn't had the time on the track here at the Orlando Kart Center that so many of the other drivers have had. So kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit, but stepped things up, as you said, was a leader in the X30 Junior category, in the fight as well here in KA100. So we'll see what Max Taylor is able to do. Looks like he might add a bit of a spin there on the opening lap, getting the heat built into the tires, as so many drivers do. But we'll see how things play out once again. The time to beat will be a 57.686. That's the provisional poll laid down by Walter Jenkins, 34 thousandths of a second quicker than Alexander Gonzalez. We expect that time to fall probably on lap 3 or lap 4. Lap 2, we'll start seeing some of these drivers in the quicker group work their way into the top 10. But again, it's all about making sure, Xander, everything comes together. The tire pressure obviously is going to get to the point by lap number 4 where you should have optimum grip. But that's when you, as the driver, you've got to lay it down. You have to make sure you've positioned yourself so that you're not behind a slower kart. And then you've got to be able to lay down that lap over the 13 corners.
Yeah, you really only get one shot to lay down that lap. It's typically the last lap you get, or in some cases due to traffic, the third or the fourth, depending where you end up positioned. We're seeing a couple drivers together, a few more on their own, and as we see a little bit of weaving down the straightaway there to kind of warm or clean the tires back off. We were talking about this right before we went live. There's a big sand and milling plant next door here to the racetrack. So beyond, of course, drivers going off the circuit and dragging dirt and sand onto the racetrack, just the wind will bring this mountain of sand and dust off the across the street over the road and onto the circuit. And so lap to lap, all of a sudden the track gets super dirty, and it caught a lot of drivers out yesterday here. As we see now, Oliver Weldon working his way over to 4. Here's a look at Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera, two kids that were throwing hands yesterday on the racetrack. My goodness, it seems like every weekend it's just kind of built, and at some point, of course, you got to rein them in. It was definitely a little bit over the line yesterday for sure, and it was unfortunate because they're super talented drivers, both of them, so fast, so much talent.
And you know what? That's what I would like to say. I'd rather see a lot cleaner racecraft. You know, hearing words when I came in, talked to a bunch of the people that I know trackside, and we just talked about the fact that some of the racecraft we're seeing out of these junior drivers is not where it needs to be. There's guys that are being way too aggressive, almost even to the point of takeout, which you never want to see. So hopefully we'll see that kind of dial things back. And of course the race control, it's really in their hands to be able to take care of that. This is SKUSA's race, and they've got to take care of their drivers and get people dialed in.
Yeah, and they were active yesterday. We even saw sometimes a little bit of delays due to how many penalties they were calling in to try and adjust after every single session. Speaking of this kid here who was fast yesterday, Chase Buscalia going to the top of the boards on that team GWR Gillard. Very, very fast in the 852. Very fast all month so far in Orlando, and looking to try and get himself a first career win. Got his first career podium yesterday.
I was going to say the breakout podium yesterday. Xander Buscalia able to go onto that podium into the top 3. And again, this is going to play in, right? This is we talk so much about the fact that once you get the monkey off your back, you get that first podium, that first win. It just starts to come easier, especially with young drivers, right? You give them a little more confidence, they get that momentum, and they're able to step things up. Enzo Vidmontien now to P1. Stephen Miller now goes to the top. So Xander, a lot of action here as they're coming across to put lap number 4 in the book. Stephen Miller in the Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic number 873 goes P1 by just 66 thousandths of a second over Enzo Vidmontien. But once again, for the second straight day, could it be Victor de Alencar? He goes P1 again by over 2/10 on Stephen Miller.
What a burner final lap for Victor de Alencar. Looked like he did it by his lonesome, just chasing down Oliver Weldon. Impressive stuff for the Nash Motorsports EOS car driver, and it looked like he's pretty happy with that one. Yeah, he knows it. He knows how good that lap was, and he is fired up as he should be. What a lap from Victor de Alencar in a class where, again, lower horsepower, lower speeds, typically the times are a little bit tighter, but Victor de Alencar by 2.5 tenths puts a 57 flat together. My goodness.
Yeah, that is big. 2/10 quicker than Stephen Miller, Enzo Vidmontien in third. But how about Peyton Westcott as well? Again, the teammate at Nash Motorsports today, Alencar. That is big for Peyton Westcott, the young lady out of Southern California in the 898. She's working with drivers that we have known at Nash Motorsports for many years who are super quick guys that are coaching with her. So that's a great job for her to go P4. That's big in this category where starting up front is really going to give you the opportunity to do better. We've seen guys come from deeper in the field, but man, when you start in the top 5, top 10, you're really changing kind of your outlook for the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes the day so much simpler. Again, we talked about how the races are basically two different races going on. You have the lead pack race, and you have the rest of the field, and it's two different environments and two totally different experiences. So to be away from the mid-pack carnage of where all that is going to be her best career national qualifying effort thus far, I'm sure the Nash camp's got to be fired up for first and fourth. And now it's just hopefully survive the opening couple corners of the first lap of the pre-final and put a good race together.
That's it. Get out of turn number 1 and 2. Of course, 4 being the biggest when you come through 3. 3. We've seen a bunch of incidents in turn number 3 as drivers trying to go 2-3 wide through that corner. Drivers going on the outside. You get through 4 through to 5, and then you've kind of settled in. So we'll see what happens for both the Allen car and Peyton Westcott, but good qualifying sessions as well. Not surprising that Stephen Miller was right in there. Enzo Vidmontien coming back. He had an incident in the pre-final yesterday and then was able to fight his way back forward. So good qualifying runs for all of those drivers, and we're again underway. A couple of categories in. KA100 Master brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel will be up next as we work our way through qualifying. Two engines refiring down on pit lane as the next category, KA100 Master, getting set to roll on track. Xander and I were kind of having a look through the results that we saw from that KA100 Junior qualifying session to pick up some of the drivers that we expect to kind of be up front. Victor Allen car, another pole position for him, and a great drive. You saw how happy he was after laying that magic lap down, a 57.058, over 2/10 quicker than Stephen Miller, who won yesterday. Enzo Vidmontien kind of changing his day as well up to P3. It'll be inside row 2 start alongside Peyton Westcott, who works with Matt Johnson, the veteran driver we've seen running in the Masters categories. And Johnson's been working very closely with Peyton Westcott to get her dialed in. Best career qualifying effort in the Pro Tour for Westcott. Ernesto Rivera, P5. He'll start on the inside of row number 3 for the pre-final alongside Alex Mercado. Chase Busalia, who was P1 for a time, ends up back in 7th, not able to get the last lap that he wanted. Shea Aldrich, who's been in the conversation, P8. Hudson Schwartz and Oliver Weldon rounding out the top 10 in that session. Going further back, Jackson Wolney and Max Taylor, drivers we've seen up front. Of course, podium finishers yesterday in X30 Junior. They're back in 11th and 12th. They'll start alongside each other on row number 6. Walter Jenkins, who was the quickest in group number 1, ends up P13 when it's all settled in. You got to keep scrolling down to go to within a second. Top 26 drivers in KA100 Junior, all within a second. Again, that's how close it is in this category. Drivers in KA100 Master now rolling out onto the racetrack here to get things underway. Yesterday was all Michel Garrido. He unbelievably impressive and really consistent as well up front. The primary driver to battle him with Mario Barrios, but again, he had a couple of issues. He had some kind of technical issue, mechanical issue in both the pre-final and the final. We'll see whether or not they've got that fixed up and figured out here as he comes into round number 2 of the Pro Tour. Garrido, Luis Quinones, and Lucas Iglesias. Top 3 drivers here on the out lap, expecting 4 laps out of these drivers here. Again, working our way through the qualifying order. Start the day here in Orlando. 75 degrees trackside, sunny with a bit of cloud. It's going to be a warm one, as we know, 89 degrees. They're calling for, and that's very likely going to be somewhere, around 1 or 2 o'clock, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So main events are going to be as hot as they were yesterday, and we'll see how that plays out in terms of tire drag and the way this track actually develops as well. Talked to a lot of drivers yesterday about how greasy the track got near the end of the day. Barrios hard through turn number 3 and actually got into the little pylon that's on the inside of the apex so the drivers don't overcook it through there. A little tap on the left side of the cart for Barrios, who is now second, back by just over 1/10 of a second on lap number 2 of 58.552 for Michel Garrido. Barrios second, Iglesias third. Well, while we're working our way through this session here right now, still a couple laps to come. Emery Lidas down on pit lane. Let's have a quick chat as he has got together with the fast driver in KA100 Junior, Victor de Alencar. Little technical difficulty there. We'll try to get ourselves back down there to get this interview dialed in. Michel Garrido still on top of the 57.965. Lap number 3 in the books. Barrios now back by about 0.3 of a second. Lucas Iglesias in the 3rd spot. Diego Rodriguez up to 4th, and Luis Quinones in P5. Podium finisher Shengyi Wu on the factory kart 6. Jesus Portillo 7th. Tom Gerstner in 8th. 8 drivers in the field. There's Barrios again in the 401. Can he pull something out of the hat here on lap number 4? Barrios back by 0.3 of a second. Checker flag, I believe, will fly this time by. Indeed, it does. Michel Garrido looking pretty good right now. Goes quicker again with a 57.816. Barrios goes quicker again, but it's still about a 1/4 of a second back. 58.065 for Mario Barrios in second. Garrido, though, P1 once again. He'll qualify on the pole. He and Barrios will go at it in the pre-final. Lucas Iglesias P3, Diego Rodriguez in 4th, and Luis Quinones rounding out the Fast 5. So another session in the books for the drivers in KA100 Master. Looks like we're set to go again down on pit lane. Let's give another shot here with Emery Lidas standing by with Victor de Alencar. We're still working away on this. We'll get this thing dialed in pretty soon. Victor de Alencar, of course, as we know, on the pole in KA100 Junior. We'll work our way through. We have time here. Obviously, there's a time gap built in for Superkarts USA during qualifying here with an opportunity, if needed, to go pick up karts on the racetrack. And I mentioned the weather earlier. Currently 75 degrees trackside. Humidity is high, as I had said. 79% right now in the humidity. And as you can see, from on top the Rawlison Performance Group trailer right now. Quite a bit of wind here, about 8 miles coming from the southeast. You can see it in the palm trees as well. There is a bit of a breeze, which will blow some of that sand and concrete dust we've talked about onto the racetrack a little bit. So let's put it this way. The track itself is going to be evolving throughout the day. 57.816, fast lap for Michel Garrido. So the winner from yesterday, picking up where he left off on Saturday afternoon. We'll start on the pole position for the pre-final alongside Mario Barrios. Working our way through 3 classes in the books, 5 classes still to come in qualifying. Of course, the pre-finals as well will roll up. Expecting some more intensity, man. It's kind of caught me off guard yesterday. A lot of drivers really throwing in the dive bomb moves yesterday during that qualifying session. I mean, rather that pre-final run with kind of Again, as I said, it was pretty intriguing to me how aggressive the drivers were during the pre-final yesterday. So, folks, we're going to work on some audio here right now. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, qualifying will continue. All right, we got things dialed in now, folks. Xander, you obviously had to do just a little minor tweaking to start today, but it looks like we're good to go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just, sometimes you turn stuff on and it doesn't turn on the next day. But, hey, we're ready. We're downstairs. Emery, let's send it over to you.
All right, third time's the charm, Victor. What a lap. 2 poles in a row. You were able to get this one by over 0.2 of a second. How did you do it?
I tried my best, pushing, tucking, everything, but it was hard, not something I expected coming from yesterday, not a good way to end it with running P3 the whole time, but then went to P5 with the pushback, got P9, but I gotta thank God, Nash, Connor, Helia, my parents, my family, and yeah.
All right, good luck in the race. I mean, you had a really strong start to yesterday. You still were top 5 all day. How were you able to kind of bounce back mentally after what was a really challenging final for you?
I struggled yesterday. It ended in tears. And, yeah, we focused on today. Today was a new day, and we got it. We got the job done. Now I got to fully finish it. The job's not done yet.
All right, Victor Downstar, 2 poles in 2 days. A great start to Sunday afternoon here at Round 1 of Pro Tour. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Emery. And indeed, Victor Downstar looking to try to see if he can't bounce back and have that big run today, starting on the pole position from the pre-final. Put him in the middle of the fight to begin the day for sure. Mini Swift drivers getting ready to go. Let's get back down to Emery. More drivers to chat with.
Yeah, I'm here with Enzo Vimontian. Enzo, you were fastest in happy hour on Friday. Yesterday, though, did not go how you wanted it to. Obviously, an incident in the pre-final. In the final, you had to fight your way through the field. Today, though, no draft, put it P3. Talk me through your lap.
So I just had no draft at all. I was just trying to put best laps in, turn early. Not turn early.
Yeah. And obviously, yesterday in the pre-final did not go how you wanted it to. Are you going to make any changes from a racecraft standpoint to try to sort of avoid the incidents that plagued you yesterday, or just more of the same?
I mean, it's going to be better now because I'm at the front. So, I mean, only if something happens to Victor, like if something happens, he spins out or anything, but I hope it's not. So, yeah.
Only so much you can do to kind of correct other people's incidents, but still, solid starts today for Enzo Vimontian. He'll roll off P3 here in the pre-final. Back to you guys.
Okay.
Indeed, work to be done there for Enzo Vimontian. Let's go right back down again as Emery standing by with Peyton Westcott.
Yeah, I'm here with Peyton Westcott. Peyton, really good effort there. P4 in qualifying. Again, you got 2 National Motorsports entries inside the top 4. Talk to me about how you're able to find just a little bit more pace than you've had all weekend.
Well, all weekend I've had pretty good pace, just been trying to get the situation right. We've had to fix a couple corners, but I was a little close to Martella on my second to last lap and ended up being right with him in the draft for the last lap.
Yeah, now starting up P4, I mean, you've had good pace all weekend long, but now kind of as far up as you've been, what sort of changes are you going to make to kind of make sure that you can stay up there and continue to fight your way to the front for a possible win and podium?
I think just continuing to move forward and keeping it up there.
All right, Peyton Westcott makes it 2 National Motorsports entries inside the top 4. A great start to the day for her. Back to you guys.
Well, Xander, again, Peyton Westcott doing a tremendous job, and obviously Nash Motorsports has put together a good piece under both de Alencar and Westcott. They're going to be right there in the first 2 rows, so good job for Seth and the crew there at Nash Motorsports. They want to dial things in and get ready to go.
Yeah, and how about that? First, you get your best career qualifying effort, and then you move on and you get your first ever national interview. So,
I like that. Yeah.
Cool stuff for Peyton Westcott. Obviously, again, I'm sure a little bit of nerves with her and everything, because as exciting as it is to get a good qualifying effort, that means, wow, I've got a lot of fast people behind me that I've looked up to for a long time that are not going to be gunning to try and get around me.
Yeah, she'll be right in the middle of the fight, right? Coming through that turn 1-2 complex, then back to 3. If she's able to get through cleanly, I'd like to see her be able to run top 5, top 10. But again, super experience for her. be her first season running the entire SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. So for her, learning a ton, able to go back to the races in Southern California, having already run the national level. And I think that's one thing we always talk about for drivers that are, regional level drivers or maybe running in their own home state or their own region. The opportunity to come and run at this level, Xander, it's going to teach them so much. When they go back and run the regional program, there's no worries about having too much nerves or too much anxiety because you've already run at the national level.
Yeah, every time you go up one rung, when you go back down to where you were, it makes things that much easier. So, running the Pro Tour, then going back to a regional championship, running the Supernats, then coming back to the Pro Tour, it makes it that much easier. And over time, the nerves eventually do get away as well, even at that level. So the more runs that Peyton can put together like this, the more pole positions Victor De Alencar can put together. I mean, that's 2 for 2 on the weekend. First sweep we've seen so far. That just makes it that much easier. All right, I've been here before. I've done this before, and I was nervous before. I've gone through it once. I've jumped into the deep end of the pool, and now I know what to expect the next time around that it happens.
And that's it, right? It's just all about the experiences. You think about as a young driver when you first get into running club racing and you win that first big club race, and then you decide to make the move to regional level racing. You run a bunch of regional level. Then you come back to the club, and you're never intimidated anymore because you've already run against the top drivers in your region. And it's the same thing when you go to regional racing to national racing. You really, here running the Pro Tour or any other of the big programs, man, you're going against the best drivers in the country. So when you go back to that club or back to that regional series, you've got that experience that allows you to potentially work your way to the box there as well. So, again, I love seeing drivers kind of step out of their comfort zones, go to the next level up, and I think that always plays well in terms of the racing development.
I agree as well, Rob. And now, speaking of drivers as well, let's get to know the other driver up at the front that was the fastest on the racetrack in the X30 Pro main event yesterday. Mattheus Morgado finished third. Let's hear from our reigning world champion.
Hi everyone, I'm Mattheus Morgado. I'm from Brazil. I'm driving for PSL Bureau Art, and I just won the World Championship, so have everything to be a great year. Okay, so I started in 2011. Actually, my first time driving was 2010. My first race was 2011. Started in Brazil, so I was 7 years old the first time that I drove a go-kart, and then my dad gave me a go-kart when I was 8 years old, and I started racing in 2011. For sure, it's amazing. My life has changed a lot lately. Many times I'm walking in the paddock and small kids come to me, oh, can I take a picture? Oh, can you follow me on Instagram? So it's amazing. It's amazing to see that the small kids are looking to me, are taking me as example, and this makes me really happy. I have to say Sarno because I won the World Championship there, but I think that my favorite track is PFI, even though I never drove there, just in the simulator, but for me it's just an amazing track, and I hope I get to drive there one day. Ayrton Senna, no doubts, for sure him. Inspiration for me, for everyone in Brazil, for everyone in motorsports. Oh, I'm actually really bad at cooking. If I tell you guys that I don't know how to cook, I mean, I know how to make rice because it's easy. Also some spaghetti, but if you ask more, I'm really bad cooker. The people in the paddock, because at the end became my life, so I like having people I like, having my friends around me. This feels really special for me, so I think this is my favorite thing about karting. Also for sure driving, I love driving. I can say I like more driving karting than driving Formula. I tested Formula, but I don't think it's my thing. I was fast, but I prefer still karting. I think you feel more the speed, and this is what I like. No, zero pressure. After winning the World Championship, I can say I don't feel pressure anymore. I felt pressure when I had to start first for the final. It was big pressure, and then since then I started not feeling pressure anymore. So I think I'll just do what I know and try to win this year again. I'm Mattheus Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. Let's go down trackside as KA100 Senior's first group's onto the racetrack. The fast group is down on the grid, and Emery Lida has caught up with Josh Campbell, who had one heck of a wild ride yesterday. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. I'm here with Josh Campbell. Josh, it was a pretty good day yesterday for you. You ended up in fourth, but it looked like you were lacking maybe a little bit of pace. Talk to me about what you've been able to do to find that last little bit heading into qualifying.
Yeah, yesterday finishing P4 was a good result considering the little bit of pace we're missing. So we didn't really know what it was. So coming in the day, we've changed a go-kart and an engine. So let's see if that makes a difference. Hopefully it does.
All right, we'll see what Josh can do. He's starting from the first part of the fast group here, getting set for qualifying in KA. We'll get one more interview here, Noah. Getting set to go here, Noah Roster. Yesterday, really solid day for you, obviously with the qualifying qualifying pre-final going how you wanted to. Final got caught up in some of the scuffles. Just talk to me about how your weekend's been going so far and what you're feeling ahead of this qualifying.
You know, I can't really complain. Car's been set all week, you know, thanks to KA100 and Gary Willis. Definitely know how to start now since I messed it up really bad yesterday. But I'm looking forward to today. Hopefully I can grab pole here in a couple minutes. So.
All right, Noah Roster, you had a really good qualifying effort yesterday. We'll see what you can do again today. Back to you guys.
Xander, Noah Roster really stepping up as one of the drivers to watch here in 2023 in this KA100 Senior category brought to you by Nash Motorsports. We saw what he was able to do at the SKUSA Winter Series. And, man, he's really put himself, in the conversation every time we're talking about race wins now.
Yeah, I mean, Noah Roster, it seems like every week is kind of just making a little more progress on his development, and a big testament, obviously, to working with that Team GWR Gillard camp. Gary Willis and them have really started to work on him, and he's dedicated, and every week he's been hard on himself about his own mistakes, but he's starting to get a little more confidence as the mistakes get replaced by good decisions and good runs. And yesterday was a prime example of a really, really strong day for him, start to finish. Good qualifying, good pre-final, solid main event. He still was kind of going back and, saying, I should have done this or that and could have won it. And at the end of the day, it's hard not to beat yourself up, but he did have a really, really strong performance. And credit to these guys on the racetrack here that we're watching right now. Finnegan Bailiff, Frankie Mossman in that lead pack yesterday coming out of the slow group. They're on track to do it again right now. Let's see what Finn can do across the line. Final time, it looks like checkered flag, 56.804. Behind him, Zach Meyer, Lydia Small, Jordan Hernandez will not get any better. Frankie Mossman went out the tail end of the field. He'll be the last one to cross that line on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG, so we'll see if he can top Finnegan Bailiff, but right now it's a tenth of a second over the rest of the field. Brett Rivetta on the 989 RPG Cosmic second. So still waiting on Mossman to get that last lap in. I don't know if he's going to. And looks like it will not be. So Frankie Mossman, one lap short, unfortunately, a 56.90 will put him third overall between Rivetta and Zach Meyer.
Yeah, he's a 10th back as well. So it's Bailiff, Rivetta, Mossman, Meyer, and Hernandez, the top five. A quarter of a second separating first back to P5. And again, that's the first of two groups here in the KA100 Senior qualifying run, a 56.804. For Finnegan Bailiff. Now provisional poles. The remainder of the drivers firing up those engines down here on pit lane to roll back out. And as Xander had said, both Finnegan Bailiff and Frankie Mossman were part of the battle up front. Although coming out of the slower qualifying group based on happy hour on Friday afternoon, both those drivers have the pace to be able to run in the lead group. So that'll be good for Brett Rivetta as well. He's only 0.09 of a second behind Bailiff, so I'm sure he'll be happy with the pace he laid down. But again, you got to wait to see what happens. 4 more at-speed laps coming out of the second group. We'll see what happens as they now roll out onto the racetrack. The first circuit, as we know, focused on trying to build heat into these Avinco tires. Really get on it to see if they can't get these things up to where they need to be. 76 degrees trackside, likely just a little under 100 degrees in terms of the actual temperature of the track. The drivers will work their way around, trying to build some heat into these tires. Finnegan Bailiff again, a 56.804. He was a major player in the racing yesterday. We saw really some exciting action throughout the day in KA100 Senior. And again, we saw, I think obviously one of the big things about it, Xander, was Fernando Luque, the young driver making his debut in the senior category. Kind of had elbows up and, kind of worked a couple of drivers off the track. We'll see how that kind of plays out into today. I know there was a couple of drivers that were not kind of happy with the way things shook down with Luke Kay. He ended up winning off on the racetrack after a big dive bomb move to the inside of Aiden Levy coming into turn number 12. Pushback bumper dropping him back a little bit. Levy ended up taking the win for Team Tarp. And again, we'll see which of these drivers step things up. But Luke Kay, as a young junior, going to senior, very impressive in kind of that debut action.
Well, now we get to see where he wants to place himself here in qualifying. Right now, just ahead of Peyton Phillips and a couple more as they exit the final turn. Josh Campbell in that pack as well. So a couple RPM Tony karts following that Super Tune USA rookie, and then you go further back to find a handful more drivers that are looking for a better Sunday here. How about Aiden Levy as well on that Alonso kart for Team Tarp, like you said? Was really, really harsh on himself, a lot like Noah. He was so strong, has been a contender at every race he's been to really this season, and playing that last lap over and over again, gave kudos to Luke Kay and luckily gets the win after the penalty. But in his mind, I'm sure a bit of a hollow victory because he was still like, man, I shouldn't even left the door open.
Yeah, but I went back and looked at it again last night when I was writing the race report for EK, and Luke Kay came from like 4 kart lengths back. You would have literally turned in coming into 10, 11, and 12. You look over your shoulder, you figured you were fine. Mm-hmm. He had lots of room, but Luke Kay just threw it in there. He definitely sent it and was able to come through with the position. But again, you're right. I guess, Lee, all you really would have had to do is defend a little bit, and he would have had that race locked and loaded.
Again, too, right? You never know. We saw Luke Kay was kind of getting into a couple guys, a little more contact than the rest of that pack. If Levy does block and Luke Kay's committed to sending it, he might have actually ran him over, and they both would have crashed out.
That's very true.
In some cases as well, again, just being smart, taking what it'll give you, and as much as it maybe burns to not be the first one to the checkered flag, getting a second-place result is going to be good. And now he's all the way up top on lap 2. What a lap from Aiden Levy, 56.72, and we got problems for Fernando Luque.
Oh, let's scroll down. They ordered Luke Kay off the racetrack. Did he even get a lap in? He is 28th, Xander.
Oh, no.
1 lap in, and Luke Kay's off the racetrack. Talk about a change of fortune. The driver who was battling with the lead drivers yesterday is going to have to come from the tail of the field, 28th for Luke Kay. And he's sitting, you can imagine his thoughts right now, sitting there off track, 1 lap in, 28th with no opportunity to move forward. Wow.
Yeah, 28th. So a long start to his Sunday. And, again, what a roller coaster of emotions the last 24 hours have probably been for that kid to just have the nerves of running up front, to be excited, then to cross the line first, to spin after the checkered flag, get the bumper penalty, lose the win, and now to know that, Sunday I'll get another shot, and now his shot just got a whole lot harder and a lot slimmer to get all the way to the top of the leaderboard. How about Peyton Phillips just went to second? Vinny Miskelis will bump him back now. Miskelis up to second, Phillips to third, closing the gap there, but Levy went even quicker on his third lap.
Yeah.
Team Tarp is rolling today, 2.5 tenths up on this KA Senior field.
Levy probably just making that final little adjustment he needed. We knew he had the speed yesterday, had that spin up front in the pre-final, worked his way back forward, and was able to get the victory after the penalty. 56.266, over 2 tenths faster right now than Vinny Miskelis in that number 912. These drivers working their way through here. Now that's Peyton Phillips there to see if he can find some more speed. He's P3 right now. Levy goes quicker with a 56.148. Rosser just a little bit back. Josh Campbell jumping his way up into third. Good job there for Josh. 0.08 of a second behind Rosser. He'll go P3. Miskelis in fourth. Henry Wheeler was top 5 yesterday in the final results. He goes P5 here in qualifying. Peyton Phillips, who made a minor mistake yesterday and lost what potentially could have been a victory as well, as he went on the defensive a little early in the final lap. He goes P6. Kane Martin 7th. Finnegan Bailiff from the first group. Xander 8th position, so an outside row 4 start for Finnegan Bailiff. For that pre-final, Braden Robertson and Brett Rivetta rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, very strong to be able to come out of the slow group and crack the top 10. Frankie Mossman again as well, even with only 3 laps after pulling in on lap 3, ends up 12th overall. So here's a look at how they'll line up for that pre-final later on today. Aiden Levy, Rosser, Miskelis, Campbell, and Wheeler for the second day in a row with a great qualifying effort. And then, like we mentioned, Fernando Luque coming from the rear of the field. Not a lot of other big names that were up front yesterday. Joey Botting, I would say, back in 20th, probably not an ideal qualifying. Colin Lloyd, 13th in the T1D Racers camp. So they've got some work to do here. Luckily, they'll have a little bit of time before their pre-final comes on up.
And for Aiden Levy, the win yesterday, and now the bonus points from being on the pole. So things are all going in the right direction. Yeah, it's only the second round of a 6-round Pro Tour Championship. But you know what? You never think about the points until you get to the finale when you lose it by maybe 4 or 5. Had I been on the pole in round 2, hey, maybe I would have got the championship. So Levy backing things up from yesterday, a victory in round number 1 on Saturday. He'll start pole in the pre-final here on Sunday.
Well, he'll line up for that race later on today here. We've still got more qualifying to come your way here. We're just about the halfway marker in the group so far, the rotation. 4 classes in, 4 classes still to roll and have their grid set for the final day of action in Orlando. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, round number 2 of 6, and we'll be right back.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
We're back live here at Orlando Kart Center, and another group rolling out of the racetrack, the first of 2 for qualifying for Mini Swift, brought to you by Vinco Tires. Some great racing in this Mini Swift category yesterday. We expect much more of that here today. It's the end of the first group rolling out here, and that's a big field. 42 karts, I think, something like that in our Mini Swift category. The racing yesterday was fantastic up front. Qualifying's key, though, man. We saw a couple of drivers step up. You mentioned a couple that were kind of players yesterday in KA100 Senior that ended up being outside the top 10. So, again, this is where you start your day. If you found some speed, maybe made a couple adjustments based on what you learned on Saturday, you can really change the way things play out with a good qualifying effort.
Yeah, or again, you could have the day go the way of Fernando Luque the opposite direction. So it's a new day. It's a fresh start for everyone. You start back at 0 here on Sunday morning, and you've got to find your way to hopefully get up to the top. As the opening laps get underway here for the Mini Swift class, we've got some words here from the aftermath of that KA100 Senior qualifying. What a lap by Aiden Levy to go pull over the field, but lots of storylines to take away. Let's go down to pit lane. Let's see if we can send it on down to pit lane, see if they can hear us here this time. Boys, you got us down there on pit lane?
Down here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, what a lap down right there. Walk us through that lap.
Yeah,
Go ring their neck.
Hit all my marks in that lap. I had a really good piece under me and was able to get the pole there.
Not the best day for you, obviously, but it kind of turned out in your favor in the end. But now you're kind of completing the redemption arc. How are you feeling for today?
Feeling pretty good. Hopefully I can see the dirt in the pre-final and don't spin it out again. So.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Aiden.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kendall. Indeed, Aiden Levy, Xander, pretty hard on himself for that little spin he had coming in that pre-final with the dirt that was on the racetrack. Again, for him, yeah, you stay focused, man. You got the job done, and I think Levy really a really good example for anybody else here. You can have a minor mistake in the pre-final and still fight back. This track, the way it races, the way it stacks people up once we go on the defensive, he was able to get himself back where he needed to be. So even though you may have a little mistake happening in the pre-final, don't beat yourself down. You still got a chance to win the race when we go main event racing.
And you can get tunnel vision, too, where you expect a lot out of yourself.
True.
But, I mean, Stephen Miller, spin and win. We had plenty of X30 and Pro Shifter guys as well going way wide, missing corners. Norberg lost the lead, blowing a turn, hitting the dirt in the S's. So, I mean, the track was dirty, right? I mean, he admitted it, that, it was a mistake, and he dropped a tire off the end, but he also had no traction in the braking zone. That's what sent him wide. So, it was tough for everyone. There were a lot of unforced errors. Yes, really, unforced errors is probably the wrong word, just mistakes by the track all of a sudden going from clean to completely dusty and sandy and just having no grip at all lap to lap, corner to corner. I mean, it was no different than almost a rain race where it felt like the grip levels were just fluctuating every single lap. You had no idea going into the next turn.
That's literally what A.J. Myers told me. I talked to him afterward. He said, I think I would have had more grip, I think, if it was a rain race, more than I had, in the dry as it was. The drivers really were flat sliding all over the place in the Pro Shifter. And you said, it really just caught a bunch of these drivers out. It wasn't that they made major mistakes. It's just you come into a corner and you don't realize how much dirt's on the track, whatever it may be, and there's just literally no grip when you get into the corner. So, again, drivers doing a great job being able to handle these changing conditions throughout the weekend. And we are underway with qualifying with the first of two groups for the drivers in Mini Swift. Martin Jaramillo up top right now on lap number 3, a 101.265. Luca Popescu currently second. Oliver Chasse in the third spot. Cole Medeiros in fourth. And Jensen Michelke rounding out the top 5. Again, a big field of drivers here in the Mini Swift category this weekend. 42 in total. And we'll see what happens with that next group as they get set to roll out here momentarily. One of the drivers in this slow group, actually back in 8th right now, Super Nationals winner Michael McGoy. Didn't have a good run in happy hour. He's got himself now P8, searching for speed here this morning.
Yeah, let's see. Final time across the line for everyone. 4 laps completed for the first group in Mini Swift. McGoy can only get to 8th there with his 4th lap. Luca Popescu, big turnaround from yesterday here for the Energy Kart driver to go from having an issue to now being at least able to go quickest in his group. It was close, though. McLaren Carroll ends up only 4 thousandths back in second. Cole Medeiros, 2.5 tenths off. So those two head and shoulders above the grid a little bit. Should make things a little bit easier to try and stay in the top 10, top 12 for the Minis fast group. But again, it's 21 drivers. So even if you end up 15th, you still beat a handful that were above the cut line for you from you in happy hour.
Yeah, indeed. Top 5, fast 5 in that opening group. Popescu P1 by only 4 thousandths over McLaren Carroll. Cole Medeiros, Martin Jaramillo, and Matthew Cagle, the fast 5. The remainder of the field is now rolled out onto the racetrack. Their first opportunity to see how this track has started to develop since morning warm-up. 77 degrees, temperature rising slowly to what we expect to be around 89 degrees for the main events this afternoon. We'll see which drivers dial things in here now. And let's head back down to pit lane, folks. Some more interviews from that KA100 Senior qualifying session.
Thanks, Rob. Here with Vinny Miskelis. Vinny, considering you went out all by yourself and went basically with no draft whatsoever the entire qualifying to end up in 3rd position, pretty good for you. Talking about your effort as well as what you felt about that last lap.
Yeah, it was good. Tires are coming in gray on the last lap. Everything was hooked up. I made one small mistake, which I think may have cost me the pole, but by myself, yeah, there's nothing to complain about.
Yeah, and as you look ahead to the race, I mean, yesterday you were up in that mix pretty much the whole day, but just kind of didn't necessarily have the ability to get all the way to the front. Talk to me about kind of what you can do differently to find yourself up at the front over the course of the full race.
Yeah, yesterday racing was hard, nothing like I've ever seen before. Today, it's just more about being more aggressive and going out and taking what's mine.
All right, we'll see what Mattheus Morgado can do starting third here in the pre-final in KA Senior. And then we're going to bring in Henry Wheeler here. Henry, top 5 in qualifying. Pretty solid effort for you. Boys at Grand Junction Racing might be racing OTK, so solid effort there. Talk to me about how your qualifying went as well as how your weekend's been going as a whole.
Yeah, weekend's been good. We were fast all Thursday. Then Friday we were top 5 most of the day. Yesterday qualified 4th. Pre-final was a little rough for me, but made it up in the final, finished 4th, so it was pretty good. And then qualifying today was all right. Lap wasn't great, messed up a little bit in the last corner, but kart was really good and really excited for more races with the OTK.
Yeah, and the last thing, it's your first full season in senior, but at this point you've kind of got a few races under your belt. What are some of the differences that you've seen kind of racing in the senior field compared to last year, at the start of last year, at least in junior?
The senior field is a lot tougher. I feel like the packs are a lot closer, especially at the front. Instead of it being a 3-kart breakaway, it's more like a 10-kart, and it's a lot more fun.
For sure. All right, Henry Wheeler, he'll start 5th today in the pre-final for KA Senior. Looking to build on what's been a solid weekend so far for him. Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, really good insight from both those drivers, Vinny Muskelis and from Henry Wheeler. Muskelis, I like the line that the racing's like something he's never been in before, right? It's that much, you know, the level of competition here right now. We talked about the intensity being high, but yeah, something brand new for him, and he just wants to get more aggressive, right? And obviously, getting a feel for everybody else around him, but that's the thing. Some of these drivers just kind of have to dial up the aggression a little bit.
Well, again, you know, I mean, Vinny Muskelis isn't a rookie this year, was last year, but for, you know, still getting closer and closer to that lead pack and experiencing what it's like to be at the front on a consistent level. He's had a couple good kind of sparks in the pan last season. But for both of them, especially Henry's comments, echoes a lot of what, you know, I feel like I end up telling a lot of junior drivers when they make that transition up. It's okay, yeah, you're racing against maybe 3 to 5 every week in junior, and it's a little bit different. But when you go into the senior classes and you have, again, no upper age bracket where you stop driving, instead of trying to find a whole new grid every 2 to 3 seasons, guys hang around and they're able to continue to race for years on end. And you end up, instead of racing 3 to 5 guys, there's 10, 15, and an X30, sometimes 20.
And all pro race winners, right? That top 10 in KA100 Senior, these guys have been winning races over the last couple of years. Like you said, guys are in there from 14 to maybe 18, 19. You get the Lemkes in there, the Hotzes in there, some of those top drivers like a Terlecki as well. You got guys that have been racing, you know, top level senior stuff for, you know, a half dozen years or more.
Yeah, exactly. Again, some of them racing for longer in senior alone than some of the kids moving up to senior have been racing entirely. So, yeah, it's a big transition. Now, as we look here in the Avinco Tires Mini Swift Division qualifying, they're on their final lap. You can see we've been following. It's one long train. Fianchi got the good lap last time. It's going to be pretty much whoever started the last lap a little bit further back and is going to end right on someone's bumper across the line with the toe. Down the line, who goes quickest? Ferguson up there. Johnson goes up there. Pizzonjanito goes to 3rd. Fianchi bumped to 4th. Ashton Woon up to 5th. Royce Vega towed the line for the whole field. He goes 6th, but how about that for Kai Mann? Kai Johnson to the pole here by about 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, big win yesterday for Kai Johnson. Remember, it was a front-running trio that got reeled in by Travis Pettit and the group that he kind of brought with him. A wild final lap that saw a bunch of changing in terms of the final order. But Kai Johnson goes P1. It's a tremendous job for him on top for Johnson ahead of Troy Ferguson by just 1/10 of a second. So that's a Bennick 1-2. So great job for Bennick up front. Antonio Pizzonjanito, who ran micro to start the year, moving his way into mini here for the Pro Tour. Solid run for the Orsalon Racing driver in that number 173. He'll go P3. Fianchi holding on to 4th. He was P1 on lap number 3. Ashton Moon, a podium finisher yesterday as well. Xander, he finds himself P5.
Yeah, Ashton Moon was really, really close to the lead pack yesterday. I felt like the way that the battle kind of shook out, he got into that podium spot through a bit of attrition, but a good qualifying effort here to start the day for Ashton.
Well, he was by himself the whole time, right? We had that trio out by himself up front, and he was literally in 4th and was actually closing them on them. You and I talked about the fact he was slowly closing on that lead trio, but then it was Travis Pettit and the rest of the crew he was bringing in that really stacked things up over that final lap. And, of course, when they started racing, that brought everybody back into the fight. the last, 4 or 5 corners were thrilling to see who was able to come out with the win. Kai Johnson getting that victory, but Travis headed up onto the podium, as was Ashton Woon. Here's a really good finish to the race yesterday in Mini Swift.
Really exciting finish to the race in Mini Swift. For Rolison Performance X30 Junior, they are up here in exactly 4 minutes' time. Why don't we get to know the leading senior driver under the Rolison Performance Group camp? Ryan Norberg ends up second yesterday. Still looking for that first win of the 2023 Pro National season. Has been bridesmaid quite a few times. Could today be the day? Well, we'll get to know him a little better here after this.
My name is Ryan Norberg. I'm 24 years old from Orlando, Florida, and I drive for Rolison Performance Group. So my introduction to racing, my family doesn't really come from a racing background. We got a little bit of horse racing in our family, but that's about it. My dad did a little bit of motorcycles, but not really racing. But my introduction to racing came just watching NASCAR. I watched Jimmy Johnson. That was the first ever driver I ever saw win a race, which was before he was like 5-time, 6-time, champion. So I wasn't a bandwagoner. I was on his side before everything went well. So I watched him win a race. From that point on, I was like, I really like racing. That's why I rocked 48, and that was like my introduction to racing, was watching him win. It was like at Bristol or something. I can't remember. It was a short track, and from that point on, it was like I was hooked on the sport, and that's where it all started. Orlando Kart Center.
Of course.
And I didn't get paid to say that. It generally is though. Orlando's just a good track. I mean, I think like there's a lot of tracks. If you're slow at if you're slow at a lot of the racetracks, you're probably only going to be like 3/10 off. If you're slow at Orlando, you're about a half second, 6/10 off. It's a tough track. You can't just like get there and just like, if you're not a good driver, there's a big gap between good drivers and bad drivers. So that's why I like it. Jeez, I'm a terrible chef. I'm learning to cook better. Actually, a long time ago, not a long time, a few years ago, I made this dish with like some sauteed mushrooms and a little bit of soy sauce, and I was just throwing random stuff together to prove to somebody that I'm actually a good cook. No idea what I was doing. By the time it had simmered and set and I made these noodles and I put it in there, it was delicious. And it's fantastic. And I still make it to this day. I don't have a name for it. It's literally, it's like mushrooms and butter and garlic, and it's fantastic. And that's the best thing I can make. And like, to me, is like just all culinary skills. Like I was like, this is what needs it, this needs it, and that was it. And so I'm a terrible chef except for that meal. I have like a great sense of taste with that meal. I focus a lot more on the sport off of the racetrack. Obviously when you're young, you focus a lot on, like, you have school, you have friends, you have a lot of other things taking up your time outside of the sport. And then when you come to the racetrack, you're 100% focused on racing. I'm still 100% focused on racing when I'm at the racetrack, but a lot of my time and energy is spent on racing stuff now. And when I'm home, whether it's training other drivers or trying to get my little garage that I have built out, a lot of my time is focused on racing. That's why the gym has come into being important right now. It's, let's try and get everything in line with this sport and become the best that we can possibly be at it.
Well, here we go, back at Orlando for the Rolison Performance Group X30 Junior Division, qualifying one big group for the entire class here as they make their way around turns 2 and 3. Headed down over to 4. Ernesto Rivera leads the pack, and it was a lot of RPG Cosmics at the front of the field. Probably the best day they've had so far at the racetrack, Rob.
Yeah, I think so. You and I really had to spend more time looking at the helmets than the livery on the karts. Obviously, the same RPG colors on all those drivers up front. They finished locking out the top 5, locking out the podium, obviously, as well. So a great day yesterday for RPG, and again, they're dialing things up. The drivers, not only, we expected Ernesto Rivera, I think, of course, winning the Supernats last year. He's off to a great start to the season, already 3 championships in those winter programs, 2 of them, of course, coming at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. But it's the other drivers in the group that have kind of dialed things in. We know Max Taylor's busy with a car racing adjustment as well as he's moving to cars here here in USF Juniors in 2023. But it's the Jackson Wolneys, the guys that are, the Teddy Musellas, Diego Ardiles. We're seeing these guys step up their game running for Rolston as well.
And Teddy Musella has been able to put some good qualifying efforts together, but this weekend's been a lot better in the race. And, it looks like, I think Max Taylor just knocked his bumper in right there off the back of his teammate, Diego Ardiles.
I was wondering that, too. Looked like he had to check up pretty quickly. He's going to have to find some speed. He does go P1 right now with a 56.657, but that's only, of course, lap number 1. That is tough if indeed that happened. We'll see when he comes back in. But otherwise, here comes the Rolston drivers rolling down the back straightaway.
Yeah, here we go. The 4 of them. Again, we got Ernesto Rivera in the front of the pack there, Ardiles, then Musella, and then Max Taylor. Surprisingly enough, Jackson Wolney there back behind Stephen Miller. Looks like Emma Scarborough pulling off to the inside. She wants to find a better place on the racetrack to gap herself, but now we'll have to spend about a half lap cleaning those tires back off as she goes back to link up, I believe, with Leo Scorpioni, it looked like, coming out of turn at number 9. Update on lap 2, Teddy Musella now to the best of the RPG camp. He goes quickest overall. Rivera goes second, and part of it here for Ernesto Rivera being the fastest driver. They've probably asked him to say, hey, I know that you're supposed to go out in the front and maybe you want to go run by yourself, but could you just wait up and kind of tow everybody around a little bit? We know how fast you are and how good of a points haul you have, and that's what Ernesto Rivera is doing. This is basically a team player move by Ernesto Rivera to say, all right, I'm confident with my speed that I'll probably start pretty good. If you guys want to get a little draft off me, that's okay.
Indeed. It's Musella on top right now. Rivera second. Wolney third. Leonardo Scorpioni P4. And Diego Ardiles in the 5th spot. Stephen Miller in that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic back in the 6th position ahead of Max Taylor and Christian Cameron in the PSL Karting Burrell Art. But it is Musella on top on lap number 2 of 55.383. Back across the line. Taylor goes back P1, 54.958. He's going to need a pole time if indeed he's activated that pushback bumper.
Yeah, hopefully he can get something good here for Max Taylor on this final lap, as well as we see Ardiles closing up to Musella. Taylor's going to close up to them as well. Might be a little bit too early in the lap to get that close, but he just got to stay close by the finish line, and I'm curious to see what Ernesto Rivera hits this time because I think these guys are all over each other. I don't think they're going to get a good lap. That won't be good right there with the pass in turn 8.
Well, Taylor's quicker. He knows he's quicker, and he got into the back of him again. You can see he's kind of I think getting a bit anxious right now with the speed, even though he is P1. But, yeah, made a move to the inside of one of his teammates there, and I'm sure looking for more open racetrack.
Well, as they head out of the final corner here this time, let's see them come across the start-finish line for what should be the last time. Checkers in the air. Ernesto Rivera across the stripe, 55-2. Nobody really making any moves. Jackson Wolney gets a good lap there at the end. Oliver Weldon. Big time lap for the 798 JC Karting team driver. He gets 6 thousandths off the pace of Taylor, and if Taylor did have a pushback, that could put Oliver Weldon on the pole.
Indeed, that's it. That's the line item there. We talked about Max Taylor potentially getting in the back of one of his teammates. If that pushback penalty does come, it's going to move Oliver Weldon to P1. A good lap for him. Lap 4 of 54.964. And interestingly, in the top 10, only 5 of the top 10 drivers might make that 6th of the top 10 actually going quicker on the final circuit. We kind of figured everybody be able to get the speed at the end, but no. Weldon, Wolney, Rivera, Miller, and Scorpioni and Anthony Martella as well. Going quicker on the final lap. Caleb Campbell did not from 9th. Diego Ardiles from 7th. Teddy Musella from 3rd. And Max Taylor P1 with a 55.352 on the final circuit. 6 thousandths of a second separating Taylor and Weldon. We'll see what plays out at 54.958 Xander for Max Taylor on the RPG Cosmic. But we watched it on screen. Does he have that pushback bumper that could potentially take that P1 position away? Otherwise, it's Taylor and Weldon on the pole and off pole, front row starters. Musella and Wolney on road number 2. Rivera and Miller, row 3. Ardiles and Scorpioni, row 4. And Campbell and Martella, row number 5. Your provisional, unofficial starting grid for the pre-final later on this afternoon.
Well, with X30 Junior all wrapped up now, it's time for our 2 headline classes still to get their grids set and sorted. Pro and Master Shifter getting set to go onto the racetrack for qualifying. Master Shifter will be up next here with their grid. We'll get to talk with a lot of our Pro Shifter drivers. There's Danny Formal, the big man, down on the grid getting set to go as well. And we've got a lot of action coming in that division after what was a barn burner of a main event yesterday. We've got more to go here today as well in the X30 Senior class that will go right after, and then the first 4 pre-finals of the morning half of the day will get underway following. So 2 more classes still to come
here live from Orlando. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour.
It's good. It's easy. I don't have to worry too much about learning a new racetrack. You know, I've got a rhythm there. The rhythm works. All I got to do is, you know, zone in on the setup, get it to work, and I'll be fast.
Orlando's a full-blown driver's track. You know, I really enjoy driving at Orlando. It's nice.
I like Orlando. The facility is pretty nice. The track, it's small, but it's also, you can race quite good on it, so it's a fun track.
Orlando is good because it's like my home, you know, like I live in Orlando and I also like the track.
Orlando, when I think of it, it's like the most like comparable track you can get to F1. I think it's super smooth. You're racing inside a stadium, which is really cool. The curbing is like really, I mean, there's parts of it that are super rough, there's parts of it that are smooth. It's like, if I could compare it to F1, it's like the Brazil of F1 for some reason. The atmosphere that you get from it, it's really cool.
I definitely like the track. I don't really know what I like about it, I just like it.
When I think of Orlando, I just think about hitting the curbs and the chicane. I think the track's a lot of fun, and those curbs, they're very tough. But when you hit them just right, it just feels great.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center as there's a bit of a gap here in the way the timetable has structured itself. It's going to give us the opportunity to go and chat with a handful more drivers. How about Jacob Gulick, who had a pretty solid day yesterday? He's down standing trackside here with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Jacob Gulick. Jacob, yesterday you were roundabout top 5 in pace, looked really strong in the races, all things considered. Any changes you guys have made to kind of make it a little bit better today?
Yeah, I made a couple changes. I mean, we'll see how it goes in about 15 minutes. But, you know, if we could break that top 5, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and one last thing. I mean, it's kind of a difficult balance here. You've got a 26-lap or 25-lap final. A lot of laps going to be going on those tires, and qualifying is a bit different. I mean, you're really focusing on just one-lap pace. What are some of the differences and kind of the compromises you have to make, both from a driving style standpoint and from a setup, kind of maximize both the qualifying and the race pace?
Well, at least for how yesterday went, I know that I cooked my tires off in the pre-final, so hopefully I don't do that again today. That definitely benefit my race pace in the final.
All right, well, Jacob Gulick, strong pace yesterday, maybe not quite as far up the grid as you would have wanted, but still a solid effort nonetheless. We'll see what he can do here in a few minutes in qualifying. Back to you, Xander.
Straight and to the point about that one there, Rob. Yeah, just don't cook my tires, and then I'll have tires in the final.
I like the honesty, right? Again, all the drivers said that. We talked to them about the fact that the tires were kind of going off throughout that pre-final and how they were going to be in the main event. I talked to Formal, Musgrave, and Myers. They all said the same thing, that, man, the track just did not have any grip at all. You know, Danny Formal told us as well that he roasted the rear tires off of his machine, and Musgrave pretty much the same. This track has just been very, very tough on the tires for the drivers here in the highest horsepower category running in this pro shifter class. So again, everybody going to make some adjustments, right? How do you approach this pre-final? Do you take time? Because we know the guys were kind of cruising there at the tail of that pre-final. We know that Formal kind of backed off quite a bit. So did Myers. So did Musgrave. Everybody backed off in that pre-final at the end to make sure they held on. Of course, Gulick has said he probably kept pushing to try to see if he could get some more pace. So I want to see how the pro drivers do. Do they make adjustments? Do we kind of calm things down to the pre-final to see what happens? But we still have, of course, qualifying to come first. Should be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, should be very interesting to see how it plays out here. The Master Shifters still have a little bit more, about 5 more minutes before they get underway here with their qualifying session. So we'll have some more time to chat with a few more of our superstars getting set and ready to go here. So Remo Ruscetti yesterday mentioned he had a bit of a throttle issue. Let's hear a little bit of where he stands coming into Sunday on that Catalyst Driver Development at Talcart. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Remo Ruscetti. Remo, looks really good through Friday, but then yesterday it seemed like you were a little bit down on pace, and then obviously had a few issues as well. Walk me through how your weekend's been going so far.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit of a rough day for us, and new day today, but dealing with some carburetor issues yesterday, and I think we sorted them out for this morning, and hopefully, we'll be good to go today.
Yeah, and it's the first time we've really seen the Talcart on the scene in the U.S. here this season, on the pro national level at least. Talk to me through kind of what you guys have learned so far this weekend from a setup standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, we like we said on Friday, we were kind of starting from our back foot. catching up to everybody. But keep digging away at it and chip in and get it closer.
Remember, said he'll roll off P2 here on the grid for qualifying. Looking for a better effort than what we saw yesterday. Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, I think for Ramo and the whole crew there, the key for them is the fact this track has been such a challenge for everybody, right? Even though they've been here, the guys have been here putting laps down and getting a feel for the racetrack itself. You know, different tires, different situation, different weekend, different temperatures. I think it's obviously very interesting to see them potentially be able to make some maybe more gains than some of the other teams are able to make here on Sunday.
Right. I mean, you know, for AJ Myers, they didn't even show up to practice on Thursday, and in the press conference yesterday, I asked him, did he feel like that maybe was a little bit of what he missed? He said, normally the way my Thursdays go, I like to try stuff. I make my mechanic really, really frustrated, and then by the time we get to Friday afternoon, I go back to standard of what we always run anyway. So to a degree, you know, that extra testing can kind of help, but again, for the guys that have been here week after week after week, doing last week's test weekend, running USPKS, running the Florida Winter Tour, like Danny, like Marian, also all those guys, including AJ as well, not only have those races here in the last few weeks, but for Danny and AJ, they've grown up racing around Orlando. So it was a big learning curve as well on the driver's side to figure out the fast way around the racetrack. You could even see in that main event, Billy Musgrave was playing around with different lines, trying to see if he could be a little bit closer. No one can hit the curbs like Danny can, but he was getting a little more and a little more comfortable with it. So I'm sure the same for Ramo, first time racing here in Orlando for him, where they're just still, you know, experimenting on driving, and if they make an adjustment on the driving, they may make another adjustment to the go-kart because they went one way, and then as they changed their line a little bit, now they need it to do something else.
And again, for the drivers who haven't been here before, like a Ramo or City or some of the drivers potentially don't have all the amount of track time here, it's those little intricacies about the track, right? There's little, maybe some secrets of a way to take the racetrack, especially when it starts to change a bit. We know Ryan Norberg found a couple things. He made that move to the inside coming out of turn 4 and stayed all the way to the left side where there's some asphalt there, able to kind of put the left side tires there. Joe Turney was actually looking to his right when Norberg was going by on the left, which I thought was interesting. He just kept rolling there and got to the inside. Didn't play out for Norberg, but again, that's some of that track knowledge where he was able to leverage that. And again, for Ramo, of course, coming all the way from the Pacific Northwest, again, just trying to find out those little intricacies, those little secrets of the racetrack, getting the baseline set. But I did like the comment about the fact AJ Myers on Thursday, you throw a bunch of stuff at the cart to try to see if you can't make it better, and how many times you end up going back to that proven baseline when you get back onto the racetrack, right?
Yeah, I mean, for, you know, these guys in Pro Shifter, for Danny and AJ especially, they've been staying pretty standard. For Marin, you know, they've been testing a couple different things, always kind of doing a little more R&D, but of course that's to be expected for any of the three of them to maybe make adjustments to the car in communication with the factories back over in Europe, or in case of Billy, takes a welder out and he goes back home and he changes it himself.
That's it.
You know, beyond that, again, like you said, when you have something that works and, you know, you feel maybe it's 95%, the driver in you that's a perfectionist or has the extra time and wants to tinker, wants to tweak on it, thinks, no, I can get a little more out of it, and you normally end up going a little bit slower. So for most of them, at the end of the day yesterday, again, the field was probably about as evenly matched as we've seen it in a couple of Pro Tours here in Pro Shifter. Didn't look like anyone had a major edge besides Billy, from Danny's point of view, having a lot more power than him, with that 175 being a little better suited for this racetrack. But beyond that, I said, well, guys, I mean, you tell me all the time that you don't make a lot of changes. Do you feel like you want to try something tomorrow? And Danny's like, yeah, we're going to try and make an axle change. AJ was a little unsure. Marin, again, they had him on a different experimental frame here this weekend to see something else if it would work out good, and ultimately went back to what they knew as well after doing he was doing one of the only guys doing hot pits during the unofficial test days, jump out of one go-kart, jump in another go-kart, a lot more what we're used to seeing and what he's been used to running in the FIA races in Europe.
I'm not at all surprised to hear that Formal potentially making that axle change, talking about roasting those rear tires off a little bit, so you're trying to get a little more balance, maybe take a little bit of the pressure off the tires, but still kind of keep the grip you need, right? So that'll be the trial here for, of course, morning warm-up. As we know, temperature's going to keep rising right now, about 78 degrees, so we're still 10 degrees away from what we're probably going to be in that long 24-lap main event. And that's the key, too. 24 laps for the main. Again, a long-distance run. We saw drivers essentially peaking around lap number 12 or 13 in terms of lap time, so at that point, they go on the kind of control of the remainder of the race, damage control, if you will, as the tires start to fall off. But again, I'd be interested to see how many drivers go all 4 laps here in qualifying when we do get the pro guys out here? Will they run all 4 laps, or will they bang it out on lap number 3? And then again, we'll see what happens in terms of how hard they push during the pre-final. Again, lots of drivers down on pit lane getting set to go. Our Master Shifter drivers have headed to the racetrack, so let's head back down to pit lane for more interviews.
Thanks, Rob. I'm here with Max Taylor. Max, you had a really good lap there in qualifying. Was able to hang on after lap number 3 to get yourself a pole here in X30 Junior. How's it going right now?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Yesterday we had a lot of speed. We just couldn't really put it together for the win. We were really close, so we're doing a lot of hard work today, and it's going pretty well. I had a pretty good lap, and it put me pole.
Yeah, and talking about yesterday, I mean, you got yourself out to a really big lead in the final, and Ernesto was able to hunt you down, eventually get by you. And still a second place effort, so solid nonetheless. But when you look ahead to today, what's it like mentally trying to get yourself kind of back into the motion? Obviously, the heartbreak of yesterday kind of turning it into a pole today and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, my mindset's still the same. I still want to win as much as I did yesterday. You know, Ernesto's a really great teammate. He's an amazing driver. So it's really hard to beat him, but we'll just work really hard, and hopefully we can get it today.
Yeah, one last thing. You have 5 teammates up there, obviously a lot of RPGs up at the front. How are you guys going to work together to make sure that you can keep it that way in the pre-final and final, similar to what you did yesterday for the most part?
Yeah, we've been working pretty well together. All the guys under RPG have been doing a great job of putting us all up there. Cedric with the coaching, Mike with all of them. Huge thanks to them. And, yeah, we'll try and work together for sure.
All right, well, Max Taylor will roll from the front of the grid here in X30 Junior later today. Back to you guys.
Ooh. Well, that answers that question. We'll come back to Michael Gouache again off. He's had a rough weekend here. It's the second time we've seen Michael Gouache off the racetrack. But there's the answer to the question about Max Taylor. We thought potentially with the contact he had with one of his teammates, he might have had the pushback bumper. Apparently on the pole position, the pushback not there. So there you go with Max Taylor, P1.
Yeah, I think got away with one there. And again, it wouldn't have been a deserved pushback bumper penalty. Let me clarify that here for those just tuning in. It was just an awkward accordion effect, and Max was on a really good lap and just caught him at a bad time. Didn't, just a weird way. And depending on a number of different things, even down to the difference of bodywork from one front bumper to another. Some are a little softer in the center, some are a little more softer on the side. So the angle that you hit may not really need the amount of force that the pushback bumper system is initially meant to handle without pushing in. And you hit it either on the side or you hit it square. Depending on what bumper bodywork you've got, it could penalize you when really it was just a light tap.
Indeed. Drivers on the racetrack right now for the Master Shifter category, brought to you by International Motorsports. And as it was yesterday, Daniel Debos in the number 604, fastest driver, almost 3/10 quicker than Luis Mendez, who sits second. Andre Martins, the track owner here at Orlando Kart Center, currently in the 3rd spot. Luis Quinones in the 4th, Robert Feige in 5th, Ken Schilling 6th, and Michael Gouache. Only the one lap, we saw Michael's kart off to the right side of the racetrack, not even able to get back to the line to put lap number 2 in the books, and Gouache will start at the tail of the field, back in 7th position here in the Master Shifter class.
Well, unfortunate for Michael Gouache here, but as we get set for the Pro Shifter division, we've got a little bit more here from A.J. Myers, the Magic Kart USA factory driver and 2021 Superkarts USA Pro Tour Pro Shifter champion here. Let's get to know him a little better.
Hey guys, my name's A.J. Myers. I'm 26 years old, drive for Magic Kart USA, and I'm currently based out of Mooresville, North Carolina. I started racing back when I was about 5 years old. First time out in the kart was on my dad's lap in a shifter kart. Eventually he turned the reins over to me, and we were on the lowest budget possible, never had the good stuff, good tires, new engines. We worked our way forward. We were always fast, never really winning, and then eventually as I grew up, I got a little support, got some good equipment, and things started rolling, and then here I am today. But I have humble beginnings, and I respect the kids out here that have the cue ball helmets, that have the no budget. I mean, I've been there before. I may look like this professional driver, but I mean, I came from nothing. My dad put everything into this to let me be here right now, and just grateful. I've never been one to spend money on myself, so I don't get myself these nice things. Honestly, I've always wanted a Subaru STI stick shift. This is what I wanted back when I was 10 years ago, and still wouldn't mind to have it. Oh, easy. It's actually a really good story, yeah. I mean, I first got with these guys is when I got my first kind of break in karting was with PCR. It was Checkered Motorsports and it was PCR, and we won the USPKS championship in that. I got that, and from there I just built myself up. And then a couple years later, things worked out. They started up the Magic Kart, and I was like, I want to be on that. Like, they're family, and it was great. I mean, I was doing CRG, TV kart for a while, and great teams, great equipment. But at the end of the day, we're a big family. We go back to the hotel together. We have dinners together. We text all week, making jokes. There's no one in the world that gives each other a harder time. The amount of times we say, give each other crap over and over again, and we just take it because we all know we're just family. I always liked racing. I want to be a race car driver, yes. Obviously, I could have done a better job maybe selling myself to get there. Obviously, I haven't made it there. I always had the backup plan. So before I have my job now, I was going to school before I came to the races. I would miss practice because I was at school. So I always had the backup plan, was getting my engineering degree, and now being 26, I have my mechanical engineering job back in Mooresville, and it's nice. The owner works in racing, and so he understands everything. It's pretty lenient, 410s. I get to leave on Fridays and just make do with what I can. I missed practice yesterday, but it's Orlando. It's the same tower we ran USPS at. Left the kart the same, and we're in good shape. I don't think my girlfriend would give me very good reviews on that one. I'd give myself a 1 out of 10. I can cook a steak, not well. Anything on the skillet, some pasta, the basics. For whatever reason, I fixated on Jenson Button growing up, so I always was cheering for him, whatever team he was on. When he was on like the Earth Dreams car, getting P last until when he won the World Championship. It was just always Jenson Button.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. Karts on the racetrack for qualifying in Pro Shifter. First lap at full speed. Just got laid down by yesterday's runner-up, Billy Musgrave, in that MRC factory kart at a 50.37, a tenth and a half up on Danny Formal. For some drivers, for Billy, he really only ran 3 laps yesterday in quali, pulled in. A couple others ran the full 4 to 5. So we'll see. It looks like he's still going on a burner here on lap number 4, Rob.
And again, for Billy Musgrave, you said runner-up. Actually ended up runner-up on the racetrack, ended up P4 after the jump start penalty, but he really showed it extremely well yesterday. Only did the 3 laps in qualifying, as you said. We'll see whether or not the drivers elect to do all 4 laps here. Musgrave, again, P1 here, lap 3, 49.915.
Whoa.
Danny Formal in second, 0.6 of a second faster right now. And I think he's potentially going to pull off.
He just put the number 1 up as he came by the mechanic stand right there. He said, yep, that was it. That was the lap. We're good. 49.91. I mean, that is unreal. I think that might be a new track record.
Well, and Formal talked about the track record that he was able to lay down yesterday as well. So, indeed, I think that may be a track record. We'll update that for sure for Musgrave. 49.915. Danny Formal second, 50.638. 0.6 of a second clear for Billy Musgrave. Jacob Gulick up to third. He talked about trying to go better here in qualifying. Formal's off the pace as well. So
indeed, confirming new track record. Billy Musgrave at a 49.915. Now, can anyone get anywhere close? Again, like you said, 0.6. My goodness. Marin Kremers comes across the line. He goes to second. Formal backing off. He's got a problem. So does Kyle Wick. You've got multiple drivers here with issues at the end of this qualifying session. This is wild.
Musgrave, Kremers, Formal, Gulick, and Remo Rossetti in the Fast 5. Ramo talking about getting a feel for this racetrack, and he is P5, so a great job for Rossetti in the ITAL kart to go a bit quicker here in qualifying. It'll be a much different starting position for him inside row 3 alongside Giorgio Carrara. Then we'll have A.J. Myers all the way back in 7th alongside Kyle Wick. Myers 0.7 off of that of Musgrave. So it's Musgrave, Kremers, Formal, Gulick, and Rossetti, your top 5. Carrera 6th, Myers 7th, Wick 8th, Jay Irwin 9th, and Hunter Pickett rounding out the top 10. What a lap for Billy Musgrave. He knew it, as you know. Finger in the air, P1, immediately pulled off the racetrack.
You think Billy Musgrave's going to rent out a couple 175s? Because I feel like right there was the best sales pitch you could ever do to switch off the KZ power plant. Maybe for Kyle Wick, if he's got an engine issue here down on the start-finish line, to say, you know what? Billy's got some good power.
Well, we looked at that program. SKUSA moving from the stock moto into the IME SSE 175 didn't quite go as well as they expected, and that was kind of where they opened the move to bringing in the KZ power plant. But with the KZ power plant, they also adjusted what you could do to the 175. It's made that thing a pretty badass piece for sure. So, indeed, Musgrave and that 175 making lap package look very attractive, especially for this particular racetrack here where they're able to grab that low-end grunt. So, again, Billy Musgrave, P1. Second, Marian Kremers. Third, Danny Formal. Fourth, Jacob Gulick. And fifth, rounding out the Fast Five, Ray Mower City. Let's head back down to pit lane as Emery Lida down there with one of the drivers set to go here for X30 Senior.
Thanks, Rob. I'm here with Hayden Jones. Hayden, you going to qualify today?
Oh, for sure. The kart's going to start. We're going to go out there, hopefully go fast and see where we end up.
All right, yesterday you finished fourth officially, so pretty solid effort for you. What sort of things did you learn kind of going through the field, and how is that going to apply to today once you hopefully are able to actually put down a qualifying lap?
I think it should be easier if we're at the front because we'll stay up there, and I won't overwork the tires coming through the field, so we'll definitely be very fast for the final today.
All right, Hayden Jones continuing to get more comfortable with his Kart Republic with the Turney karting group. He starts this qualifying in the second group. We'll see him out in a little bit. Back to you, Rob.
Yeah, Emery for Hayden Jones, really nowhere to go but up. The disappointment yesterday of not being able to get that kart to fire down on pit lane. And again, he gave himself a lot of work to be done. He was able to get it done in the pre-final, but a lot of work and kind of probably bruised those tires up. Maybe a little more punishing than he probably could have been. He'll look to see if he can make things happen here. And again, dialing things in for our final qualifying session of the day, round number 2 of this 2023 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the Winter Nationals, getting things underway. Of course, we'll look forward to the first week of June for the Spring Nats in Utah, and then, of course, wrapping it all up at Newcastle Motorsports Park in late July. Big field of drivers here at X30 Senior. Man, did they ever put a show on yesterday. You know what? Xander Clemens was beside me here in the booth. He's elected to head down to pit lane. Xander, who do you got?
A little bit stir crazy up there, Rob, so I wanted to come down here and play a little bit and talk to this good kid. Caleb, heck of a run yesterday, buddy. How's warm-up and how's everything kind of coming together for Sunday?
Warm-up was pretty good, so I think our setup will be pretty good for the quali, and as long as we just last 4 laps, I think we'll be okay.
All right, okay, so then from there, you know that the KRs are quick. Obviously, Joe was fast, Hayden was fast. You got to look a little bit at their data and video and can compare anything you kind of learned from them overnight, or they even learned from you with how quick you were?
Yeah, just a little bit of breaking points, but once I get that dialed in, I think I'll be there.
All right, that's Caleb Gaffera. Now, Rob, before I send it up to you, we've still got a few minutes, so to help us kill some time, let's go bother some more drivers and mechanics here down the grid. Obviously, we got the slow group going onto the racetrack, especially a really slow guy right over here, Joe Turney. Obviously, no pace at all. Joe, I know you're locking in, so it's probably wrong to come mess with you, but how has your morning been, bud?
I've had a good morning, good warm-up, enjoying it. We'll see what we can do now.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, Joe Turney again sees what he can do now. Yesterday he did go pull. As much as I want to give him a little bit of heck, Joe Turney pulled it here out of group number 1. So, again, this is the group that was below the cut line in final practice on Friday. It's not necessarily meaning any of these guys don't have speed. We got to get a little bit further back because the engines are going to come to life, but we've got more to talk to, so don't worry about that. There's more guys that we want to go bother here down on the grid as Joe Turney, along with the likes of Jorge Ortiz, will be headed out. Tyler McIntyre in this group. You go further all the way to Dario Vizarro, who had an issue in that final practice session. He didn't get anything. How about Donovan Bonilla? Donovan, whoa, we got one coming. Late to the grid. Yash in play. That's part of it. Dono, last night you said today is going to be the day you go out and win. You beat this guy right over here. You beat Ryan. You're going to take it to him. Do you still feel like that?
Yeah, I'm going to beat Ryan for sure. I'm going to qualify pole by half a second. I'm going to beat Ryan.
Half a second. Ryan, did you hear that? He says he's going half a second by the pole, easily beating you. How do you deal with this guy all day?
I mean, he's behind me all day, so I don't have to deal with him. So I don't know. I hope he does well. I hope we both do well because that means it's a lot easier race for us.
It's good to see you smiling. Obviously, yesterday, I'm sure you're frustrated. Do you hate to lose more than you like to win? Because I know that was how it was for me.
100%. I think the feeling of victory is like, I would say on a happiness scale is like a 6, but the feeling of losing is like a 10.
Well, Ryan Norberg hoping that he gets a little bit of the victory today. Still looking for that first win on the year, but it's coming, and he's been close. So we're going to see if he can get a little bit further. Let's go see who else we can bother. Oh, these guys hate media. Let's go talk to the English kids over here. Brandon Carr is going to give us about a 10-minute interview. Ain't that right, Brandon?
No.
Not it.
No, man. It was a good day yesterday. We just got to find a bit of speed now, and we should be good for this one.
All right, well, how about that here? We'll see if Brandon Carr and that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart can get to go. Now things are going to heat up on the grid as the fast group starts to work its way on into their positions, and we'll send it back up to the booth as we get set for qualifying. First group on the racetrack, and the outlap just getting underway.
Thank you, Xander. Indeed, grabbing a couple of the drivers down there on pit lane. Love that. And get a chance to chat with them just before they head on out. I love the notes I got there from Ryan Norberger. The fact that when you win as much as Ryan Norberger has, I think he said winning is a 6. For most of us that get a couple of wins here and there, a win's always a 10, but it's the loss that was the 10 for him. Drivers on the racetrack, as we had said, just getting some tire warm-up going here as we get things underway for the first of the 2 groups in the X30 Senior class. Taking the seat here of Xander Clemens. Emery Lyda alongside me. Emery, you had a chance to talk to a bunch of drivers down there. Seems like most people are in pretty good spirits here to start out Sunday's action.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where there was probably 25 karts yesterday that had pace at some time or another, and some of them might have fallen off over the course of the day. Some of them might have had a bad qualifying and then gone and had a good race. So I really do think a lot of people are optimistic that they can find the setup here. And I mean, we've seen obviously Turney in the solo group yesterday put it on pole. But a lot of these guys in the other group, like Tyler McIntyre, had a poor qualifying yesterday, but the pre-final drove up to the field. We saw Jorge Ortiz in the final, had a good run. Like, these are guys that should be in the top 15 and have every opportunity to do so. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of guys really in both groups I think are going to be competitive. It's just going to come down to who can kind of get their laps together here.
I 100% agree with that. And again, some of the younger drivers like a Caleb Gaffaro, like an Ortiz, as you said, they did not have great runs. They had issues in the pre-final, had to do so much work in the main event. This is where you can kind of change things for yourself, especially Hayden Jones. We know he did not start at all coming off the grid. He had to be the very tail end of the start of the pre-final for X30 Senior. He'll look to change his approach to the day with a better run here. Good, at least a run, not even a better run. A run in qualifying to get a couple laps in. Right now it's Tyler McIntyre on top in the 3:38, a tenth and a half quicker than Dario Vazzaro, 54.077 for McIntyre. Again, this is just lap number 2. Interestingly, we saw a number of drivers only do 3 laps in the Pro Shifter. I don't know whether or not we'll see anybody pull in early here in the X30 Senior class. I think you'll probably try to get everything you possibly can. McIntyre, he's still on top of lap number 2. Jeremy Fletcher on lap 2 goes into second. Vazzaro in third. Jose Hernandez in fourth. And Luis Calamodio rounding out the early Fast 5. But Emery, as we know, lap 3 is going to be better. Lap 4 very likely the best for all of these drivers.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we see Joe Turney's given himself a gap on that last lap. So I'd expect this and the next lap are going to be more representative. You see McIntyre's right in his toe. But really, I mean, the front group, we're seeing Ortiz go purple now. Turney, like we mentioned, goes purple there at 53.6. Like, these guys now know the tires are in their window. This is the optimal lap. I know in Shifter they kind of got through 3 laps, but these tire takes maybe a little bit longer to come up to temperature in the X30 side of things. And I mean, Turney and McIntyre, they've got clean track ahead of them. No one that's going to really get them into trouble. So I think this is where you're going to see them set down their best lap.
The interesting thing about Turney yesterday, remember, he on lap number 3 wasn't in the right place. He actually checked back up, gave up lap number 3 to make sure he was in a position to attack on lap number 4, get that one lap he needed. And he knew that he kind of put it down to one circuit, but did pull back enough, and that was a really veteran move for Joe Turney. This time, though, open racetrack here for lap number 3, 53.621. Turney goes from 7th up to P1 on lap number 3, and right now he's right coming up here on the 3:04.
John Burke.
Oh, John, yeah, John Burke.
He still set purple, but I think he got held up a little bit there in that last corner. Probably lost maybe a tenth and a half, 2 tenths. And Burke, I mean, he's
16th.
struggled.
Yeah.
He has struggled all weekend for that pace aboard the Parallel, and just, I mean, it's good for Turney. That lap's still going to be pretty solid, I would imagine, at 53.4. But compared to what he did yesterday, a 53.1 for him in that qualifying session, I don't think this one's going to be good enough to put him on pole.
And that's key, man. Listen, the rest of the guys ready to come out here. He was very strong coming out of group number 1 yesterday, like you said, a 53.1, 3 tenths off. He's still 3 tenths, almost 3 tenths up on Timothy Pernod, who is in second. Tyler McIntyre, third. Wes Duchek and Jeremy Fletcher rounding up the Fast 5. But will that 53.4 stand up? Because you got to expect drivers turning better lap times. And we know the track is good. A new track record laid down by Billy Musgrave in qualifying for Pro Shifter, so the track potentially a little better than it was for qualifying yesterday. So we'll see how it plays out. The remainder of the drivers rolling out, and they'll know that Turney lays down a 53.4. I'm sure they had a chance to look at live timing, and they'll know the mark that they need to hit. Will Morgado turn things up? Let's see if Ramos has it. Harley Keeble was really good yesterday on that Sony card for PK Sports. Can he put the car on the pole? The driver with probably more laps here than anybody else, Ryan Norberg. Is he able to lock it out here as well? Let's see how it plays out. And again, drivers coming from the tail of the field that could work their way forward. We'll see how it goes. Xander, 53.4 for Joe Turney. He was 7th after lap number 1, went to P1 lap number 3, and then was able to go quicker again lap 4, but not as fast as he went yesterday.
No, not as fast. And granted, the track as a whole for everyone, I mean, you look at the rest of the pro shifter field, they were all significantly slower than yesterday. Formal about 4/10 off. And that's what everyone's been so puzzled by the last year or so with these MG tires, is that you would think that the more rubber that gets laid down, the faster the track gets, the grippier it gets. It's been the opposite. The grip goes away. The rubber really, it's not like it gets laid down and it gets grippier. Everyone's putting on new Avinco tires, and at the same time, we're going slower. Yeah. We're slipping and sliding more. So, yeah, that's been the case here. Even talking with Joe Turney and Ricardo from the Kart Republic factory team, talking about the FIA event over in Valencia. Obviously, they're using MG tire rubber over there as well. Same thing. They're like, we were quicker on testing during the week than we were in the qualifying session. But first laps in, out laps in at least. Quickest initially is going to be Diego Ramos on the 313 PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. Here comes Ryan Norberg. He backed off a little bit, found some teammates behind him. How does his opening lap look? Well, it looks like it was more of an easy-going lap there for Ryan, not super quick for the reigning series champion. But nonetheless here, you could hear it even on the grid walk there. He's in good spirits, obviously, today. Yeah. Got a good night's rest, came back, feels pretty confident, and he knows that he's got the opportunity to win here. He's been close throughout the entire season. Joking with him about not getting a win. I mean, there are a lot of guys. Austin Garrison went about 4 years before getting a pro national win again back here in February. So it's just he's been foiled, and he knows it, from how good last year was.
And speaking of Garrison, I talked to Aiden and Grada from Speed Concepts Racing. They knew they lacked a bit of pace yesterday. The karts just weren't absolutely perfect in the main events. They thought they'd come up with an idea to potentially be a little bit better here. So Garrison, of course, Ingrata and Pauly Massimino, will they be able to take that step forward to where they need to be? They were kind of outside the top 5, between 6th and 10th there in terms of pace. Garrison now goes P1 on lap number 2, 53.277. Joe Turney already down to P4. We said he wasn't able to get full maximization on that qualifying session for him. So P4, man, P4 after lap 2, he could find himself outside the top 10.
Yeah, this is just the story of this class. You really do have 15 to 20 elite caliber race-winning drivers here in this field. I mean, Austin Garrison right now is tracking down Caleb Gaffera, the standout junior star from last year. Gaffera is 13th right now. So let's see. What does Austin Garrison have in the tank coming across the line? Trying on a new motor today after he blew one up in the main event yesterday. 53.22 improves. And here comes Massimino and Ingrata. It's an SCR 1, 2, 3 here at the moment.
So Aiden Ingrata wasn't lying to me when they figured they found something potentially, as they go 1, 2, 3 right now. Now still a final lap to go, but the Speed Concepts Racing crew has dialed it in. Garrison, Massimino, and Ingrata 1, 2, 3. Diego Ramos sits in 4th. Morgado 5th. So at the PSL Karting Bureau Art drivers 4 and 5. Norberg in 6th. Detulio 7th. Donovan Bonilla, who said he was going to be a half a second quicker on pole, not there right now. P8. Joe Turney back to 9th, and Frankie Mossman on the Tesoro Kart Raceworks CRG in 10th spot. Checker flag coming out. Final lap, Xander.
One of the closest quali sessions so far today here. 2:10 separating the top 12 drivers. Now Turney's going to get bumped back to 10th. Garrison 53.225. 100th better than Ingrata. He can't improve on his 4th lap. The 4th lap coming. The last couple of quick ones. Here's Detulio. He can only do 7th. Norberg and Bonilla. Final time across the line. Bonilla does go better than Ryan, but he doesn't go much better overall. 6th to Donovan Bonilla. Ryan Norberg, 9th. Joe Turney, 11th. Harley Keeble. Where is Harley Keeble here on this one?
Keep scrolling.
Oh, my goodness. Did he even make it out?
Yeah, we're trying.
Oh, here it is. Sorry, 7th.
Like,
yeah, Nate
happened?
Dean's looking at us like we're idiots over here, Rob, which we are. But
yeah, we are. This is huge. 0.2 of a second for the top 11. Wow.
That is unreal how
so
close it
tight
is.
up top.
So Harley Keeble 7th, Norberg 9th, Joe Turney 11th. And that just shows you again how tight this field is. I mean, literally one little flinch of the wheel and you could go 5 positions up or 5 positions down. But how about that? Austin Garrison is on pole, and it's Speed Concepts Racing. 1, 2, and 3 with Ingrata making up the front row, Massimino on the inside of row 2, and then PSL Karting gets their 2 main hot shoes. Diego Ramos, for the first time this year, I believe, or sorry, second time this year, out-qualifies Mattheus Morgado. He got a pole back at the Winter Series. He goes 4th. Morgado goes 5th. Donovan Bonilla, 6th. Highest RPG Cosmic is P6. Harley Keeble, 7th. Alessandro Tullio being under the same tent here with the Prime Power Team backing and PSL Karting support here this weekend goes 8th. Ryan Norberg, 9th. 1/1000th off to Tullio. Brandon Carr, 10th. They're less than 2/10 off, and again, 2/10 for the top 12 drivers with Joe Turney and Frankie Mossman there in the Tesoro Raceworks CRG P12.
Hayden Jones, obviously a much better start to the day. Did not even get out for qualifying yesterday. 18th on the grid, so there'll be an outside row 9 starting spot for Hayden Jones. But again, Aiden Ingrata said it to me as soon as I walked in and chatted with him once I got trackside. They have found something. They figured they made the right move in terms of the Speed Concept racing machine, and they go 1, 2, 3. That he was not lying at all.
Yeah, no, they were not. And again, it's new tubes as well today for Paulie Massimino. Had a crack and a lot of welds on his frame. He feels better with where he's got. He was still decently quick on that go-kart yesterday. So the black, white, and red machines, they are looking mean and quick here today. Let's take a commercial break. We'll come back with pre-final action here in the morning half. Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center as we get set to get the aftermath from qualifying, and the engine's starting to get revved up here for Micro Swift presented by Sodi Racing USA. Let's go down trackside. Aiden Ingrata, a 1/100th off the pole, 2nd in qualifying, and a big turnaround for the Speed Concepts Racing camp as a whole. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden almost on pole, but still a great effort for you guys' team. What made the difference between today and yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, yesterday we were good in quality too, so I can't say that. So it was great, 1, 2, 3 for the team, but we got to see how the pre-final plays out. We weren't quick in the pre-final and final, so we got to see if we figure that out.
Do you feel like the chance to find some pace in qualifying? Like you said, you had it yesterday, but obviously having Austin and Paulie, all 3 of you guys in the top 3. It was good yesterday, but today even. Do you feel like that pace is going to translate to the pre-final and final? Higher wear.
Yeah, I think so. Today in quali, I definitely managed tires a little bit better, but it'll be easier because I have more teammates in the front, but I still think we might be a little bit off, but we might figure it out for the final.
Aiden Ingrata, a solid second place effort. We'll see what he can do here in the pre-final. Back to you guys. Or actually, Diego. Here with Diego Ramos now. Diego, 4th in qualifying, 1st in non-speed concepts, guys. A solid start today after what was a difficult final yesterday. Walk me through it.
Yes. After yesterday, we did a a good result in the quali today. So close to the pole. We know we had the chassis for that, but let's go back to the 10, see what you need, what we're gonna like change for the pre-final. Gonna be the same, but for sure we are fast. Like I think I'm 4th and Morgado 5th. Let's try work together and beat the speed concept guys.
All right, Diego Ramos, he'll start 4th here in the pre-final. We got one more interview here real quickly. Donovan Bonilla. Donovan ended up 6th, a solid effort to get you within a 10th of pole on the last lap. Talk me through your qualifying session.
Yeah, well, it was good. It's a weekend, but I think I messed up a bit my lap, so we'll see in the race.
All right, Donovan Bonilla, he'll start 6th here in the pre-final after a difficult day yesterday. We'll see what he can do. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Here we go with the Micro Swift field presented by Sodi Racing USA. Rob, why don't we take the field through the starting lineup, beginning with a couple standout stars from yesterday's main event. Maxwell Macha and Liam Nakawati making an all-peril in row number 1.
Yeah, it'll be Luke Giglio starting on the inside of row number 2 alongside Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres.
Then you go back to row number 2, Pasha Ali in the number 42 Paralyn USA machine on the inside of Josh Bergman there in the Sodi Racing USA PK Sports entry.
Yeah, row 4 will have Juan Garcia Davila, yesterday's winner, and Isaac Payne on the outside. Byron Bornman and Mikey Collins capping off the top 10.
Outside the top 10, you got Mika Barrow and Drew Jensen on row number 6. Row 7 finds Zane Burgess in the LN kart, and to the outside, William Roberts.
Further back in the field, Grayson Walcott starting 15th alongside Lawrence Perriman. Row 9 will have Nathan Ramirez and Gavin Decay. Look for Decay coming from deeper in the field.
Nolan Carney and Colton Schneegenberg, who again keep an eye on that energy card, starting further back in the number 17. Spin in qualifying, took him out, rolls off P20. Ian Hammaker, Sterling Mulata, Dutch Westbrook. Avex Captain Garduno. As we come down the start-finish line, looking for the green flag, we'll get it. We're racing down to turn number 1, and around the outside, Nakawati has momentum, goes a little wide still. Here comes Liam Nakawati to the lead through turn number 3.
First wheel-to-wheel action of the day. 4 pre-finals before the lunch break. We'll cap off the pre-finals afterwards and go 8 main events to cap off round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. The Winter Nationals here at Orlando Kart Center. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clements in the Kart Chaser booth as we are now racing, indeed underway as the drivers all settling into position right now. Solid start there up front for the number 80 of Nachawadi. He was the fastest driver in the main event yesterday, turned the quick lap. He trying to pull away right now with Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, the 2 red and white machines are going to get a little more help here with this. Down the inside for Juan Garcia Davila. Really good start for the Orsolin Racing driver from 6th all the way to 3rd as he goes around a couple. And Luke Giglio falling back to the 5th spot, tries to clean the tires off a little bit here because he's got a hungry pack behind him. Ali, Bergman, and more lined up from 5th on back.
10 laps the duration for the drivers in the cadet categories, 12 laps for the other classes. And here's the move deeper back as well. That's a good move down to the bottom of the racetrack there. I think that was Pasha Ali potentially making the spot. Ali for Paralyn USA getting the spot coming down into turn number 1.
What a great crossover came right back on him from Luke Giglio. He was able to reclaim that through 1 and 2. So back to P5 for the 68 machine. And he was able to bring Josh Bergman through into 6th in this little midfield fight. Unfortunately, the more they shuffle, though, the further away the rest of the pack's going to get as Mikey Collins does a nice little slider down the inside into turn number 6 on Pasha Ali. Out of turn 8, 5 karts together. At the end of that group there, you've got the number 77 of Isaac Payne in 9th.
You can see how the field kind of setting up right now. 2 drivers leading 1-2, then another duo running there in 3rd and 4th. Those are trying to hook up and work together. Then it's a big group further back, as we had talked about there. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, pretty much nose to tail coming through this 10, 11, 12 combination, working their way back out of 12 over to the start-finish line. That is the number 40 of Josh Bergman on the PK Sports Sodi Racing USA Sodi kart. He's going to go around the outside now of Giglio, so move Bergman now up to P5. And again, that's that battle outside the front-running quartet. A couple of duos, Xander lining up right now, P1 and P2 and P3 and P4, working together to try to stretch away.
Yeah, and that's why we've got our focus here on the pack back behind them. Josh Bergman's gotten through on Luke Giglio, and they're still fighting behind. Look at this, though. How about it for Colton Schneegenberg? Get you some into the top 10. 10 spots up here with 2 laps in, and he's a little bit higher than where he's actually showing on the monitor because he's gotten around Isaac Payne. He's got Gavin DeKay right in tow with him, kind of charging forward. Let's see if Schneegenberg's going to be close enough for a diver into 9. No, Mikey Collins is going to go on Giglio. Ali wanting to follow, can't do it. Schneegenberg's going to get him on the outside lane, drops the tire a little bit, and he'll both get around as Gavin DeKay also gets clear on Pasha.
Yeah, both those drivers starting deeper in the field. Schneegenberg and DeKay, they are working together to get themselves up forward here. We'll see where they are when they come across the line. Again, the energy card of Schneegenberg crossed the line, started deep in the field in 20th, now up into the 8th spot. Gavin DeKay started 18th. He's up into 9th. So both those drivers, Xander, are leveraging the opening couple of laps, the chaos you have in the opening circuits. 3 laps into a 10-lapper, they've already got themselves back up into the top 10. Both those drivers, top 5 finishers yesterday.
Now we'll get to see really how fast they are in comparison to the leaders. They've got a little gap to run up to Josh Bergman, the next target on the list for Gavin DeKay and Colton Schneegenberg. The leaders that time by, they were a little bit slower than 3rd and 4th. Juan Garcia Arstavila and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres were about a 10th and a half better than Liam Nakawati and Maxwell Macha. Josh Bergman's on his all on his lonesome at the moment. Behind Bergman, you've got Mikey Collins and Luke Giglio. Those are the next 2 really for Schneegenberg and DeKay to get to. But for 8th and 9th here already and still looking for some more. This is a great drive from the back of the grid for both Colton Schneegenberg and then the weekend all race Zanella Racing Bennick of Gavin DeKay.
Indeed, up front, Liam Nachawati, who was the fastest driver yesterday, having a pass for the lead as they'll work their way in here to turn 1. Maxwell Macha, just as I was talking about it, goes by. He'll take over the lead. Nachawati, as I had said, turned the fast lap in the main event yesterday, so the pace is there for potential race win. And again, Maxwell Macha, who had such a great SuperKarts USA Winter Series as well, looking to get out of the gate here and see if he can't get himself a point lead as they look forward then, of course, to the run in June for the Spring Nationals at Utah Motorsports Campus. Nachawati had the lead last time by, but look at Macha. Kind of shot out of a cannon, was able to get by. Nachawati having some trouble, and here comes Davila and Diaz de la Vega Torres.
Down into turn number 9 here this time. He's got him, and a little bit wide on the exit there for Nakawati, as unfortunately Diaz de la Vega Torres can't fully get clear. Now he'll look to the inside. No, Nakawati going to go right back, and around he goes. Oh, no. Final corner, Juan Garcia Arstavila around in front of the field, and he's got to wait and let everybody by, and thank goodness he didn't get clobbered right there coming out of the corner.
Yeah, contact there. Nakawati moving to the inside of that corner and really set it in there, and the contact sent the driver around for Davila, who was the winner yesterday. So this is going to put him to the tail of the field. He's got lots of work to do right now. We'll see whether or not potential penalty coming down. They'll, I'm sure, review the contact in turn number 12 there. But the bottom line is, there's Nakawati. He holds on to P3 right now behind Diaz de la Vega Torres, but it's a 1.9 second, almost 2 second lead for Maxwell Macha up front, just to the halfway point right now in a 10-lapper, Xander. 5 down, 5 to go, and Macha out pretty comfortably. Diaz de la Vega Torre in second. Nakawati still third, about a second back to Josh Bergman. Up a couple of spots for Bergman, but Schneegenberg started all the way back in 20th, P5. And right now you can see he's got Mikey Collins right behind him and Gavin DeKay as well. That is 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, Collins got back around him during the lap, and Schneegenberg said, nope, I'm still going forward. You get behind me, and passed him there in turn number 9 to keep the spot. They lost a little bit of time in the process to Josh Bergman, but he's still well within reach to try and track down here over the next 4 laps. Only about a second up the road in that PK Sports Sodi kart. Here comes Gavin DeKay on Mikey down the inside. And the U-Race Parolin is going to cross him over out to turn number 5. Goes to the outside lane, tries to cross over again, but he won't have the momentum to get clear. Give that spot to Gavin DeKay. Now he'll be up 12 positions for the number 75.
Yeah, it's P6 for Gavin DeKay. A good move there in turn 4. Capitalized and finished it off over in 5 as they come through that 7-8 complex. Big run down the straightaway. We'll see whether or not Mikey Collins gets the run and potentially moves to the inside. He does. Here's a look to the inside for Collins. So the over-under coming. Maybe some contact on the exit. No. DeKay holding the outside. Xander just kind of run the outside. A little bit of contact on the exit. Otherwise now it is done. Collins having to check up a little bit. He's got to watch out for William Roberts.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because not only does William Roberts have an opportunity to get around him now, he's got 3 more karts lined up there. Isaac Payne, Pasha Ali still there. Drew Jensen all the way back in 11th now is in that grouping as well. But up front, no major changes here now with 3 laps to go. Maxwell Macha, the leader, as we see a pass there. Roberts, and here's where Collins is going to hurt himself a little bit by trying to do a lot of crossovers. It's going to open the door for more drivers to get down the inside on him, and it's going to cost him more time. It's one of those kind of short-term gain, long-term loss of trying to fight a pass. You may end up burning yourself 3 spots instead of just 1. But he's got to do something to get the ball back rolling forward again.
Sometimes better, right, just to tuck back in to get that position and get in there again. Maxwell Macha, though, leading by 2.6 seconds now.
2.5 laps to go. Let's go down trackside for a little intel here down on pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with 2 of your top 3 from qualifying, Austin Garrison, Paulie Massimino. Austin, starting with you, a great effort for you guys. Obviously, yesterday struggling, but put it on pole. What changed from day 1 to day 2?
Yeah, yesterday we for sure all were not having our best of luck out there. I ended up not finishing the final, and I was just slow, didn't have that great of pace. Put our heads together, and we made a pretty drastic change on the chassis, thinking that we know what we're going to go and follow through for today. And after that, it ended up panning out for all of us.
All right, and Paulie, going to you. Yesterday, you qualified really well. Not quite as much pace, but when you're looking at the final today, any sort of differences in terms of what you're going to approach it to, or how you're going to approach it?
Yeah, so yesterday, this whole weekend we kind of been struggling a little bit, just trying to figure out the driving, figure out the tires seem a little bit different from the MGs, so kind of working on that, and finally in qualifying saw a little bit of hope, and kind of just missed it a little bit throughout the day. Didn't really might have kept up the track, but yeah, last night we built a new frame up, and it seems to be a lot better. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Try to keep up with the track.
All right, speed concept boys 1, 2, and 3 qualifying. We'll see what they can do. Back to you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens there in that pre-finals. The Speed Concepts racers look really good coming out of the gate. We do have some aggressive racing a little further back here. This is just outside the top 3 or 4. That's the 40 of Bergman. We got Schneegenberg. We got a number of drivers in the scrap here as well. I think Nakawati. This is like 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And look at them stacking it up here. Everybody over under. That driver tried to go up in the inside of turn number 8. It's going to lose a bunch there. Big battle. Just outside the top 2 or 3, and they are really scrapping up. There's Macha. He's way up the road by 3.3 seconds. More than happy to be outside the chaos right now. And indeed, checker flag will fly this time by some last lap action in this category, this Micro Swift class. And indeed, Maxwell Macha with the win. Watch how things shake down here. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres ends up in 2nd. Gavin DeKay ends up coming up into the 3rd spot. Drivers falling down there like Nakawati, like Bergman. Mikey Collins going deeper in the field. Gavin DeKay started 18th. What a drive for him to work his way to 3rd. Same went for Colton Schneegenberg as he started 20th, and he finds his way up into 4th. So both DeKay and Schneegenberg really changing their fortunes after tough qualifying efforts. They find themselves up into row number 2 for the start of the main event, which will happen, of course, after the lunch break today. Liam Nakawati, who started up in the 2nd spot, or had led early, actually, falls down into P5, so not that bad. He's still in the middle of the fight for Nakawati. William Roberts up 8 positions as well, started 14th, and he gets up to 6th, so it'll be an outside row 3 start for William Roberts. Josh Bergman ends up 7th, Drew Jensen in 8th, Mikey Collins in 9th, and Pasha Ali rounding out the top 10. A ton of action throughout the mid part of that race and even more on that final circuit as they all started dicing big time through 6, 7, and 8. And that, of course, kind of changed things with drivers 3 wide coming up the long back straight into turn number 9. Macha with the win, Diaz de la Vega Torres, DeKay, Schneegenberg, and Nakawati, the top 5. And we'll just work our way through to the next category. KA100 Junior, brought to you by a Greyhound Racing Seats, getting set to go. They'll be the next category on track. Victor de Alencar set to start on the pole position alongside Stephen Miller. Another great qualifying run for de Alencar, the number 877. Enzo Vidmontien starting on the inside of row number 2 in the Motaz Sport Parallel Machine. He'll start in 3rd alongside Peyton Westcott, the Nash Motorsports driver, with a great run in qualifying. Westcott now looking to capitalize on that to get a good starting spot for the main event. Ernesto Rivera and Alex Mercado will be on row number 3. Chase Basalia and Shea Aldrich on row number 4, capping off the top 10. Row 5, Hudson Schwartz and Oliver Weldon. Look for both of those drivers to attack early. We've seen some really good speed out of Oliver Weldon throughout this weekend in the JC Karting Lando Norris machine. Jackson Wolney and Max Taylor will make it an all Rawlson row number 6. Wolney on the inside, Taylor on the outside. And Walter Jenkins starting 13th alongside Emma Scarborough. Row 8 will have Anthony Martella and Alexander Gonzalez. Row number 9, Sarah Bradley and Turner Brown. And Xander Clemens joins you back in the booth here right now. Max Weiland and Ty Fisher on road. Oh, pardon me, it's Emery Lida. I literally looked up and Emery's beside me here. I was looking at the screen. So Emery, didn't mean to misrepresent you. Good to have you back in the booth again. You had a chance to talk to a couple of guys there. Before we go green, you had a chance to talk to the guys Garrison and Massimino. Man, what a great step forward for them from Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they did a lot of changes. I mean, obviously, Paulie said he basically reworked a whole new go-kart. Garrison changed engines after a mechanical failure yesterday. So, I mean, both of them, a lot of problems, but I think they found the pace. Now, race pace, I was talking to Aiden Grotto a little bit of concern there on how the tire wear is going to hold up, but certainly a solid step forward for all three of those guys.
And at least they're starting at the front, right? You're not scrapping it out somewhere outside the top 10.
Avoid the chaos.
Yeah, exactly right. Let the chaos happen behind you. So field working its way up here right now. Again, Victor de Alencar, the Nash Motorsports driver, qualifying on the pole. 2 consecutive pole position runs that he'll look to capitalize here. Did not get the best of starts in the pre-final yesterday as Stephen Miller bested him on the outside of 1 and 2. We'll see whether that happens again. I got to expect that de Alencar will kind of roll back on that throttle maybe a little bit earlier this time, try to get himself through here into clean track. I think that's what I would do. I think I'd be staying down to the bottom of the racetrack. I wouldn't be letting that guy come alongside me. De Alencar, though, getting ready to go here. Emery, they'll work their way out of turn number 12, and we'll get started for what will be a 12-lap pre-final for KA100 Junior. Again, the class brought to you by Greyhound Racing Seats. Nice slow start for de Alencar, bringing him here into the tram lines as we get set to go. Working our way through these pre-finals, need underway. Green, green, green. Down into turn number 1, and this time de Alencar doing a good job holding Miller at bay. We've got some contact. 3 drivers together coming through turn number 1.
Chris Aiken, Max Weiland, both of them involved. That's 2 guys that have been up decently quick at certain points this weekend.
Indeed, but not good there. Again for Aiken as he gets collected there. De Alencar out into the early lead. Looks to me like Miller was going to try to kind of force the issue in turn number 3, but no, tucked back in. So Victor de Alencar out to the early lead as they'll come through 7 and 8. We'll see what happens in the run down the straightaway. Does Miller have the speed? De Alencar is going to go right to the middle of the racetrack. He'll go defensive from the get-go. He wants to lead this opening circuit. Miller tucks right back in behind him. Otherwise, everybody else setting into position as they work their way through. A couple of the RPG drivers moving up as well. Who is that running now? Is that Vid Montaigne, I think, Emery, into P3?
Yeah, I think it's Vid Montaigne into 3rd. Ernesto's into 4th now as we see more battling. That's Max Taylor and Jackson Wolney going down the inside. And it looks like it's RPG and RPG crime back there, but now the top 3. Victor de Alencar, he was really hard on himself after the pre-final yesterday, but he leads lap number 1, which again, good step forward. It looks like Miller's going to try here. They're going to go defensive. Miller's going to go even further down, though. He gets the lead. Vid Montaigne into 2nd, and Alencar falls down to 3rd. Now he's going to have to go in defensive for Ernesto Rivera in 4th.
Well, this is where de Alencar's got to set the reset, right? Just relax. You were P1. They got by you. You know you have the outright pace, so just settle in. You're the next guy to make the move because you know Enzo Vid Montaigne and that Parlin's going to want to try to get it done. And there goes the inside move there for Ernesto Rivera. Book it. He's looking for some help as well as Alex Mercado is trying to come through as well. De Alencar kind of on the outside looking in. Indeed, Mercado goes to the inside of turn number 9. Move de Alencar from pole back to P5. Tough opening couple of laps for the driver there for Nash Motorsports.
Yeah, it just kind of all piles on as we see Hudson Schwartz going to dive one to the inside there on Peyton Westcott. Don't think he's going to get the job done, and now he's going to have to work to hang on as there goes Oliver Weldon, I believe, back in 7th or so, getting by, and now we see more battling in that group. But, yeah, I mean, you get yourself caught out like de Alencar did on the opening couple laps, and now it's just everyone's looking to pass. And now, speaking of that, Weldon down the inside of his teammate. Hudson Schwartz going to follow through for 7th. And then beyond that, I mean, more battling as again, this is really kind of, they've ganged up on the Nash Motorsports entries there, as the Allen car's fallen to 5th. Now Westcott's all the way down, and I believe that's 8th position now after losing a spot to Schwartz.
Yeah,
so
that was the best qualifying effort for Peyton Westcott, so she's got to get the elbows up, and I guarantee your coach, Matt Johnson, will be saying that, listen, you can't let these guys come in and move you around like that. And indeed, we knew that guys were moving forward. Oliver Weldon made a move to the inside, but Westcott having more trouble over in turn number 9 as well, so she's gone back a couple of spots. You'll learn this what this is all about, development level racing for Peyton Westcott, who runs down in Southern California with that Nash Motorsports team. Right now going at it here with Busalia, who was actually on the podium yesterday. So Westcott just got to press that reset, stop the bleeding right now, hold the position, and get a decent starting spot. As it's still Miller out front. In second is Vidmontien. There's your lead quintet there right now with Miller, Vidmontien, Rivera, Mercado, and De Alencar. And I tell you, Oliver Weldon up on the wheel. Emery, he started a little deeper in the field and just scrapped his way forward over the opening couple of laps.
Yeah, certainly. If you saw yesterday, Weldon had really an uneventful race. As we see Rivera going for second. Vidmontien's going to cross him over coming out of that turn 8 hairpin there. So a nice move from Enzo to keep hold of the position. Ernesto, I would guarantee he's going to go down the inside. And here we go again. Ernesto Rivera. Yesterday was a disastrous day at the KA side of things. He gets himself up to second. There's you see more battling all the way down through the field. There's Westcott trying to just hang on.
That's it.
And you can see now Ernesto. That's given Stephen Miller a little bit of a gap up front, which yesterday, once Stephen got out front, he was almost unbeatable. But this time, Ernesto looks to have quite a bit more pace early in the early going. As Oliver Weldon, like you mentioned, finding that pace from qualifying. He goes purple now with a 57.3 in 6th position.
Yeah, I think that Rivera maybe getting a little bit anxious right now. You realize that Miller had gone to P1, did not want to let him get away, and it seems like Vidmontien was not ready to pull the trigger to go by. And indeed, that's why Rivera got aggressive. You make the move, the inside move over into turn number 8, and very easily the crossover comes, and indeed he was able to get back by through on Vidmontien. So again, let's see if Rivera can pull away. We'll look at the gap next time by. You can see first and second coming down the back straightaway. Vidmontien running there in third. 4th, 5th, and 6th there as well. De Alencar was able to get by Mercado, and then right at the tail, Oliver Weldon, not surprising, he's been able to close up. Went purple last time by with a 57.358. So the driver who started 10th now up into the 6th spot, tail end of this lead group. Then it's the big run back there to, I believe, Hudson Schwartz running in 7th ahead of Max Taylor and Shea Aldrich. Then Chase Busalia into the 10th position. So looking at lap times, Rivera and Miller very similar on the pace. But again, driver moving forward, the guy who started on the pole, Victor De Alencar, settling in. Emery, that's, of course, one of the things you want to see out of a driver, right? You lost a pole, you got shuffled back. Get your mind back in it and just start working your way forward again.
Yeah, it's one of the things I was thinking about when Peyton Westcott was flying back. It's really kind of just trying not to overdo it as a driver, because at some point you're going to get swarmed. It's just kind of how it happens, especially when you're not used to like starting on pole 2 consecutive days. But I've really been impressed because Dale Ansar is kind of fought his way back up through there. I mean, he fell back to 5th. Now he's back up to 3rd. He's racing against guys that honestly have a lot more experience running at the front of these national events, and it could be an intimidation factor. And so for him to kind of just relax after the opening lap, get yourself back forward, you know you have the pace, and just consistently move up there, it says a lot to his mindset. I really think that's something that maybe Westcott could have done a little bit better of. She kind of overcooked it a little bit, tried to get a couple of those spots back, and now she's fallen even further back. But it's just an experience thing, and I'm really impressed with what Dale Alencar has been doing so far.
I think both those drivers are getting the experience they need right now. Dale Alencar getting a chance to run, of course, up front as Vidmontien and Weldon kind of battling it out back and forth through turn number 4 and 5. Peyton Westcott's dropped down into the 14th spot, but that's still 14th position in a class that has 34 drivers. So Westcott, even though he's not getting what she needs, it's fallen back a little bit. Indeed, battling up front, we're watching more of these scraps as De Alencar are able to get by Rivera. So the march back forward, and then more aggressive racing behind them, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Weldon goes to P4. Mercado gets bucked by. So Vidmontien getting used up a little bit. But this really is a strong opportunity for Victor De Alencar to get back to where he was, right? There was a little bit of an issue early on, got shuffled back, but then resetting and just moving forward. This is a really good run here, and even Emery, if De Alencar ends up finishing in second here, I think this would be a big move for him career-wise, development-wise, to understand that if you just take your time, you're able to get back to the front.
Yeah, certainly. As we see Chase Busali going to the inside of Hudson Schwartz in the back half of the top 10. I mean, Dallin has been so patient, and it looks like he has the pace on that car. I don't know if it's enough to catch Stephen Miller. I mean, they've got almost a second to make up, but certainly in passing Ernesto Rivera, Enzo Vimontienne,
right?
That is no easy feat. Like, those guys, some of the more well-rounded junior drivers out there. And so Rivera, I mean, he's a mature driver, but certainly getting by him and being able to kind of have the guts. We see 3 wide into the hairpin there. That looks to be Shea Aldrich getting by Max Taylor and Enzo Vimontienne, a 2-1 move there. I mean, this racing is intense, and so for Dallin to be able to kind of navigate that, get himself up through against some more senior guys with more experience at the front of the field, it says a lot about what he's been able to do as a driver and developing.
I agree, and now, of course, being hounded pretty aggressively by Rivera. We have 8 laps down, and that's 4 to go. 12-lap events for the all categories other than cadet that are running the 10-lap runs here in the pre-finals. Here's Dallin Carr again trying to hold off Ernesto Rivera. We'll look deeper in the pack. That's going back again to Peyton Westcott. That's the fight further, I believe, in the field. Or is that?
That's Schwartz.
Yeah, that's Schwartz. And again, Bussalia right there as well on the Gallard. So this is that battle a little further back right now. That is 9th and 10th. As Schwartz, I think, has gone back to 9th. Bussalia, the podium finisher yesterday in 10th. And you see how close everybody is up front. Really less than 5 seconds separating the top 10 right now. And some great racing happening outside the top 10 as well with Jackson Wolde, Walter Jenkins, Turner Brown, and Peyton Westcott still going at it.
Yeah, I mean, this field is really deep. I was just noticing some of the names back there. I mean, Keegan Kaminsky on the GFC card
right?
is 16th. I mean, Jackson Wolde outside the top 10. Yesterday, it looked like at points he was going to be a podium contender. So, I mean, these guys all the way down through the field. I mean, yesterday, Ernesto Rivera was struggling to be in the top 10. And he's dominant X30s. Speaking of Rivera, he goes to the inside of Dallin, gets that second spot back. There's Oliver Weldon has caught up to these two. I mean, Weldon has been on the move all race long. He clips the curve there as I say that and loses 2/10.
But qualified P10's worked his way now up in to that 4th position. So a great drive here for Oliver Weldon. Kind of going to work right now, kind of seeing what's happening. Again, finally has closed up to this battle between Rivera and Dallin Carr. So he's going to get a feel for where he could be quicker than both of them. Rivera, as we said, went back by in the inside of turn number 4. And maybe Weldon a bit anxious, as Emery had said, climbed the curb a little bit in turn number 5 and lost a bit. But that's really has come right back. Is almost ready to make a move to the inside of Dallin Carr. So watch for Weldon. Let's see if he's in the position to try the move to the inside of turn number 4 when they come back around. There's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Rivera back into 2nd, Dallin Carr 3rd, and Weldon, I think, ready to continue his move forward. Remember, P3 would put him on the inside of row number 2. Inside starting lane, probably more preferable to the drivers here, especially for the main event. And there's a move to the bottom of the racetrack. Book it. Weldon goes by Dallin Carr in turn number 5. Sets it up. Over, under, good line coming out of turn number 4, Emery, to get that spot to the inside of 5.
Yeah, this has been a really composed drive for Oliver Weldon. Probably the most clean race he's had in junior so far. I mean, yesterday finished 2nd in the KA side of things. He's had decent pace in X30, and today it did not qualify so well, but now all the way up to 3rd. Again, that 3rd spot's probably where you want to be compared to 2nd. We saw yesterday all day, guys in 2nd, and he shuffled back on the starts. So now, as we head down to just 1 lap to go for Weldon, this has been a really good pre-final. We'll see if he can maybe get Ernesto Rivera, but if not, I mean, solid starting spot for the final for sure.
The interesting thing, right, do you go for the starting spot or do you go for the extra points? Because if you're in a championship battle, you're trying to go to 2nd, regardless of what's going to happen, because you need those points if you're trying to win a championship, although Rivera is looking very good here on this final lap. He's got 2 or 3 car lengths, and I don't think he's going to go on the defensive right now either, although Weldon, we know, is quick. Up front by 1.1 seconds. Let's give Stephen Miller a little bit of props as he is the leader on the racetrack. Watching this battle right now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Climbing that curb through turn 7. They'll work their way to 8 one time. There's the gap right now. The Chad Dockin Racing Car Republic machine for Stephen Miller out front, and he's looked very good throughout this race. Started right there off pole, able to go up 1 spot there, settled in early, and able to get by Victor Dallin Carr. He has not been challenged since. You can see Rivera throwing it through turn number 10, 11 to make sure he's not going to lose it in 12. As they come across the line to get the checkered flag, maybe a drag race, not quite enough. Miller with the win by 1.3. Rivera 2nd, only 76 thousandths of a second back, side by side at the line for Oliver Weldon. Inside the top 10, Emery, the best mover. Oliver Weldon up 7 spots, started 10th, goes to P3, so big winner there, although Miller and Rivera very happy with their finishes But I got to think Weldon thrilled to be on the inside of row number 2 for the start of the main. Victor De Alencar still hung around, did not kind of fall apart. He was able to fight his way back up to second, but gets P4 in the end. Shea Aldrich, a mover, up from 8th to 5th. Mercado holds station in 7th. Max Taylor up 5 spots to 7th, so he's going to be in the fight as well. Vidmontien went in the other direction. He goes back to 8th, but still a front 4-row starting spot for Vidmontien. Hudson Schwartz and Chase Busalia rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're going to get set up for Steven Miller and Ernesto Rivera on the front row here in KA Junior for the final round 2 for those guys, but we'll see what happens there. Coming up next, though, we've got KA Masters here on Kart Chaser.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. More to come after this break.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Folks, back at it here at Orlando Kart Center with KA100 Master. And again, Emery Lida joining me in the booth right now as these drivers get set to go. We'll talk quite a bit about the next race we have coming up, the KA100 Seniors, which will cap things off for the essentially morning show here. We'll go into the lunch break after this and come back with 4 more pre-finals before we roll into the round 2 main events. Drivers rolling out here right now in the KA100 Master category. Really, the battle up front has been this fight between Michel Garrido and Mario Barrios. Garrido had a perfect day yesterday. Barrios, however, a couple of mechanical issues, both in the pre-final and the final, which allowed Lucas Iglesias to work his way into second overall, and Sheng Yi Wu on the factory card up into third. Only 3 drivers able to get to the end of the 24-lap main event yesterday afternoon. Michel Garrido starting on the pole alongside Mario Barrios. We'll see whether or not this fires back up again. Lucas Iglesias and Diego Rodriguez on row number 2. Luis Quinones starting 5th alongside Jesus Portillo, and then Sheng Yi Wu and Tom Gerstner. 8 drivers in the field, 4 rows. Emery, you said you didn't get a chance really to watch much of this. The battle really, essentially 2 drivers. It's going to be Garrido versus Barrios.
Yeah, I did see yesterday Barrios having a lot of technical issues, and it's interesting because Friday he looked really quick.
Yeah, he was.
And, I mean, Xander mentions it a lot on the broadcast, but kind of the inconsistencies there. You never know what you're going to get from him. But today he looked pretty good in qualifying. We'll see if he can bring the fight to Garrido.
Indeed, I expect him to kind of dial things in here right now. Hopefully they were able to figure out whatever it was mechanically that put him on the sidelines in 2 of the races. We wonder what it was, whether it was carburation. Regardless, drivers into position and getting ready to go. Green flag flying, and they are underway. Not a good start for Barrios as he's going to slot back into the 3rd position. Garrido, though, coming out of the gate strongly A 12-lapper here for KA100 Master, brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. And there's Barrios immediately down the inside of the 444 of Iglesias, so move Barrios back into second. Attacks quickly as they come out of turn number 5. But Garrido again from the pole, Emery out to the lead.
Yeah, Garrido already off to a nice start. Barrios wasted no time there, and that kart looks really dialed in here on the opening lap compared to the rest of the guys as they now come through turn number 8. Barrios, we'll see if he's going to be aggressive getting to the front. I mean, he's got about 2 car lengths to make up, but so far so good for the RPG man.
Indeed, opening lap. Drivers just kind of course, getting the heat into the tires here right now as well. Qualifying went to Garrido. He's going to try to see if he can't continue what has been thus far a perfect weekend. Qualified on pole, won the pre-final and the final yesterday for max points, and then started the day off with another P1 in that qualifying session earlier today. Barrios trying to stay with them right now. We'll see whether or not they're able to do it. And Iglesias right there as well, at least on the opening lap. Iglesias staying right with them, and again using those drivers up front as the rabbit.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to kind of race this way when you have a rabbit. And even if there's 3-4 tenths of pace difference, just being able to have that as reference and see where you're losing, it can make the difference. And
it does.
I mean, we'll see so far. It's been so good for Iglesias. He's lost a bit more in this lap, but the front two still having a really solid pace.
They'll settle in here right now again for 12 laps of racing. We've got the KA100 Seniors coming up next to cap off the morning show here. What are your thoughts on KA100 Senior? Aiden Levy had a great run yesterday, but, man, it seems like everybody kind of stepping it up a bit here in qualifying for Sunday's action.
Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to talk to a lot of guys yesterday about the KA field. I mean, that's really intense stuff. Fenn Bailiff was up there. We saw, obviously, Levy going from 15th to 1st officially. Fernando Luque's got a lot of work to do after the mechanical DNF and qualifying. I mean, it's going to be some intense and exciting racing, and really the pre-final is going to be important just to get yourself in that front pack.
Another driver outside the top 10 in qualifying was Colin Lloyd. We know he was in the fight as well. A guy I think that really hasn't had an opportunity to do anything yet is Frankie Mossman, waiting for him to have that kind of breakout race so far.
Yeah, I mean, Mossman had a lot of good pace yesterday. I mean, unfortunately, mechanical DNF a flat tire in the final, but he'll be fast. We saw yesterday the pre-final some sketchy racing on his part, but we'll see. He had issues at happy hour, had issues in the pre-final and final yesterday, but certainly Mossman, when he hooks it up, that thing is rapid for him.
I agree. He's got that Tesaro Raceworks CRG working pretty good and had a flat tire, as Emery said yesterday, but yeah, nothing really to show for it yet for Mossman, but the outright pace is there. You hear a lot about long run pace. We talk about qualifying, but long run pace at this particular racetrack. You know, you did a lot of interviews on pit lane, Emery, and we're going to line some interviews up here as well as KA100 Senior rolls in. But man, you had a lot of guys talking about, hey, I can be fast, but is my long run pace good, right? Am I able to handle the way this track is kind of evolving throughout the day?
Yeah, so of all the tracks that we go to on the national circuit, I think Orlando might have the most sort of, first off, the track change from one part of the day to the next, but also the tire wear combined with that. So what you get in qualifying is completely different than a 22-lap main event, and that's everywhere, but especially here with the track evolution and the fact that you have just so much wear on the tires. I really do think even in KA you're seeing up to a second worth of tire fall off. So, I mean, it's an intense race for these guys. I think, a lot of guys just – they struggle with it. So we'll see how it goes today, but certainly it's going to be interesting to watch.
So you can see some guys who qualify really well because they've got that, one lap pace. They can get in a 4-lap qualifying session and knock the lap out, but can they hold on to it over the long run? We see some of the drivers move, further deep in the field, and some guys who start outside the top 10 have got that long run, and we see them kind of come to the forefront over the laps, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps of a main event.
Yeah, certainly. I look at a guy like Vinny Miskelis yesterday, and he had kind of the example of the 1-lap pace, but over the course of a race, lacked a little bit of time. Noah Rosser, again, really fast in qualifying into the starter races, but kind of had to hang on for dear life in the pre-final and final. Flip side, though, Fenn Bailiff came through the field. We saw, obviously, Mossman was able to work his way up to the front. Like, all of that stuff, Braden Robertson as well.
Agreed.
So, you're going to have comers and goers. I really think it can change day to day. It's not necessarily an indictment on the driver, but it could easily just be a setup or whatnot.
Well, 100% changing day to day when we eventually do get to the pre-final for X30 Senior. Can you believe what we saw at a Speed Concepts Racing? They were outside the top 5, outside the top 7 pretty much in the main event. But, man, they come out of the gate, make some changes with, Mike and Alex Speed sitting down and said, hey, what are we going to do with our drivers? All the feedback coming, and they ended up going 1, 2, 3. They got to be really pleased. Again, that is 1-lap pace in qualifying. Do they have the race pace to continue it when we go pre-final and final racing, right? That's the question.
Yeah, you look at yesterday, they were up to half a second off in the final. And so to find half a second overnight, that is crazy. And like we mentioned earlier, they made a lot of changes, but still, it just shows one day you can change so much in the sport. And for them to get a 1, 2, 3, for Norberg to be back in 9th, Turney in 11th. I mean, his lap did get compromised, but still 11th for Turney, 9th for Norberg. Even Harley Keel all the way back in 7th aboard the Sodi. Like, those guys were all the way at the front yesterday. They're going to have a little bit of work to do here in the pre-final.
Agreed. And that's going to be fun. It's going to make the pre-final really exciting to watch. We'll, of course, have that after the lunch break. There's your top 3 drivers here in KA100 Master as we're closing in on the halfway point now. Michelle Garrido not pulling away at all from Mario Barrios. And maybe the biggest surprise, Lucas Iglesias really dialing things in as well. He's right there, only a couple tenths of a second behind Barrios. In fact, to make that maybe 2-3 car lengths. That's the second and third place runners. Just up the road a little bit right now, Michelle Garrido for Alessandro's Racing, of course. Barrios with that national #1 plate for Rollison Performance Group on the Cosmic. And again, there is Garrido looking really strong coming out of turn number 3. Turned the fastest lap last time by 57.979 for Garrido. Barrios and Iglesias, the top 3 drivers, all turned their fastest laps here on lap number 6. Folks, we have got a chance to grab a couple drivers down on pit lane. A lot of insight coming from the KA100 race. It's getting ready to go. Let's send it down to pit lane and Kendall.
You qualified P8, but you were up front all day yesterday and then got shuffled back there then. Where's your head at going into the pre-final today?
Yeah, hopefully we can keep up the same pace as yesterday. Led a few laps, just got shuffled back, had some bad luck, got some dirt on the tires. Other than that, I think we got the pace to win this thing, so that's what I'm planning to do.
Is there a different strategy going into today to like preserve your tires or anything?
No, just put myself in a little better position on the track to keep it up front and fast.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Emery, your thoughts on that?
I mean, yesterday he had the pace at the pre-final, went from 14th to 4th in the final. We saw him overcook a couple of tries for the lead early in the race, but he was in the mix the whole entire time. And I mean, you've got to say, like, Finn, probably the most experienced, I would say, of the guys at the front in terms of running lap after lap after lap in the front of a national field. And he's got a little bit of work to do from a raw pace standpoint, but still, like, I got to say, like, he has got a ton of experience doing that. I really do think over the course of a 12-lap pre-final, you're going to see those guys have the advantage because they have that kind of experience running at the front. And, I mean, he's got a little bit of work to do from a pace standpoint, but still, I think he'll be fine here as we get ready for the pre-final.
I think you're right. I think everything plays well for Bailiff to potentially put in a good result here, as you said, and feeling very comfortable. He's got the pace he needs. He's got the experience as well. Kind of got roughed up a little bit. He was one of the guys that Fernando Luque got into. Rosser as well. I know I'd expected if they got back up to him, we potentially could have had some contact there between those two drivers because I know Luque kind of roughed up a couple of those guys, and they weren't overly happy about the contact that happened coming out of turn number 9. So look for Bailiff to be a guy who's going to be in the fight here for sure. Right now, Michelle Garrido still leading 0.7 of a second. He's held a pretty, I want to say, consistent gap over a majority of this race over Mario Barrios, who has a half a second on Iglesias. 4 laps to go in a 12-lapper. You'll see them working their way onto the straightaway. First, second, third. Big gap back to now the driver in fourth spot in Diego Rodriguez. Let's head back down to pit lane. More information here as we get set to go with KA100 Senior.
Down here with Fernando Luque, you had an incident out there in qualifying. What happened out there?
Yeah, I had a problem with the with the wires. So one of the wires tore off and the engine shut off.
Well, now you're starting all the way at the back today while you were up front all day yesterday. What's mindset going into this pre-final?
Oh, pass as many cars as possible and no crashes and no bumper.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
You know, Emery, this will be a really good show for Fernando Luque. Obviously qualified a lot better yesterday and kind of had himself right up in the middle of a fight for the entire time. Here's a young driver making his move from junior to senior, his debut weekend in the senior category. This will be a good test for him. I think being able to battle like he did with the kind of the established stars in the category yesterday. Now he's got to come from the tail of the field. I'm going to be really interested to see how cleanly he can get it done because he mentioned he's got to be fast, but he's got to take care of that front bumper as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a little bit of PTSD from yesterday with the whole bumper penalty that kind of set him off the win.
Yeah.
But regardless, I mean, Luque's going to get a lot of experience. Yesterday we saw him maybe be a little bit overambitious in the pre-final. In the final, though, he kind of channeled it in a bit better and it worked out for him. But, I mean, he's a guy, he's getting a lot of good, really good experience here. And, I mean, it's his first national weekend in the senior category. You're going to have some of those rookie moments, so to speak. But for him to be able to run up at the front, he's had so much good pace this week, and I'm excited to see what he can do here in the pre-final.
So here's the thing. He's going to start at the tail of the field. You got a prediction? Where does he get to? It's a shorter race, 12 laps. Does he get to the top 10, top 5?
I think it's 8th.
8th. We'll write that down. Emery Lida thinks Luque is going to work his way up to P8, and that's probably a good little pick. He's going to need a couple of really strong efforts early on, maybe some chaos to get himself, somewhere into the mid-pack before we get rolling over the first couple of laps, because we know there are some really good drivers outside the top 10 as well that he's going to have to contend with. Couple laps to go here for drivers in KA100 Master, and actually things have tightened up a little bit up front as Barrios continues to push. Thus far, a clean race from Mario Barrios, who did not get to the end of the race yesterday, having a mechanical issue. Had the same thing happen to him in the final as well. The gap now just under a half a second, as Barrios quicker by about 0.2 of a second on Garrido on the last lap. You wonder whether or not Garrido potentially kind of backing off a little bit here, taking care of the tires for what will be the main event. But otherwise, Garrido currently looking to keep this perfect streak going. Swept all 3 sessions yesterday, qualified on the pole, looking to maintain it and hold on to that pole position for the main here in the pre-final. Barrios, though, up on the wheel in a big way. Look at Mario really rolling here on the final lap. This will be it for these drivers. You can see Iglesias dropping off a little bit. Barrios all over it now, trying to see if he can't work his way forward. Big final lap. Hey, he could potentially attack from here.
I think he's going to be a little bit too far back, though.
And not a good run out of turn number 9 at all.
Yeah, that's weird. It's 2 laps in a row. He did that coming out of the final quarter last time, and this time out of turn number 9. Just unfortunate for him.
So Garrido potentially challenged by Barrios, but it does not happen. The front row maintains itself. As again, Garrido will start alongside Barrios. That's a 12-lapper in the books. Half a second the gap between first and second. Lap 7, the best lap for Mario Barrios. So the speed is there. Pace for the RPG driver, 57.972. Iglesias comes across the line in third. Diego Rodriguez finishes fourth. Shengyi Wu on fifth. Jesus Portillo, Luis Quinones, and Tom Gerstner rounding out the 8 drivers in the field. There's your unofficial results for KA100 Master, brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. Emery, one more race still to go. And I think we're hearing engines firing already. Indeed they are. There's the grid, folks, getting set to go. KA100 Senior. This should be a barn burner. There's guys outside the top 10 who are going to be itching to get themselves a better starting spot as they roll off. I got to think the first couple of laps are going to be pretty hectic.
Yeah, it always is in KA. I mean, you got these group of guys up at the front. I mean, Aiden Levy, he's kind of more on the refined, mature side of racecraft, so I'm not too worried about him, but certainly you get outside the top 3 or 4. It's a lot of guys that feel like they should be up there. And when you have that mixed with some more conservative guys at the front, usually leads to some chaos in a couple laps.
It. So Emery Lida is expecting some chaos. I think we all are, folks. This is going to be an interesting opening lap, and we'll hope that cooler heads prevail, because obviously if you make a mistake here in the pre-final, you really put yourself behind the 8 ball. And again, a big field of drivers here in KA100 Senior, 28 in total. Not the 40 we've seen in years past, but 28 set to go here in KA100 Senior, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Our final race of the morning before we head into the lunch break. Aiden Levy, yesterday's winner, starting on the pole. The number 90 Kart Republic for Team Tarp. He's on the inside. Noah Rosser looking for that first big Pro Tour win. He'll be on the outside in the GWR, number 932. Vinny Miskelis, who qualified well. Can he have race pace here? Emery Lida wonders on that situation. He'll start third. Josh Campbell on the outside of row number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Henry Wheeler and Payne Phillips, 2 guys with a lot of pace. They're starting row number 3. Cade Martin with his best run of the weekend. He'll start 7th alongside Finn Bailiff, who we talked to on the grid. Braden Robertson and Brett Rivetta round out your top 10. And down through the rest of the grid, I mean, you guys got guys like Anthony Rivera and Frankie Mossman, Colin Lloyd, all starting outside the top 10 and all had race-winning pace yesterday.
Yeah, and those 2 guys we're watching for, potentially Lloyd, potentially Mossman, to make things interesting. And whether or not Fernando Luque can get up there, they're going to have to go. He's going to have to go through a Mossman. He's going to have to go through a Lloyd. Further back on the outside of row 7, Caden Bell, Zach Meyer, and Jordan Hernandez on row number 8. Row 9 will have Lydia Small and Brian Garcia. And row number 10, Seamus McKendry and Joseph Botting. Botting has shown speed on the day or on the weekend, but has not been able to capitalize as of yet. And again, deep in the field, Fernando Luque starting in 28. Field set, and we're underway here in the pre-final. And Levy very nicely through turn number 1 and 2. And we are underway as they work their way over to turn number 4. Big look down the inside for that number 9-12 of Vinny Miskelis. Better for him to settle in, because the chaos, of course, happening outside that top 5. Get a good jump from the outside of those rows and get settled in. No need to get too aggressive on the opening laps. You see Mossman right there. He's on the throttle, as is Colin Lloyd as well. We'll look to find out where Fernando Luque ends up after the opening circuit. But Emery, a really good start for Aiden Levy. Really handled things the opening couple of corners.
Yeah, certainly. It was really calm and smooth outside of inside the top 5. Beyond that, a little bit of chaos back there with a few of the CRG boys. You got Brandon Robertson and Frankie Mossman both having decent opening laps as Miskelis goes a bit wide out of the final corner. But yeah, refined opening lap, pretty smooth for their standards.
Indeed, those drivers in the back, we talked about the fact that a couple of CRG pilots maybe having to be maybe a little more aggressive on the opening circuit. You don't want to let the leaders pull away, especially if you're trying to drastically improve your start spot. Vinny Miskelis in that number 912 has worked his way into second. Here's Josh Campbell going at it pretty aggressively as well. As that Rosser, I believe, on the inside. Yeah, Rosser and Campbell kind of going side by side at turn number 4. Campbell wisely kind of backing out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Campbell, yesterday he struggled a bit for pace, but he was able to kind of be patient and get himself a good result as he goes to the inside of Rosser here in turn number 8. Turns out a good move to make a better one, and he gets himself up into 4th.
And hey, that's a bit of the maturity, right? Hey, I wasn't able to get the job done here, but there's going to be another shot at it. 2 or 3 more on that lap. If you're faster, it's sometimes better to settle back in. Rosser now will tuck back in behind him, and if indeed Campbell's quicker in that RPM machine, why not just work with them and try to work your way forward? Here comes lap number 2 in the books, and Aiden Levy in that Kart Republic has been looking good all weekend long. A spin yesterday with some dirt on the racetrack put him deeper in the field. He was able to fight back and eventually got the win, having finished second on the racetrack thanks to a pushback bumper penalty for Fernando Luque, who had actually won on the racetrack in his debut. We'll have a quick look to see where he ends up getting on the opening circuit. 28th up into 21st. For me, 2 laps in, 7 spots. That's pretty solid for Luque.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit, if you wanted to get in the top 5, that's a little bit too slow, but still a solid start for him nonetheless. As Finn Bailiff to the inside of Peyton Phillips gets the job done in turn number 8. He'll move up to 5th. So a strong start for Finn. He mentioned earlier about making some changes, and so far so good for the Turney karting group pilot.
Indeed, and the drivers up front not fighting. So again, that's not playing into the hands of Luque at all, is it? He needs those guys to be going wheel to wheel every lap. Last time by, actually, we'll wait for them to come back around. We'll give you a top 10 rundown as they come across the line. Levy looking good again. It was about a half a second last time. A little more, 0.7 of a second lead over Miskelis. Henry Wheeler's worked his way up to 3rd. Josh Campbell goes purple last time by for lap 3. He's P4. Finninga Bailiff up 3 spots already, 8th to 5th on lap number 3. Peyton Phillips holding station in 6th. Noah Rosser 7th. Braden Robertson 8th. And Brett Rivetta in 9th. Frankie Mossman up a couple of spots. He and Colin Lloyd working their way forward. Both those drivers turning their best lap times. In fact, significantly quicker than Brett Rivetta in 9th. So watch for Mossman and Lloyd to try to get in there. And again, back to Luque up into 19th right now. So 2 more spots on lap number 3. Luque maybe not into P5, but a top 10 I don't think out of the question.
Yeah, certainly. And Luque's already off to a nice start. 9 spots in 3 laps. Pretty solid for him. Peyton Phillips there was able to get by Finn Bailiff a couple of corners ago, and then Noah Rosser as well, letting himself back. So now Finn's starting to slide back a little bit. And up at the front, it looks like Vinny Miskelis kind of struggling a little bit to match the pace of the guys around him as Josh Campbell goes purple right behind him, Levy a couple tenths quicker in the front. So we'll see. He might come under fire here over the next lap or so from Campbell and Henry Wheeler in 4th.
Obviously key, Emery talking about the fact in discussions that he had with Vinny Miskelis that the 1-lap pace was strong, but does he have the long run? And here's the battle right now as he's really having to fight it out here with Josh Campbell. Campbell looking really good. The move to the inside. Campbell, that's the inside of turn number 6. Miskelis all a bunch of wheel trying to hold on. Nice pass there for Campbell. Kind of forced the issue in turn 6. We have not seen a lot of passes there, Emery, but that was a nice move. Kind of forced the issue, as I said, but a great pass in turn number 6.
Yeah, we saw a lot more of it at USPKS, a lot more kind of passes on the inside of turn number 6 in that sweeper. And, I mean, now Miskelis knows he's got to find some more paces. Wheeler dives it to the inside into that last hairpin and gets the job done for 4th. So Wheeler tried to follow through on Campbell. Was tough to get 1, let alone 2 in that sweeper, but now Wheeler's got it into the speed number 3.
The reason why I love that pass in 6 is if you've got the guy kind of hung out to dry a little bit, you're going to get that better run through 6 through 7, and really you're allowed to run a really good racing line through turn 8. There's a good possibility that you're going to stretch some gap down into turn number 9 because that driver on the outside of 6 is really got to pedal it coming through there to get back to where he needs to be on the racetrack. So if you can get that job done in 6, you're probably giving yourself a little bit of cushion, a bit of breathing room down into turn number 9.
Yeah, certainly. It's a big part of KA racing. We see Peyton Phillips down into turn number 8, and Rosser's going to try to follow him through, not get the job done. But for Phillips, it's just trying to get as much as he can. Mescal's going to fight back here. He knows the pace isn't quite there. He's trying to hang on as long as he can. Rosser dives it, cannot make it stick there on Peyton Phillips. But certainly, like you mentioned, like just trying to understand in these KA races how to sort of break up the momentum of the guy around you. That can be as important as simply getting as much momentum for yourself too. Like it's kind of a balance between easy overtakes and overtakes that are really going to hurt the opposition.
And it's super hard to complete that pass on the inside at turn number 8 when you roll back onto the straightaway. You can make the move to the inside, but if the driver's there, it's such an easy over-under to get a better run down the straightaway into turn number 9.
Speaking of over-unders, Mescalis continues to just fight for all it's worth. He's going defensive here. He's already passed Phillips twice on this lap alone. Like he is fighting off this group and it's bringing a lot of guys into it, including Brandon Robertson on the CRG, who's rolled up at the back of this 4-cart pack.
I love the fact that Mescalis not giving up at all. I don't think he has near the fastest car up front there at all. I think he's probably more of like maybe an 8th, 9th, 10th place car right now in terms of speed, but he has elbows up like crazy. Here comes, I believe, is that Robertson?
It's Rosser.
That's Rosser.
Oh, Phillips and Mescalis into the barrier there, and that is a case of Vinny Mescalis just trying a little bit too hard to follow through. That's disaster for both. Look at the guys inside the top 5.
Oh, man, they were not happy at all there. Peyton Phillips and Mescalis getting together. And we'll watch them run to the tail of the field. Tough one for them. We'll see how far back they fall. Obviously, for Phillips, he was way down out of the power band. Fights his way back. 14th coming back across the line. And hey, listen, all that action. A couple of free passes there for Fernando Luque from 28th up to 12th right now with 5 to go.
Gotta say, I'm feeling decent about my 8th place position. It's going to be close, but I mean, at this point, he's picking him off 2-3 a lap with the attrition as well. But yeah, Mescalis, we saw it the lap before. Really aggressive defense. It's great when it works, but when it doesn't, it's oftentimes going to end up in tears.
And that particular part of the racetrack coming out of 9, we saw that's where Luque kind of used up a couple of guys. If you're on the inside there, you can really push a guy off the racetrack on that side. The barrier's right there. We saw those 2 drivers, and there's a driver going around as well. That's the 996, a little bit deeper in the field, going around Brian Garcia, and he's going to lose a bunch of spots. 4 more drivers. We're going to see Garcia, I believe, fall to the tail of the field after that spin in turn number 9. Tough one for him. As we're watching now a little further up in the field there, that is, I believe, the 925 of Fernando Luque. Again, he has worked his way now up potentially. It's not 12th. I think he's a little bit higher than 12th. He's getting ready to go to work on Caden Bell. Then after that, a couple seconds up the road to Finnegan Bailiff. Here is Mossman. Mossman going at it with Colin Lloyd. Remember, both those drivers starting outside the top 10. They've got themselves now up into 6th and 7th. So really good job for both those drivers outside the top 10 in qualifying. But their head is down. They've got, I believe, Brian Robertson up the road as well. So 6th and 7th looking pretty good. Mossman in the CRG and the magic cart for Colin Lloyd.
Yeah, certainly not quite as spectacular a pre-final as Mossman had yesterday where he went from 9th to 1st in 2 laps. But he's been mature. He's been able to kind of just slowly get himself through the field, and now he'll be in a solid spot for the final. And really, I mean, it's good for all of the top 7, I would say, would be happy with their positions. I mean, you got Brandon Robertson also making up a few spots. Josh Campbell, Henry Wheeler getting themselves into the top 3. Obviously, Aiden Levy's not going to turn down a pole. Like, all of them, I think, are going to be happy with where they're at. It's really the guys like Mescalis and Phillips that are the big losers from this pre-final.
Yeah, that was tough for those 2 drivers getting together coming out of turn number 9. We'll have 2 laps to go when they get back around here. Levy is the leader. Campbell runs in 2nd. Wheeler in 3rd. Rosser 4th. Robertson in 5th spot, Mossman 6th, Lloyd 7th, Kane Martin 8th, Anthony Rivera 9th, and Finnegan Bailiff rounding out the top 10. You wonder some of the shakeups that we've had. Campbell up a couple of spots, Wheeler, Rosser down 2, Robertson up 4, Mossman up 6, Lloyd up 6. So a number of drivers capitalizing here as we're watching this fight, and there's Luque. Luque's been able to get another spot. I think he's went by Caden Bell.
And Finn, too. I think Finnegan Bailiff has an issue here. He's been about 2 seconds off the pace the last couple laps, and not sure maybe a flat tire there, but he's dropped way back, and that's unfortunate for a guy that was in the top 5 on the early part of this race.
Indeed, he was up in the fight and is falling down the order now into the 12th position for Finnegan Bailiff. 2 laps remaining. Luque up into the 10th spot. 3.4 seconds back. 18 position improvement for Luque to the outside of row number 5. Potentially here for the main event. Not quite to the P8 that Emery had thought about, but all it takes is a little more contact up front, and he's going to find himself in that position of P8.
I'm not giving up on the prediction just yet, but
regardless
though, Luque has had a good race. I think it's been smart, it's been mature, and I think after the pre-final yesterday where I think a few guys were a little bit upset with the way that he drove, I think for him to come back and from what we've seen drive just a completely clean, but also aggressive and assertive pre-final. It's a good step in his growth and maturation.
And Emery, if he indeed has no pushback bumpers, something he talked about in the interview, right? If he's able to keep clear and have that pushback bumper taken care of, that would be a really successful race. From 28th up into 10th, took care of the front bumper as well while making all those overtakes. That'll be a big run here for Luke Kay, who I think could potentially win from 10th position as well. We know what kind of action we see in this KA100 class, but let's now key on this driver here on the final circuit here. Aiden Levy in that number 990 has been unbelievably impressive. A really kind of a soft-spoken, more understated driver, not talking more about his achievements. Great run yesterday. Here's that battle for second as the fight continuing here. Josh Campbell, Henry Wheeler going at it. But again, here we go. Rolling. That's for third, rather, with Wheeler, Rosser, and Robertson. Here they are, the fight there. Rosser goes back into the third spot. Rosser goes back to third. Wheeler into fourth. Stack them up behind with Braden Robertson, Frankie Mossman. Little bit of a bump and run potentially there. Here comes the winner. Levy will come across the line with the victory. Josh Campbell, a really good run to second. And here's the fight for third coming across the line. Rosser ends up getting P3 on that final lap. Good job for him. Henry Wheeler gets in fourth. Robertson fifth. Frankie Mossman and Colin Lloyd from outside the top 10 end up in 6th and 7th. They'll be happy with that, I think. Kane Martin finishes in 8th spot. 9th is Anthony Rivera. And all the way from the tail of the field, did you see the unofficial results here? Fernando Luque, 28th up to 10th. You can win from there for sure. His fast lap, less than a 10th off of Aiden Levy. So I think the main event's going to be a ton of fun to watch. We had issues, of course, for Finnegan Bailiff and Vinny Miskellis. Both those drivers were up front at one point in the top 5. They fall outside the top 10. Issues, as we know, with Miskellis and Peyton Phillips, but Luke Kay, impressive. Let's talk about him first, and let's wrap things up with Aiden Levy.
Yeah, certainly. For Luke Kay, again, the mature drive to just slowly get through the field, but he did it cleanly. He did it, from what we know, without any major contact. So good for him, certainly there. And then on Aiden Levy's front, I mean, what can you say? This has been probably the most dominant race that we've seen him have. And he'll have to back it up at the final. Obviously, guys like Josh Campbell up there. We'll see Frankie Mossman with a little bit more track position. But, I mean, good start to the day for Levy. And I think it's great for him to be able to get that experience just running up at the front, clicking off laps. We know that he can battle and run in that top 5 pack. But for him to just dominate a race like this was super impressive.
Yeah, the pace he showed, of course, at the Winter Series was really impressive. Was able to get victories there. And then to be able to come here right now, the win yesterday, the momentum here as well. With his qualifying pace and, of course, winning in this pre-final. Very great run there for Aiden Levy. So it's Levy, Campbell, Rosser, Wheeler, and Robertson, the top 5, and good runs for Frankie Mossman and Colin Lloyd to work their way again into the top 10. In fact, the top 7 for both of those drivers. So, folks, that wraps up our morning session here. We're going to be back live at 12:35 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, 4 more pre-finals still to come. Then we'll roll into the 8 main events for round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, of course, all live here on Kart Chaser. We'll cap things off. Lunch break for the staff, lunch break for all the SuperKarts USA crew as well. Make sure to come back and join us. 12:35 scheduled start time for the afternoon races, 4 pre-finals, and, of course, 8 main events. On behalf of everyone from Kart Chaser, Emery Lada beside me here right now, my name's Rob Howden. Bye for now.
The lunch break is over. It's time for nonstop racing all the way through to the end of the day here live from Orlando for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour second round of the championship. We had the first 4 classes on the rotation run their pre-finals before the lunch break. Now we get to the second half of the roster. The Evenco Tires mini Swifts onto the racetrack here. Of course, Xander Clements here in the booth alongside me, Rob Howden, the voice of SuperKarts USA and eKartingNews.com. And in a 42-driver mini Swift grid here today, a few new faces towards the front. We've got Kai Johnson, of course. He was competitive yesterday in the 157 on the pole. Troy Ferguson, big turnaround from yesterday here. Obviously had problems in that main event, but really just, didn't really get into that lead group at any point throughout the day. But the Bennick driver, probably benefiting from being able to bounce off of his teammates like Kai Johnson, is going to make up the other half of the front row.
You know, the great thing was we came out of a fantastic KA100 Senior heat race, and then right here at the lunch break, right back into what's probably going to be just as an exciting kind of pre-final as well. But you're right, Troy Ferguson sitting down, of course, with the team at Bennick, looking at Kai Johnson's data. Okay, here's what we've got. So they're on the front row. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito stepping up as well a little bit here. Fianchi as well. Travis Pettit holding station. He was a part of the battle, ended up getting to second yesterday. Good qualifying for him as well, moves him into the top 3 rows. So indeed, a number of new drivers, but again, Kai Johnson back once again, coming off the victory from yesterday.
Well, here we come onto the front straightaway for the 2 of them. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito, like you said, Fianchi, and then all the way down through the top 10. Big turnaround today for Luca Popescu. He gets a much easier starting spot for this pre-final, but it's 42 cars in total headed down to turn number 1. Kai Johnson, Troy Ferguson into the box, and we get on the power here. A good start on the inside for Kai Johnson and for Antonio Pizzogna-Nito, who will follow through into second. Fianchi slots into third, and Troy Ferguson here in his highest starting mini start, to my knowledge, is going to get shuffled back at least to fourth. He'll go low to block into turn number 4.
Indeed, a great start there for Kai Johnson. Really managed and controlled the speed coming into the tram lines. And once he was able to punch off slow enough, he was able to kind of look around, see how many guys he's got around him, and was super clean coming through turn 1 and 2. So off to a tremendous start. As we said, driver started third, falling back a couple of spots. Troy Ferguson, but doing a good job early. Here's a pass a little deeper in the field. The number 111 making a move early. The 111 making a move early. That's from deeper in the field. Who's the one left? Tristan Murphy started 12th all the way up into the lead group here.
Yeah, heck of a start for the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart driver. Moved Tristan Murphy up to 7th, getting around Luca Popescu there. Just up the road, you've got this pack of 3 here, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Marco Romero with the yellow gloves at the back. Travis Pettit in the middle, Troy Ferguson in 4th, and then a breakaway forming up front here because Kai Johnson and Antonio Pizzogna-Nito, they've hooked up, and they've already pulled about a half-second margin back to Fianchi.
Again, one of the interesting things for this qualifying run is we have a move for the lead now. Big move down the inside for that number 173 of Pizzogna-Nito. He takes over the lead in turn number 4, but Tristan Murphy, Marco Romero, those were the 2 drivers that were out front with Kai Johnson in essentially a breakaway pack. Of course, Travis Pettit, Nash Shamoon, that whole crew closed up at the very end, but they qualified outside the top 10, so work to do to get themselves back into a place where they could potentially be back in the lead pack, as the only constant from yesterday's main event to this pre-final right now is Kai Johnson.
One driver who did not have a good start here, the biggest loser, it looks like, in the top 10 has been Ashton Woon in the 195. Again, we're going back to qualifying, how we talked about him yesterday. So much speed, ran down the leaders, tracked down a podium at the end. Thought his day would start a little better with a top 5 qualifying effort. He's down in 9th right now, so it's work to be done for Ashton Woon back in P9, just ahead of Royce Vega, who also had a rougher start, fell back a couple of positions. That time by, new fast lap holder, it is going to be Marco Romero, and oh my goodness, did he put a burner together. Nearly a second faster than Kai Johnson and Antonio Pizzogna. Granted, they were passing, and they're continuing to do so. Fianchi and Pizzogna now trading second, with Johnson getting a little further away, but Marco Romero, Troy Ferguson hauling the mail. They've already arrived on the scene here to make it 5 cars near the front of the field.
Yeah, we had a bit of a 3-driver breakaway with Johnson, Pizzogna-Nito, and Shee, but man, very quickly, Troy Ferguson and Marco Romero right there here on lap number 3 to close back up to make it at least 5 drivers in the lead group, although Kai Johnson seeing he can't pull away a little bit here. Not quite enough, But again, there's your top 5. Then we go back to Tristan Murphy, who's got a great start there in that number 111. Started, I think, back in 11th spot, worked his way up to 6th already. We keyed on a pass for Murphy over in turn number 8 a lap ago. So Murphy now to 6th, Ashton Woon 7th, Travis Pettit 8th, Royce Vega 9th, and Luca Popescu now into the top 10. Just outside the top 10, a 4-position improvement. Rocco Simone, the Canadian, now up into 11th.
New fast time holder Tristan Murphy back there just coming into frame a little bit on the 111 machine, closing into the top 5 as we see now Ferguson taking over 3rd, gets around Antonio Pizzogno. Marco Romero going to follow, and a 1-2 Bennett punch puts them to 3rd and 4th. Antonio Pizzogno looked to the outside, then quickly realized Tristan Murphy was going to get by him, so he tucked back in line there to 5th.
Indeed, Fionn Shi right on the rear bumper of Kai Johnson trying to push away, and there's the move again for Tristan Murphy on a bit of a roll right now. Went purple last time by, so this kart very good out of the gate for Murphy as he has moved up a bunch of spots, as we said, believing into 5th position now. Yeah, indeed, P5 for Tristan Murphy. There's the lead group. 2 drivers kind of stretching away a bit here. Kai Johnson, yesterday's winner, holding on to the point. But Fionn Shi, solid run in the number 153 right now. Locked and loaded. Hey, this is smart, too. Why not grab a hold of the driver who was able to run up front and win the race yesterday? Let's see if we can't pull away and go 1-2 in this pre-final.
Yeah, let's see here as they go through turn number 3 down to 4. Fionn Shi's been playing this one as smart as possible, but I still think that Troy Ferguson and company are going to hunt them down. So at what point does he go back around him? Because last time by, even with Ferguson making a pass, was only a 1/10 of a second slower than the duo. He's still only 7/10 back. Kai Johnson's teammates are on the way, and Fionn Shi is going to be outnumbered in a sea of blue and orange here really fast.
And you got to watch out. Fionn Shi in those Tony Kart colors. The white and green pushing Kai Johnson down the line. I think he may have heard you, Xander. He's going to take a move to the inside to get that pass done over in turn number 9. Indeed, Fionn Shi has worked his way up front, but look at the Bennecks coming from there. It is 2, 3, and 4 for Team Benneck. Fionn Shi, though, out front right now as we're closing in on the halfway point. A 10-lap pre-final for the cadet categories, 12 for the remainder of the classes. So once they get back around, right now, lap number 5 goes in the books halfway. It's Shi, Johnson, Ferguson, and Murphy. Then we've got Marco Romero running P5. Ashton Woon goes purple from 6th. He said he fell back a bit early on the podium yesterday. Ashton Woon, purple here on lap number 5. He'll go 6th ahead of Antonio Pizzogno, Travis Pettit, Royce Vega, and Rocco Simone now into the top 10.
Yeah, here they come through turn number 6 now. You can see all 3 fit into frame. Last time by, Troy Ferguson was quick. Ashton Woon even quicker again. And Woon is almost there to Romero, Antonio Pizzogno, and then you go back. Travis Pettit, Royce Vega, Rocco Simone even. There hasn't been a lot of midfield fighting to let this lead pack go away. I mean, the leaders haven't been fighting too much either, but everyone's just kind of staying relatively close together. And so when they do fight for the lead, when Troy Ferguson arrives on the scene here, it could all of a sudden become a lot more cars in this lead pack. As they head down the front stretch now, you can see 5 of them all still relatively close. 4 to go, 6 down. Fionn Shi, at this moment, I believe his first laps led at a U.S. National. So very impressive for the Super Tuned Tony Kart driver.
And we'll see what happens with Kai Johnson. This young driver here is always just so poised, right? He's obviously lined up to win some races here this year. Very talented young driver out of Gulfport, Florida, running for Team Benneck. He's got his drivers there right with him, as we said, Troy Ferguson right there as well. And, again, everybody ready to kind of dial things in for the second half of this one. Fionn Shi, though, went to the lead very purposely. Got himself up into P1. A good move to the inside, almost on cue, as Xander had said he better watch out for the Bennett crew coming up behind their driver, Kai Ferguson. You can see that Marco Romero, one of the other Bennecks, dropping back to P5 as Tristan Murphy continues to work forward. Again, he was part of that lead trio yesterday in the main event, Xander, but again, all that action in the final circuit pushed him outside the top 3 and off the podium. But the qualifying didn't go the way he wanted, outside the top 10, but he's got himself back into contention here, P4.
Yeah, very much so into contention here as he closes on up down to 4. It's either Ferguson going or Murphy, I feel like. No, neither one going to go in 4. Marco Romero still there. Let's see about turn 5. Looks like Tristan Murphy's been following Troy Ferguson's progress, and he wants to make him be the one to make a move first, knowing how quick the 140 machine has been. Ashton Woon, that time by, reset the fast lap. No, Murphy likes this spot here. That's a lot of times we've seen the 111 go by in turn 8.
Indeed, a good move. He really is able to transition nicely through in turn number 7. And really the key is to be able to rotate the karts to be able to get enough forward bite and motion coming out of turn number 8. We've seen lots of guys make the move there, but they get over-undered very quickly and end up losing 1, maybe 2 spots on the run down to turn number 9. Murphy's been able to get that kart to rotate right at the apex and really get out of that corner well. And again, able to hold off Troy Ferguson as the big run down. So move Tristan Murphy now up into the 3rd position as he's pushing hard to close up on this lead group. And there's contact there out of turn number 9. At least one driver off the racetrack. Looks to be the 169. They've gone off track. Trying to figure out who that is. Wow, that is Mattheus Morgado. Morgado off over in turn number 9. Contact happened coming out of that corner. We've seen a number of drivers get together there. Someone on the inside pushing out a little too much. Laps winding down, though, folks. We'll see the white flag next time by, and we got ourselves a battle. Fianchy covering down the inside of turn number 8. Here we go. Xander down the back straightaway. It's about to get interesting here in Mini Swift.
Yeah, lap and a half to go. She goes center track to block. Ferguson on the outside. Tristan Murphy, everyone stacking up off just one corner of defensive driving with Ashton Woon at the back of the line. Let's see what the final turn looks like. She goes low. Murphy follows, pushes him forward to get by Kai Johnson, and Tristan Murphy is now up 9 spots, coming to the white flag. She's going to go low. Murphy goes even lower and gets through the lead into turn number 1, and Johnson will find a gap as well to get through, or at least side by side for second. Fianchy back to P2 through 3.
Nice job for Fianchy to hold him off, because you can see Kai Johnson kind of climbed up over top of the curbing at turn number 1 to take the spot. He goes back to P3 right now. He's got to think about running a bit defensive, but what a drive it's been right now for Tristan Murphy as he's gone to P1. Fianchy in second, and here's the battle here as well. Is that Ashton Woon potentially now up to P4, Xander?
Indeed, Ashton Woon looking on Kai Johnson. Wants third, going to take third, but he caught in a little bit too hot there in turn number 8. And he's going to get crossed up down the long back straightaway. So as we go down into turn number 9, he's going to have 2 karts down the inside. Johnson as well as Ferguson, and Marco Romero is going to go as well, and all of that progress falls all the way back. Even Royce Vega has slipped up there into the lead group. But nonetheless, what a run forward. 10 spots gained. Tristan Murphy, Mini Swift pre-final winner.
Talk about flexing your muscles after qualifying outside the top 10. Tristan Murphy, impressive. Gets himself up from 11th to P1. Solid drive all the way through, a methodical performance as he attacks throughout the entire race. Tristan Murphy ends up going to P1, 0.3 of a second quicker than Fianchy across the line. Fianchy doing a good job as well right there, up a couple of spots. Kai Johnson, who started pole, not able to capitalize. There's a lot of racing going on for the last couple of laps. Luckily able to hold off both his teammates, Troy Ferguson and Royce Vega, as well as Marco Romero. Ashton Woon, who had worked his way up to potentially go into P3, kind of got shuffled out there at the end of the back straightaway. Tried to make a move to the inside of turn number 8, but kind of got freight trained down into 9, ends up P7.
Yeah, so up and down final lap for Ashton Woon. Travis Pettit, not a great start, not a bad race, but maybe not a great race either. Ends up 8th. Antonio Pizzonia-Nito falls all the way down to 9th there. Really struggled, Antonio did, for speed. He was a good bit off where he was in qualifying. And Rocco Simone, Martin Jaramillo, both up 5 spots to the top 10. We'll go to commercial break here. When we come back, X30 Junior, presented by the Rolison Performance Group, is coming your way.
And again, back here at Orlando Kart Center as we are kind of wrapping things up for the pre-finals. Back, of course, after the lunch break. A good battle there for the drivers in Mini Swift Xander. We saw a bunch of drivers work their way forward. And again, one of the drivers just struggled a little bit, not terribly, but a little bit in qualifying, not turning the lap times expected. Tristan Murphy, man, dialed things up and showed really well. Can start on the pole position for the main event this afternoon.
Just got an update here from SuperKarts USA officials, Tony. We are going to be cutting the laps of the main events by 2 laps just to stay adjusted on the time schedule. So that's going to, I think, be something probably welcomed by a lot of the drivers, how hot it's been today. I mean, it is a scorcher weekend here in April in Central Florida. So that means it'll be 18 laps for, I believe, Mini Micro. I think 20 instead of 22 for the full size. And, oh, no. Oh, man, we have had one driver just absolutely pile drive the outside retaining wall over in turn number 9. I'm not sure who that is. We'll get an ID in a moment here. It looks like someone did not have brakes coming out of pit lane.
And that was literally just rolling on track for the first time down. Cold tires coming down into turn number 9 through that corner. And that's not even through the – yeah, indeed. That was, coming through the corner. That's them coming back across the line. So, just coming in there, and that driver has gone off the racetrack. So, ideally – man, hopefully everybody's okay there. But, man, will you never –
looks like driver is okay here. So we do have on our other camera not being shown that the driver is up. All right. We're going to be good to go green here. But that was a heavy, heavy impact. Wow. They got to kind of reset that wall a little bit before we come around and race in case someone else goes off in that hairpin corner. But
that'll catch you off guard. That's for sure.
Yeah. So we'll switch to that shot here in a second and show you who we got over there. That looks to be – that is Grayson Greaves. In the 705, a slated start 17th. So Grayson Greaves up and okay, but probably got the wind knocked out of him because that looked like a hard impact the way that he ended up in that thing.
Just having some trouble coming through turn number 9, those cold tires. Otherwise, everybody resetting here right now. Max Taylor, strong run and qualified on the pole alongside Oliver Weldon. So watch for those 2 drivers to battle out early here. Teddy Musella and Jackson Wolney on row number 2.
Here they come down the front straightaway as we get set to start this one. Max Taylor, Oliver Weldon, as you mentioned here, with Musella Molney, and then Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller on row 3. Diego Ardiles, Caleb Campbell, row 4. Anthony Martella, Nathan Dupuy, your top 10. We're green down to turn number 1. Max Taylor's got a whole field shoving him through turn 1 and 2. He'll hold on to the lead, and what a jump over the curb. Oliver Weldon will not be denied today. He hangs on to second as they go to the low side in 4.
And Weldon, the driver right now, surrounded by the RPG colors. He'll low line down into turn number 5. This is going to allow Taylor to get a bit of a breathing room coming out here on the opening lap. Teddy Musella looking over his shoulder, realizing he's got Rivera right behind him, just pointing forward. Let's go to work here right now. No need to fight whatsoever. They'll come through turn number 8. There's your lead right now for Max Taylor. Oliver Weldon on the LN kart running in that second spot. Behind him is Musella. And then third is, I believe, Rivera. Fourth, Jackson Wolney.
Pass back there at the top of the screen was Diego Ardiles going by for 6th on Stephen Miller. So change just outside the top 5. But impressive stuff from Oliver Weldon here to be able to run in the mix with the Ralston Performance Group Cosmics. Yesterday here, the speed was definitely not there in the X30. It was good in the 100cc for Oliver. Today, kind of a turnaround in the X30 class, being able to be as competitive as he is. But he's got the door wide open, and here comes some visitors. Teddy Musella and Ernesto Rivera down the inside for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, that's going to happen, right, Xander? Really, there's not much you can do. If guys have good speed behind you, you're trying to run that wide line, someone's going to be able to dive to the bottom. It's not always the best thing. Yeah, you're going to lose a spot, but the drivers coming into the inside are going to lose a lot of exit speed. So let's see what happens with Weldon here. Get back to work, see if he can't work his way forward. Again, they come out of turn number 8 down to turn number 9. It's RPG 1, 2, 3. Let's see what Weldon does. Wolney thinking about the inside, but checks back up.
Yeah, Weldon had a little bit of a narrower line going into turn 8, so that was I didn't expect for him to maybe get him back in 9. Might be able to get close to them in 4 if he can hang on. Little mistake there from Jackson Wolney over the curbing. Loses some time. That'll give Oliver Weldon some breathing room, and we stay single file through turns 1 and 2. So a couple of laps in right now, 2 down, 11 to go. Max Taylor is your leader on the national number 3 plate. Teddy Musella, Rivera, Weldon, Wolney, the top 5. Diego Ardiles, though, impressive enough on the 793 RPG Cosmic. Fastest on the racetrack last time by. He was quicker than Taylor by about 2/10, Rob.
Working our way through these pre-finals. The pro categories up next. Pro and Master shifter to follow this run here for X30 Junior. Then, of course, the X30 Seniors will cap off the run through the pre-finals. Then we'll go main event racing with Micro Swift. And indeed, watching these drivers put good lap times in. Diego Ardiles went purple last time by, so a really good run for Ardiles. Got good speed here early on, but again, it's a long way to go. And a bunch of his RPG teammates in front of him if he wants to make any forward advances. Let's have a look at Stephen Miller falling back into the 7th position right now. It's got to be tough for you, a guy like Stephen Miller on that Kart Republic, the Chad Dockett racing machine. His teammates down in 12th and Emma Scarborough. Really, you're running against the sea of these drivers here from RPG.
Yeah, I mean, for Stephen Miller right now, he's at least a little bit closer on speed, it looks like, than maybe yesterday. Yesterday he was trying to really get aggressive just to get around him in the early couple laps. Right now he's hanging on to the end of this lead pack to make it 7 drivers strong. He's pretty even on speed, if not a little bit slower at times, so he's not going away, but he's also not making up ground either, where, again, we saw yesterday in KA Junior how dominant he was. And then beyond him, Charlie Smith leads the next pack with Caleb Campbell and Anthony Martella. The Nash and the Speed Concepts guys trying to catch up with the rest of the RPG machines, who are now back and forth again with Oliver Weldon. Nice move there in turn number 9. We were waiting to see when he was going to make a charge back forward. Looks like Oliver's starting to finally feel a little more comfortable, and he goes and takes 3rd away.
Indeed, good run here, getting back to P3. So the march forward rekindling here for Oliver Weldon. But again, for the Rawlson Performance Group drivers, you see the obviously results of their driver development program. They got a lot of really young pilots and strong drivers in this program. All, of course, getting the coaching from guys like Ben Cooper, Danny Formal, Ryan Norberg. They got a great group of coaches there, and indeed, kind of paying off for them as well. I had a chance to talk to Mike Rawlson when I got here, and I'll have a piece for the Paddock Insider about the fact that they've been on the road for a number of days here since really last November. But in May, they're dialing things in for what is their really kind of intensive training camp that they do in May at Pat's Acres out in Portland. And again, talking about Norberg and Cooper and Formal and Luke Selleck and all the guys that are there, the pros. And that's what it's a part of this program. There's so many teams that have driver development programs, right? It's all about these learning and these young drivers getting better and better. Obviously, RPG doing a good job putting so many of their drivers here in the top 10.
Yeah, they're doing a great job getting them all rolling here today. However, they're going to start to battle, I think, in a moment. Rivera on the way, closer and closer, lap to Max Taylor. It seems like the final all over again. He was a 10th better last time by. He's a 10th away. We're going to see if we got a change in the lead coming and then start to get some intel on the upcoming Pro and Master Shifter pre-final. Rivera staying in line. He's got Oliver Weldon closing in as well. It's going to get good here in a moment. But let's go down trackside here and hear a little bit from Emery Lida on pit lane. Emery?
Thanks, guys. Here with AJ Myers. AJ, a bit of an uncharacteristic qualifying for you there, seeing you in P7. Walk me through the session from your perspective.
Just a sloppy laps on my part, put me a 10th off a second, basically, and today that was 7th place. So I think race pace will be back there. I just got to work my way forward and just see what I got for the final after that.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me strategy-wise. Obviously, the guy in pole position there put 5 tenths on the field. You were telling me before the interview, Billy had this pace the whole time. He just finally put a lap together. How are you guys going to try and attack that, knowing that he has that 1-lap pace and, if it's going to last the whole session or not?
I'm going to leave that one up to Marion and Danny for this one. Hopefully I can join them there pretty quickly. But, I mean, we just got to get in front and just stay there. That's the way we win.
Thanks, AJ.
Interesting to hear that again from the drivers. And there was a little bit of frustration in some of their voices in Pro Shifter yesterday, Rob, when we talked to them throughout. Danny especially, even winning the race, saying, man, like, we've got a really good engine, but holy moly, that 175 has us covered. So that's something probably Billy Musgrave knows, that he's so fast, they're going to do everything they can to try and jump him, get him behind them, and then block, as Danny was able to do for almost all 24 laps yesterday.
Pretty much ran the defensive line for Formal, trying to hold the line off. He's kind of doing the diamond corner to be able to kind of start that apex or start that run to the apex a lot earlier. And again, listen, Musgrave's going to start on the pole position. You and I mentioned this yesterday. There's probably nobody better in the sport right now getting off the line in terms of a hole shot than Billy Musgrave. And if he's able to put a couple in, I think he's going to be really hard to beat in the main event this afternoon, of course, and trying to get that factory kart, that American-made chassis on the top of the box in Pro Shifter. It could happen here today, but that's a long way away. Still a pre-final set to go. And indeed, up front, Max Taylor still leading. Ernesto Rivera putting a lot of pressure on. Again, still lots of laps to go. 5 more remaining in this one here. Let's head back down to pit lane for more insight on Pro Shifter.
I'm here with Giorgio Carrara. Giorgio, it's been kind of a tough weekend for you, but the qualifying, you were close, just maybe not quite close enough. How's your weekend been going so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've been working a lot during the weekend. We are testing another chassis. I bring the chassis in the plane, so we are working to improve. We closed the gap already. I mean, we were in this qualifying 1/10 from Kremers. That was P2. What Billy Musgrave did, this was too much. I mean, he put half a second to everybody. So this is the gap that we don't want. But still, I mean, I will try to do my best in this pre-final to have a good spot for the final. As I said, we've been working a lot with the team, with International Motorsport, even with Lensocar. So I want to thank them. And let's push this pre-final to have a good spot in the final. That's the goal.
All right, Giorgio Carrera will start this pre-final in a good position. We'll see what he can do from here. Back to you guys.
Indeed, everybody in that pro shifter field excited about trying to see what they can do here. But in this particular race right now, we've got some action happening as Rivera is getting aggressive. Here goes Teddy Masella now through as well. Rivera's taking the lead away. That happened about a lap ago. Taylor holds on to second, but Masella just made a move to the inside of Oliver Weldon. And there goes Max Taylor back by in turn number 4.
Yeah, so Max Taylor, remember, he was going to pretty much attack Ernesto Rivera right back at the end of that main event after losing the lead. And when he crossed him up going to turn 5, they banged wheels, and then it was a 5-car length gap, and the race was basically over. So Taylor going right back to Rivera saying, okay, I'm not going to let you get away, and I'm going to try and make sure I don't make the same mistake as yesterday where I put myself in a bad spot and let you build a margin. He knows how quick Ernesto is. As well, Oliver Weldon, kind of surprising to see him get shuffled backwards. I don't know if it was just a little backward momentum, maybe getting some dirt on the tires when Musella went by, but now he's got Stephen Miller bearing down on him and Jackson Wolney, and he again holds the fastest lap, and he was tracking down Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor both. He was the fastest car on the racetrack for a couple of laps. Now he's back down in that 5th spot, and he's going to have to fight for it here with 2 to go.
Indeed, and that's put the 4 drivers here in RPG up front. Taylor, Rivera, Masella, and Ardiles. So if they were to finish as they are on the track, it again will be the 2 front row lockouts for RPG, which will obviously put them in a great spot for that main event this afternoon, really kind of pushing some of the other drivers further back, like a Weldon, like a Miller, a little bit further back. Those are the 2 drivers who have really shown any kind of pace to battle it out here right now as they come onto the straightaway again. It's a really good run here for Max Taylor as he's trying to hold up. Here comes Rivera back to the inside. Book it. He'll get him on the inside at turn number 9. Couple laps remaining. In fact, Xander, white flag next time by.
Yeah, 1 more lap to go here at the line. Rivera is going to go a little narrow in the final corner. This is going to bring Teddy Musella into the mix. And so now, how hard do you guys want to fight for a heat race win? How bad do you want that inside lane for the final? Well, obviously, Rivera's going to defend a little there. Here they come through 3. Taylor gets a big run. Coming to 4. Looks low. Going to go way down. And oh, my goodness. They're still wheel to wheel. And a little bit of teammate argy-barginess there through 4 and 5.
Indeed. Masella took full advantage of that as Taylor tossed it down the inside. It looked to me like Rivera tried to kind of dive into the corner and covered up a little bit. Taylor almost went over, actually. Bicycled that thing up on the left side of Vinco's and was able to hold on. Final lap has allowed Teddy Masella to go to the lead, but look who's back in the fight again. Defensive run down the inside. Here comes Oliver Weldon. Watch for an over-under here. He's going to get at least 1 spot, maybe even 2, I think, coming out. Does he get 1? He may not. No. Oh, side by side. No, he's got to give it up. Thinking about an over-under again. That's them battling, I believe, with Ardiles. Up front, though, it's, I believe, going to be Masella getting the victory. Indeed, Teddy Musella gets the win. He does the over-under when Taylor and Rivera almost landed on top of each other. So Masella, Taylor, Rivera, Ardiles. They still have 4 RPGs in the top 4. Weldon not able to capitalize. But, man, Taylor had that thing bicycled up big time coming through turn number 5.
That was wild to watch there going into the hairpin there for Max Taylor going in on 2 wheels with the curb. And again, him checking his teammate, just saying, hey, like, there was a gap. I tried to go for it, and it obviously got a little bit wild. But luckily, even through the end of the corner when they were banging wheels, it didn't crash.
Yeah, true enough.
It might have a little word, though.
Do you feel like late defense on Rivera there? It seems to me like he was kind of crowding over and then dove to the apex. You see Taylor was kind of coming in. I want probably a 50-50 there, I think.
I think 50-50. I think the only thing for me with Ernesto, right, is even with the later defense, he still was leaving a lane and a half on the bottom, and that's what Max went for. So to me, like, he left the lane Max gets underneath them, you got to give a little bit more and kind of anticipate that, all right, like he got me. I got to get out of the way because I didn't go all the way to the white line. And I guarantee you, if Ernesto Rivera is leading on the last lap in that main event and Max is behind him, he will be trimming that grass there that we could see coming down the run into turn number 4. He will not give a single inch. So that, to me, was a lot of that. He just had a little bit of a gap, and Max hadn't tried to go that low before. It's probably really dirty on that part of the racetrack, as that's been a big storyline, of course, all weekend long. But for Pro and Master Shifter here, presented by PSL Karting International Motorsport, obviously focused a lot on Pro Shifter throughout the weekend. Daniel Debos, for the second day in a row, gets to start from the pole in Master Shifter. Luis Mendez has kept it pretty close. Orlando Kart Center's own Andre Martins is going to line up in third, but there's a look over at the grid as everyone's starting to get ready. And like you said, Billy Musgrave, one of the best out there at hole shots, and he gets to do it from the inside of the racetrack on the second day, which normally means they've already had enough rubber laid down on the inside lane. It should be pretty good. Marin Kremers, of course, starts on the outside. And then, again, how about that run in qualifying for Jacob Goulet? P4. That's solid.
And, we had a chance to interview him before, and he talked about the fact he just really didn't have it, didn't get the lap done that he needed yesterday. He does do it here today in the GFC, so great job for Jacob Goulet in the number 216. He'll start alongside Formal on row number 2. Remo Rossini as well. He dialed things up a bit, too. He talked about the fact that he's kind of way behind the 8 ball in terms of track time here, but they've got that ITAL kart where they need to be. He found some outright speed in qualifying, and Giorgio Carrera on that Lenzo kart for International Motorsports on the outside of row number 3.
Yeah, now we go beyond the row number 3 to find A.J. Myers, who we chatted with. Really good qualifying effort from Jay Irwin to be kind of best of the mid-pack, right? We had kind of our leading groups at the beginning that had, of course, both the GFCs, Jacob Goulet, Kyle Wick. Carrara got there, Myers was there, Ruschetti, Formal, Kremers, and Musgrave. And then the next group was a mix of different guys. It's got Jay Irwin at the top of the midfield right now, Hunter Pickett right behind him, lining up in 9th. Philip Niemkowicz will round the top 10, so it's PSL Beryl Art 8, 9, 10. Mario Gills at Talcart will be 11th. Antonio Pizzonia 12th, who was even a little bit higher on the grid yesterday, so not as good of a qualifying effort for him. Baylor Griffin, Jared Ramney-Ryan, Ayrton Hernandez, and then Kyle Wick is lined up there on the grid. We didn't really get an idea of what the issue was. Maybe we can have Emery down on the pit lane or Alexander try and figure out what was the problem for the GFC boys. But a mechanical failure for Kyle Wick has him starting tail end Charlie here. So he'll be one to watch, and he is an exciting driver to watch here, the former SKUSA Pro Tour champion there at the far left-hand side of your screen on the GFC number 209.
Yeah, I expect him to be attacking pretty aggressively coming from the tail of the field in that 16th spot. Daniel Debos and Luis Mendez, as we said, on the pole and off pole for the Master Shifter category. Just a quick little look here at Facebook. Broken gearbox in qualifying for Kyle Wick. So gearbox issues on that machine, they'll get that taken care of, and he'll be able to dial things back in. So once again, getting set to go as the Shifter drivers, Pro and Master, rolling out on track. PSL Karting and International Motorsports, the sponsor of the categories. Billy Musgrave rolling out here on that American-made factory kart chassis, the only driver in the field utilizing the IAME SSE 175cc power plant. Everybody else on KZ power. This track, obviously, a little bit more point and shoot to a certain extent, and Musgrave certainly leveraging the power characteristics of the 175.
Yeah, we touched on it a little bit more so yesterday morning during qualifying when we were taking more laps around this place, but that turn 9 hairpin, that is the tightest 180-degree corner that we visit on the entire national calendar here in North America. There is no other track we go to that is that slow of a corner after that long of a straightaway and that long of a straightaway right after. And a lot of the other corners on the racetrack here, too. Again, a lot of speed, a lot of long, high-speed runs into it, even with that little bend going into 4, and then a very hard braking zone. And that just all the way up the top, but really stopping and then going is where you're seeing the benefits of the IAME 175, whereas originally, of course, with the BOP set and the plans to go to places like Newcastle, Utah, New Orleans, a lot more flowing corners. They still have the long straightaways, and that kind of helps the 175 as well, but it's not nearly as many tight hairpins like what we've got here, and that, to me, is why we're seeing Billy, when he's able to put the lap together, as we saw in qualifying, have the advantage here this week.
We'll see how it plays out here in the pre-final. 12 laps here for Pro and Master Shifter. From here, we go to X30 Senior. We'll wrap up the pre-finals. We'll set all of our grids for 8 main events, and we'll go at it. Round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the annual Winter Nationals, coming to Florida here for 2023. And here we go. The drivers will roll their way in for the Formula One style standing start. Again, from the pole position will be the number 211 to Billy Musgrave. Marian Kremers on the outside in the number 201. The PSL Burrell Art driver, and then Danny Formal, yesterday's winner on the RPG Cosmic, and on the outside, a good qualifying run for Jacob Gulick in the 216 GFC.
Now, with all those guys saying, of course, that the plan is to get ahead of Billy and try to hold him back, I hope that they all keep in mind that Billy Musgrave was an absolute gentleman with Danny Formal. He had multiple times he could have dive bombed him in that main event. He did not. He wanted a clean pass and a clean race, and he gave us one, and it was on the edge of our seats all the way through. And everyone's there now as we get set. We're good. We go to the lights here for Pro Shifter, Master Shifter, Billy Musgrave, Marian Kremers, pop it in first, hold that clutch, and we got a jump start further back. Mario Gill out of the box early. That'll be a penalty, and look at Kremers. He gets the whole shot out of turn number 2.
Yeah, we talked about Musgrave getting off the line quickly. It seems like that one was a late run. Look at that big dive bomb to the inside to try to cover off the bottom for Marian Kremers. He knows he's got to hold the quick Billy Musgrave at bay. He's able to get out of turn number 5. Had a little bit of trouble coming through 4 for Musgrave. Everything kind of settling out, Xander, through the first couple of corners. And indeed, it is Kremers as the leader. Musgrave goes P2. Jacob Gulick up into third ahead of Formal.
Yeah, but Musgrave not getting a good start. The whole outside lane was in trouble, but here he comes. He's aggressive today. Down the inside on Marian Kremers. Takes the lead back in turn number 9, and already we've got him back out in front. So how aggressive is Marian? He's looking in the final corner. Can't do it. Trying to get that launch off, but Billy's just got such a rocket ship out of these slower corners. He'll pull 3 car lengths by the end of lap number 1.
And Musgrave got that run out of turn number 8, got to the inside, went to the way dirty part of the racetrack to the right, parked it at the apex to make sure that Kremers couldn't come back over. And again, a big wide line through turn number 4, just enough room. Kremers not close enough, and this is going to give Musgrave an opportunity to grab a bit of breathing room because Kremers has got Gulick right there. Yesterday's winner, Formal, as well. And who do we have up there into the 5th spot? I think that's Carrera, potentially in the Lenzo kart. Good start for the International Motorsports pilot.
Yeah, Giorgio Carrera right there at the back of the train. Great start for Remo Ruschetti, at least to get through the midfield as Jacob Gulick with a dive on the reigning series champ. And Danny Formal says, thank you very much, boys. I'll take second away from you. Nice pass. Great battle here for second as Billy Musgrave gets away. And the factory kart has now got over a second lead here 2 laps in.
Here's what I'm going to find really interesting. Obviously, the big battle right now, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Of course, Gulick wanted to get by Kremers. Let's go by the former world champion. Let's go by the current reigning SKUSA champion. I want to flex the muscles of the GFC a little bit here. He goes essentially for a second to P2, but of course, Formal over unders. Now, what does Musgrave do? Can he kind of hang back a little bit? Can he start looking at the micron? You know, I don't need to be putting track record pace down right now. If I hold a second gap, he's got to keep looking over his shoulder, take care of those tires. A little more tire management here for Musgrave could put him in a really good place for the main event this afternoon.
Here's A.J. Myers making a move right there. Nice pass on Remo Ruschetti back at the back of the second group, really. So A.J. Myers cracks up to 6 now, gets himself a little bit closer to the guys up front. Said he needed them to fight with Billy. Well, at least they're fighting with each other. That's going to allow him to arrive on the scene here if they continue to do so. But Danny Formal is getting away. Look at the RPG Cosmic starting to pull a bit of a gap. And Jacob Gulick, credit to him here. He's trying to, oh, wow, Giorgio Carrera was low. He gets by on Kremers right in the curb down into turn number 4. New driver up to P4.
So off pole starter Martin Kremers, the reigning champion here, able to get the whole shot, but not for long. Musgrave goes by, and so has Formal, Gulick, and Carrera. So move Kremers back to P5. 6, as we know, is A.J. Myers. 7th through City. Jay Irwin 8th, Pickett 9th, and Kyle Wick up to 10th. 16th to 10th already in the opening couple laps for Kyle Wick as he's on the throttle. Very similar lap times to Pickett, but he was 3/10 quicker than Irwin. So watch for Wick to try to get himself maybe 8th, maybe 7th to try to get a better starting spot for the main.
Yeah, hard to tell where the battle's going to come next year. It might be right here for 3rd. Giorgio Carrera is on the move here. Big improvements today for the Lenzo kart driver. Does he try and do the same move? He does, all the way on the inside. What a crossover from Jacob Gulick. How about that from Jacob Gulick here, who has really had a much better day. This is the best day he's had on the Pro Tour, I think, in about a year or so.
Yeah.
Top form for Jacob Gulick there, and now Marian Kremers gets another shot at Carrera.
And that was a monster crossover, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
You could see him go way wide, get the thing turned. I think Carrera was still turning the go-kart trying to get to the apex when Gulick was already rolling back on the throttle. He got that thing turned. He knew how deep he was coming in. and rocketed out of turn number 4 to get that spot. Carrera, though, he's been one of the most impressive guys here, going by Kremers and really closing right up to Gulick. So that Lenzo machine is really dialed in here for Giorgio Carrera.
This is what you like to see. This is a good pro shifter race right now. Obviously, you got the strategy up front for Danny Formal and Billy Musgrave, and credit to Danny, he's now matching Billy's pace, but how much of that is Billy dialing it back? How much is Danny's speed? Because Billy Musgrave did lay down a burner, 50.64, 4/10 better than Formal's best, but Formal is the next best by far right now as he's pulled away from this group battling for third. There's fourth, there's fifth, and now let's see if we go a little further back. They've spread out here in this pack for the moment. Let's get our Kyle Wick update. Here he is right there trying to track down Hunter Pickett and Jay Irwin down to turn number 9.
Yeah, a couple of the PSL Beryl Art drivers currently running there in 8th and 9th. Wick with the potential to close up to them. Hey, 8th position will be the outside of row number 4. Wick, of course, is going to learn a little bit of information from Gulick when they go back and download as well. So the GFC team, Gary Carlton's crew, and, of course, Formula Works here this weekend are going to work together to see if they can't put both of these karts into the top 5 and potentially challenge for podium positions.
And, again, the tire wear is the most ragged for these pro shifter guys. So even with Wick doing just a couple less laps in qualifying, how much does that matter? We asked Marian Kremers in the press conference yesterday because he was the fastest driver on the racetrack at the end of that main event with just 5 less laps on the tires. He's like, how much? He's like, I don't really know. So is it going to be a big benefit in the main if Kyle Wick can start on the 4th or 3rd row? Now his teammate, though, might need to be able to get around Carrara as a little bit of contact, and that right there might have knocked the bumper in. Hopefully not. Kremers takes advantage, and Jacob Gulick falls back to 5th.
And that's how close a successful and unsuccessful over-under is. Obviously, a great move to the inside for Carrera, and literally maybe a couple of inches, and I think Gulick would have been able to get back underneath, but he just caught the left front trailing edge of that front bumper on the right rear bumper of Carrera, and he ends up having to check up, and that allows, again, a big run around the outside for Marian Kremers. So Gulick goes from 3rd back to 5th. Inches of being able to complete that over-under.
And don't look now, boys. The number 2 plate holder, A.J. Myers, is on the scene. He's caught that group of 3 with all the battling they're doing, and Gulick can't look back too far from him to find Remo Ruscetti as well. As Carrara goes low to block, here comes A.J. with a move. Crossover attempt from Gulick. I don't know if he'll get clear. They're going to drag race to 10. Myers sends it deep there, clips the pylon, takes over that 5th spot. Good drive for A.J. Myers so far.
Indeed, working his way up from what was a disappointing qualifying effort. He's just trying to see if he can't salvage a good starting spot for the main. But what I also find really interesting, back-to-back, in fact, 3 in a row, 51 flats for Billy Musgrave. That's still 4/10 quicker than Formal. He can back off even more. Musgrave's going to try to control that pace. He'll keep looking over his shoulder. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 51.1, 51.2 starting to come out. His best lap of 50.6, but he has a 3-second lead right now. He can really back off by 2, 3, 4/10 of a second a lap.
And I bet it's because partially Danny's backing off. Again, Danny's got a 51 flat as his best. He's now, like you said, 51 fours. He knows he's got 2.5 seconds out back, and they're fighting again. Marian Kremers gets some new life. Back down the inside on Carrara. He'll take over 3rd as they head over to turn number 10.
Indeed, Kremers working his way back forward, having been shuffled back to 5th at a time. He goes to 3rd, Carrera 4th, 5th, 6th now Myers, 7th Gulick, 8th through City, 9th Pickett, 10th Wick. Wick now into 9th spot. It's Pickett in 8th. Let's see when they come back across the line. Indeed, Hunter Pickett runs 8th. Kyle Wick in 9th. There's Formal, and there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. There's Remo City right there as well on the ITAL cart.
Yeah, in that moment we caught them on the screen there coming across the line. You could see how far back Jay Irwin had faded, so not sure if it was a mistake for Irwin or what, but the last few laps he went from in front of Pickett and in front of Wick to behind both of them, and behind by about a second now, so maybe just trying to manage and save his stuff a little bit. We can see Formal's been slowing his pace down. He slowed down a whole second last time by, knowing that they've just got a couple laps remaining. It'll be 2 to go this time. This group's still fighting. Danny's starting to really dial that pace back and save the tires for the main. He did a 51.9.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that Musgrave hasn't done the same thing. Finally a 50.8. Finally he breathes the throttle a little bit. Try to roll the corner speed with a little less. Don't tax those tires and just kind of get back on the throttle a little bit later, right? All that tire save that you need to do finally knocks off about 0.8 of a second. And in fact, he was still almost a full second faster than Formal, who's really back-to-back, knowing the guys behind him are battling.
Well, it's still going to be a battle all the way to the end for third here. A.J. Myers versus Giorgio Carrara versus Marin Kremers. Headed over to 7 and 8 here. I think A.J. might be setting up for a dive over in 9 as Carrara blocks low. Myers, good exit. Not a great one, but he's close. Carrara knows it. He's starting to defend a little bit. And indeed, he's going to block the low side off, take that opportunity away from A.J. just so he doesn't get any kind of ideas as we come to the white flag this time by. They may just stay about here, but you can bet if there's a window, Myers would like to get one row higher. Again, that's going from row 3 to row 2. That's one less guy in front of you to try and get a good start in that main event as we see this battle going on. And Jacob Gulick's faded all the way back to Remo Ruschetti. Yeah. He'll have to fend off that fight for 6th.
And you can see up at the top part of the screen a huge lead right now for Billy Musgrave. He backed it down to a 51.6, 4.6 second lead. And down to the bottom of the racetrack, Carrera trying to hold on to P4. That would be an outside row 2 starting spot. Look at Myers, though. Put all the pressure on here, Xander. Coming through turn number 6, 7. Bet a little bit different line coming through turn number 8. He doesn't get a good scoot out of the corner, not getting that forward bite. And again, Carrera's going to be able to go down the bottom to defend. Really tight on the defense now. Let's see if we get a move here. Coming down to the inside, no.
Yeah, he thought about it, was setting him up where he could, but nothing's going to happen. Billy Musgrave, your pre-final winner here in Pro Shifter. Danny Formal conserves the equipment to finish 2nd. Marian Kremers 3rd. Carrara 4th. Myers rounds the top 5. Gulick hangs on over Remo Ruschetti. Then it's Hunter Pickett. Then Kyle Wick, who set his best lap of the race on lap number 9. Up 7 spots, so a good drive forward. Debos wins in Master Shifter, but there's a look at the gaps to each other. 4.3 seconds, the margin of victory for Billy Musgrave. Like you said, he really backed it down the last couple laps, but he pushed, I think, more than Danny in terms of total laps at full speed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was surprised by how hard Musgrave was pushing, was laying out a bunch of mid-race 50 flats. 51 flats, because 50.6 was his best. Just 51 flat, he probably could have backed up. Winning by 4.3 seconds, winning by 1.3 seconds is exactly the same, and he really potentially used those tires up. We'll come back to that when we go main event racing if he has any issues. If he doesn't, then plan executed.
The one point we did mention a little bit, and we talked to Danny a little bit about yesterday as well in the press conference, was explaining that, again, by Billy knowing that he has that bottom end power, he's going a lot more narrow and not maybe carrying as much center corner speed, so he's not working the tire as hard. So even though it's a push lap for Billy Musgrave, maybe he's still good on rubber compared to Danny, but that's really Danny's only hope, and the rest of the field's hope as well, is hope that Billy Musgrave makes some more mistakes in that main or starts to fall off. But now it's time to take the gears away. Single speed action coming your way here for the X30 pros as they head onto the racetrack. And man, oh man, do we have more storylines in this one. A total shakeup of the grid in qualifying. Your top 3 from yesterday, 7th, 9th, and 11th. And a lot of other big names that have finally found speed today. Talked with Austin Garrison. They had tried some different stuff on the front end assembly of the go-kart back on Friday, thinking that it would help them with slowing the steering down for him. And ultimately, they never really run with the stuff. He said it was a setup he's never been comfortable with. And after yesterday, they talked with, they put their heads together. The Speed Concepts group was still building go-karts late into the night. And they went back to what they knew, what they felt was good, and obviously it works. Power's good, karts are good, a fresh motor for Austin Garrison today after having an engine failure in yesterday's main event. He's pole. Aiden Ingrata, the rookie on the team. 2nd, Paulie Massimino, the other veteran under the camp. 3rd, it's an awesome start for them, and then PSL Karting has their 2 hot shoes, Diego Ramos and Mattheus Morgado, their 4th and 5th. Donovan Bonilla said he was going to go half a second better than Ryan Norberg on the grid walk. He did go better than him. He's the highest RPG Cosmic and the highest of the purple and blue as a whole. In 6th, Harley Keeble. Yesterday's podium finisher across the line came in underweight. Super disappointing for the kid, but he had such an impressive run in his U.S. Pro debut. He'll roll off 7th. To his outside will be Alessandro Tullio's Prime Power Team Beerlart. And then there's the number 1 plate holder, Mr. 7-time Ryan Norberg, rolls off all the way down the grid in 9th here as he tries to get a win on home turf.
And keep going back. 11th for Joe Turney. Work to be done there for the Kart Republic driver, the Chad Dockin Racing entry, the 307, the British driver Joe Turney, the winner yesterday. Man, work to be done now. Can he get it done? Of course he can. We'll see him working his way forward. But, man, like you said, incredible job for Speed Concepts Racing to get themselves dialed in today. Pre-final is underway. Green, green, green. And all three of those drivers will try to get cleanly through, and they do. A couple drivers having some contact further back. Otherwise, a great start to get things underway.
Luis Calamodio, the driver there off there in the AM Racing Team X30, but so far so good, clean up front. Great start for Brandon Carr, already up 2 positions here as Calamodio is trying to get going. We got a couple collected. It is going to be, looks to be William Botillier, Tyler McIntyre, and a few more on the outside at turn number 4. Jose Carlos Hernandez involved. But the leaders are clean, and it's Norberg versus Turney, and Laurent Legault just tried to dive bomb Joe Turney there in turn 8. Couldn't get the job done. Here's DeTulio blocking Frankie Mossman. Mossman says, okay, I'll go even lower, down the inside and clear, and more passing further back in 9 as look at that. ZCD was way wide into turn number 9.
Did you see the cart of Mossman twitching under the brakes? He had that thing right at the threshold, holding on, trying to get inside DeTulio. That was a beautiful shot from that camera angle, and a great job by Mossman for working his way forward. We got some really aggressive racing, but this is what you got to do at this level of competition. As we know, the opening lap is the best opportunity to make some passes early. You saw a bunch of guys getting super aggressive.
Yeah, and again, remember, Rob, it was 2 1/4 tenths for the entire top 12 in qualifying, with a lot of guys saying they felt like they made a mistake on their lap and could have gotten that last tenth or two. So it is all about positioning. Track position, huge. Here comes Morgado, looking for third on Massimino. He'll take that spot away in turn number 8.
Yeah, Morgado, a much better starting position than they had yesterday. It seems like they've been just piling on the successes, the speed gains throughout this weekend. Joe Turney getting a spot there as well, but he's still outside the top 10, I believe, I think. Yeah, Turney had fallen back to 12th on that last lap. But, again, Morgado and Diego Ramos and the PSL karting crew really starting to find some more speed throughout the day, and now we see Morgado into third. Could this be a day where he gets that victory here in SKUSA Pro Tour competition?
Yeah, Mattheus Morgado was the fastest driver at the end of that main event yesterday. We know there's good long run pace in that PSL Karting Factory Beer Art. Here comes his teammate Ramos looking for fourth on Massimino. Brandon Carr trying to follow, can't do it. And right at the edge of there is Harley Keeble on that PK Sports Sodi kart. So lots of different teams, lots of different brands. Keeble inside, clear on Brandon Carr there. He'll move up a spot and gets behind Massimino.
I love that pass in turn number 6 because you hold your driver on the outside. We saw it earlier today in one of the other pre-finals. Keeble now working his way forward. This is Mossman trying to hold off the Norberg Turney train. That's probably the toughest twosome you're going to be able to hold off all weekend long. Of course, multi-time U.S. champion, and of course, one of the top drivers right now in Europe, Joe Turney, coming off the wins he had in the CIK-FIA European Championship event just last weekend. So momentum for that driver here. Both these guys kind of lining up and working their way forward.
Yeah, an uneasy partnership, right? They got to work together to get away from that pack, but I'm sure Turney's wanting to get rid of Norberg as soon as he can, and here he does. In turn 4, Joe Turney gets by on the number 1 over to turn number 5, and behind him, Mossman still fending off a charge. DeTulio versus Mossman. They are already frustrated with each other because they passed each other probably about 4 times so far here in this main pre-final, and they've just been watching everybody else drive away. Donovan Bonilla, Laurent Legault, Caleb Gaffera, the rookies in the mix there. So is rookie Jacob Kolar at the end of that group also.
And the interesting thing is we sit here in the booth and we're calling the action and we see kind of things happening. As they come through 6, 7, and 8 there on that low-level shot, you realize how hectic it is, right? These literally split-second decisions from these drivers. An opening comes. Do I throw it in there? It seems a little bit easier. You and I talk about it like it's a planned deal. Yeah, I have the strategy to move my way forward, but really always split-second decisions because the opportunities present themselves at so many different parts of this racetrack.
Moving forward also, keep your eye on the number 2 plate holder. Hayden Jones is making up some hay, cracking the top 10. He's up a number of spots already. So Hayden Jones was 15th last time by. He's picked up, I think, a couple spots as well. Started back in the 18th spot with a not-so-great qualifying run for the driver that got up to 4th yesterday in the main event. Here's Turney all over Massimino. I think we're going to see a move probably down at turn number 9 while Paulie Massimino's watching his teammates drive away up front. Here comes Turney, bumper, looking inside and clear. Joe Turney gets another one closer to the top 5.
How beautiful was that? Just the rundown. Didn't pull out too early. Didn't try to, kind of telegraph the move. Just sat there as they got into the braking zone, moved the car to the right side, into the corner, takes over the apex, owns the exit. What a beautiful pass for Joe Turney.
Now let's talk strategy for a little bit. Turney there did set the fast lap even with the pass, so we know he's a rocket ship right now. But up at the front, Austin Garrison and Aiden Ingrata, the teammates, they're taking it easy and riding together. What they got to be careful of is the PSL Beer Large behind them of Mattheus Morgado and Diego Ramos have been quicker the last couple of laps, shaving a tenth to 2/10 off the margin to the lead. Now, everyone knows the tires will fade away in that main event, so they've got to be waryful of how much they push here in this heat race. They're all, both in good spots. Morgado looked back. Ramos said, I'm with you, brother. We're going to keep on going. And Harley Keeble's up to 5th there as he's following them forward. And down into turn number 9, you got more battling. Massimino's now back to these two guys who have been going at it, Mossman and DeTulio. And looks like they finally decided to follow each other as DeTulio. Oh, man, that was hard impact. Massimino was blocking. DeTulio tried to send it down the inside, and Alessandro DeTulio is now going to go to the rear as he is out in the wall in turn 12.
Didn't quite have the positioning on the inside. That was right front to left rear contact, and luckily for Massimino, we'll see if he's able to continue. There may be wheel damage, but he was able to get back around, look over his shoulder, and it just didn't seem to me like DeTulio was enough in. Up front, it is again Speed Concepts Racing versus PSL Karting, Red Speed versus Birol Art. Then you've got the Sodi Kart for PK Sports of Harley Keeble running P5. But again, look at this. I love the fact that we got two teammates working together. And Grata being the wingman right now for Garrison. There's more contact. That's Ron Vo together with Gaffera. So that is at what, over in turn number 8, I think?
Yeah, that's right where our low shot is there, turn 8. That was, I think it might have been Kolar, actually.
Oh, okay.
One of the other Sodis on the PK team running right with Caleb Gaffera getting together there. But we've seen, like you said, the wingmans, the duos up front. Ingrata's decided to go and lead for a bit. Garrison back to second, and Ramos went around Morgado. So they've switched positions in the two teams playing nice. But Diego Ramos is flying. Turney is moving. Norberg is moving. They're all tightening up. And I don't know if we'll see the leaders get close enough here at the end. They may ride. They may not. We're coming to 4 to go, and it's from the back 7 up to the lead. You've kind of got an inverse of lap times. You got the 7th place guy the quickest, and then moving forward up to the leader that's the slowest.
Yeah, look at that. 6, 7, 8, 9 all turning their fastest laps there. The leader's kind of stretching around. As you said, they kind of swap positions. When you do that, you're going to lose a bit of pace. And right now, Ingrata out front, as you had said. Let's see if Diego Ramos can cut into the gap a little bit. But indeed, front 4 drivers coming across the line to put lap number 8 in the books. 4 to go this next time by. And there's no doubt that Diego Ramos closing up on Austin Garrison quicker by about a tenth that last time by, 4/10 back. Translate that into about 2 or 3 kart lengths down in to turn number 4.
Yeah, we talked about Austin Garrison and in a 4-year winless streak back at Homestead, Miami. It's been a long time as well for Diego Ramos to get back to the top step of the podium, dating back to the Rock, Florida Winter Tour days. I think maybe as late as 2018 or 2019 for Diego. So he'd love to get himself a win. He's been close. And again, Morgado's kind of been more of the guy at the top of the PSL karting heap over the last few months. However, today, Ramos looks to be a little bit stronger. And again, of course, you got to talk about the leader. Aiden Ingrata has been so fast all month long, all season long. He has been one of the top rookie prospects. And I know Mike and Alex Speed, they are stoked to have him for the rest of this season, hopefully, as he heads through turns 1 and 2. He is looking to really make a statement today and get that first career Pro National win.
Trying to get that pole position locked down for the main event, which will be the final race of the day here, round number 2 of the SKUSA Pro Tour Winter Nationals here at Orlando Kart Center. And again, a good battle right now. Laps winding down. We'll see 2 to go next time by. And while Ramos is slowly closing here on Garrison, he's running the wingman spot for Aiden Ingrata, who is up front and leading the way at this point here. It's Ingrata, Garrison, Ramos, and Morgado. No movement down into turn number 9. Harley Keeble back there watching from arm's length in P5. Joe Turney's worked his way up to 5th. 6th. Brandon Carr 7th. Ryan Norberg not moving anywhere forward right now. Norberg P8, Bonilla 9th, and Frankie Mossman rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Norberg, like you said, not moving forward. He's, again, gone 1 spot back. So Brandon Carr still there, having some good speed on that Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony kart. But up front, Ramos, if you're Diego right now, how hard do you go? Because if you get by Garrison, you're on the outside of row 1. I feel like 3rd place is a better place to start. But if you think you can get quickly by Garrison, then you might want to take a stab at Ingrata. So as they head through turn number 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 now, a lap to go at the line. There's not a lot of time left, and we've got a 4-car train up front Aiden Ingrata 2 car lengths out from his teammate Austin Garrison as they head to turn 9.
And the interesting thing is Garrison considering trying to make a move by as well. If he does so, would that bring the entire PSL Burrell Art guys through? Will they be able to capitalize together? Right now, Garrison with a pretty big decision here in the final lap. Although, let's see if Ingrata can just make it for him and pull away as they come across the line to get the white flag. The margin is going to be less than 0.3 of a second. Call it a kart length coming through 1 and 2. Maybe a little more as they exit out and go to turn number 3. Let's see if Garrison looks to the bottom. No. Look over his shoulder. I think that's a 100% wingman move right now for Austin Garrison.
As they head out of turn at number 5 here, like you said, I think it's a wingman move. You hear it in Austin Garrison's interviews. He's just as much, if not more so, talking about how proud he is of the rest of the team and all the coaching and development he's done with Aiden Ingrata, with Paulie, with Jorge Ortiz. I think he's very happy to be in that spot where he is now. Maybe a little bit different in the main event when the prize money is up $2,500 to win that show, but nothing to win the pre-final, just to get yourself a spot to start, and it'd still be an SCR lockout of the front row either way. So they'll go to the S's one more time. Harley Keeble also hanging on for 5th right now by a thread over Joe Turney. That'll be a crossover to the line, but as they fight for 5th, Aiden Ingrata, pre-final winner in X30 Pro. Austin Garrison 2nd, and Turney does get by Keeble. He gets the inside lane starting spot on row 3. That's a solid drive. 6 spots gained. He can fight from there, and he was the fastest driver almost all race long.
Interesting thing about Turney there, that's what we've seen, that particular pass, right? You can make the dive bomb move. You send it down to the inside at 12, or you get the driver in front of you kind of shaken up a little bit. Keeble went in deep and a really strong, perfect over-under for Joe Turney there. You have to get the kart to rotate back on the throttle. They were side-by-side coming out through that kind of right-hand kink 13 that leads back to the start-finish. Turney just had enough room, and look at the margin actually, 39 thousandths of a second for Joe Turney, able to get in front of Harley Keeble. A great pre-final to wrap things up. Congratulations to Aiden Ingrata. He's going to start on the pole, as you said, a Speed Concepts Racing front row lockout for Ingrata and Garrison, but I just feel like we didn't see everything out of Ramos and Morgado.
I don't think so, Rob. I am so excited to watch these guys go at it in the main event. I think everything is coming together to have 6 contenders here at least in that final, and it could be anyone's race at this point. But Aiden Ingrata leads them in to the break here. They'll go back to the tents, work on those karts a little more, maybe make some final adjustments and try to hit the pressures right for that 22-lap main event this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. local time. So we'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, opening ceremonies with the national anthem and the first of our 8 main events here to close out Sunday in the SKUSA Pro Tour stop at Orlando Kart Center.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Turney kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
All right, before we get underway here with main events, we'd like to ask that everyone please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, it is finally time to get main event action underway here on Sunday. But before we get into our main event showing here, we've got the top finishers from our X30 Pro Senior pre-final queued up, and some of the big movers and shakers all the way through. Aiden Ingrata with a great drive through to get the win, and he is standing down here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden, job's not done yet, but starting pre-final win there is one step in the right direction. Walk me through your race, though, because it seemed to me you guys blitzed the whole field in the first few laps there. Halfway through the race, you guys kind of fell off. The boys in red caught up to you guys a little bit. You're able to fend them off. Just walk me through it, though.
Yeah, I mean, way better than yesterday. Worked with Garrison a little bit, got by him, did a couple clean laps. I think we know, obviously, what to work on for the final, and, yeah, good.
Yeah, and one more thing. I mean, you guys were quick yesterday, but what sort of things did you guys find? I mean, if you can say it all, to be so quick today.
I mean, we just struggled in the greasy conditions yesterday. We made a couple changes, definitely went in the right direction. Now we have one more step to do. I think we know what it is, and then good to go for the final.
Yeah, and I mean, I heard you and Turney talking a little bit there. How difficult is it to lead, with the unknowns of the dirt being on the racetrack?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Sometimes it's good, then the wind picks up. There's some dirt on track all of a sudden. I mean, it's hard. I was doing good laps, and then dirt came on track, slowed down a little bit. So it's hard, but I don't think no one's going to pull away in the final, I don't think. So it's going to be a hard race to win and see how it goes.
All right, thanks, Aiden.
And from that, there we go from Aiden Ingrata as the engines fire to another one of our top movers and shakers there. As you can see, Mattheus Morgado had a solid run through the field there, ended up in the 4th spot behind his teammate Diego Ramos, and he's over here with Emery Lida. Emery?
All right, here with Mattheus Morgado. Mattheus, you lost a spot to Diego early on, but all things considered, you guys were pretty fast at the end of the race. Talk me through your race and kind of what you're expecting for the final.
Yeah, for sure. Diego had a great pace. So did I. Really happy for the result as a team. I think I have a good position to start for the final, so we can do a good final starting from there. We see. I will give my best and try to take this win. It's not easy. The level is really high, and especially racing X30 where the race is always so tight. Will be a nice final.
Mattheus Morgado rolls off 4th. Joe Turney here, starting in 5th position for the final after a really good run through the pre-final. Walk me through how your race went, kind of what you're expecting heading to the final.
No, it was a good race. Lost quite a bit of time in the start. I think I lost a couple of spots and was back to about 13th, but then managed to do a few good laps, and the speed was pretty good, and we got up to 5th, took 5th on the last corner, so a nice inside start for the final.
All right, Joe Turney rounding out your top 5 in the X30 Pro pre-final. That's where we'll start for the main event as we get set to start out with Micro Swift action. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery.
Never too high, never too low. I like Joe Turney. He's really focused, right? He never lets himself, the emotions get too high, never too low, just kind of stays focused. Even though he was able to work his way to P5, big pass at the very end there, just really level-headed. Ready to go racing in the main event.
Right. The mental game is something we talk about a little bit, but I don't think you can talk about it enough about, you do all this work to get the kart fast. You do all this work to get the engine fast, all this work to get yourself driving good. And then when you're good, like Mattheus said, the level is just unreal how hard everyone is trying and how good everybody is and all the teams are and all the manufacturers are that you're just getting really a ticket to the dance. You're just getting an entry into the fight if you're hitting everything perfectly, because there's going to be about 5 or 6 other guys that are doing the same thing. So you got to be at a mental neutral state knowing that, yeah, I'm fast, but I still got to play the cards right.
That's exactly it, man. That's just so evenly matched up front. Different teams, different chassis manufacturers, different engine builders. Everybody's dialing things in. They've all worked their tail off to put good equipment together, and this is going to be the same thing here right now. Xander, you and I talked about it before we came on here. We are super excited about these main events. Yesterday was an indication of how great things are. We'll see who steps things up. 8 main events ready to go. Micro Swift are going to start things off. This class brought to you by Sodi Racing USA. Maxwell Macha starting on the pole position on the outside, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres. And then row number 2 will have Gavin DeKay and William Roberts.
Yeah, you move on back from row number 2 to find Josh Bergman on that PK Sports Sodi cart and Drew Jensen on his outside. Mikey Collins and Pasha Ali make up row 4 with Isaac Payne, Liam Nakawati. Your top 10 for the first main event on Sunday. We've got the green and we're racing down to turn number 1.
Macho cleanly through turn number 1, and we'll have a 2x2 run coming out there to turn number 3. Can they get through cleanly? Good thus far, and what a jump here for Maxwell Macha. Maybe 6 or 7 kart length coming out for the first time as Gavin DeKay has now gotten into second spot. Really good launch there for Maxwell Macha. Again, clean out of turn 1 and 2 with that battle for second place between Diaz de la Vega Torres and DeKay side by side all the way to 3, and that has given Macha a pretty big lead. We've seen what he's done with the lead already. Was able to pull away at one point in a pre-final. Let's see what happens here, main event. It's a long one, though, as we know. 18 laps. Here's some contact. 3 drivers involved. Xander, contact here on the opening lap.
Yeah, that looks like it was pretty bad. One of them got driven over a little bit. I thought for a moment before we showed that we were trying to make sure the drivers were okay. It looked like it might have rained on Maxwell Macha's parade with Nathan Ramirez and Nolan Carney at least involved in that deal that started back in 18th and 19th. But it might have thrown the red flag and put a full restart out there. However, we stay green. Drivers are okay and checked out off the side of the racetrack. So it's a clean run through 1 and 2 now with the carnage off to the side as they're continuing to get a little bit more medical support and checked out as they head to turn 4. Where's the update on our gaps? Well, it's 7/10 right now for Maxwell Macha out front. It's a 10th back to, of course, from Gavin DeKay to Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres because he's right there on his bumper. But then it's about another half second to find William Roberts and the rest of the field.
Let's remind everyone as well, Xander, that Superkarts USA, based on time schedule, looking to cut 2 laps off all the main events. So this was a 20-lap event. Now it's going to be 18 laps. So cut 2 laps off all the main event distances for the day. It allows to catch up a couple of minutes per lap, and per race rather. And again, Maxwell Macha out front, as Xander had said, 7/10 of a second was the gap on the opening circuit. Now the question, and can he pull away if he's by himself? And what happens with the 2 drivers lined up behind him, DeKay and Diaz de la Vega Torres? Can they work together to potentially reel in the leader?
Here we go down the long front straightaway. Battle for 5th going to heat up. Josh Bergman to the inside of William Roberts for 4th, and Liam Nakawati is going to follow through as well through turn number 1. So that'll give a bigger gap to Diaz de la Vega Torres and Gavin DeKay. But I got bad news for the fans of the guys in second and third. Maxwell Macho was quicker than them by about a tenth of a second. So the number 23, we saw that in yesterday's pre-final, that if he could get away, he's gone. Right now, the same thing happening. 8 tenths out and growing as they continue to fight for fourth. Bergman with a great over-under there. You just saw over the number 80 Paralin of Liam Nakawati. And Nakawati's got to be careful because there's now about 6 cars bumper to bumper behind him coming down the backstretch.
Yeah, make it 3 wide coming down the back straightaway just outside the top 7 or 8 as everybody kind of dicing back and forth. Good job for Josh Bergman on that PK Sports Sodi kart, as you had said, Xander. Everybody fighting kind of like tooth and nail behind as Bergman's gone into P4. And then, of course, here's the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. We'll give you a top 10 rundown when they come back around here to put lap number 3 in the books. Just the opening circuits of our first main event of the day. Maxwell Macha leading by almost a full second now over Gavin Decay and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres. Bergman in 4th spot. He's got a half a second on that next trio, which is Liam Nakawati, William Roberts, and Drew Jensen. Another 6 tenths back to Mikey Collins. Then it's yesterday's winner, Juan Garcia Davila, up 7 spots already. Xander from 16th up to 9th. Pasha Ali runs 10th. And Colton Schiegenberg started 24th. He's already into 11th.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Colton Schiegenberg at the end. We saw him have a great drive through in the pre-final, maybe a penalty or underweight or something. Indeed. Where he had to start from the tail, but he's once again carved his way up the grid. So great work for the GWR Energy driver, and he's slowly catching up to that next group. Luke Giglio is on the way forward as well after a not-so-great start in the 68 RPM Nitro kart. Remember, Giglio qualified 2nd today and then got shuffled backwards in that heat race. Out of the final turn here, let's see if Torres and Decay make up any ground. They gave up another 10th last time by. Macha, is it going to go from 9 tenths to a second with 14 laps to go? I think it's going to come down. It evens out. 1 second still on the marker for Macha. He pulls about a couple hundredths away, about a half tenth, so still adding to the gap. De La Vega Torres, granted, he went around Decay, but I think they go a little wide there in 4 for Torres. And here we go further back. Garcia Davila takes another 1 through 4.
And there's Garcia Davila working his way forward. Here's the update in Colton Schiegenberg on that pre-final where he did so well. DQ short pipe on the official results. So a DQ in tech for Schniegenberg. He has to fight his way from, again, deep in the field. So Schniegenberg already up into the 11th spot. We'll see how much he can do on the recovery from the DQ. Otherwise, up front, 3 drivers really give themselves some room to potentially lock down this podium, Xander. 2.2 seconds from Decay back to Nakawati.
Not a fan of that move by Pasha Ali. He drove Colton Schniegenberg while he was alongside him all the way down to the grass. Granted, didn't put him in the grass, but that kind of swerving and then opening back up for the corner, that'll probably draw the attention of the officials. So Pasha Ali needs to be careful in that Paralin USA number 42.
Yeah, it's 2 moves, right? You can't do the defensive move and then come back across to get the race line. So, again, that's one of the issues here. And I'm sure, as Xander mentioned earlier, there is a camera pointing down from 9 back to 8 and 8 back up to 9. So they, the Superkarts USA race officials with their full camera program here and their video marshaling will be all over that one, and I'm sure that they'll have a look at the number 42 based on what happened there coming down in the defense from Ali on Schniegenberg. Schniegenberg still up into the top 10 right now, 14 position improvement, 6.7 seconds back. We'll look at his lap times next time through, but Juan Garcia Davila, who won yesterday, has got his head down. There's a long way to go, remember, only 5 into what will be an 18-lapper, a 101.9, essentially a 102 flat, a couple tenths quicker than Macha up front of him. Macha is his lead, which was bigger, shrinking down to about 8 tenths of a second.
Yeah, that's the first time so far here in this main event, lap number 5 being the lap that Torres actually made up some ground with Decay, and they are seeing that fruitfully give them some more benefits. Another 10th knocked off that time by, so it's 8 tenths even there from first back to second. To give you a little bit of elaboration, of course, with Colton Schniegenberg on that DQ for the shorter pipe. Really, of course, the shorter pipes is going to give him a little bit more top-end speed, the longer pipe a little more bottom-end. So at a racetrack with some long straightaways for these micro Swift drivers, having a little bit of a shorter pipe, that's the advantage, and of course that's the reason for the disqualification all the way down to millimeters. They're going to be measuring those things to get make sure they're in spec, because there's no adjustability on the pipes here. It's a one-piece single pipe for every class in the field, and they want to make sure they're all exactly the same length, because that could give a power advantage kudos to Colton Schneegenberg, though, right now. He's still flying through the field up 15 spots to 9th and proving that that wasn't the reason. He is wicked fast.
Yeah, one of the things about these engines really is just a big air pump, right? So what can you control? You can control the air coming in and the air going out to a certain extent. So the more back pressure you have, of course, the pipe difference will change things and the characteristics of the engine. Great explanation there from Xander. And again, still coming forward for Schneegenberg. And again, anytime this kind of thing happens, it's really an opportunity for a driver to show what you got. Schneegenberg's all the way up into the 9th position already. Although still, back-to-back fast laps for Juan Garcia Davila. A 1:01.4, Xander. He was, 7 tenths faster than the leader last time by. 3.2 seconds back. I don't think Davia's done it all if he can keep this pace up, especially once Torres and Decay get to Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, it really depends how much they battle right here for the top 3, because if Torres can lead them and they don't trade the spot too much, they can hold that 3-second margin out back. If they trade spots a couple of times and let that group get within a second away, all of a sudden we're going to have 7, 8, 9 cars.
That's
and this
so
is
true.
great news again for Colton Schneegenberg and his company back there, because they're also fast. They're 6 seconds back. Him, Mikey Collins, Drew Jensen, Pasha Ali, they're a ways away, but the leaders will start to move backwards and those gaps will shrink if they fight. And I'd imagine Torres is going to want to go to the lead because he spent all this time tracking down Maxwell, doesn't want to give him the opportunity to get further out front. Let's see what he does down to 4. He'll stay in tow, and Macha a little bit wide there, but keeps the momentum up over to turn number 5.
You wonder whether or not Torres will kind of sit here for a second, because really, strategy-wise, get to the leader and push away. Maybe see if you can't drop Gavin Decay from behind, making a 2-driver battle up front. But if you're significantly quicker like he's been, he may want to make that move, go to the lead, and see if he can't pull away. Most drivers will do that first off, but here comes Gavin Decay. He's pushing there as well. We'll keep a look at the gap between Decay and Nakawati as well. It was 2.2 seconds last time by. 3rd back to 4th, but 4th, 5th, 6th is Nakawati, Davia, and Bergman. And then 6 tenths back to William Roberts. Again, Davia's the driver to watch out. He's at the middle of that Nakawati and Bergman sandwich.
Yeah, and Garcia Davila with kind of a half pass there in turn number 12. That's going to hurt the momentum a little bit there as he tried to go by on Liam Nakawati for 4th, and it cost them all some time. Luckily, the leaders slowed down even more so to a 1:02.1, so they still chipped away 2 tenths and are gaining. And we know that Torres was almost there to Macha before Decay had a look down the inside and kind of set them back a little bit, so they've been closing back up to him. But we're just around the halfway marker here, 9 down, 9 to go in this 18-lap final. And as they go through turn number 5, again, this is 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screen. That Paralyn USA entry of Liam Nakawati, Juan Garcia Davila, and then right behind him, Josh Bergman on that bright orange and black Sodi kart for PK Sports. And you can see the Lando Norris kart of William Roberts a little further down the road, a little bit further off the pace of these 3. But again, it just takes a few passes, and everyone can play.
You know, Xander, it's interesting, right? We watch this thing and from such a different kind of angle, I think, from a lot of other people. People are just watching their driver and how good they're doing. They're focusing on their driver. Well, you and I kind of watching the splits. We're watching lap times. We're getting a feel for how we could potentially see the race unfold. We're trying to look laps and laps ahead based on pace. Now, it's a little different than some people that are just focused on particular drivers. So that's one of the interesting things about this sport and about karting for sure is here we have finally the move for the lead. Torres to the inside. Decay comes with him. So the first change up front, Decay thinks to the inside of 5, does not go for it. And Macha, who goes from 2nd back into 3rd. Now it is Diaz, De La Vega, Torres up front.
Now, Gavin Decay did go ahead of Torres early on. Now he wants the lead. He'll take it in 8. So he used him to get all the way up to Maxwell, and then as soon as he got up to Max and they got around him, he's taken over the top spot. The We Can All Race and Ella Racing Bennick leading the way now into 9, and here comes that next group of 3, 4th, 5th, 6th. All now maybe about a second back. 2 more passes and they'll arrive on the scene, or give it just a few laps because they are blisteringly fast right now. 7 laps to go this time by.
They need to be wary of Juan Garcia Davila in the number 36, the winner yesterday, kind of in the middle of that group right now. Once they're able to catch up, which I think they will, because I have a feeling all gloves have kind of come off here. We're 11 laps down, 7 to go. It feels to me like everybody's racing. Yeah, Macha went back to 3rd, does not like it. He's going to go back to the inside of Torres as they come through turn number 4. Every time you pass like that, you're losing that the speed coming out of the corner. That allows everybody else to come in. Shallow entry means you're off the throttle a little more. You're not coming out of the corner. And this is going to bring P4, P5, and P6 back into the fight. Nakawati, Davia, and Bergman really seeing what's happening up front, ready to get at it as soon as they can get there.
Yeah, Nakawati looking super sporty. He's actually even pulled away a little bit from Davia. And as they go to turn number 9, it's maybe 3 to 4 car lengths back from Torres. They get tripped up a little bit there. That's going to hurt them even more so. So as we go down into the final couple corners, we've got a lot of racing coming up. We've got a great race foreman for the lead. 6 to go. Let's go side by side down to pit lane as Alexander Searle is starting to catch up with the first of our KA juniors getting ready to go next.
Thanks, Danner. Here with Chase Piscalio. Chase, coming off of such a high yesterday with your first national podium, trying to keep the momentum rolling into today. Qualifying went pretty well. Race in the pre-final, you were really, really quick. Went purple, just got involved in a few racing mishaps. Walk me through how your race went and how you feel going to the final.
The race it was pretty good. I fell back on the start, made up a few more positions. I was catching up the front pack, and I just started battling. But I know I'm quick. I have a great kart. I have a great motor from GWR and Allison Racing Motors. So I know I can make up position, get another podium.
All right, thanks, Chase. Good luck.
There you have it from Chase Buscalia, feeling confident here coming into his main event. That's going to be an amazing battle, I'm sure, at the front, just like this one. 5
right.
to go here at the line, and they'll head to the S's. It's still Decay up front. They haven't changed yet, so it'll give us time to go side by side once again for a little more intel as we come to see 5 laps remaining here in this Micro Swift main event.
All right, here with Stephen Miller. Stephen, it's been a good weekend for you in the KA side of things. You're starting on pole again. What's the strategy in this race?
Hopefully I can get a big lead in the first couple of laps and just check out and hopefully go from there.
All right, one last thing. I mean, yes, we already saw yesterday Ernesto struggled in KA. Today he's right up there with you. Any kind of racecraft decisions you're going to make and knowing now that he's there as opposed to kind of some of the other guys that you saw earlier?
I'm going to try to check out right away. It is what it is. We'll have a battle at the end if it needs to.
All right, Stephen Miller, he'll start on pole here for the 20-lap final in KA. Back to you guys.
Ready for it either way. Stephen Miller, a pull away or a battle, whatever he's got coming his way, he's ready for it. And let's see when this battle erupts, Rob. It's been tame. We've been hyping it up, but it hasn't happened yet.
Everybody kind of settling in right now. There's your front-running 6, and I think William Roberts and Colton Schingenberg. Roberts back by 3 seconds, so really this is essentially a 6-driver battle, but if they get into it, potentially you could see William Roberts back here again. But they are, as you said, kind of just running station right now. Everybody kind of lining things up. Again, it'll be, 4 to go? 3 to go next time. 4 to go next time by, right? Yeah, 14 down. It's only an 18-lapper, so 4 laps remaining. No one's really got aggressive yet. Gavin Decay still up front. Maxwell Macha right there. Torres still runs in the 3rd spot, but there's your first move, and I'm surprised it took so long. Finally, Nakawati, is that Nakawati through, or is that Davia who's gone through?
Davia, I guess there must have been a move to shuffle Nakawati to the back there, so Nakawati now falls also behind Bergman to 6th. It's Davia now to 3rd, Torres 4th, then it is Bergman 5th, and Nakawati back to 6th. So Nakawati, don't know if he's fallen off here the last couple laps or what. He was the one that led that charge, that group of 3, all the way to the leaders, and now as he shakes his head down the backstretch, he's like, man, I got to get back into it. Meanwhile, up front, Maxwell Macha pushed Gavin Decay away the last lap or so to try and build a margin. These 2 drivers here, good buddies off the racetrack, 2 Florida-based pilots here, a part of the W-Car program as well as they come across the start-finish line. 3 laps to go. Gavin Decay, Max Macha, they had a great battle yesterday. They worked together so well. They're doing the same thing, and if they stay hooked up, I think they might be able to keep that margin because everybody just went way wide in turns 1 and 2.
How long will Maxwell Macha stay right there in P2? Will he push away? Does he have the patience to stick right with Gavin Decay? This is something we've seen so many times over and over the years here in the SKUSA Pro Tour and so many other programs. 2 drivers up front working together can potentially pull away, but the minute they start to fight, especially at a track like this that has such wide entries, you're going to see everybody come right back in. In fact, Davia may not even make that a question. He looks pretty good this last time by. He was a 102 flat. That's a little bit slower, but here comes Macha. He's going to go to the lead here, and again, we're going to see the 2 to go next time by. Maxwell Macha has put the Parolin to P1. Move Decay back into 2nd, and here comes Davia and Torres.
Yeah, this is going to be a great fight. 4 drivers here in the mix, 2 lurking on a couple car lengths away. Maxwell Macha trying to get himself a win here in Orlando once again. He won the pre-final, down to 1. Davia for 2nd, takes Decay wide. Torres goes through, and Macha gets a 3-car length gap headed to turn number 4.
Yeah, tough pass there for Decay as a good move to the inside for Davia, but he'll lose a spot as Torres now works his way back into second. There's an inside move there as well. Is all this racing going to give Maxwell Macha? And he understands it. Davia realizes they may have thrown away the race win now. He's asking for help here from Torres, but Macha's got himself a big lead. Decay's going to fight because he's going to go by. He doesn't want to be P4 right now. This could be what Macha needs to grab the race win. They'll see white flags, Xander, next time by.
This would be awesome here for the SLA Kart Racing guys. This is their home racetrack here, their home race. They've been able to work out of their garage right outside. They've had a lot of success so far this month. The gap is probably about 7 or 8 car lengths now out of the final turn. White flag in the air. Maxwell Macha leading the way down to the final lap.
Yeah, back-to-back passes in 4 and 5. You lose so much. When Davia went back to the inside of Torres in turn 5, he just lost so much run out of the quarter into 6. And from there, obviously, you're on the throttle through those final corners. And indeed, final lap on the racetrack for the drivers here in Micro. And Maxwell Macha in the 23. Xander, that looks to me insurmountable lead. They're going to start fighting for second and third.
Yeah, you can see it already. Yesterday's winner, Juan Garcia Davia, just trying to hang on. It'd still be a heck of a points haul for him to get first yesterday, second today. But you saw him, like you said, Rob, fighting for second, blocking low into 5 and 6. Decay looking for third. Going to take that spot away from Torres. That'll give Davia some room. Look at the lead, though. Maxwell Macha over to turn 9 as we go side by side back for third one more time. Side by side for fifth. Nakawati on Bergman. Decay gets around Torres, holds him back into the final couple turns. They're going to fight to the end. But how about this for Maxwell Macha? He is going to win in Micro Swift on Sunday. And look at that, Davia pumping his fist in the air as well. He knows how good of a points all that was.
He's probably thinking, hey, I won yesterday. I'm second today. I'm all good with this. He was able to work his way forward. And think about where he started. 16th position up into second. Big victory for Maxwell Macha. As you said, home track victory. The crew will be thrilled with that one for sure, a 1.5-second win. But Juan Garcia Davia from 16th up to second. Huge recovery for him. There's your unofficial results, Macha and Garcia. And then, of course, Gavin Decay back on the podium again. 2 podiums for Gavin Decay. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres ends up in 4th. And Liam Nakawati up 5 spots, 10th to 5th. He'll be pretty happy with that. And Josh Bergman was right there as well. As, again, what covered the top 6, just 3.4 seconds. It was a lot tighter earlier. Things got interesting at the very end.
And, of course, the big movers there. Part of the reason Juan Garcia Davila was so pumped up about that finish is he had to start all the way back in 16th to drive up 14 spots, like you said. Yep. Colton Schnegenberg 16 up to finish in 8th. Good recovery to the day. Pasha Ali ends 9th. Drew Jensen outside the top 10 there, or at the edge of the top 10 in 10th. And, of course, William Roberts in the middle there in 7th. But 1 down, 7 more main events are set to come here from Orlando. In case you didn't tune in earlier, we had a lot of our pro drivers in X30 and Pro Shifter kind of break down what it's like to drive around Orlando Kart Center. Let's hear what some of them had to say of the track and what's to expect from racing here this weekend.
It's good. It's easy. I don't have to worry too much about learning a new racetrack. You know, I've got a rhythm there. The rhythm works. All I got to do is, you know, zone in on the setup, get it to work, and I'll be fast.
Orlando's a full-blown driver's track. You know, I really enjoy driving on Orlando. It's nice.
I like Orlando. The facility's pretty nice. The track, it's small, but it's also, you can race quite good on it, so it's a fun track.
Orlando is good because it's like my home, you know, like I live in Orlando, and I also like the track.
Orlando, when I think of it, it's like the most like comparable track you can get to F1. I think it's super smooth. You're racing inside a stadium, which is really cool. The curbing is like really. I mean, there's parts of it that are super rough. There's parts of it that are smooth. It's like, if I could compare it to F1, it's like the Brazil of F1 for some reason. The atmosphere that you get from it, it's really cool.
I definitely like the track. I don't really know what I like about it. I just like it.
When I think of Orlando, I just think about hitting the curbs and the chicane. I think the track is a lot of fun, and those curbs, they're very tough. But when you hit them just right, it just feels great.
A little bit of an extra delay there just to check on the drivers involved in that turn one incident early on in this one. But the engines have come to life as the carts have been retrieved, and looks like the last little bit of medical checks will continue here. We'll get updates if there are any. From what we know, it looks like 2 of the cars do have drivers with them coming back on the recovery hauler. So one more driver getting checked out from that turn one incident. We saw, again, one of the nose cones of the carts got mashed in, so probably got driven over, maybe a little bit of a hand injury or something of the sort. But hopefully all the best here. Nothing known at the moment. In the meantime, obviously not serious enough for a transport. That's the good news, which means also good news. We get to keep on racing here with Greyhound Racing Seats KA Junior at 34 drivers strong, Rob.
Indeed, it's going to be a heck of a battle in this one here. 1 down, 7 to go, as you had said. Stephen Miller had a chance to talk to him. He's going to do whatever it takes and however things play out. He'd love to be able to break away, see what happens. Will that happen? Probably not. He's got Ernesto Rivera right behind him, right beside him, rather, on the grid, getting set to start in the P2 position. You got Oliver Weldon right there in the fight as well. Oliver Weldon starting in the 3rd spot inside of row number 2. Victor de Alencar is qualified on pole both days today. He'll look to try to capitalize from P4 to see if he can't work his way forward. Then Shea Aldrich, who's been fast all weekend, he's going to start 5th alongside Alex Mercado.
Yeah, Aldrich has been very impressive this weekend. Kind of a breakout star in the KA Junior class. You go back to row number 4, you find Max Taylor, who was so impressive in that X30 Junior main event or pre-final, but got a little bit hairy going for the lead with his teammate Ernesto Rivera. He rolls off 7th here on the inside of the 4th row with Enzo Vidmontien's Motaz Port Parolin to the outside. Then you got Hudson Schwartz in the 829, teammates there with Max Taylor right behind him, and then Chase Buscalia, who we talked to there just before this main event got underway in the 852 to round off your top 10.
Yeah, and just outside the top 10, we'll see whether or not Jackson Wolney can have a good run. Walter Jenkins, of course, Peyton Westcott, who qualified 4th, looking to try to capitalize and move forward. You be sure that the team sat down with Peyton and said, listen, they roughed you up a little bit. Let's get the elbows up. Let's get strong. Let's go to work. We'll see whether or not Peyton can leverage that speed she had early in the day to fight her way back into the top 10.
Joining Peyton Westcott back on row number 7 is going to be, of course, Christian Meyer in the 822 machine. And then row 8, we'll find the GFC entry of Keegan Kaminsky into the outside. Speed Concepts Racing's Turner Brown. Sebastian Frigale, Salvador de la Vecchia will make up row number 9, and Alexander Vanchev and Christopher Aitken, who had a fantastic run through the grid yesterday in that Zanella Racing Tony kart, rolling off P20. Ty Fisher back there 21st.
He's had a rough weekend, though. Remember, wasn't able to get off the line in one of the off the grid, rather, in one of the qualifying sessions, and was off track as well. Tyre Fisher looking to change his fortunes here this weekend, see if he can't work his way forward. The Canadian starting 21st. Lillian Scarborough on the outside starting 22nd. And what do we got going on here?
We got a little bit of a log jam, and it stalled Christopher Aiken. It might have knocked the bumper in, too, here coming to the green. He's got that car back fired up, but he's way back down the order. I don't know if we're going to get the green flag here or not. You've got the front row lined up nicely. The back of the field just did not anticipate how slow they'd be in the S's. Aitken's trying to get his spot back in line. He'll get it. They're going to go into the lines, and Stephen Miller has them at a crawl towards the box on the power. Green flag in the air. We're racing in Greyhound Racing Seats KA Junior.
Not a good start from the outside for Rivera as he's trying to roll the rim to see if he can't come back out in P3. I think he may be able to get that spot, although he's going to have a driver positioning behind him. No, he'll low line it down into turn number 4. So good recovery for Rivera. Did not get rolling off the green, but again, out front, Stephen Miller, exactly what he wanted to do. The slow start allowing for him to be able to punch off and have manageable speed through turn number 1. He ends up taking P1 coming out of the corner.
Well, look at Oliver Weldon. Yeah. What a great roll through turns 5, 6, 7, and 8 for the JC Karting Team Hot Wheels driver as they head down the back straightaway. Weldon's on the bumper of Stephen Miller. So further back, there's a lot of shuffling, but you got the top two getting ready to fight. And looked like a pass coming back. That might have been Walter Jenkins ducking out to the inside to get around someone, I think, back around the lower teens. As we exit the final turn, we'll get an idea of where your favorite driver lines up with that leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen. Got one down, 19 laps to go. Miller, Weldon, Rivera, Aldrich, Day Alencar, your top 5.
Max Taylor comes across the line, P6. Alex Mercado, 7th. Chase Basali up 2 spots into the 8th spot. Enzo Vidmontien, 9th. And Hudson Schwartz starting things off, P10.
Side by side there in turn number 4 for Max Taylor, getting by on Victor Day Alencar. Behind him, Chase Buscalia. And, of course, you've got right there Alex Mercado, who just gave up the 7th spot also. So Mercado back to 8th, Buscalia to 7th, Alencar 6th, and Taylor chipping away. 2 spots up so far here from P7 to P5. And his teammate up the road there, Ernesto Rivera, in 3rd, just a little ways.
Potential breakaway up front. Stephen Miller trying to see if he can't stretch away. He's, of course, got Oliver Weldon right there. Whether or not these two drivers can stretch, we'll see very early on. Again, 2 laps cut from the race here, so we're going to be running a 20-lapper as opposed to a 22-lapper. The pro class is running 22 instead of 24, so we'll gain up a little bit of time if possible. Front 2 drivers trying to stretch away, though, as they put lap number 2 in the book. Stephen Miller on the Kart Republic and Oliver Weldon on that Lando Norris machine. They've got about 0.6 of a second from Rivera, and Rivera right there with Shea Aldrich, who goes purple that second time by. Aldrich, as we said, really stepping things up. Not a driver we've talked about over the last little while, but Aldrich really leveraging this Winter Nationals to put his name in the championship contention.
Yeah, definitely going to have a reason to follow the series all the way over to Utah. As we exit turn 8 here, the gap forming from the top 4 back as Max Taylor lost that spot back to Victor Day Alencar. Remember, Day Alencar did qualify pole in this class by 2.5 tenths today and qualified pole yesterday. Yeah. So you know that he's got speed. I don't know, of course, the track conditions being way different if it's going to be there or not, but neither does he and neither does the rest of the field. They've got to trust that number 877 Nash Motorsports EOS kart's got enough oomph to get down the grid and towards the top 4. Across the line, it's a 2/10 loss with the position change, so not a lot. We'll see a better idea of where their speed lies when they get going by the line this time if they stay lined up. They will not, though. Holy moly, 3 wide, boys and girls, and Max Taylor, the big winner out of it, play in the middle. Buscalia all the way down low, ends up getting a spot at least off Day Alencar, and Alex Mercado just kind of follows them around, picks up a spot, and moves himself back into 7th.
Yeah, the temperature rising throughout the day up to 88 degrees here trackside right now. Expected high of about 90. That'll be in about an hour from now. So as these main events go, it's going to keep getting warmer. 43% humidity, so a sticky and warm day. It's going to be tough on these drivers running these long events as well. And there is Max Taylor we talked about. He has been able to work his way up into the 5th position, kind of the chase group right now as the lead quartet trying to stretch away. Pretty decent gap from Shea Aldrich back to Max Taylor. That is the front 4 drivers. And then you go back to Max Taylor, and it's 2.1 seconds. 4-driver breakaway right now. But, Xander, we've kept talking about the fact, will they settle in? Will they run together? Will they try to pull away? Inevitably, it's not happened. We've seen them battle away and brought everybody back into the fight.
Yeah, there they go again. Buscalia going by on Taylor in turn number 4. And now De Alencar trying to get back on Mercado. Can't do it. Look at Hudson Schwartz trying the outside. Is he going to get clear? I don't think so. Maybe. He does, around the outside for the 829.
Really nice pass there for Hudson Schwartz around the outside at turn number 6. As coming through 5, it was De Alencar trying to hug the corner of the track, and that just did not give him the grip he needed to leave. De Alencar back inside of Hudson Schwartz coming to turn number 9. So they continue to battle. And again, that's a little bit further back. As you can see, Buscalia now leading the chase group right now in the 5th position. Taylor runs in 7th, Mercado in 8th, or 5th, 6th, and 7th rather. And some other driver up front turning quicker lap times every time back and forth. This time it was Rivera up front going purple here with a 57.618. The gap now 2.7, 4th back to 5th.
A lot of kudos got to be given to these top 3 drivers. They've all been within a car length. That's more than enough space to throw a dive bomb in turn 4 or turn 9 all race long. They have not done any of that. They have stayed in line, allowed the gap to grow out back, and make sure that there is no one else besides the 3 of them that are going to have any shot at a race win. So very smart driving here from Stephen Miller, Oliver Weldon, Ernesto Rivera, and Shea Aldrich there at the end of the train. He's losing a little bit, unfortunately. So the RPM Tony Kart driver needs to kind of find a bit more to hang on to the coattails of these top 3.
Great view here in these last couple of shots of the gap between 4th and 5th. The front-running quartet has pulled away significantly. And again, great drive up front here now, setting the pace is Stephen Miller. But I think maybe even more impressive is the patience being shown by Oliver Weldon and Ernesto Rivera. Xander, you talked about it. These guys could have made dive bomb moves. They could have tried the overtake, but they know how quick Miller is right now. Why not stay with them, take care of their tires a little bit, and get away from everybody else? Pull away, get that big gap, and then over the last couple of laps, you can go to work to see who's going to get the win.
Yeah, here we go over to turn number 6. So let's see. Oliver Weldon gave a good push down the run to 4 and 5, and I don't know if he feels maybe his pace is starting to get better than Miller's or not, but for now he still seems content to follow. Now to dive in 8. Rivera closing up down the backstretch as well. Let's see. Is there going to be a move in 9? No, they're going to stay smart. So, again, big kudos to them. He could have done it, hasn't been doing it, and hasn't done it yet. As Aldrich, a little bobble there out of the hairpin. You can tell he's pushing to try and close that gap, but unfortunately that mistake hurt him, and we got contact in the wall. Keegan Kaminsky collected along with the 860 machine. That is Salvador De La Vecchia for the 2nd day in a row. De La Vecchia out with a crash here in the main, and Keegan Kaminsky out as well on that GFC. So both drivers collected. They were back in 20th and 21st. Pass for the lead, though. Oliver Weldon takes the point here for the first time, and now Rivera says, okay, we're going to pass. I'm going to make the move then to go to the lead. And in one corner, Weldon goes second, first, back to second.
Indeed. We kind of flip-flopped everything. Miller goes back to 3rd. Ernesto Rivera now will work his way to P1 in the RPG Cosmic. It's Cosmic, Lando Norris, and then the Kart Republic. What's Shea Aldrich on? I haven't got a chance.
Ryan Perry, Tony Kart.
There you go. An RPM Tony Kart for Shea Aldrich, driver out of Orange, California, having a good run here right now. Again, right up there in the lead group. Miller led the last time, but Rivera is the driver who now finds himself back in 3rd as they've swapped again. So all of a sudden, we're not even really at the halfway point yet, Xander. 7 down, 13 to go, and we've decided to do a little racing here.
Yeah, a little bit early to pull the trigger. Now it's kind of spread out. Now the next big, easy opportunity to pass is turn 4. What does Stephen Miller want to do? He's going to follow Oliver Weldon for now, and Rivera not close enough to do much about it. So Oliver Weldon wanted to get to the lead. It took him about a lap to finally settle the score. He's done it, and now it is the JC Karting Team Lando Norris kart of Oliver Weldon showing the way through turn 6, 7, and 8.
So the question always is, when a new driver goes up front, do they have the pace to potentially able to stretch away? You know, Miller was the leader for the longest time there. Now it is Weldon up front. Do they, working together in this particular lineup, have a chance to pull away? I don't think it's going to happen. It seems to be like Rivera and Aldrich right there. Again, Aldrich shaking his head a little bit, didn't like the way he rolled through turn number 9. As you can see, he's lost a couple of kart lengths here. Now he needs those drivers to keep fighting up front. Aldrich seems to have just not quite the pace to stay with them, but as they race, he's able to be there. He needs them to kind of slow themselves up a little bit to stay right there in P4.
Yeah, he definitely needs them to, again, continue to do what they were doing a couple of laps ago in battle. Every time they line up, they start to pull away. Rob, you're right. As we exit turn 4, that gap opens to about a car length and a half. Now, luckily, he's been able to put some good laps together. Last time by 58 flat to the 57.9, so he only lost a 10th. But he still is losing. So he's just got to manage as much as he can. Can't afford any mistakes. Can't drop a tire. One mistake that lets him fall outside the draft window, and he could be gone. And speaking of the draft window, back behind them, so Max Taylor that time by 57.7. Oliver Weldon 57.9. Taylor 0.2 better. 3.5 seconds away from the lead. 2.5 from the back of the group. But he is faster. If they pass some more, you could see 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and a big line of karts all of a sudden join the party.
Yeah, if you look in the back there, top part of the screen, you can see how many drivers are in that group as they come back across the line. Taylor, Basalia, De Alenkar, Mercado, Wolde, Jenkins, Schwartz, all there as well. Then it's a bigger gap back to Turner Brown in 12th. So really, it's 5th back to 11th, kind of in line right now, all led by Max Taylor. But he needs these drivers. They all need these drivers up front to keep battling, to have the opportunity to scrap it up. There's Taylor there, right behind him, Biscaglia. Chase Biscaglia in the number 852, Florida driver, at it here right now.
Headed into turn number 8 here. Again, they're all, especially there, you can really see the difference in the lines for Taylor and Biscaglia. They are not defending at all. That was wider than even the leaders have been to carry the momentum and make it a really nice arc and run down that long back straightaway. So they're working together nicely. However, that time it was only a couple hundredths. They need more than that to close up, or they need some passing up front. Purple lap for Shea Aldrich. We mentioned that it looked like Shea was fading a little bit.
There.
Aldrich has picked it up, so maybe just a slower start, but starting to feel the flow as they head down to turn number 1. 11 down, 9 to go here in this 20-lap final.
Impressed as well with the patience here shown by Biscaglia, who was, of course, on the podium yesterday, right there behind Max Taylor. I think he realizes how quick Max is. He knows the driver has got the pace, so why not just stay there, work together, and potentially reel them in. They are a bit quicker. Biscaglia actually just went purple last time by. He was the fastest driver on the racetracks. Taylor turned his fastest lap. It's now 2.4 seconds. They were 0.4 of a second faster than Aldrich on that last lap, so cutting almost a half a lap. Look at the gap. They know it, and they're working their way forward. Biscaglia has actually lost a position as De Alenkar has gone now into the 6th spot. Biscaglia in 7th. It's still Taylor, though, up in the 5th spot. This next group of 4 to 5 drivers closing up on the leaders here, but the laps are ticking away. Only, 9 laps to go on a 20-lapper, make it 8 laps as they come across the line.
Down to turn number 1 here. Again, we've got 12 down. They've got to see each other's strengths and weaknesses really to this point. This is the part of the race where everyone really gets to flex their muscle. It's spread out enough that you want lap times just before, or maybe now, the time to battle here. Miller going through to the lead. Max Taylor rubbing his hands as they go side by side for 3rd there. Aldrich moves himself up, now starting to feel comfortable. So a late race setup, it looks like, for Shea Aldrich. Just starting to hit his stride here with 8 laps remaining.
And who is 1 and 2? How about Miller and Rivera? These drivers have been together all spring long. The first Q1 of the year, these guys have been together. They've been battling. They've got into each other. Race wins back and forth. But I think the driver smiling right now is Max Taylor. As he said, Xander said, just wringing the hands like, come on, boys. You keep racing, and we are coming. Again, Max Taylor, again, with his best lap last time by. The gap was about 1.4 seconds from Aldrich back to Taylor. What is it when they come back across the line to put lap number 13 in the books? Is it 1.2 seconds? They continue to push as, again, Max Taylor leading that group. Next up would be Oliver Weldon. How about 3 wide? Aldrich to the inside of turn number 4. Aldrich takes the lead. Rivera to the bottom. They're going to go side by side again. So it's Rivera up into 2nd. Aldrich decides he wants to go to P1 in the RPM machine. Move Miller back into 3rd. Weldon 4th. And again, another tough run through turn number 4. And here we go to the inside for Rivera. And some contact against Aldrich coming out. Xander, this is going to bring Taylor and the crew into the fight.
Yeah, Max Taylor was enthusiastic last lap. Now Miller back to the lead. He knows this is going to bring everybody in, so he wants to get back to the front. That's the safest place to be, because at any point when the pack is this big, if someone makes a mistake, it's hard to kind of rebound because it's an accordion effect and you get trapped behind. So it could happen for 2nd, could happen for 3rd, could happen for 4th. You can ride in 2nd or 3rd if it's a small group. A big group, the only safe place is the leader, and that's why there's more passing going on.
There,
Taylor,
yeah,
by as well as Aldrich there through turns 1 and 2.
We are now back into the pass or be pass kind of situation. No longer is it a strategy move where you're 3 or 4 drivers up front. You're kind of playing your way. Where do I need to be for those last couple laps? Now, no, all the racing they've done, they've brought 5th back in. This is all about pass or be pass. This is cutthroat time now here as we have just 5 laps to go and they get back around. 5 remaining. Look at this. Big move to the inside. Busalia going to go back another spot. Oliver Weldon now goes to P5, but the man on the move right now is Max Taylor. Can he get himself to the front? Another deep move to the inside. De Alencar. Some contact as well with Weldon coming through turn number 9.
That looked like one of those unintentional 2-for-1 passes. Went in deep for 1 and had to go for 2. It was a little awkward. And again, that's what I'm talking about. Look at the gap now from 4th back to 5th because of a couple switchbacks on Buscalia and Weldon and that one little mistake of De Alencar kind of getting into Oliver. The gap is back to 1.3 seconds. The lucky part, Max Taylor was able to work his way forward and got away from them all as they go down through 4. Turn 4 here this time. More changing back there. Shea Aldrich, Ernesto Rivera still back 2nd and 3rd. I thought we saw something get a little bit wild, so that's why I got a little enthusiastic. But Stephen Miller getting away by about 3 car lengths right now.
Everything that's happened, really the end result is the fact that we've just flip-flopped. We put Oliver Weldon back in the next group and brought Max Taylor up into the lead pack here right at the top 4. Now it's Taylor's opportunity now to go to work to figure out who he's racing with. He knows Rivera. He's making the move to the inside. Has he raced yet with Shea Aldrich? They both go through, and that's a double pass. It is Rivera and Taylor by Aldrich. They'll go to P2 and P3. Now they'll go to work, put the sights on the leader, Stephen Miller.
4 laps to go. Can they hunt down Stephen Miller? Again, we saw Miller kind of do a little hip check to Aldrich. I think that was probably a message sent for the 3 wide down the inside pass when Miller was put 3 wide on the outside lane. So he didn't like that. We've seen him and Rivera have some good races and have some not so clean races as well. What does it look like when Taylor and Rivera arrive on the scene? If they can get there, you think they would get there with how fast Max has been.
So these are teammates, but yesterday in the X30 main event, Rivera went by Taylor with a little bit of a hip check, kind of ran a little bit by the apex of turn number 5 before turning in, and a little bit of contact there when he took the lead. Does Taylor have that in the back of his mind? Yeah, we're teammates, but I'm here to beat you, man. I'm not here to get beaten by you. So, again, this could be very interesting how this plays out in the end. We're going to keep watching the gap, though, because last time by 0.8 of a second between Miller and Rivera. That put lap number 16 in the books. It'll be 3 to go this time by Xander. Let's have a look at the gap.
Yeah, across the line, like you said, Rob, let's watch the gap. It was 8.25 tenths last time. That time by, it doesn't go down. Surprisingly enough here, 3 to go. Stephen Miller said he was hoping he could get away. Well, he's gotten away. He's just outside of where they're going to get the benefit of him punching a hole in the air. And now let's take a look further back while they continue to make their march forward. Alex Mercado to the top 5 for the first time today. He gets around Victor de Alencar after falling backwards. He started 6th, and he hasn't really been much of a factor so far in this main, but it just took him a little while to kind of fight back from going backwards on the outside, and now this is going to help him get further down the road as Weldon and de Alencar bang wheels.
Yeah, Weldon flat slided through turn number 8, got right into the side of de Alencar, and that's going to give Mercado a little bit of breathing room as he looks over his shoulder and sees what he's got to work with. My question up front with a couple laps to go, 2 to go, will Max Taylor start to get a little bit frustrated right now because Stephen Miller is pulling away. Rivera is in that spot, but he has not got the job done yet. You know, if you're Taylor, you're like, okay, lead us there. Let's go. You're the fastest driver. You've won a bunch of stuff here. Let's see what we got. But right now, Taylor's watching him pull away. It's now a full second. Rivera back, and indeed, there we go. Taylor's like, it's my turn to go up front. Taylor now takes second spot. Rivera's going to go to the inside. Hand this win to Stephen Miller because it's RPG racing against each other for P2.
Yeah, and Rivera kind of roughed it up a little bit at the end of the corner, so Max Taylor, I think, was playing nice a little bit too much, unfortunately. Like you said, Rob, probably assumed Rivera would be quick, not remembering that, hey, I tracked this guy down along with everybody else in the pack from way back, and now Rivera late block. Taylor goes lower. Here comes Aldrich with a crossover. He'll pull alongside, but there's no gap for him to get back down low. I don't know if he's going to get anything. He tucks back in, and Taylor getting a little bit of a bump there from Rivera. Here comes Aldrich again. door-to-door with Taylor down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Taylor was just trying to capitalize and finish off the pass, get it finally done. He'll dive to the inside of turn 1. Yeah, he's going to be able to get in there. Rivera's going to slide her through as well. And that's going to bring a couple more drivers into the fight. Morgado and De Alencar are going to get a shot. Taylor's leading the way. These guys are all just fighting for second. Taylor covers off the bottom, as does Rivera. He's able to get by Aldridge, who potentially off the track on the left side of the surface. And again, what are we on? Final lap of the race. And again, Stephen Miller just says, later, boys, all yours. You guys can fight it out for second. That's the battle we've got right here.
And now it looks like it'll become a battle for third with Rivera's late low move on Aldrich, kind of repeating what happened to him with Taylor in that X30 Junior final, realizing you can go all the way down to the grass and get the job done. Unfortunately, Aldrich just didn't block low enough. He's now out of the podium fight. It's Rivera versus Morgado. Aldrich will need to worry about De Alencar. Taylor safe for second. And as they head across the line, Stephen Miller gets away, gets the gap. He will win on Sunday in KA Junior.
Everybody battling around, fighting each other, but it was Stephen Miller who kept his head about him and was able to work his way to the lead. And you said, go to the lead right now, let everybody battle out behind me. And once they started battling, it's a Chad Dockin Racing or Kart Republic victory for Stephen Miller, 2.4 seconds over Max Taylor. Stephen Miller gets the win. Max Taylor in second, Ernesto Rivera third, Alex Morgado in fourth spot. Shea Aldrich rounds out the top 5. Max Taylor, I thought, did a really good job there, able to close up, get there. Really gave his teammate Rivera the opportunity. We went P2, P3. Dude, let's chase him down. I'll work with you. But Rivera just did not have the pace to match Stephen Miller. And you can't fault Taylor for going by, man. If you're not going to be able to get him, I'm going for P2.
And he played that one as smart as he could beyond that, right? I mean, woulda, coulda, shoulda all the way through. Still a good drive forward on the field for Max Taylor. Ends with second, of course, looking through all the results. And for any other big movers in the field, how about Sarah Bradley up 14 spots to 12th with a great drive. Anthony Martella from way back picks up 13 to go to 21st. Fastest lap of the race was all the way down to 14th with Alexander Vanchev to show you just how evenly matched the whole grid was. It's all just position and, again, strategy and a little bit sometimes of individual speed. But we're talking a tenth to maybe 2/10. That's why those races are always so entertaining and unpredictable. But 2 races complete, a little more track recovery and cleanup to do, and we've got your KA100 Masters coming your way next.
Man, what a great race that was. And again, always fun to watch these drivers in KA100 Junior. What a battle. And again, just all those strategy races we see, you can see the thing kind of unfolding, the storyline developing, the drivers closing back in, some guys from further back being led by Max Taylor. Big win, though, for Stephen Miller. Congratulations on being able to get himself up front. And Xander talked about that. Be up front. When it starts getting crazy like that, pass or be pass, get yourself to the front, because then you're not going to be the guy who's in the middle of the chaos behind you. And again, that's what happened. The chaos started. Stephen Miller able to get away cleanly. KA100 Master rolling out here. 8 drivers set to go for a 20-lapper. KA100 Master brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. And we'll see how things shake down here. What I'm seeing in front of me, Mario Barrios potentially starting on the pole position. Not sure what happened there with Michel Garrido, as he did win the pre-final, but we'll go back and have a look at that in the official results. Barrios going to start P1 alongside Michel Garrido, yesterday's winner. Lucas Iglesias and Diego Rodriguez will be on row number 2. Shengyi Wu and Jesus Portillo on row 3. And Luis Quinones and Tom Gerstner on row number 4. 8 drivers set to go in KA100 Master. As we know, this class was a massive one, 47 strong at the Super Nationals. And these are the drivers who have elected to jump on the Pro Tour here. We expect to see new drivers when we get to Utah. The same for the Summer Nats at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Getting things underway for KA100 Master. Green, green, green. And they'll work their way in to turn number 1. Masters drivers 30 years of age and older. And Barrios gets a good start. Quick look over his shoulder to see where Garrido is, and it might actually be Iglesias. No, Garrido still able to get through. So, again, the opening lap, drivers low-lining a little bit here. Barrios trying to see if he can't hold on to the lead early. And we're getting underway for what will be a 20-lap event for KA100 Master. From here, we go to KA100 Senior. Main events lining up nicely. We saw some good racing to start the day, did we not? A lot of great competition. Here goes the first pass to the inside, and that is Garrido making the move to the inside of Barrios. Did not want to give it up. Barrios trying to get over-under, and he gets the pass back. Yeah, he's able to do the over-under and get the pass back, and everybody lining up right now. So we'll have a full field rundown for you as they come back through with some really tight racing outside the top 2 or 3. Is 2 wide coming out of turn number 12. Barrios will lead them. Garrido into second. Iglesias third, Wu up to 4th, Quinones in 5th, Rodriguez, Portillo, and Gerstner. Those are your 8 drivers here in KA100 Master.
So there we go here as the race is underway for it. And for Mario Barrios, it's making up for lost time. We talked about it a little bit yesterday for the drivers that had a bad Saturday. It sucks to start the SKUSA Pro Tour on the back foot and have to burn your 1 drop, but at least he still has a championship of fighting shot as long as he can perform here today. Out of turn number 8 here, it's about 4 car lengths back from Barrios to Michel Garrido. And then again, Lucas Iglesias in the 3rd spot, Shengyi Wu, Luis Quinones, Diego Rodriguez, Jesus Portillo, and like you said, Tom Gerstner. No real major shifts, although there is a pass. Rodriguez gets around Quinones for the 5th spot. Quinones back on him. Not going to get around him there as they go down into the S's.
So we talked about the fact that Garrido won the race, but actually started on the off pole. Being, as I look at the results here, official result, a jump start penalty for Garrido. Never actually sure how you're a jump starter when you're the pole sitter, but as he came in, apparently punched off early. I don't know what happened, but Garrido getting a jump start that moved him to second, and that's where he runs right now. Mario Barrios taking advantage of that pole position in the RPG Cosmic to lead early. Of course, struggles yesterday mechanically for Barrios in both the pre-final and the final, and that allowed Garrido to essentially walk to the win. Again, this could be a little bit of recovery here for Barrios. Issues yesterday, very likely his drop race. But Garrido looking to see if they can't fight it out here.
Of course, part of it, with the jump start, I mean, you got to give a little bit of a kudos, right? So the 2 blue cones, we'll see when we come by the start-finish line here, define that start box. And the leader is allowed to accelerate anywhere in that box, not supposed to accelerate before that box. They want to try and keep the speeds down by turn number 1. And for a lot of race directors, they want to be pretty harsh and set the tone in the heat races. So I'm sure Michel probably appreciates that it was a heat race. It only cost him 1 spot, but there's the box right there. So that's all the way at the end of the tram line. It's a long time to wait. And we've seen most of the grids probably accelerate maybe right before the box and kind of try to dance the line of how early they can get that jump, catch the off-pole guy, second place, sleeping a little bit. But if you go too much, obviously in that case, they thought it was too much. SKUSA's got cameras all around the racetrack, so undeniable proof at the end of the day, and obviously the penalty stuck. While we are still green here, we're going to go side by side down to pit lane. Of course, a very entertaining KA100 Junior main event, as always, and we've got our top finishers down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida.
I'm here with Steven Miller, your winner in KA Junior. Steven, this race was a little bit more challenging than some of the other ones this weekend with you having to go back and forth for the lead, but in the end, you were able to pull it out. Talk me through it.
The start of the race went pretty well. A couple laps in, Weldon passed me, and at that point, I was just trying to push him to go away from third, and that didn't work, so I tried passing him back, and he stayed behind my bumper mainly most of the race. And then the last couple laps, my tires came in. They came in a little bit late, but that's fine. And then I started to check out from them because they were battling, and I ended up winning the final.
Yeah, and obviously this weekend went really well for you. The only sessions you did not top were the qualifying ones. Otherwise, in every race, you went unbeaten. Who made this possible?
I would like to thank Sunprint Racing, my sponsor. I also like to thank Jeremy Fairbear for thanking me and being here to help me. And my mechanic, Chad Dawkin, Kart Republic, Kart Sport USA, and everyone here is helping me out.
All right, one last thing. You got the X30 X30 Junior final coming up. A little bit different class, a little bit less success this weekend, but any thoughts on that?
Just keep my head in it. We're a little bit down on power, but that's fine. So we're just going to keep on going, keep my head up, and see if we can do good in that.
All right, Steven Miller, fantastic in the KA. He wins again here on Sunday at round number 1 of the Pro Tour. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, Steven Miller, like you said, had a little bit of both. He had both a battle there initially, and then he got the breakaway he was hoping for. So got the best of both worlds in the way that it played out for him. And now we've got a little battle starting to form here as we go side by side again. Mario Barrios has Michelle Garrido bearing down on him. Garrido's got the fast lap of the race, was a 10th quicker last time. So the top 3 closing up here. 15 to go, though. Still plenty of time left in this Aspen Fuel KA Master field. Let's go back down trackside.
Thanks, Dander. Here with Max Taylor. Max, you were quick yesterday, made up 14 spots, finished 6th today in KA. The race started out pretty slow for you. It seemed to me it was going to be a 4-kart breakaway. You and Buscalia worked together with Victor as well. They started racing up front. You guys closed in a 4-second gap. You finished 2nd. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the 2nd place considering I started 7th. I think I drove a really clean race, really good race, just making my way through the field. A lot of patience and just pushing down laps with a couple of people pushing me. I'm really happy with it because we were struggling a little bit with the KA, but we fixed a lot of things, and the boys at RPG helped out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me. Going into X30 now, yesterday you led almost the entire race. Your teammate Ernesto closed in a pretty hefty gap there to take the win from you. What have you learned from Ernesto or maybe just the RPG guys in general to get a little bit quicker in X30 and maybe walk away with the junior win?
Yeah, I want that win so bad, man. I really do. It's a long time coming. I just got to work for it hard. I got some really good teammates with me, and they're all quick, so it's going to be difficult for sure, but I think I can do it.
All right, good luck, Max.
Max Taylor putting on a really good show there for sure, as he was the guy that was able to close back up, and man, just a really good battle at the end of that one. The fighting, as we know, allowed Steven Miller to pull away, and this is actually the race we're watching right now, KA100 Master. Stark contrast to what we had yesterday, as Garrido really was able just to check away. We know that we had issues for Barrios in terms of the technical side, so he wasn't in the fight either. It was all about Garrido. But now, all of a sudden, Barrios is there. Garrido running in 2nd. But this has also kind of sparked some speed out of Lucas Iglesias, as he's not that far back. Top 3 drivers all within about, 6-7 tenths of a second. So a good 3-driver battle up front here right now in KA100 Master. More interviews to come, folks. Lots of great stuff happening. Let's go back down to pit lane.
Thanks, Rob. I'm here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, today was a lot better than yesterday in KA. You had the pace to run inside the top 3, and it just did not quite materialize for a win, but walk me through that final and how you were able to get on the podium.
Yeah, we got much better pace than yesterday. I lost the final because of my mistakes. I should have passed Steven in turn 4. I got past, and he pulled away.
Gotcha. And you look at the race as a whole, I mean, you guys had the pace to at least be up there with Steven, with you, Aldrich, and Weldon in the first part of the race. And then ultimately just that, like you mentioned, the battling kind of sort of fell away. When you look at this weekend as a whole in the KA class, what sort of racecraft things did you kind of learn from that, and what are you going to take into Utah?
We worked very hard this weekend. We were like a 2nd or 7 tenths off at the first, and I'm taking, when you know the race is coming to an end, you have to lead.
Got you. One last thing. You're obviously in a much better state when it comes to the X30 side of things, dominating yesterday. And then today, a little bit rough with Max there in the pre-final, but any thoughts on that and what you're looking forward to in the final?
It was a racing accident, and now I'll try to win the final.
All right, Ernesto Rivera, fix up a podium here in round number 1 at KA Junior, but we'll see what he can do here in the final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, we'll see what Rivera's able to indeed step things up because, he was in a good spot there, I think, to potentially go for the position. But indeed, he just didn't quite have what he needed there to get through. And again, I think had he worked maybe a little bit more closely with Max Taylor, they may have been able to dial things in a little bit. But otherwise, we'll see Rivera come back. Both those drivers are going to fight it out. In fact, they're all going to essentially be back for X30 Junior. Looking forward to that one for sure. And indeed, watching this race right now, Mario Barrios continues to set the pace. About a tenth of a second last time by. You can see on the racetrack 3-4 kart lengths. Michel Garrido kind of biding his time here right now. And again, getting things rolling with so many more drivers potentially coming in for interviews here right now. Still a long way to go in the KA100 Master category. Taylor Burris joining me right now, our producer and also on-air talent. Good to have you up here in the booth. He's been running the switching all weekend long. You know what? Great race there in that category. Watching a good one here in the KA100 Master. Way better than yesterday, that's for sure.
Oh, it certainly has. It showcases that these drivers are working very well together, trying to see putting on a good show between the two competitors here, but our KA Masters are really working hard as we watch the battle for the race lead as they come across the line. Just about 10 laps left to go in this event. And we got a meatball flag out for one of our competitors.
Someone with an issue on the racetrack. That might be, I think, Sheng Yu. Is there looking for the rear bumper on that machine, not quite able to see it. But I think what we're going to see here is a pretty good battle back and forth between first and second, because you got to remember Mario Barrios, the frustrations, Taylor, from yesterday, 2 mechanical DNFs. You know he wants to get back up here. He wants to at least be on the podium today. Michel Garrido is thinking to himself, hey, I want both wins, man. I'm the fastest guy here, and I have been all weekend long. I'm not letting this guy come and take it away. I think this fight's going to be to the very end. In fact, here comes the move to the inside of turn number 9. Barrios trying the over-under again. No. And all this racing keeping Lucas Iglesias in here.
I know, and that's what makes it so exciting, because there we see Iglesias in the catbird seat ready to make an attack in case Barrios or Garrido get together. Of course, these two are very respectable drivers in this category. They know what they're doing. They know how to race hard and race clean. But you know what? They can get a little argy-bargy. Of course, we talk about Barrios. He's yet to get a win so far this weekend or have a good weekend, so he is really going to try to fight tooth and nail in order to do it. And as he does it, sends it into the inside and tries to complete it. Look at that textbook.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Garrido was thinking about the outside there, too. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll hold it out here, but no. Barrios still came across. You can see Mario really attacked the curbing on the inside of turn 3 to set himself up with a better angle coming out of that corner, allowed him to go down to the inside. So a great job for him to be able to get that position as well. And, folks, lots of stuff coming. KA100 Senior, of course, getting ready to roll in. And Taylor and I are up here. You know why? Because Xander Clemens is headed to pit lane with more information.
Down here to give everybody a little more intel, just talking with Vinny Mesquez. That KA Senior pre-final got a little bit hairy. First of all, talk me through the incident with you and Peyton Phillips.
Noah Rosser was going on my inside in the hairpin, and I was going to let him go. He had the spot, and then Peyton came in late. I was already on the outside. It was already the exit of the corner, and he just ran me over.
And what do you think, man, having gone through that pre-final? Obviously, it was really rough for you, but you did get a bird's-eye view at a lot of the battling yesterday. Has it calmed down? Has it stayed the same? Is it getting more rough here as the weekend's gone on?
Yeah, in my opinion, compared to yesterday, the intensity level has gone even higher than it was. And like I said after qualifying, I'm here to be aggressive, and if you want someone to just give you a spot and not have to fight for it, then you're racing the wrong guy.
All right, well, there you go. Vinny Mesquez with no prisoners taken here. 13th and trying to roll forward up the order.
Thanks, Xander. And listen, we talked about the fact that the intensity level was very high yesterday. And Taylor, we've been watching it. You and I have been sitting side by side throughout a couple of days here right now. It does feel like things are kind of firing up. But I always say that things will change for a driver from Saturday to Sunday. If you had a bad Saturday, you're mad. You're ready to come back. And you're like Muscala said, I'm not the guy to battle with because I want a better result. So a lot of times it changes on Sunday because you have guys who are really anxious, guys that really want to capitalize and get at least something for the weekend.
Well, not only that, but also the thing is it's all about that balance too. Muscala, he's angry. He's not that, but he's got to make sure he balances it out where he focuses and is able to get that good result. But it looks like we have another interview lined up down there on pit road. Let's turn it on down to Xander Clemens.
Xander Clemens down on pit lane. Lots more to come, as we said. He's down there to get a couple interviews. Xander, back to you.
Thanks, Rob. We'll take it away from here. Obviously, Braden Robertson we just chatted with Vinny Muskelis. He said from his point of view it's been pretty rough, and he's going to take no prisoners in the main. For you, the speed's been pretty solid this weekend. I mean, you've been a perennial kind of top 5 guy. What do you need to break through to get that big-time national win?
Just a little bit of luck for once would be nice, and just hopefully it stays kind of calm like it did in the pre-final for me. And I think if everything goes my way, it'll be pretty good.
And minimal adjustments for you guys, just kind of tuning the gear. How much have you been kind of adjusting your driving? Did you roll into this week feeling really good from PKS? Was there some more stuff to kind of keep working on?
Definitely not a lot of motivation from PKS, but definitely from TSRS, a lot of motivation from there. Kind of got the year going good with that series, so the practice days were a little shaky, but after we made some adjustments, bad set of tires and the practice days, and for the race days, it's been pretty good so far.
Well, I've got 3 redheads on my team at the national circuit, and we still haven't gotten a redhead winner in a long time, so I need you to do something. Can you make it happen?
I hope so.
All right, Braden Robertson rolls off P5 here in this KA Senior final, Rob.
Team Redhead all day long. Let's see if Braden Roberts can get it done. Up front right now, we saw the battle here in this KA100 Master category be pretty tight between Michel Garrido, Mario Barrios, and Lucas Iglesias. As you've seen on the screen as we've been side by side, last couple of laps, it's kind of stretched out a little bit. Michel Garrido, putting down some pretty good laps. A lap ago, he went purple with a 58.390. 8/10 up on Barrios right now. Iglesias still holding on to third. Diego Rodriguez in fourth. Jesus Portillo, Luis Quiones, and Tom Gerstner rounding out 5th, 6th, and 7th. It was Shengyi Wu who got that meatball flag to retire after an issue with that machine. But again, Michel Garrido on top in the number 407, stretching away a little bit here. Last time by, he was about a 10th-and-a-half quicker. Indeed, looks like he could potentially be on his way for another race win. 15 laps down, make it 16 laps down. There'll be 4 more laps to go here in KA100 Master. And again, folks, like I say, 5 laps to go here right now. We're getting more drivers coming up here for KA100 Senior. That'll be the next category up. One of them standing by right now was Xander Clemens. Again, Xander Clemens, I believe, down on pit lane. We'll get him standing by with another one of our drivers. We got that in the side-by-side. He's trying to dial things in. Xander, if you're ready, let's get another interview.
Sorry about that, Rob, there. Just, obviously really rusty on my end. Throwing Colin off. Colin, you've been a part-time national guy. Now you're getting to have a whole lot of action. I know you got an exciting year ahead. You've been building the team, but how cool is it to be able to race somewhere other than Homestead on the national circuit?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fun. We're going to try and do a lot of nationals this year, thanks to Magic. They're going to be bringing us along, and now that we're part-time dealer with them, so we're the dealer now in Homestead with Magic.
So it's super cool. It's different. As a kid at your age here with you and your dad kind of fostering the growth down there, but you're about to lock in and be a little bit selfish to try and go get a win. Yesterday, hardware, what's the difference? What do you need to make this deal happen?
Yesterday I felt we were lacking a little bit at the end of the race. Definitely fell off a little bit. I made a wrong tune with the carb, and that didn't help either. But today we made some changes, and I think we can move forward.
And, of course, the racing has been cutthroat. I mean, being fast just kind of gets you in. We go down to that final lap. Where do you want to be?
Definitely want to be the first one to see the checkered flag.
That's a quick and easy answer there from Colin Lloyd. Colin, happy to have you for the Miamians back home. And, of course, T1D Racers for Type 1 Diabetes. He can do anything. He's going to be rolling off here trying to get something to happen here in KA Senior.
Thanks, Xander. And indeed, a driver to watch, Colin Lloyd in that Magic Kart machine. 2 laps remaining here right now in KA100 Master, and the gap continues to pull away. A full second now for Michel Garrido, a 58.378. Taylor, we had a bit of racing there midway through, but again, the kart there, the Alessandro's racing machine of Garrido obviously coming in late in the run. He just turned his fastest lap on lap 18 with 2 to go. So the driver who won yesterday looking to go back-to-back.
And you know what? That's one of the things, especially for me, I would prefer to have that that long run type kart. That way, as we see with Barrios, he's still right there in the mix, but not able to capitalize and get to that back bumper and put on a good fight for this race lead. So that long run setup really coming into play right now for Garrido as he works his way around the circle. We may have another interview or two lined up before this race is over. So we'll check down here with Xander Clements momentarily to see if we're good to go.
Yeah, only 2 laps to go. We got one more lap. They're going to be coming around here to put the penultimate lap in the books. So there's going to be one more to go. And in fact, both drivers turning their fastest laps in the last lap. So indeed, while Garrido's got the great pace there as well, as does Mario Barrios. This is the final lap on the racetrack here for KA100 Master. When we wrap this up, we'll head back down to Xander Clements. But let's finish this one up here for KA100 Master, brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. Garrido, Barrios, Iglesias, Rodriguez, and Portillo, the top 5. But Michel Garrido, challenged early by the pole sitter Mario Barrios, has come out on top. Late race pace is going to give him an opportunity to stretch away. It's a 1.1 second advantage. Just a final circuit here as he works his way through turn number 8. Challenged early, as I said, but rose to that challenge, turning really strong lap times. Both drivers 58.6s last time by, so evenly matched here at the end. And although Barrios threw everything at him there on the national number 1 RPG Cosmic, it's the Alessandro's Racing driver who's going to come through the final couple of corners. Just got to keep it clean through turn number 12. And indeed, KA100 Master winner for Sunday round number 2. The Pro Tour goes to Michel Garrido. He will win over Mario Barrios. And we'll see Lucas Iglesias coming home to cap off the podium in 3rd. Diego Rodriguez will be 4th. Jesus Portillo rounding out the top 5. Great run for Michel Garrido. We got more racing to come. Let's go back down to pit lane with Xander Clements.
Thanks, Rob. Again, messed up the button. Hopefully that eases your nerves, Frankie. I can feel you're a little bit tense, buddy. You've had a busy, busy weekend, back and forth, up front, and good speed in both, but not yet getting that W here for the Tesoro Raceworks CRG, guys. So what do you need?
So we just need a little bit of luck. I'm a little bit scared of being on this outside row, but we've made some good moves from here. Made it up quick to the front, so just going to try our best. Had a few issues yesterday. Motor blew up in the final. And so we're going to just try our best. X30, get good pace in that as well. And so just really fast kart, good team. And so we just want to make some good moves and be there at the end of it.
Well, good luck here to Frankie Mossman. We're going to let him get his helmet on because we're running as quick as we can go with the main events here. The 1-minute sign is just about set to go here on the grid. So we're going to let Frankie get suited up. They won't go without him, hopefully. Look at him here right here. Suit up as fast as he can to try and make sure he's out onto the grid. This KA Senior main event is going to be an absolute barn burner, Rob. I'm going to send it on back to you while we get set to go. We'll let Frankie get the last bit of his gear on, fire that engine up, and hopefully make it. And, hey, if he doesn't make it off the grid, I'm going to feel really bad. So I really hope he does make it out there. Best of luck to the 970.
Xander Clements, run out front there and lay down in front of the carts. If you're the one that's stopping them, you got to slow these guys. Get out there and run. He's like, what's going on? A late interview there with Frankie Mossman, but I'm sure he'll be able to stay focused and get him back out onto the racetrack. Indeed, Mossman looking for that good run. The pace has been there all weekend long. We've kind of talked about the fact that he definitely has what it takes to run up front right now. And again, KA100 Senior about set to go, and it will be Aiden Levy. Has he not been a rocket here this weekend in the Team Tarp Kart Republic machine? He is going to start in the pole position alongside Josh Campbell. We'll put Noah Rosser on row number 2 alongside Henry Wheeler. And then we've got Braden Robinson and Frankie Mossman bringing Xander Clements back in here. Did he get off the grid?
He was still putting his glove on. I felt really bad. I went to the grid marshal. I was like, he just needed like 5 more seconds. They're like, the officials are yelling at me. We got to get everybody out of here. Flights, everything.
If they're yelling at you. Hold on.
Hey, man, I got up. I know Frankie's father, Brian's watching. Brian, I'm sorry if I tweaked your kid out there. I was trying to give you guys a little bit of love before the main event. Made it out a couple carts back. He should be fine. He got the glove on down the straightaway, and he's okay. But that was just 30 more seconds.
Yeah,
just a couple more seconds. That's all I needed.
Well, literally, they gave the minute board, and they left before a minute, so they should have gave him a little bit of time. But he's going to be all right. Again, as I said, Mossman starting alongside Braden Robertson, his CRG teammate, on row number 3. Row 4, Colin Lloyd, who Xander had a chance to talk to, starting on the inside in that 7th position. And on the outside of row number 4.
Yeah, outside of row number 4 there, Will,
Kane
bouncing
Martin.
around. Kane Martin right there. Anthony Rivera, Fernando Luque, your top 10. Caden Bell, Finnegan Bailiff, Mescalis we talked to, Hernandez, Botting, the top 15. It's time to go racing, Rob.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one for sure, of course. We'll see what happens with Fernando Luque back in the 10th position. He ruffled some feathers yesterday, no doubt about that. And again, we are underway. Drivers working their way through 1 and 2, and Aiden Levy getting another good jump. Lloyd, wow, almost off the racetrack as he's able to hold on. And just like we saw in the pre-final, it is a great run. Oh, yeah, there's contact there, but a great run for Levy. He's able to do the entire run around the outside of turn number 4. Everybody else low-lining into that corner.
Yeah, Levy getting a big gap now, thankfully, and we've got more spinners coming out of turn 5. Brooke Berry collected, another Tony Kart independent driver collected. Josh Campbell taking a look down, trying to see if he's got a pushback bumper. Looked like what he was looking down at, or something else on the right front. I'd imagine checking the pushback. There's big contact at the back. Just switched off it, but there it is. One of the Nash Motorsports EOS karts there. The 951 got some big-time air. It was Lydia Small trying to go on the inside and then got popped up into the sky. So good recovery by Lydia, but she is in a melee right now, 2x2 down the front stretch.
Yeah, Lydia Small working with Christian Brooks and has been dialing her in. She's had some really good runs over the last couple of years, and again, dialing it in here at the top level with Superkarts USA. Here's these drivers going at it through turn number 4 once again. Again, that is essentially 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Is that Braden Robertson up into the position? Good job for him up into P3.
How about that for Team Redhead there in the orange and black CRG, the Arcane Tesoro Raceworks CRG machine headed through turn number 8. All over Noah Rosser, and a lot of speed early. It's still a long one, boys. Keep your eye on that blue and yellow machine up front, or it's going to drive away as there's battling further back. Colin Lloyd low on the inside there, trying to hold back Kane Martin's 992 Nash kart, and we've got 2 off, 3 off, 4 off over in turn number 8. 2 separate incidents, it looks like. One is the 933 of Gabrielle DaCosta. The other one is trying to ID the looks like maybe a Gillard, and then it looked like we had
Nash
some more.
cars, I think.
Yeah, one of the Nash Motorsports cars involved. So unfortunate. Oh, that's Small. Lydia right there. So in that melee, and we switch back to the leaders, and then we switch back to the melee, and it's broken out. Meanwhile, Henry Wheeler inside on Braden Robertson. Move the BJR MDR Orlando Norris kart a spot higher in the top 5, and fast Frankie Mossman's got his way around both of them, so he's not too rattled.
Take a deep breath there, Xander.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's been able to press the reset button.
Yeah.
There's Colin Lloyd putting some pressure on here as well. This is that driver's a little bit outside. I think that top 3, indeed, that's 4th, 5th, and 6th. So Colin Lloyd on a tear right now. Braden Robertson coming with him. That is 5th, 6th on back as the leader. Aiden Levy turning into turn number 9. Another great start for Aiden. A little contact there. Wow, a lot of contact there as well.
Yeah, I don't think Kane Martin meant to get in as deep as he did in that Nash Motorsports kart, but he kind of got pushed forward and then ended up getting into the right rear tire of Braden Robertson, and it split the pack up. Miskellis, wheel-to-wheel down the front straightaway with Henry Wheeler, has to tuck back in line, and now he's got the RPG Cosmic down the inside of Zach Meyer trying to go around him. And Meyer's going to get around both of them as Wheeler goes wide in 1 and 2.
Yeah, very tight line to the inside there for Zach Meyer. Way to be able to run the inside and get 2 spots there. Trying to hold it on the outside here of turn number 3 and that, or 4. That's not going to work. Got to get down to the bottom. You make a pass like that, you better low line it in turn number 4. See if you can get the job done. The pass isn't over coming out of turn number 2, especially at this particular racetrack. You got to go a couple of corners later on to really lock things down.
Let's give you an update here on the leaders. You can see the gap's gotten really big out back from the top 4. There's Fernando Luque joining that group, but here's the lead pack. Levy last time was about even to Noah Rosser. Josh Campbell was a lot quicker. Has that gap gone down? It's 1.28 seconds as of last time by with 3 laps complete. At the end of lap 4, I think it's a little smaller. It is. Well, no, actually, it's even. Wow, Aiden Levy even to these 2 behind him. Mossman's a tick quicker, but part of that could have been the toe, so I'm impressed. Aiden Levy right now holding station over a pack that's working together.
You know, Levy's had this situation happen already. Everybody else has been kind of battling before. He was able to pull out cleanly at the very start of the pre-final. The same thing, he ran the race line, got a good enough start to run the race line into the right-hand hairpin turn 4. Everybody else low lining it to secure their position, lock it in. Pulled out that easy gap, and that's exactly what he's done here. So he's run 12 laps already out by himself. Remember, this is going to be a 20-lapper here for drivers at KA100 Senior. Levy leading the first 4 laps. Rosser, Campbell, Mossman. In fact, Mossman was purple last time by as he rolls right up behind Josh Campbell.
And it's unfortunate again because we've been treated to so many big packs in this class with so many drivers that could contend, but a couple of just kind of errors or racing incidents really for 4th and 5th have separated them majorly. Colin Lloyd, I mean, he's decently quick. Robertson still has pace that's almost at the leaders. Kane Martin was as fast as the leaders. they're 5 seconds away already. So that's how far back this group has fallen from 1 to 2 mistakes.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't take a lot, and then all of a sudden you're having to just really spend the rest of your race playing catch-up for one corner.
There's one thing the rest of the field does not want to hear, and that's the fact that Aiden Levy went purple last time by a 57.004, over a tenth quicker than Noah Rosser. It's now 1.4 seconds for Levy on that Kart Republic as he tries to pull away for another race win. Did not finish with the victory on the racetrack yesterday, was P2, but a penalty to Fernando Luque advanced him to the top of the box in the podium celebrations. He would love to do one on the racetrack here today, and right now looking really good up front here on the 990.
Well, I'll give it to Aiden Levy here. I mean, you already got big win earlier at the Winter Series. Gets himself win number 2 yesterday again. Didn't feel like he earned it because he kind of lost that across the line due to the pass by Luque in the last turn. But if he is able to walk away today in a class that's so draft dependent, we almost never see runaways in KA Senior. That is a whole other level above where he's probably looked at by his peers and probably how he looks at himself to come and dominate, because it's, you know, it's playing a game of chess and then there's just being faster than everybody.
Yeah, and huge for confidence, number one. Number two, like you said, his position within the sport. Now when he's out there racing throughout the remainder of the season, someone gets behind Levy, they're going to be like, yeah, you know what, maybe I'll hook up with this guy. This guy's a race winner. It's not like, hey, you know, we're in battling, I'm going to try to get him behind him. This is the guy that they're going to want to race with, like a Ryan Norberg, like a bunch of the other drivers as well.
Problems for Josh Campbell. Watch that side pod on the left-hand side of the 926. The bolts come off on the back end part, and it's starting to drag on the ground. That's going to affect his handling a little bit, and if it comes off fully with that second bolt, it's secured by 2 bolts on the bar on that third-place cart. If that second bolt goes, Josh Campbell is going to get a meatball flag, and his day will be done.
Indeed, that scratch down there is going to be a little bit of a handle. And then this thing's going to start to pull out, as you said, every time he comes through. We'll see how it plays out here for Josh Campbell. Tough one, because he's obviously running extremely well, currently in that third position, putting all this pressure on Noah Rosser up front. Rosser, of course, talked about his late race pace. We'll see whether or not it holds on. And listen, the more they pound that curbing, the more that's going to keep hitting that bar that's kind of dropped out there a little bit. So this is not playing well for Josh Campbell. Right there, as well as we know, Frankie Mossman.
And again, that's, you know, back there by his elbow, his shoulder. I mean, that's out of his line of sight, so he probably doesn't know that it's starting to go. Yep. And even then, I mean, even if he wanted to adjust his line, it's tough to do that and be fast. We saw it with Norberg. He was impressed that he was able to be only 2/10 off in qualifying, or 3/10 off yesterday, where he couldn't hit the curves because his chain came loose when he put it back on, or chain was loosened, came off, put it back on, couldn't get any airtime. So Campbell still taking some curbing. We'll keep an update or an eye on that and give updates as it comes. Now, last time by, again, Levy's just a little bit better. Another half-tenth added on. It's 1.5 seconds for Aiden Levy on the Team Tarp Alonso kart. Second, Noah Rosser. Third here on your screen, Josh Campbell. They've kind of left Frankie Mossman a little bit as well.
Yeah, Mossman was a guy that was right there with him and seemed like, to me, like he was just biding his time, right? Was kind of settling in, seeing what these guys were going to do. Although maybe Mossman just made a bit of a mistake. Last time was a 57.4. Yeah, he was literally 2 or 3/10 of a second off. You wonder whether or not Mossman potentially hitting a peak of his speed right now. He's going to watch out because the next group is Colin Lloyd, Braden Robertson, and Kane Martin. That is 5th, 6th, and 7th. In fact, you got to go back to Henry Wheeler, who runs 10th. Purple last time by, 56.922. Even quicker than Levy, who just turned his fastest lap again. In fact, Levy, Rosser, and Campbell, top 3, all turning their quickest lap times. And look at that, Mossman, 4/10 of a second off again. He's fallen out of that battle for second, and maybe going to find himself potentially getting reeled in with the drivers running in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Robertson's been able to get by Lloyd to go to P5.
And give the 6th spot. Kane Martin wants it, not gonna get it there coming out of turn number 5, but he tried. So Lloyd hangs on to P6 for now, but obviously, whether a lot of guys guessed wrong on the track conditions or Levy just guessed right, Aiden Levy is continuing to set an unmatched pace here, the closest being Campbell with the draft off of Noah Rosser.
And listen, nobody really making any big moves, really, to look. Zach Meyer up 4, Brian Garcia up 5, and Brett Rivetta up 4. Really, that's all we have in this 28-kart field. And a driver like Finnegan Bailiff was up front yesterday. We know he had a broken wheel in the pre-final. He's got nowhere. He's running 14th. Yeah, just not having the pace as the driver has gone out. Is that turn number 1?
Indeed, out at turn number 1. That's the 928 machine. Trying to ID who we've just lost off the side of the racetrack.
Xavier Diaz.
There you go, back in 25th. So Xavier Diaz goes out. at turns 1 and 2. Now, we're still seeing pairs of 2 working together. We've got, of course, the Nash Motorsports EOS car to Kane Martin, who's finally gotten around to Colin Lloyd to take over the 6th spot. It's allowed Robertson to get a little further away. And Josh Campbell's still just kind of riding right there with Noah Rosser, just hoping that Aiden Levy will fall off at some point, and they will be able to reel in that Alonso kart. Not giving up any hope, and at least by working together, they are pulling away from Mossman still. Another 10th added. It's now about a second.
I just don't see it happening right now. The open racetrack here for Aiden Levy, and he has been so impressive. The only thing that's going to come out and bite him is what could have happened in the pre-final. Do we get a big gust of wind? Do we get some dirt onto the racetrack that could potentially, pinch him as he gets down, catch him out a little bit? Otherwise, he is knocking out the laps. His fastest lap of 56.988. Last lap, just over a 1/10 of a second slower than his quick lap. So he's got consistent lap time up front, a 1/10 quicker than Rosser and Campbell. 1.7 seconds up front now. And again, both these drivers, Rosser's got to think about Campbell as well. Is Campbell going to just kind of hang there the whole time? Rosser's not only thinking about trying to race forward to catch the leader, but he's also potentially worried about Campbell making the move.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be worried about that at any moment now, because we're in the second half of this race. We're coming to put, now 8 laps to go on the board, 12 complete. So if at any point Campbell wants to go by, and again, we're still watching that left side pod, Josh Campbell hanging on by a thread, literally just the threads of that one bolt, holding on for the RPM Tony kart in a podium position, safely in a podium position, I might add.
Yeah, and you see it right now. Obviously, it's starting to flex a little bit, and you always worry when that thing starts to bounce a bit whether or not the bolt snap or something could happen. And again, right now, kind of on the edge. Not going to get a beat ball flag for that. He's fine the way it is right now. But again, watching this battle a little further back, that's Luke Kay going at it with Colin Lloyd. Good scrap further back, but Colin Lloyd's kind of fallen back. He was battling with Kane Morton. Now he's fallen back by half a second. He's fighting it out with Luke Kay and Henry Wheeler now.
Yeah, they both are all over the 916 T1D Racers Magic card of Colin Lloyd as he heads down the backstretch. Kane Martin was trying to make up some ground the last couple laps on Braden Robertson. They've been about even. He made up a little bit, and now Lloyd defending, driving Luke Kay back out to the outside edge of the track. That'll allow Henry Wheeler to get through. So Luke Kay yesterday was kind of more of the bully, and that looked like it was kind of getting bullied a little bit.
Yeah, indeed he was, as Colin Lloyd decided he was going to go to the right side of the racetrack. And again, Lloyd on full defensive mode right now as he's trying to hold off now Henry Wheeler, Fernando Luke Kay there as well. I think it'll be a matter of time. Obviously, he knows he's struggling to be able to run like that, Xander. As you know, when you start going big-time defensive like that, you realize there's either something wrong or you're going off a little bit.
Yeah, now Luke Kay going back by Henry Wheeler, so obviously he's ready to go attack Lloyd and keep on his march forward. He started on the outside lane in the 10th position, so he had to kind of lose a few spots off the start. He's probably been one of the biggest movers, I think. He had the fastest lap of the race last time by. He's been wicked quick. We saw that yesterday as well, but just the DNF in qualifying, then trying to get through a crazy pre-final, it's just made his day kind of impossible to fight for the win, but he's hoping to at least get some good points and keep him in the championship contention come Utah.
Yeah, they're Colin Lloyd there using all the racetrack he possibly can as he's in the middle of a big fight here right now for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Kane Martin up the road by almost 2 seconds right now. He's actually right there closing in on Braden Robertson, so that would be the fight for 5th position. So that may come up. That's it right there. Nope, that's actually Rosser and Campbell, so that's 2nd and 3rd. And the battle there that's down almost a full second up the road for Aiden Levy. So the fight there again for 2nd and 3rd. Back again to the Lloyd, Luke Kay, and Wheeler fight as Lloyd, again, in that T1D Racers Magic card, still holding the position. That is 7th. Luke Kay has been pretty aggressive to try to find a way by, as we know, as Wheeler.
Yeah, so now, again, let's see. I'm curious, too, Rob, if we can get a – oh, well, never mind. Let's stay on this for a minute.
Oh, there's a little bump into the braking zone.
That's a pushback bumper, and they are going at it. Lloyd is frustrated, so obviously there had to have been, I would imagine, more to that story of Lloyd and Luke Kay before him driving him off the driving him to the edge of the track, going into the S's, and this is where if you're calling Lloyd, you're hoping that all of a sudden you get a lot of speed because you know Luke Kay's coming back, and now he's got nothing left to lose because he's got a pushed-in bumper. So this is where things are about to get really ugly. He's still side by side with the LN card of Caden Bell.
Henry Wheeler.
No, that's Bell now. Wheeler's got up the road. Bell's going to lose his spot. Bell got around him. Wheeler's actually about a little bit further. Same go-kart.
Same go-kart, same suit.
Yeah.
Killing me on this stuff.
It's tough.
So what do you think about Colin Lloyd there? Again, like you said, to have that happen there, that wasn't the first occasion, right? There was a bunch of times he's been getting hammered from the rear, I think.
It's the tough part of the broadcast, right? And the same with the race directing. You never know the full story. Obviously, these two are handling it amongst themselves. Luke Hay looks down, looked right, looked left, and saw, oh, yeah, I've got to push back on both sides. I'm mad. And now I think he might. Oh, that little hand in the air to Caden Bell.
Hey, listen, when you're 14 as a junior, you can't use the hand like that. If somebody's going to give you the hand in the senior category, you shuffle them up into the straightaway. Like, listen, you gotta take your lumps when you're a junior driver coming up into senior.
Yeah, you just got to keep your head on straight, right? It's a maturity thing, and that's why you see guys in, Joe Turney wasn't rattled at all as he was getting dive bombed in the start of that pre-final start in 11. Ryan Norberg does a pretty good job of not getting too rattled by when guys start getting aggressive with you. But when you take it personal, you let your emotions kind of flow a little bit too much, that's when you start to make bad decisions. And right now, I think we're about to witness one here between Fernando Luque and Colin Lloyd.
I'm saying when you're a young driver coming up from junior, I don't know how old is Colin? He's only, I think, 17 or something like that. So he's not, this is not a 19, 20, 21-year-old. If you do that when you're Fernando Luque and you're given the hand signal, you're gonna find yourself in trouble. We're gonna see something that potentially happened here. Let's keep keying in both these drivers potentially with drop down. Definitely Luque with a drop down bumper. He's gonna try to close back up. And yeah, you know what? We'll see whether or not he's able to control the frustration right now, battling it out here with Colin Lloyd as they come down into turn number 1.
Yeah, so again, it'll probably be something over in maybe turn 4. Maybe he waits till turn number 9. I mean, I know he's frustrated with that deal. Lloyd probably as well. Here's Lloyd going to block. There's the bump. There's the send to the outside, and now the run. Trying to get away from him here over to turn 5. Lloyd's going to dive him back, sends it low, and here we go. This is again, just two kids right now. Again, Lloyd's got a couple seasons, but Luque, the rookie, we saw how frustrated he was getting and how physical he was driving yesterday. Lloyd's just trying, again, to hang on for dear life, but they've already been frustrated with each other.
And here's the thing. This is all playing out on live TV that people are going to go back and watch. This is not good sportsmanship at all right now. Fernando Luque is not going to be happy with this. Colin Lloyd isn't it either. Here comes a couple of drivers up here to see if they can't roll by as well. Behind them, Anthony Rivera and Caden Bell. And look, this is just, these guys are just pounding on each other. I'm surprised that race control hasn't even called in like a black flag at this point here, because these guys are just both going at it.
Again, though, I mean, I can't fully blame them, right, because there's 30 karts on the racetrack. We got into this battle halfway through. Now you can maybe say, all right, you're there, as they battle through 3. And Anthony Rivera, Vinny Miskelis, and Caden Bell, be careful, boys. This is nitro fuel going on in front of you that you don't want to be a part of. Luckily, it's going to get split up as Rivera goes through. Miskelis gets through. He gives a little hip check to Luque. So that's going to split that up. Now 3 to go. We got to get a little further up the road, and I think this might be subsided for now, but you can bet it won't be over by the time they get in the scales.
Again, Miskelis said he's not the guy to mess with out there either. He doesn't want to get roughed up. So Luque, that was interesting to watch for sure. Those of you at home, I'm sure, are thoroughly enjoying watching some of this chaos we're seeing here. A lot of commentary, of course, from Xander and I on this one here. This is going to be lap number 19 in the books, folks. 1 lap to go. Let's go back. And let's talk positive. Let's talk this kid, Aiden Levy. What a run it's been so far. Very similar to what happened in the pre-final. Able to get an opening run at a 1, 2, and 3. Full race line through turn 4, stretching out enough. Here's this great battle for second. Again, this is Noah Rosser and Josh Campbell. This has been race long for P2. All 3 of these drivers up front, and Mossman as well in P4, deserve kudos for a really strong run thus far.
And again, remember, we saw Josh Campbell look at his bumper on like the opening lap or second lap, so I don't know if he's going to fight Noah that hard if he thinks he does have a pushback penalty, but he's obviously going to take the normal line here and try to cross him over, so he will drag race him out of turn number 9. They'll go side by side to the final turn. Let's bring it to the finish here. They'll battle for second. Levy's too far up the road. Crossover coming from Campbell. He might get it. He will get it. And Aiden Levy dominates here on Sunday in Orlando.
Big win there for Aiden Levy. Another victory there. And Josh Campbell, a beautiful over-under. Here's the end of this one here. A bunch of drivers battling further back to the final couple of corners. Stacking things up, coming through. Levy, Campbell, Rosser in 1, 2, 3. Mossman ends up in the 4th spot. Robertson 5th. Kane Martin 6th. Henry Wheeler 7th. Colin Lloyd in 8th. Vinny Miskelis 9th. And Anthony Rivera rounds out the top 10. How far down to Fernando Luque? Back to 14th position. Again, very interesting to see that kind of racing happen. Of course, I said live here on Kart Chaser. There's going to be a lot of people commenting on those 2 drivers going back and forth. Again, racing's a contact sport to a certain extent, but I'll tell you, that driver Luque, Very interesting for sure.
It's just, it's just some lessons to learn, right? Again, you can't let your emotions get the best of you. Sometimes a guy makes a mistake and you take it personal. You think it was intentional. And sometimes he is being a little bit over-aggressive, and you can't let that rattle you either and start getting back and forth because it's a losing battle. Again, on a net, both of those guys were ahead of Henry Wheeler, or at least near him, and instead, at least Lloyd survived the onslaught to 8th. But Luke A falls back. But that's this type of stuff right here, Rob, obviously, is exactly why a lot of people have been, I think, a proponent for that North American kart license program, because every single one of those impacts, if that's another penalty and another penalty, and Luke A and Lloyd, if they, let's say, however they decide to draw that one up, if they get 4 or 5 penalties, you could point out before the next race.
Exactly.
And it's not it's definitely dangerous, not good driving for sure. Unfortunately, the way it all went down, I hope the officials keep an eye on it. But that's not to solely point them out, because they're not the only ones in this class that have been rough.
So there's your official results there, folks. Again, in the end, aside from all that chaos, Aiden Levy, very impressive. 3.3 seconds to win for the Team Tarp driver on the Kart Republic. Josh Campbell getting by Noah Rosser with a really nice over-under in the final corner. Rosser still a strong run onto the podium. Great job for him. We are rolling our way through main events. Mini Swift is going to be next up. Vinco Tires, the sponsor of the category. Xander, we got some big races on the horizon.
Yes, we do. We'll be right back for all of them here. Stick with us, folks. More from Orlando Kart Center on Kart Chaser.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Back live here again, Orlando Kart Center. Working our way through the main events, and again, just a couple still lining up for you. Man, we got Pro Shifter, we got X30 Senior coming, but right now, getting set to go with the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Had some great racing in KA100 Senior. Xander, we got to expect to have another great one here. Tristan Murphy was so good in that pre-final. He'll start in the pole position alongside Kai Johnson. The racing we saw yesterday, a 3-driver breakaway. Battling started to happen. 4, 5, 6 coming back into the fight. We're looking forward to, I think, another one of those tremendous battles here in what will be a great pack racing Mini Swift main event.
Yeah, here we go for the Vinco Tires Mini Swift main event. So let's take you through the starting lineup of how they all form. 42 drivers in total. Tristan Murphy in the 111 Ryan Perry Motorsport machine will line up on the pole after winning the pre-final, and to his outside will be the 157 Team Bennick entry of Kai Johnson. Johnson's teammate Royce Vega rolls off on the inside of row 2. In third, to his outside, the superstar speeder from yesterday, Ashton Woon, rolls off in 4th.
Yeah, looking for Antonio Pizzonianito, has moved up to the mini category, having done a great job of the Winter Series in Micro. He'll start 5th alongside Marco Romero, who's one of the drivers in the lead trio, pulled away yesterday. Fionn Shi will start 7th alongside Troy Ferguson, who's found some more speed as well. Into row number 5, the driver who made his first run to a podium in national competition, the Kart Republic Trinity driver Travis Pettit starting 9th. Rocco Simoni on the outside, starting 10th.
Uh-oh, we're about to have a logjam up here on the backstretch with how slow they're going. Kids, look ahead. Don't look at your toes, please. I mean, we were crawling right there, Rob. We were about stopped. I just had to take my breath away for a second.
This just takes so long. Bring it back around, boys. Slow it around when you get to turn number 12. Let's go.
Yeah, so.
Got things to do.
Yeah, luckily at least the back half of the field didn't plow in. That's what I was worried about there.
Yeah.
Obviously the crawling, that's just a little bit of whether it's gamesmanship or whatnot of trying to load up everybody else's carburetor. You're also loading up your own. In any case, coming on through here, we go back from the top 10. It gives us time at least to go for a few more rows and highlight some more drivers. You got Martin Jaramillo and McLaren Carroll on row 6. Alex Procuglia and Jensen Michelke, row 7. Cole Medeiros and Kai Mars on row number 8.
Row number 9, Luca Popescu and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Michael McGoy, Supernats winner, starting back in 19th alongside Edward Kennedy. And row 11, Matthew Cagle and Braden Wagner.
Here we go. Jackson Porter, Riley Harrison, and Cameron Marcia, who was super quick yesterday, is 25th here to start this main. It is a big one. 42 drivers. Mini Swift underway down at turns 1 and 2.
Tristan Murphy will lead him through turn number 1. How do things shake down? Everybody kind of too wide coming through here. Able to get through turn number 1 and 2. Couple of drivers way off, and there's a driver who spun. The number 188 has gone around. Otherwise, everybody clean and green through 3. Over to 4 and 5 right now. Leaders, again, this is it, right? You start up front, get out early, get out clean, and you're going to see 4, 5, maybe 6 or 7 drivers able to get cleanly out over to turn number 6, and we're underway.
Yeah, here we go through turns number 7 and 8 on the back straightaway this time. We're going to go single file here with about a 2-car length distance.
And again, working their way down the straightaway here from 8 down into turn number 9, and they'll again get this opening lap in the books right now. Again, through turn number 9 underway. Another driver's gone off as well. That is the number 130 Super Turn driver. More contact here midway through turn number 9. So the contact, a number of drivers involved. It's the 183 and the 163 as well. So a number of drivers having some issues at the start here, the first couple of laps of Mini Swift.
Yeah, 1 lap in, 17 to go, and it looks like they both will get back going. Obviously, half a lap behind, their race is done. We had 1 collected over in the start as well, so a little bit of attrition, taking a few out of the opening lap. Looks like those drivers involved: Popescu, Jaime Garcia, Tyron Scott, Luke Fedowitz, Maximilian de Guzman. So 4 or 5 lost on the opening circuit. Up at the front, it's pretty tame, though. Tristan Murphy's lost the lead to Royce Vega for the moment, but the top 3 have a nice gap out back of about 1.25 seconds to Antonio Pizzognanito, Kai Johnson, and Ashton Woon's group as we head down the back straightaway. So 3-driver break. Pizzognanito right there, Johnson and Pettit still single file, 5th and 6th, as Ashton Woon's been shuffled to 7th.
We saw a 3-driver breakaway yesterday as well, and that's what we've got developed here right now. We'll see whether or not these guys are able to come away with it, because really, I think the only one that was in the breakaway yesterday was Tristan Murphy. It was Murphy, Marco Romero, and Kai Johnson. Now it is Royce Vega and Fion Shi joining them up front here. And again, Pizzognanito now 4th. Kai Johnson goes back to 5th. Travis Pettit just set the fast lap. He's once again in the middle of the fight here, as he's essentially part of that 5-driver group from 4th back into 8th that's putting the hammer down to try to catch this lead trio. But again, just as we saw yesterday, Xander, the front 3 drivers all working together early on in the main event here. Again, this race, only 18 laps, not the schedule. 20, SKUSA shaved 2 laps off of all the races.
Yeah, just a little bit shorter to up the urgency to, again, make it more about somewhat of a dash. It's still a pretty long race here as we head down the back straightaway in the Mini Swift class, but at least it's long enough where we can get a little more intel from down on the grid. That KA Senior finish was a little more tame than where the class has been. Obviously, we had some carnage going on. Let's go down to pit lane here for a little bit of the aftermath from the driver's point of views as they go side by side here for 4th.
Here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, another dominant performance here in the final. You're able to pull away over 2 seconds of the gap. Walk me through how you're able to do it.
Yeah, so I was able to get a really good start. And from there, I just and win the race from there.
All right, I'm looking at, this season as a whole, you start out Pro Tour, 2 wins in 2 races. Really, this has to be the high point of your karting career, no?
Oh, for sure.
You look ahead, you've got Utah and Newcastle coming up next. 2 tracks Utah haven't really been to. Newcastle, obviously, you have some experience at. But as you look ahead, are you looking more forward to the championship or just taking it weekend by weekend?
The championship's great, but definitely weekend by weekend. If I can have a good weekend in Utah and Newcastle, that'd be great. But I've never been to Utah, so it could be a challenge.
Yeah, I'm looking at, as a whole, obviously, a great weekend this weekend. You had a lot of pace. We talked to you yesterday about kind of talking about who kind of made this all possible. When you look at this weekend as a whole, what do you think allowed you to kind of make that development from 3 weeks ago in Orlando where you were good, but maybe not as good as you needed to be from a pace standpoint, to suddenly just really walking the field here?
Well, definitely Martin Pierce helps me out a ton. Between USPKS and here, my mechanic JP had the cart on rails, BBS race engines for the power, my parents for helping me out and supporting me, and everyone under Team Tarp, Eric Jones and Kart Sport North America.
All right, Aiden Levy, a sensational run. He wins flag to flag here in KA Senior. Back to you guys.
All right, first of all, Aiden, you got to give me something better than that. I've known this kid. I'm happy to see him win. If you're going to win, Aiden, you got to learn to talk a little bit more, buddy. I appreciate it and congrats, but come on, man.
Was that a 2-word answer? Did he give a for sure?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure doesn't even count as an answer. Aiden, give us a little bit. Let us know, man. How are you feeling? He's got family back home. His grandpa was texting me yesterday. We had a lot of friends and family from all the drivers that reach out to us and saying how much they appreciate getting to watch and who they're rooting for, and you see it in the chat as well. And, Aiden, you got fans back home. They want to hear you. They're watching your race. Give them a little bit. Don't be afraid. Anyway.
Hey, listen, if he keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to have lots of time for winter interviews as well, for sure.
Yeah. That's the thing, too. It's not his first win. It's not his first interview. Come on, A-Dog. Anyway, we move on. 5 laps complete here. 13 still to go in the Mini Swift class presented by Avinco Tires. And as they exit turn number 8 here, this group was looking like they were making some headway. Now they're kind of not, and now they're battling a little more. Pizzone Unito's been bounced to the back of it. Let's go side by side for a little bit and keep an eye on the action as Marco Romero makes a nice pass there on Pizzone Unito. He's trying to make up for lost ground after falling way backwards on the start. Pit lane.
All right, here standing here with Colin Lloyd. Colin, difficult race for you. You start out inside the top 10. Looked like you had good pace in the first half, but then some incidents between you and Fernando. Talk to me about what your thoughts were from that perspective.
So from the beginning, the car was actually pretty good. I'm not sure what happened, but I definitely lost a couple mile an hour, and I didn't have any grip anymore. I noticed the cart just wasn't there, so I started defending. I feel a really, really big bump from behind, and then I don't know what happened. It kept bumping me, and I bumped back, so I'm not going to let that slide.
And going ahead to Utah and beyond, I mean, you've looked like you've had good pace pretty much everywhere you've gone so far this season. Just walk me through some of the positive takeaways you can take from this weekend. And, I mean, is there anything that you're going to do differently from a racecraft standpoint, knowing how this final went?
I definitely want to improve on setup a little bit. I think we went the wrong way, and that's definitely how the cart fell off a little bit. We definitely need to figure out something with the engine. I'm not sure if it was just that one engine, but this whole weekend I've been struggling with it a little bit. No fault to BBS. I really like their engines, and I'm going to keep using them.
One last thing on the incident with Fernando. Are you going to talk to him afterwards to try to figure out what happened between the two of you?
I think I'll be good. I'm good.
All right. Colin Lloyd disappointed after what looked like a promising run early on in the KA Senior final. Back to you guys.
Emery, thank you so much. And, yeah, listen, does he go over and talk to the 14-year-old driver? I think probably maybe just step away from it. This could be something where race control comes in and has a chance to sit down with both drivers to talk to them from their side of it. I don't know whether or not those drivers need to come together to chat or not.
It's tough, right? I mean, Colin Lloyd now, he's in his 3rd year in senior, and so I understand, the notion as well to go and talk to him and be like, hey, be the veteran of the class, be the kids and running up front. Listen, I get that you're new, you're moving up, you're fast. I'm happy for you, but this is why I did what I did, and I don't think what you did was okay, and you just got to say that. And so that to me is, I think, something important. You see that a lot in X30 Senior. We heard it on the Friday press conference talking with the guys in Pro Shifter. So it doesn't happen as much in KA Senior. Of course, that's more of our lights class. You have a lot more younger talent, and then they'll graduate into X30 Senior or Pro Shifter typically. But, I wouldn't say he's at that point where he has to. But, yeah, and then, of course, you worry, like, is the team owner going to come after me if I try to talk to the driver? Is the coach? Is the parent? Like, hopefully the parent, when they get to senior, is hands off. But it's 14, so,
Again, that's part and parcel of what we have right now with having 15, 14-year-olds in the senior category. When we open that up, you're going to have that difference of age where you're going to have some kids, early teens, battling against guys, late teens or even early 20s. It's a little bit of a contrast, which makes things interesting and kind of difficult in terms of talking in tough times. Right now, Fionn Shee up front, Tristan Murphy and Royce Vega. That lead that was once significant has kind of shrunk down a little bit here, Xander. Some action happening as we come to the midway point in Mini Swift.
Yeah, let's send it on down to pit lane here for the other half and some more of the aftermath from that KA Senior main event.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Fernando Luque. Fernando, I mean, rough race for you, right? You had the poor qualifying with the issue, decent pre-final charge to the field, and you look for a pretty promising finish there in the final. You got to push back early on in the race. You caught up to Colin Lloyd. You two kind of exchanged bumpers a little bit. Walk me through what happened. Explain from your perspective how that went.
Yeah, very disappointing race today. Like, not my best race, but it looked very promising. But I'm very disappointed with the result. And on the incident there, I really have no comment. Like, I think it's embarrassing for both of us to be racing like that, but really no comments. And I disappointed my whole team and my dad. So I'll just go next time.
All right, one more thing. I mean, just changing the subject a little bit. Obviously, yesterday, you got your first win as senior. The penalty happened, but on track, you showed really strong pace in your first start in senior. What are some of the takeaways you can have from this weekend?
Well, main takeaway is don't do stupid stuff, but I think I have the speed, so let's see what I can do next time.
All right, thank you, Fernando.
I like that. Pretty straight up there. You know, no comment, of course, on the contact. He's a little embarrassed for what he did there. But, again, the positive takeaway was, number one, don't do stupid stuff. But, hey, the positive takeaway for Fernando is good speed, right? He was able to come in here, show the speed, and show that he does have what it takes to be able to run up front. You're going to learn anytime you're on the racetrack, especially when you're a young driver coming out of junior to senior for the first time. All in all, I thought that was a pretty good comment in terms of kind of putting a cap on what's happened on the racetrack.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, you know, again, no comment on back and forth, but admitted it was embarrassing and said he let the team down. And for both of those drivers, right, you know, Colin Lloyd's got the family operation, but under the kind of overall umbrella of the Magic USA family, you got some really smart guys there with A.J. Myers, with the Pajoso brothers that, you know, been around the sport for a while. And then, of course, you know, in the case of Fernando Luque, Super Tune USA has been around for a while. So you hope that, as well as the officials stepping in, that the teams and the coaches and the environments they're in don't encourage that. And they say, yeah, listen, what you did out there was bad. That was not how we want to be shown. I mean, you're representing that brand. You know, those two guys going at it, not only does it make them look bad, makes the go-kart brand they're on look bad, makes the team not look so great. So it's unfortunate if, again, they feel like it's in the wrong, and you hope everyone's on the same page.
And kind of where you want to point that, again, this is what karting's all about. This is the learning opportunity, right? Again, especially with you guys, what you've done here with the Kart Chaser broadcast, you've raised things to the level in terms of when they got that microphone in their face, they've got to understand what to do, right? I know that this is karting again, but it's a development program, top-level motorsports, no doubt about that. So, again, this is an opportunity for them to continue to learn, and they're going to do that. They're going to come back and watch the broadcast, watch what happened on track, and figure out how they can maybe be better next time they come back to the racetrack.
Well, speaking of being better, how about Fionn Shi here this weekend? Very impressive for the Super Tune Tony Kart driver in Mini Swift. He's leading the way. He's made up a couple spots from starting 7th. He was able to run down that pack with Tristan Murphy and Kai Johnson and everyone else in tow. Ashton Woon there in the 4th spot, Royce Vega in 5th. But a little battling for thirds kind of separated them, although they really are going to come back together, I feel like, and we're going to have another 7 or 8 car train with these final 5 laps, Rob.
Indeed, 5 laps to go when they get back around. Still a bit to go here on this 6th last lap as they come down the straight. You can see 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. All right there. Fionn Shi leading the way in that number 153. Tristan Murphy in 2nd. He's been very strong throughout the day as well. Qualified on started on the pole position, having worked his way back forward. Fionn Shi with a little bit of breathing room right now, though we'll see what it is when they come back around. Was 2/10. It's definitely over 2/10 of a second. I think this time for Fionn Shi up front. Can he pull away? That'll be the interesting thing. Lap number 13 in the books. It's still 2/10 of a second. I thought maybe he had gapped them a little bit, but no, a good run through turn number 10, 11, and 12 for Tristan Murphy. He's right there. It's about a half a second back to Kai Johnson, and you cannot definitely leave him out of the equation because Kai Johnson showing fantastic speed, was the race winner yesterday. Here we go now as the final couple laps, final 5 laps. This is when everybody kind of digs in. Royce Vega and Travis Pettit, the quickest of the top 8 there. They turned their best times there on lap number 13. And again, as Xander said, I don't think we're done yet as drivers 3rd, 4th, and 5th up on the wheel to try to make this exciting.
Yeah, again, the whole pack coming together here. Let's go side by side one more time for 5 to go, and we'll wrap up the KA Senior post-race. Oh, X30 Junior pre-race, sorry, down on pit lane really quickly.
Here with Teddy Masella, your pole sitter for the X30 Junior final. Teddy, it's been a good weekend for you. This past pre-final, you were able to finally get yourself up into the top position. Speak to me about how you were able to do it and what you're looking forward to in the final.
So the way I did it, I started falling back a little bit, and I just kept calm and then started making my ground back up through the field. And then I was just very patient, waiting for Max and Ernesto to battle. Then I just took my chance at the right moment, and then from there on, it was the last lap. I over-under both of them, and from there on, I won the race.
And you got both of your teammates here. You finished second to Ernesto a lot this year. How are you going to change that?
Hopefully, I just have the race pace to pull away and just have my teammates push me to the end of the race and see. And from the final 2 laps, it's just whoever wins. But from there on, it should be the pushing.
All right, Teddy Masella, starting on the front of the grid here in X30 Junior. Back to you guys.
So here we go. More shuffling that's happened. Kai Johnson's worked his way up to second. 3 to go this time, Robin. What has happened? The packs got back together, and now we got a battle for the lead as Johnson takes it through in 12.
And that pass over in turn 12 will stack everybody back up. As we know, it's really tough to get through there and not get the run out. So look at all 7 drivers in this lead group have got themselves back to where they need to be. 7 drivers: Johnson, Murphy, Shee, Woon, Pettit, Vega, and Romero. 4.7 seconds back for Pizzogno Nito. So this is very likely going to be a 7-driver fight. Everybody really with an opportunity to try to get there. And unlike a 2-driver battle, now, Xander, we've talked about this, everybody in this top 7 is trying to get themselves to P2 or wherever they think they need to be. Because right now, again, as we said before, pass or be passed right now over these last couple laps.
Yeah, here's Ashton Woon trying to make some hay. He gets by Fion Shee. Shee loses another spot. Pettit will follow. Shee trying to find a way back down behind Pettit and make sure he doesn't lose any more. He does. And coming to the 2 to go signal, Johnson's pulled a little bit away from Tristan Murphy.
Yeah.
Interesting to see that Kai Johnson might be able to slip away with this one.
He said you could not count him out at all. Kai Johnson's been so good, and I think he's one of the many drivers that we're going to see battling for race wins and potential championship throughout the season. Kai Johnson across the line, putting lap number 16 in the books. 2 laps remaining. Murphy second, Woon third, Pettit now fourth. A podium for Pettit yesterday. Does he get back up onto the box again? But there's a lot of racing still to be done. You know, someone's going to try a move here. Murphy's got to get close because it's really a couple of kart lengths right now for Kai Johnson. The key is, when does he low line, or does he continue to hold a couple of drivers together? We got a couple of drivers locked up.
Going for a ride down the front straightaway. It finally looked like they just got disconnected. That was the 143 and the 169 of Mattheus Morgado, or 145, Felipe Jesus Benito, and Mattheus Morgado. Felipe just saying, get off me, I think. As we go down to turn number 9, look at this. Murphy got the lead, blocking from Johnson, and they're all stacking up.
There's Ashton Woon watching right there as well. Watch this one here, folks. This is about to get pretty exciting here up front. Again, Johnson had led that last lap, but now it's Tristan Murphy back there as well. Woon, I think, has gone into second. Final lap. Indeed, Woon has gone to P2. So it's Murphy, Woon, Johnson, and I think then Pettit, Shee, and Vega. Here we go. Romero there as well. Final lap.
Yeah, Ashton Woon getting up to second, now going to lay right behind Tristan Murphy, try to get a good exit. He does. Big run, looking low. Turn 5, can't get there. Side by side, Kai Johnson opened the door, and Fion Shee slides through for third.
Shee back to third, but that has opened up the gap up front between Murphy and Woon, then a little bit back. So does Woon have anything? Ashton Woon looking to potentially win here. He's able to get through turn 8 cleanly. Here comes the run. Murphy looks over his shoulder. Shee down to the bottom of the racetrack. They'll work their way down into turn number 9. A 2-driver battle for sure, as no fighting further back. And indeed, Murphy gets out of 9 quickly. She's going to be the driver battling. It's going to be a big fight for the final spot on the podium. Here goes Ashton Woon trying to go to the inside. They're going to be side by side, but it looks like a better run for Tristan Murphy. And indeed, Tristan Murphy winning in Mini Swift. Sunday action at the Winter Nationals.
Ashton Woon just tried to, play that one right on the limit. Obviously, Murphy did a great job defending, and Ashton wanted to get around him, but he wanted to do it as clean as possible. He could have rooted him fully out of the way. Did move him a little bit and get underneath him, but not enough, obviously, to fully get clear. He had second, Shee third, Vega fourth. Johnson ends up fifth. Still a solid day. Big mover, Cameron Marcia, up 17th spot for the fast lap of the race to go to 8th there by the end.
He's got to be thrilled with that. You start deep in the field, 25th, and be able to go to P8. Great job there for Cameron Marcia. But Tristan Murphy with the win. He really was a powerhouse throughout the day. Ashton Woon again fighting his way up to second. Fion Shee in third. Kai Johnson, who led the penultimate lap ends up going back to P5. That's how much action happened behind Fionn Shi when Murphy and Wood were able to get away. She got to the inside of Johnson over in turn number 5. He's able to go to the podium, so great job for Fionn Shi to third. Royce Vega in fourth. Kai Johnson, Travis Pettit, and Marco Romero cap off the top 7 drivers that were in that lead group over the last couple of laps.
And so that'll do it here. Now we've got 3 more main events still to come. X30 Junior, presented by Rawlson Performance Group, is up next. It'll be time for Pro Shifter and X30 Pro Senior. Stick with us here, folks. We've got more racing to come from Orlando.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
So, folks, 3 more races, and they're going to be 3 big ones for sure. As we know, X30 Junior, Pro, and Master Shifter, and the X30 Senior to cap things off. This is going to be an absolute scrap in this one here. There's a bunch of Rawlson Performance Group drivers up front, but you got the interlopers like Oliver Weldon and Stephen Miller all ready to line up and get in there and fight with them. And again, even though they're all in the same colors, every one of those Rawlson Performance Group drivers, Xander, wants to win. Like, yeah, they're part of a team, but they're all paying to be under that tent. They all want to win.
100%, Rob, 100%. They all want to, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that. We saw a little bit in the pre-final. Yeah. Saw a little bit yesterday with Max and Ernesto getting at it, and this is their last chance to kind of beat on each other for about a month because, you know, outside of the test weekend and before the Pro Kart Series heads to Houston, and, of course, a big gap till the Pro Tour heads to Utah, you know, they've all been maybe racing against each other a couple of times here the last few weeks, so it's like, I'll get them next week. There is no next week now. We've got a big break coming up, and for these guys, this is the one that gets kind of the last laugh and the big wave of momentum for another 4 weeks.
Yeah, very similar to Formula One. You want to win the race, but you also want to win in your team. You want to be the top driver in your team. As for a lot of these RPG drivers up front, that's exactly what they want to do. But, hey, the victory first and foremost. Teddy Masello going to start in the pole position. He was able to leverage a little bit of action in the pre-final. He ends up going P1. Max Taylor on the outside, so all RPG 1, 2. In fact, all RPG 1, 2, 3, 4. As Ernesto Rivera will be on the inside of row number 2 alongside Diego Ardiles.
Moving back there to row 3, Oliver Weldon. We saw him have a lot of speed early in that KA Junior main and kind of got shuffled out of the way. Let's see on what what looks to be a better day for him in X30 Junior to get rolling. To his outside, Jackson Wolney. In row 4, Stephen Miller. And the Speed Concepts red speed of Anthony Martella.
We'll cap off the top 10. Row 5, Leonardo Escorpioni on the inside. Emma Scarborough on the outside with the other Kart Republic drivers, Nathan Dupuy and Caleb Campbell on row number 6.
Christian Cameron, Charlie Smith, Ty Fisher, the top 15. We go into the tram lines for RPG X30 Junior. Green flag in the air to the round 2 main event and around the outside. Let's see if Max Taylor can do it again. Not this time. He has to tuck back into second. Teddy Musella, the Orlando kid, leads them down to turn 4.
Ty Fisher, 4 wheels off. You saw him go on the outside. He's the one that got shot up into the air coming out of the corner there. We'll see if he's able to come back in any kind of position right now, having started in the 15th position. But again, Teddy Musella capitalizing on the pole. He leads through turn 6 and 7. Max Taylor right there as well. The RPG drivers lining up cleanly.
We just got one question in the live stream here asking, why are all the karts in the top 5 the same color? Well, they're all the same team, and that team is doing a heck of a job here this weekend as, oh no, well, jinxed them, Ernesto Rivera. I don't know if he locked the brakes up, but there was contact side by side. He was trying to pass one of his teammates and had to go through the inside curb over that and cross the track and cut it a little bit, and he saved it, but that was sketchy.
I think it's probably the best possible result. That could have been really nasty, as Weldon's going to take advantage of that right now. He'll work his way now into 4th, so Oliver Weldon pouncing on top there to get into that spot up front. Look at these drivers. There's a lot of dirt on the racetrack. Stephen Miller slide jumps, and he hammers into the inside of Oliver Weldon. Another hardcore move to the inside for Stephen Miller. He drills Weldon right at the apex of turn number 4.
Yeah, and I don't even know if he meant to get in that deep. I think he went through like everybody else on the dirt. He was committed to passing still and probably just had no grip on the brakes. At least you'd hope that was the case, because Oliver Weldon's been driving everybody clean all year long, and he's been getting the short end of the stick more times than not. Down to turn 9, Miller's going to go on Ardiles. Rivero's going to go on Weldon. And look at this. That right there, same thing. Looked like Chris Aitken hand in the air. He was getting shoved all the way into the corner, it looked like, and they were 2 and 3 wide in that midfield and just hip checked.
Yeah, that was deep in the field. Drivers with no patience whatsoever, driving inside of each other. Remember, this is a 20-lap race, guys. There's a long way to go here. You don't need to be that crazy on the opening couple of laps. Things settling in. Musella, Taylor, Miller, Ardiles, and Rivera top 5. Weldon runs 6. Wolney, Scarborough, Smith, and Grayson Greaves up 10 spots on the opening circuit. Greaves goes to P10.
Side by side to turn 5. There goes Jackson Wolney back down the inside on Emma Scarborough to retake that position. That is the fight for 7th right now, and all this fighting further back has allowed Teddy Musella and Max Taylor to get a little bit of a gap going on. It's about a second and a half from 2nd to 3rd, so a safe margin for them. Stephen Miller, of course, has made that gap a little bigger by having to get by Diego Ardiles, but he's ahead of Ernesto Rivera, who is, the dominant one so far in this division and the winner from yesterday. So if you look at it from a championship scenario, it's going the way of what Max Taylor would hope for, especially, and it's going the way for Miller and for Musella.
Yeah, interesting to see, again, how things are kind of playing out here. A little surprised by the aggression we had earlier. But, yeah, Musella, Taylor out front nicely. Rivera, who, of course, won yesterday, now all the way back to P5. But, again, long way to go, as I said. This is the opportunity now where you settle in. We know that these karts are not going to be good out of the gate, right? They've got the tire pressures low. Just relax, let things settle in, and go to work. And, again, here's Stephen Miller, who runs now in that 3rd spot. Miller right there on Max. Is that on Max Taylor?
He's right on Diego Ardiles.
Diego Ardiles.
Right there.
Pardon me, Mac. There you go, up front here. Pardon me.
The new leader for Taylor.
Yeah,
Taylor got around Musella. Yeah, so Max Taylor has gone through to the lead, just like Ardiles has gone around Miller, and the two pairs head into the S's. So this time by, it'll be 4 laps completed. Still 16 to go, but Max Taylor looking for some redemption after coming up so close on Saturday. He leads his first laps of the main event.
It's that national number 3 on the nose cone, the fairing that's kind of catching me off guard. Obviously, the number 703 on the side of the carts, but that national number 3, 3rd last year in the Pro Tour for Max Taylor. And again, we're seeing a couple of groups now finally starting to kind of settle in here now. Taylor and Musella. They've got a little bit of a lead right now, 2.5 seconds. Again, this is it. Can they settle in? Can these two drivers now work together and pull away? We've seen it happen a couple times so far this weekend. But right now, this is a really good opportunity, Xander, for P1 and P2 to just make this a 2-driver battle.
Yeah, really, really good opportunity. Or, again, opportunity for Max Taylor to pull away, and nothing anyone can do about it. He's opened the gap up back to Musella. Credit to Teddy. He's not fighting him back, but it could be, ending up where Teddy's not able to run him back down by trying to follow him around the racetrack. So could go one of two ways right now. All we know is Max Taylor's in the driver's seat. If he's able to mash the gas and really pull away, this could be all said and done here in a couple of laps.
Yeah, indeed. He's already got to the place where he could make this a one-driver battle up front and just stretch away. Teddy Musella trying to hold on to that second spot to see if he can't close up. Because, again, we'll look at lap times. Who's got a kart that's going to keep coming in? Last time by, Taylor at 56.6, as was Musella. He was only about 700ths of a second, but you can see slowly but surely Max Taylor stretching away in the 7:03.
Now, the good news is for the viewers, the third, fourth, fifth, third, fourth, and fifth place karts are faster. Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller were about a tenth better last time by. Ernesto Rivera, 3 tenths better last time by than the two leaders. So they are a little ways away. They were probably hoping Musella would fight a little bit harder for that lead. However, he hasn't, and they've got about a second and a half, or in the case of Ernesto Rivera, about 2.5 seconds to make up on Max Taylor here over the next 14 laps. 6 complete here in the X30 Junior main event, and Ardiles right now, that time by a 56.50. Taylor goes better, 56.47. Rivera, super quick, 56 flat, but again, he's got to get through 3 guys and keep that pace up, and hopefully he'll arrive with a couple laps to go.
P5 driver right there, right side of the screen. Ernesto Rivera is dialing things in, but the first driver he'd have to get by is Stephen Miller, who's kind of been the arch nemesis here throughout the start of the season. You can see he's closing up right now, and again, Rivera has been really the monster in these 125cc liquid-cooled categories throughout the start of the season in a couple different organizations. He's been unbelievably quick. 3 championships already on the year, 2 in the Winter Series, 1 in the Rock Cup program as well. So here's Rivera closing right up, thinking about the inside of turn number 12, thinking better of it early on here. Just take your time and pick that speed, pick that pass. Could be turn number 4. Whatever you do, try not to alert Miller too much. Miller right in the middle of all these RPG karts. Out of turn number 3, back to 4. Oh, this time Miller's going to go to the inside, and there comes Rivera with them. So move Miller to P3. Rivera goes to 4th. Rivera to the inside of 5. He's going to try to bring Ardiles with him. He does not. And Rivera, 5th to 4th to 3rd.
There we go. Just like that. That's exactly how it needs to go down. Now he's got to hope Stephen Miller doesn't mess with him as they come out of turn number 8. It looks like Miller's going to play nice here and just follow him, knowing that his best shot is to let Rivera go get the leaders and bring him back to him. And there is a chance of that if Ernesto Rivera can keep that unbelievable speed he's got going. A 55.7, another 3/10 better than the race leader last time by.
That's good pace right there. Early pace, let's say that. 7 laps in, still 13 to go in a 20-lapper. Will he keep picking it up, or do they go a little higher on the tire pressure? I just think he's probably the fastest guy on the racetrack right now. And again, easily one of the top 2 junior drivers in the country right now. Rivera, coming off that Super Nationals win last year, really hiking that inside rear tire. That thing is working good through turn number 4.
Yeah, it is really looking good. An update on the lap times from last time by with Rivera making the pass. Didn't lose any time. Dead even there to the leaders. So the gap is exactly 2.2 seconds to Max Taylor, 1.5 to Teddy Musella.
Slowly pulling away from Miller, which would be the 4th place driver, 4th, 5th, and 6th right now. A couple more of the RPG drivers, and then right behind them is Oliver Weldon, who was up in the lead group there for a bit before that contact between he and Stephen Miller. Otherwise, right now, it's Diego Ardiles who's trying to potentially find a way by, and Jackson Wolney there as well. But again, good racing here. We're seeing the battle up front. Here comes the move. Ardiles going to go to the inside in turn number 1, and he is clean. Nice move in turn number 1. Ardiles goes to P4 as he gets by Stephen Miller.
Yeah, Ardiles on the move. Now here comes Jackson Wolney on Miller. Here comes Oliver Weldon. Is he going to give any sauce back to him? No, he's going to go by and just make it a nice and easy, clean passing. And Oliver Weldon, he's been a class act kid all year.
You mentioned that. He's been running super clean throughout the weekend and throughout the season as well. And again, the contact there between those two. He's going to make a big move to the inside there in turn number 8. That's going to be a tough one. Let's see whether or not they get through. Miller's going to try to think about the inside. Here comes Wolde back into the bottom of the racetrack. He gets back by. Miller's going to get them both. And again, Wolde just went a little deep there and allowed Miller to go back through.
Yeah, so now as they exit turn number 12 here this time, Stephen Miller will lead this little pack of 3 at the halfway mark. 10 down, 10 to go in this 20-lap main. Rivera, again, already having gotten around Diego Ardiles. Look how close he is up to Teddy Musella. It's down to less than a second here for P2 and P3.
Indeed, midway through this race, again, 10 laps down, 10 to go, and Ernesto Rivera is just going to knock these laps out. He knows how much time he's got. Can just put his head down and start working their way forward. What he kind of would love to see is potentially Musella get a bit closer to Taylor, but at this point, not happening.
This is big news just coming in from our reporters down. Rob, Danny Formal blew up his motor on the kart stand, and they will not let him switch to a new fresh one, so he is out of the main.
Wow.
For Pro Shifter on deck.
Man, what a tough deal for Danny Formal. Wow.
That is, I've never heard of a situation like that before. That's wild. But, oh, man, I mean, and again, he was the guy that we thought might have been the guy to be able to, take the fight to Billy because he had such a gap. We knew he saved his tires. Now what do we do? Well, I don't know how that – do you know how that grid would line up? Because he was slated to start second. Does that box stay empty? Do they update the grid? I mean, this is – to me, unprecedented. I haven't heard of something like this before.
Indeed, I don't have the knowledge exactly how they would do that. Would they re-rack the grid, or would they just leave that gap open? I don't know, but man, that is huge news for Danny Formal. An issue with the kart, blowing the engine, a little engine issue there, having it warming it up on the stand. That is absolutely nuts for Danny Formal, who had such a big win yesterday.
Well, I mean, again, that's a little bit wild. Here for your Pro Shifter main event. Maybe he'll be out on the grid. They're starting to fill up the grid, and I'm sure we'll hear from some of the drivers as they get closer to us. 8 to go, 12 down. Here comes Ernesto Rivera. He's not given up hope yet. He can see the gap is down. He shaved a second off of Taylor's lead. He's 1.5 away, turn 4, inside. Easy move there on Teddy Musella. He'll take over second.
Don't you love it when a kart looks that good? As he gets the thing in there, lifts that inside rear up, gets the thing to rotate mid-corner. It is just starting to come in here right now. In fact, look, he just went purple last time by Xander, 55.748. Musella and Ardiles both turned their fastest laps as well. But another purple lap for Rivera. Can he do what he did yesterday? Can he reel in Max Taylor? The gap is massive, though, over a second and a half, and he's only got 8 laps to do it. Rivera. Right there, P2.
Closing up now, just one driver stands between Ernesto Rivera and a weekend sweep of the RPG X30 Junior class. It's the same one he had to hunt down yesterday. We've got the same battle, the stage set, 7 laps to go. What's the gap? 1.6 seconds here, Rob. Can he do it?
I'm going to say no. I think that Taylor has got good speed. He just went faster last time by 55.7. You're talking 7 laps. You're looking at least maybe 2 to 3/10 of a second a lap. And even when he gets there, I don't know if he'll be able to pull the trigger. Because remember, right now, it's not like Taylor's got to run anything but fast race laps, right? He's just going to be able to run those wide open, quick laps, wide turn in, all the racetrack on the exit. I don't think it can get done. We'll see, maybe. But I think Max Taylor may have this one in hand.
It's a big ask here for him. And, again, it probably, to me, would have been a little more realistic had Max Taylor not laid down that burner lap time last time by. Because, again, it was not only his personal best, it was the best in the session. But if you're Ernesto Rivera here, give it everything you got. Don't hold anything back at this point. If you were early on, you shouldn't be now. Down the front stretch, 6 to go. The gap update. Oh, yeah, only 1/100th better for Ernesto Rivera. That's not enough to take the margin down. It stays at 1.6 seconds as long as Taylor makes no mistakes here, which, again, this track is tough to do. We've talked about when the track gets dirty. Haven't seen that as much today. I don't think the wind is as high as it was yesterday, but more than anything, hitting a curb is really just an art. It's not so much a science. So being able to consistently place your kart in the right place where it reacts the same and doesn't knock you sideways when you're flying through the air, that's the trickiest part of running consistent lap times here at Orlando.
Yeah, agreed. That's certainly the case. And again, RPG 1, 2, 3, 4. Oliver Weldon running in 5th. Jackson Wolde 6th. Stephen Miller 7th. Caleb Campbell, Emma Scarborough, and Charlie Smith up 4 spots into the 10th position. Grayson Greaves up 9 into the 11th spot here right now. And again, laps winding down. 6 laps to go. Pro Shifter getting set to go. Let's head down to pit lane with a bit of insight.
Thanks, guys. Here with Marian Kremers. Marian, I mean, you finished third in the pre-final, but we just got the breaking news that Danny Formal is not going to start the race, blew up the motor on his kart stand. You're going to move up to P2. How confident are you that you can, repeat what you did in the pre-final and get that whole shot?
I guess I'm confident getting a whole shot maybe, but not too confident I can keep Billy behind. I mean, he's really fast. I thought the race was going to be between me and Danny for second. I guess now it's going to be between me and AJ. So, yeah, hoping for some fireworks, but hoping to end the race in one piece and, well, maybe look into a win. But, yeah, I think Billy's got this one covered.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me, though, because you had the lead in the turn 1. You didn't really defend too hard into the turn 9 hairpin. If you get the whole shot this time, do you think you'll defend a little bit harder, or is it not even worth your time?
That's what I'm contemplating right now. I mean, I defended maybe not that hard, but I was down the middle of the straight, right out of the corner on exit, and he just drove by me. So yeah, there was not much more I could have done there, I think. Yeah, I'll see how it goes. I'll try to get a good start and then just improvise from there.
Thanks, Marian. Good luck.
Well, there you hear it from Marian Kremers. Obviously, he's really, especially you could tell how much he was choosing his words in the end because he was really thinking and processing and probably still is right now. What can I do to get this factory kart guy behind me? Because Billy Musgrave is blisteringly fast, and that was the case for Rivera. However, Max Taylor has upped his game today. He's doing an awesome job. Let's go side by side here again for a little more before we get to the last couple laps, the X30 Junior.
Here with AJ Myers. AJ, it's been a good weekend for you so far. You've had a little bit of ups and downs, but still rolling off P3 in this final after Danny's incident. Tell me about what your expectations are for this race.
Yeah, I've never heard of that rule before. I mean, I've had my differences and opinions with series before, but that's a new one to me. I mean, obviously it's a benefit to me, but it's I don't know about that one. Now starting third, I mean, me and Marian, I expect a battle. Billy's gonna be fast. Let's see what happens opening laps.
And you guys, the KZ guys, have had a little bit of a pace deficit today too. Billy, any ways that you guys think that you can try to sort of mitigate that difference?
Nah, no. There's nothing to fix that.
All right, so real battles with Marian?
Yeah.
All right, AJ Myers, he'll start P3 here in the final here for Pro Shifter. Back to you guys.
Well, again, the heat getting everybody. You can hear just people kind of holding back their emotions a little bit less and the thoughts on it. And you can't blame them, right? I mean, they're on the KZ. Billy's on the 175. Having a half-second margin over the field's unheard of.
Yeah, you know what? The bottom line is that everybody selects the engine. There's been times that Billy's going to be maybe somewhere else where that 175, if he sticks with it, is maybe not going to be the preferential power plant, right? The KZ is going to be maybe the better engine to be on. Right now, he's got the engine that's looks like it's the primary power plant for this particular racetrack. He's got things dialed in with the factory kart machine as well. The kid is looking really good.
Yeah, he is looking phenomenal here. This time by, or actually we're already on, coming to the white flag here this time by as we go down the back straightaway. So one more lap to go. You mentioned, Rob, again, it would be a lot. He needed 2 to 3 tenths a lap. He did get a tenth that lap. He's cut the gap down to a second. For Max Taylor here, but though, just one more time around. Just bring it home. You can slow the pace down. Be careful over the curbs. Don't pop the chain. One more lap, and Max Taylor is going to get himself an X30 Junior national victory.
There's obviously lots of stuff that can happen over a final circuit, but Max Taylor has been perfect on the day so far, especially in this race, running really strong. Climbs a bit of the curb there, works his way to 4, able to take the wide run through the corner, and a great drive thus far for Max Taylor as he leads Rivera. It was just under a second on that last lap. He did a 55.960, about 3 tenths off his best lap. Coming through 6 and 7 here, Max Taylor. Again, we've watched what he's been able to do throughout the weekend, reeling everybody in. He's had a good pace and just running really strongly. You know, Rivera was close to him yesterday and was able to make a pretty aggressive move over in turn number 5 to complete that pass, but not close enough to get it done here today. Yes, it will be an RPG 1, 2, 3, 4 once again. They'll lock out the podium, but this time it won't be Rivera on the top of the box because the winner here on Sunday, round number 2 of the SKUSA Pro Tour, X30 Junior goes to Max Taylor. As he wins here in Orlando, big victory for him and pretty pumped up. And again, Rivera kept pushing. He really cut in about 7 tenths of a second over those last final laps. Xander, but Max Taylor well-deserved of the victory today.
Let's see here. I think we got one more interview down on pit lane really quickly before this one gets underway. Let's go down here to Alexander Searle with Hunter Pickett.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Hunter Pickett. Hunter, we haven't spoke to you much all weekend. You know, you guys kind of missed the setup there a little bit yesterday. You told me today, your words exactly, night and day difference. Talk to me about what you've done from yesterday to today to improve the go-kart.
Laundry list, so we're not going to go through that. But yeah, feeling good, feeling confident getting to today in the main event. It's the hottest it's been, it seems like. So we'll see how we stand with the heat and the longevity of the race, but feeling confident.
Thanks, Hunter. Good luck.
There you hear it from the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver as the karts begin to make their way off the racetrack. We're going to go down to the grid and get a good look at what's coming our way here for Pro and Master Shifter and see if we can get some insight from Alexander Searle and Emery Lida more so through on the grid. There's a look at the factory kart driver himself. Billy Musgrave will line it up on the pole. P2 yesterday with the fastest lap and kept Danny Formal on his toes all race long. Marian Kremers will line up, of course, on the outside of row number 1 as he begins to get suited and booted and try to defend that number 1 plate on the SKUSA Pro Tour with a good run here that could put him in the championship. A.J. Myers has been looking to get himself back another championship title on the national scene. Could 2023 be the year? He needs a good run here today and, of course, to have a little battle with both Billy and Marian to get some more points than just third. To his outside, what a weekend it's been for Jacob Gulick in the 216, and as they begin to fire up and fire off, we got to get out of the way really quickly because here we go. Pro Shifter, Rob.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic battle. You hear it. Obviously, the drivers are just figuring they're going to run for second here right now with Billy Musgrave. But like I said, he's built the better mousetrap for this particular race. Everybody, of course, with the opportunity to go 175 if you want. He was the only taker for this weekend here at Orlando. It's obviously paid off for him. He put in a great run yesterday. Could have thrown it at Danny Formal, as we know. Xander, you mentioned that before, but he didn't. He ran super clean, brought it home to second. Formal with the issue, as we said, engine issues on the stand while they were warming it up. An opportunity for Billy Musgrave now to go for a big win here for Factory Kart.
Well, let's get set here to go down through the order again. The outlap just underway as they slowly, gingerly make their way through the corners. Everyone trying to be wary of the tires. Alexander Searle, what do you got for us down on pit lane?
Thanks, Xander. Just going to reiterate a few of the things that we heard down on the grid before they went out on the racetrack. Obviously, talked to Kremers a little bit on the interview. He really didn't know if he even felt the need to defend, if he gets the whole shot at all. A.J. Myers the same way. But really, the name of the game is, can anybody stop Billy Musgrave? Like Hunter Pickett said, really hot racetrack right now, the hottest they've seen all weekend and really all month long. We saw the X30 Junior guys go out there, they're really sliding around the racetrack. But we're going to see what's going on in the race. I mean, Musgrave seemed to have really, really good longevity in the race. Obviously, they lost 2 laps. It's down to 22 laps. We'll see what happens in the race. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. So, yeah, I mean, that's the big storyline, the longevity,
Agreed.
right?
Yeah. I think that, we talk again to Formal yesterday, absolutely roasted the tires. A.J. Myers told me he thought he would have had more grip if it rained. So, again, these guys are dealing with very tricky conditions here this weekend. Now, those drivers on KZs, of course, feel like they're behind the 8 ball on the 175 here for Billy Musgrave. His kart obviously working tremendously well as well. So, again, everybody kind of working their way around here now. They're going to try to hang back a little bit here, I think. See if they can't get a little bit of something on him, potentially have him sitting on pit lane or on the grid for a little bit longer. But again, this is going to be interesting, man. Tires are going to be huge on this deal. If anybody's potentially saved a decent amount during the pre-final, could they step up a little bit in the main event? We'll see. Just a lot of different talking points here for this particular race.
Again, I mean, they all knew how fast he was yesterday with that power plant, and I'd have to imagine they probably brought some backup power. If you think it's the better place to be, it's a new race day Sunday. At least give yourself a shot. But, again, all these sponsored deals are a little bit different. So here's a look at it again. With Formal, this is the answer to our question, getting the DQ. I guess it basically DQs him from the pre-final, or I don't know how it works points-wise, but they've updated the grid now. So Kremers to the outside of the front row. Myers and Gulick again, row 2. Remo Ruschetti, Giorgio Carrara, row number 3. Here we go to the lights for the final time this weekend. Pro and Master Shifter, Musgrave versus Kremers. Who gets the jump off the line down to turn number 1? It is going to be Musgrave getting the whole shot into the first corner.
Indeed, rocking it off the P1 starting spot, and Musgrave's gone into the lead. They'll work their way through turn number 3, and again down to the inside, and Kremers thinking about trying to get in. He does not, and a big scoot out of the corner for Musgrave. He'll try to grab that early lead. If he can get 4 or 5 car lengths, 6 car lengths early, he's going to be fine, clean and green away. But right now, the battle comes for second position as A.J. Myers already going to work on Marion Kremers. The Burrell Art driver versus the Magic Kart USA pile. That's second and third. And Musgrave at least 4 or 5 car lengths early on.
And this will help. A.J. Myers muscles his way through Marion Kremers quickly to get through in turn 9. I think Kremers at this point, you're going to let that go and maybe fight him a little bit later. The only shot they have is, again, to get back up to Billy. But look at the gap Billy Musgrave is already pulling. So this how much can you conserve your tires? Remember that X30 Master main event from Supernats 25 where the winner ended up going way slow because everyone fully fell off in the final 5 laps? I think that's kind of the Hail Mary play. I wonder if anyone tries it or thinks they can try it here in Pro Shifter.
I wonder. Again, we didn't get a chance to talk to drivers of how the kart felt maybe at the end of that pre-final. Was the tires already starting to go off, or were you pretty decent at that point here? Again, it's as hot as it's been, 89 degrees here trackside for the drivers here in Pro and Master Shifter. And again, we'll give you a rundown when they come back through here for lap number 2. Everybody kind of settling in. A good pass as we saw A.J. Myers as he made that move to the inside of Kremers. Kremers going to run middle of the racetrack to try to hold off Gulick a bit as well. And there is Kyle Wick trying to work his way back forward. Gearbox trouble, as we said, for Kyle Wick earlier in the day. He's going to try to fight his way back up into the top 5.
Yeah, he's already up 2 spots there. Got around Hunter Pickett that time. So, look, Dust getting kicked up by the Master Shifters. That's the other oddball here that could still play a factor. Hearing that from these guys in Pro Shifter, that because there was no Master Shifter class in the U.S. Pro Kart Series, that was the other thing that made this track even more dirty than that event a couple weeks ago. Is the Master guys? Well, obviously they're not Pro Shifters. They do make mistakes. These are hard karts to handle. They go off the racetrack, and then the first guys to hit it are the leaders in the Pro class. So you don't even know, because it happened halfway around the other side of the racetrack with the field so far back, that somebody went off, and you got to hope that you kind of guesstimate how much grip you lose and how much really you got to break. Watch right here. This is where we saw the dust up at the top of the screen. Does Billy get tripped up by it? It looks okay. All right, so not too bad.
So here's your lineup as they come across the line to put lap number 3 in the books. Long way to go. Billy Musgrave is the leader. A.J. Myers running in second. Marion Kremers third. Jacob Gulick fourth. Raymond City up into the 5th spot. Kyle Wick up a couple of spots to 6. Hunter Pickett, who said they made wholesale changes to that Bureau Art machine, and it is a night and day difference. He's currently 7th to turn his fast lap. Antonio Pizzonia Jr., your Super Nationals Masters winner, runs in 8th. Mario Gill on the ITEL kart in 9th. And Jay Irwin, the Kiwi, in the 10th position.
Yeah, Jay Irwin, we saw in the pre-final where he had worked his way forward a good bit and then kind of fell back to that 10th spot. He's or fell back to 9th. He's fallen back to 10th with Pizzonia getting a phenomenal start, up as many spots as he has, and he's still charging. You can see he's on the bumper of Hunter Pickett here, who just has kind of followed Kyle Wick forward. Here's fights further on back. Something happened to Giorgio Carrara getting off the line. That International Motorsport Lenzo kart had to have, because either that or got a penalty from the pre-final. He's way back from where he should be. I'm going to double check on that here as we come across the stripe.
And that's Irwin right there, the 220 coming across, leading that group. And if I'm not mistaken, the Supernats were actually Irwin's first shifter kart race, I believe. He's been not doing a lot of other racing. We'd seen him, of course, run cadet back in the day at the Super Nationals as well, but that indeed was his first time in a shifter. So it's only been 4 or 5 months for Jay Irwin, and again, running some good lap times here, finds himself top 10. And in the middle of the battle there with Philip Niemkowitz and Baylor Griffin as well. And that's the fight we have right now for the top 10. Here they are coming through right now. Top 10 drivers rolling their way through.
Just found out on Giorgio Carrara, it was too wide in the rear. Too wide on the rear track width, so the rear tires were just an inch or a centimeter a little bit too far out, and that DQ'd him from the pre-final. So he's having to come from the rear end of the field on that Lenzo kart and work his way forward. We'll keep a tab on Giorgio.
Because he was really good in that pre-final as well. He was up on the wheel nicely, and again, we'll likely see him fight his way up into the top 10, indeed, if he's able to get that same pace. But again, as you can see, things have kind of settled down already. It's a 2.3 second lead for Billy Musgrave, 0.3 of a second faster than A.J. Myers last time by. So it's Musgrave, Myers, Kremers, Gulick, and Rusciti. And again, Myers has almost a full second on Kremers as well. 0.6 back is Jacob Gulick. Gulick still trying to push. Then you see the big gap back there to 5th, 6th, and 7th. Raymond Rusciti, Kyle Wick, and Hunter Pickett. All those West Coast drivers running 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, right here, and I think we're going to see a West Coast battle coming our way. As Kyle Wick last time by, another little bit lopped off the gap to Raymond Rusciti, was 0.1 of a second better. Hunter Pickett was 0.2 better. So they're closing together for P5, and unfortunately they are watching fellow West Coaster Jacob Gulick go a little bit further down the road. Gulick pulls away another 0.5. And very impressive here today for the 216 to Jacob Gulick.
finding a little more speed overnight. The GFC boys have both been quick. Him and Kyle Wick were neck and neck, dead even yesterday, as problems for Jay Irwin must have gone around over in turn number 1. And Jay Irwin back there to turn number 4 has just gotten going right back in front of this pack here with the likes of Baylor Griffin and company. And Carrara was around that group. I don't know if I think Carrara might have got into it with Irwin. They were 300s apart at the line. Yeah, I think Jay Irwin and Giorgio Carrara must have collided in turn 1.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here as the drivers now working their way back around. There is one driver off the track over on the left side there of turn number 8. That's the number 613 out of this race here. The 613 of Luis Mendez, one of the Masters drivers.
Yeah, Mendez was second in class yesterday to Daniel Devos and was second all day today. So problems for Mendez. We also lost Farshad Bagari and Warren Van Tok off the entry list for the Master class today as well. 2.5 seconds right now for Musgrave back to Myers. Here's a pass back for P5. Kyle Wick gets around Remo Ruschetti as they head through turn number 5.
Yeah, Ruschetti not able to get the pass or get the repass done over in turn number 5. As you can see, the Wick covered off down the inside. He's going to give up the exit of turn number 5 there, but he gets the pass done, cement it down, come down through turn number 6, 7, and 8, and see if he can't pull away. Indeed, there is Wick trying to work his way forward, potentially, now rolling up to kind of see if he can't close up to Jacob Gulick, but nonetheless, the GFC drivers now running 4th and 5th.
You can see that rear end slide there on the 295 Ital Kart for Catalyst Driver Development. Remo Ruschetti starting to lose the back end already here. It looks like maybe at least just under braking. He'll probably make a little adjustment when he gets a moment, but you see Hunter Pickett closing in. Antonio Pizzonia is on the way as well, so he's got more battles coming to the doorstep as they go down to turn number 4.
Indeed, this is that battle we're watching outside essentially the top 4. Billy Musgrave's out by 3.1 seconds, continues to turn fast laps, 51.479. The factory kart driver trying to, I can't even remember back when we had an American-made chassis win a Supercarts USA Pro Shifter main event. Man, I don't know that we've had one in the the modern iteration of the Pro Tour. You probably have to go back to the Pro Moto Tour days and likely a Track Magic, right? I don't know that we've had one over the last 14 years win in Pro Shifter.
Well, that and go back. When's the last time on the Pro Tour or the Winter Series we've seen Billy Musgrave get a win? Would it be the Supernats wins that he had?
Potentially, yeah. You know what?
It's been a couple of years.
You're probably right. And again, the funny thing here, let's throw it out there about Billy Musgrave. He could also run the Masters category. He's 31 years of age, right? This isn't a kid who's 22 to 25. 31 years of age. He's been running this Pro Tour for many, many years now. Not just a driver, but also a manufacturer. Factory karts built in Southern California. They picked the American chromoly steel. They welded up in their own shop. All the components, getting built by Factory Kart. This is a great program that's coming together, especially for drivers who want to run American-made domestic machinery. We've obviously seen some super success in the 4-cycle ranks and in some of the 2-cycle ranks with companies like Margay and Coyote and MGM, and there's a bunch of different manufacturers that build karts in the 4-cycle world here in the U.S. But to see one running well up front here in national level racing, which with chassis dominated by Italian makers. Now the French maker, of course, with Sodi Kart as well, to have a domestic chassis up front. We'd have to go back in the record books on this one. David Cole's on holidays, of course, this week. He'd probably be able to tell us. But I want to think you'd have to go back to the Pro Moto Tour days of the early 2000s, a Track Magic victory, very likely the last time an American-made chassis won the headline Pro Shifter category.
Yeah, here we go down the back. Look how much that American-made chassis has gotten away as Marian Kremers has gotten around A.J. Myers. Side by side to turn number 9. He's tracked him down the last couple laps and retaken the second spot as the battle continues between these two.
I like it. Let's have some more racing. We're kind of around the field. This is in the top 5. We're not seeing a lot of drivers battling, but Marian Kremers able to find a little more speed here. And again, 11 laps down. They come back across the line, so 11 laps to go, a 22-lapper at the halfway point. And Kremers never gave up, kept digging to try to close his way up last time. Again, 51.8s, 52.3 for Myers getting past. Gulick a 51.8 as well. Gulick and Wick have exactly the same lap times as Kremers as well in the GFCs.
Yeah, I mean, they've been wicked fast. Pun intended for Kyle Wick. But literally, the two GFC drivers have been, and to their credit, both even on pace to each other and probably pushing each other and being great for data points. But, I mean, they've been strong this weekend. Not fully strong enough right now to, have the launch they needed, but they can match the lap times of these two. And it, again, is a cool testament to the KZ2 category, KZ category,
continuing to develop and foster growth here in the States, where we're getting engine builders here locally, domestically as well, that can compete with international level engine builders in the KC class also. Because here on the Pro Tour, you go back 2021, AJ Myers, SRP Engines, they had everybody covered. And then last year, Maureen Kremers had some power, and now the GFT boys, they're able to match them stride for stride. They're just a little bit down the road. They need a lot of battling. Let's go side by side and see if we get any as X30 Pro Senior starting to fill up the grid.
Thanks, Tanner. Here with Harley Keeble. Harley, I gotta ask, because you know, the Sodi Kart, normally known for being really, really good in the gearbox classes, not as quick in the single speed. Last few years, though, you've been on it in Europe, making it look real good. Now you're bringing your knowledge here to America. What can you say about all the hard work and effort that's gone into the Sodi Kart chassis to make it real, real quick in the single speed chassis, single speed gearbox?
I mean, yeah. So obviously the chassis and gearbox is really good. They've obviously worked really hard on that, and they've struggled the past few years, and then last year and this year they've worked really hard to get it back up to speed, and they've done a really good job, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this race, this is the hottest we've seen all weekend long. What can you expect in your long run pace? You know, we saw you in the pre-final. It looked real, real strong. You were getting close to the Burrell guys. What can you expect in the final?
I mean, yeah, it's very hot. I'm not used to being this weather from being from England, but it should be a good final. You know, there's quite a few people on the pace. We've been trying a few things again. We've gone back to how he was, so it should be good. I mean, Joe seems pretty fast, especially from that pre-final. We just got to try and keep him at bay and go back at him.
Yeah, and one last thing I have to ask. Did you eat any more cheeseburgers so you don't come in underweight this time?
No more cheeseburgers. But we put on a few pounds for the final, so we should be all right.
All right, thank you, Harley.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you're going to make sure that you are a little bit of maybe another 5-pounder on the cart. Yeah, it may hurt us a bit, but we'll take it right now because, of course, Harley Keeble on the podium yesterday, but the issue with coming in light dropped him off that position, DQ'd him. He's looking forward to getting back at it. But great to have them here. Sodi Kart, PK Sports, obviously the British driver, Harley Keeble as well. And, again, good insight there. Again, you know, Sodi Kart really looking to put their program back on the map here in North America, and excited to see what they're going to be able to do over the 2023 season.
Rough day ending, or rough weekend ending for Luis Quinones. He went off in 8, got back going, went into the wall over in 9. So the factory Kart Master driver having some issues. Musgrave, as we can see, getting up to traffic on the 211. Let's go down trackside for a little more. 7 to go. Billy Musgrave continues to show the way here in PSL Karting Pro Shifter. And X30 Pro Senior is on deck.
Here with Hayden Jones on the grid. Hayden, hasn't quite been the day that you were looking for. You're starting 11th in the final, but just tell me about what you're looking forward to in this 23-lap race.
Yeah, we had a problem in qualifying again. I blew a reed, so I only got one lap, and that put me 18th. I tried to make my way up a little farther than 11th in the pre-final, but everyone just spaced out, and I couldn't get any more positions. I have the speed to front, so I'm going to try and get many early on so that gap doesn't get created.
How far up do you think you can get in lap 1?
Yesterday I got up to 5th or 6th, so hopefully there.
All right, one more thing. When you're looking at this race, 23 laps of distance in qualifying, you've had the 2 issues. What sort of tire wear are you expecting, and do you think it's going to factor in quite as much as yesterday?
I think the tire wear is going to be even worse today just because the track got so hot. Like, I was talking to one of the mini drivers under Trinity, and he said the track's just terrible. So I know the tire wear is going to be a lot, and especially after like 22 laps or whatever, it's going to be so bad.
All right, Hayden Jones, he'll roll off 11th here in the final. We'll see what he can do aboard his TKG Car Republic. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery, here as we see Billy Musgrave catching up to some more traffic. Nothing to worry about, though, here as he comes to 5 laps to go. 5.5 seconds the lead back to Marin Kremers and A.J. Myers. That battle for seconds kind of evened out, but the battle between the teammates, Jacob Gulick and Kyle Wick, are coming close together, and Wick's got around Jacob Gulick. So Kyle Wick up to 4th as they come through turn number 3.
Yeah, great job for Kyle. Kind of dug in and just started putting those lap times down that he needed to. His fast lap of 51.6, almost over 2/10 quicker than that of Gulick. I think it was lap number 12, just but a handful of laps ago where Wick was able to close right back up. Makes a move to the inside. He's 2.8 seconds behind A.J. Myers, but you can see very similar lap times. Last time by 52.1 for Wick, 52.1 for Myers. Their fast time a 51.8 to a 51.6. And in fact, Wick very similar to the lap times laid down by Marian Kremer. So doing a great job. Wick goes into P4, Gulick in 5th.
Yeah, here they come up around the curbs there, and Kyle Wick looks like he should be able to pull away pretty easily, already opening that gap up. That's about where his progress will end, though. He's still about a half straightaway back from A.J. Myers and Marin Kremers. Behind them, Remo Ruschetti has maybe got a little more life left in him. Hunter Pickett's just got around him for the 6th spot behind the 2 GFCs. We'll see if Remo can get back up to him. We saw Pizzogno was getting up to Ruschetti as well, but Remo's hung on to Pickett's coattails for the moment. This battle for P6 with 3.5 laps to go as we go back down to pit lane.
Here with Alessandro Tullio on the grid. Ali, it's been a difficult weekend for you so far. It looked pretty good in the pre-final, but unfortunately some contact with Pauly there ended your race prematurely. Tell me about the contact with Pauly first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I think it was just a racing incident. Unfortunate because now I have to start from the back, but we'll do our best starting from the back and try to get as high as possible.
And unfortunately for you, starting from the back is something you've kind of had to go through a lot over the past few weekends here. But what sort of things have you taken from those races, and how do you think this is going to be any different?
I mean, starting from the back, most of the time it's chaotic, so it's important to stay out of trouble at the beginning, take opportunities, but also just be careful to not race the end early. And then it's a long race, so just, patience, and if you have good speed, you could get through the field.
All right, Alessandro Tullio. Unfortunately for him, he has to start all the way at the back, but we'll see what he can do here in the final. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we saw that incident there, obviously, in the pre-final for DeTullio, trying to get around Pauly Massimino, who was going back and forth a little bit with Frankie Mossman early on, and then eventually just couldn't make the move stick. Pauly went to block, he went to go low as well, and hopped over the left rear tire.
Indeed, and again, that's kind of part of the frustration, I think, on a tough weekend, obviously trying to get a really good result in. And again, now he's going to have to come for the tail of the field and show us what he has. 2 laps remaining. We're going to wrap this thing up here, folks, for Billy Musgrave, as he has been flawless thus far. His fast lap of 51.250. The quick lap over 4/10 faster than that of Marian Kremers, who runs in second. So this factory kart machine potentially coming home for the first time. It'll be the first, we believe, win by a domestic chassis in Pro Tour competition, the Pro Shifter category. In fact, probably in a top-level class as well. We don't, again, see a lot. As the driver has gone off, that's Hernandez. Yeah, Hernandez off here. And there's the leader coming through.
Yeah, that might track a little dirt, probably not too much on the racetrack for those midfield fights that we were checking back in on a little bit further back. But for Billy Musgrave, again, a great, great story here. Marin Kremers about 8/10 up the road from A.J. Myers in second and third. But the best they can do is 6 seconds away. They have just given everything they've had. They've pushed the tires. They've saved the tires. And, of course, tried to work on the engine power. But it's just not been enough to keep Billy Musgrave out of victory lane. A long haul from California all the way to Orlando, Florida. Billy Musgrave is back in the winner's circle, and so is American-made go-karts. Factory Karts winning here in Orlando as they come across Marian Kremers.
Best in class.
Best in class. Here we go again, Rob. At least this time they are actually different engines.
Yeah,
so
very true. But the bottom line is this. That engine, that 175, available to anybody. You can run it if you want. He put the right package together for this weekend. Yesterday, Billy Musgrave had to chase Danny Formal to the very end. Today, they dialed it in. Probably some minor tweaks on the machine. And again, what a drive there for Billy Musgrave. American Iron working its way to the top of the box. The factory kart made in Southern California, Billy's own design. And he has taken it to victory here at the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the winner in the Pro Shifter category. Billy Musgrave by 7 seconds over Marian Kremers. A.J. Myers finishing in the third spot. Kyle Wick in fourth. Jacob Gulick in the 5th position. Good run for Kyle Wick as well, up 4 spots, started 8th, goes by his teammate to P4. But the bottom line is this is a winning day here for Billy Musgrave.
Giorgio Carrara picks up 7 on his way to a top 10 result there. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. picks up 6, getting through the grid. And how about that? Through a number of different incidents and attrition in Master Shifter, Andre Martins is our winner over Michael Gosh. And then Robert Fige to round off the podium. So call it rigged or whatever you want for winning at his own racetrack. But Andre Martins, congratulations, your winner here in Master Shifter as well.
Had a little bit of attrition, as you had said. But, yeah, big win there for Andre Martins as well. Knows this racetrack extremely well because he's here every day. The owner of the track getting a chance to do some racing. And again, Xander, here you go. You can see these drivers getting ready to dial things in. Is this the day for Aiden Ingrata?
It might just be. We know the speed is good for him. He's had a lot of laps around Orlando this month, and of course, in a lot of his driver development that the Speed Concepts group have, had. One thing that's so cool about a story like his is staying, of course, with the same team and growing with them, and now being able to be one of the leaders under the camp and try to bring them results. To his outside for the black, white, and red lockout on the front row, Austin Garrison, who already has 1 win under his belt here in 2023. Had his dad come up to help get on the wrenches. It's still a father-son duo under one of the biggest brands and biggest race teams here in the paddock. Speed Concepts Racing's got the front row on lock, and you go from them back to row number 2 here, Rob.
Yeah, the PSL Karting Bureau Art drivers getting set to go. Diego Ramos starting in that P3 position. They look very good, and we're closing up with the 2 Speed Concepts drivers. Ramos will start 3rd. And, of course, the world champion on the outside, they have been dialing things in. Mattheus Morgado in the 362. PSL Karting got a couple of big guns getting ready to roll.
We go beyond row number 4. You talk about big guns. Well, how about Joe Turney? He has so far been undefeated in the last 7 to 8 days of competition. And the Kart Republic factory driver, hot off the win in Valencia, hot off yesterday's win, had a smart pre-final to pick up 6 spots, rolls off P5. To the outside of row number 3, of course, with a solid drive in that pre-final as well for Harley Keeble. And the youngster, as we heard here, no extra cheeseburgers, just a little 5-pound puck to make sure that that cart makes it through post-race weighing and weigh-ins and scales. Of course, he was just half a pound light at the end of the big dance yesterday, finishing 3rd in his U.S. Pro debut. You go back to row number 4. Let's see who else we have to talk about. Well, of course, Brandon Carr, rookie standout. Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony car driver, led a lot of laps here at the beginning of this month. And for his 2nd race of the month here in Orlando, he's quick again and will be hoping to follow the likes of Turney and Keeble forward and eventually get around those guys as well. And for following forward, Ryan Norberg to the outside, starting in 8th, probably was looking for a little more in that pre-main, and it just didn't seem like he had the speed to run with the rest of the drivers carving their way up the grid. He made a few spots up, smart decisions. That's to be expected from the 7-time Pro National champ. But can he get a win on home turf? It's the final opportunity for the month of Orlando for Ryan Norberg to get that Norberg Nation Suite party started. And back to row number 5 to round off your top 10, you got Donovan Bonilla there in the 380. Good qualifying effort. Kind of got out-muscled a little bit at the start of the pre-final. We'll take some notes from that and roll off from the inside of row number 5. To round off in 10th there to his outside, you go back and you find the CRG machine of Frankie Mossman, P4 there in that KA Senior main event. And he was quick yesterday, but just kind of kept getting set back into the early teens and was having to come forward in every session. He starts 10th. He gets a decent start on the outside and cracks the top 10. Look for Frankie Mossman to make some noise. We saw how good his braking capability was with some of the passes he threw there in that pre-final, Rob.
Yeah, I think a number of the drivers a little bit further back are ready to go as well. We talked about Hayden Jones having a better run here, and Paulie Massimino's a guy that's been up front. He knows he's got some speed with those Speed Concepts Racing red speeds. We'll see whether or not Massimino can find his way through the chaos of the opening couple of corners.
Other notables there further down the order, of course, you got Caleb Schrader here, the rookie, in his pro senior debut in 13th there. Known that name quite a bit through KA100 Senior competition the last couple of seasons, and KA100 Junior beyond that. Wes Duchak to his outside as well for an RPG, row number 7. And if we go all the way down to the end of the grid, there's some other names to talk about here as well that have to come from way, way back. You got Ortiz there on the left side along with ZCD that are looking to go forward. I mean, it's stacked all the way through the top 20, but then the names that got collected in Rex there in that pre-final. Jeremy Fletcher, tail end Charlie. Blake Nash collected as well. DeTulio and Caleb Gaffera
and Jacob Kolar, 28th, 29th, 30th. All drivers with top 10 speed and a few less laps on those tires thanks to the wrecks.
That's exactly it. We saw a number of drivers like Gaffera able to work his way up in the top 10 from the back of the pack yesterday. Will we see it again here today? It is time for the last race of this year's Winter Nationals. It is X30 Senior, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. These drivers ready to roll out of the racetrack. 2 less laps. It'll be a 22-lap main event, Xander. This one is going to be a barn burner for sure. The first couple laps will indeed be as hectic as we saw at Pro Shifter.
I think so. I mean, I think the aggression will be all the way even higher because when you think about it again, we named the first 4 rows and all drivers in those top 8 spots realistically were fast enough at one point or another in that pre-final to win, but nobody was head and shoulders above. So they know if they can muscle one guy out or get muscled out, then there's not much change that's going to happen. That track position is key, and the first few laps, even after that, initially probably till the halfway marker, I don't know when and if we'll get spread out, because if they can eliminate one guy from contention, they'll do it.
Yeah, indeed that. And then the one thing we're talking about as well is tire degradation. We talked to Hayden Jones. This track is maybe the worst it's been throughout the entire weekend. 89 degrees trackside. It's not got any better. This is going to be tough for all these drivers. Who has the tires to potentially get to the end and maybe be the fastest driver over the last 5 laps? Again, they'll roll their way off of the grid. Time to get things underway, and we are ready to go racing with the final event of the weekend. Aiden Ingrata and Austin Garrison, Speed Concepts Racing on the front row. The run through turn number 1 and 2 is going to be exciting because you know that both Ramos and Morgado are going to be aggressive.
Yeah, if we go back to that pre-final, I'll give them a lot of credit. For the most part, the start was actually pretty clean, and it didn't seem to have any big awkward breaks in the line by the time they got to turn number 9. Do we get lucky like that again here in this one? This is such a tight bottleneck through turn number 3 all the way through that we'll be interested to see what it looks like. Let's quickly go down to pit lane here for some reports. Emery Lida, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Xander. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the pre-race stuff we heard here from Speed Concepts Racing. Obviously, we're walking out the front row. You had Austin Garrison and Aiden Ingrata on the front row. They both said that they felt like in the pre-final they fell off of it, so massive chassis adjustments for both of them. Second row, a lot more promising. You had Diego Ramos and Mattheus Morgado both saying they felt like they came in late in the race, which put it well for them in the rest of the grid. Joe Turney's had a lot of pace today. Ryan Norberg was a little bit disappointed in the pre-final, but feels good about the final. Other guys, Donovan Bonilla feels good. Hayden Jones said that he's looking to get into the top 5 on the opening couple of laps. So a lot of guys in the back half of the top 10 trying to find more pace. But at the front, some big swings coming for Speed Concepts Racing. We'll see how it pans out for them. Back to you guys.
Interesting to hear that note there from the guys on the red, black and white machines. But again, they're right. I mean, they were getting tracked down at the end of that pre-final.
Again, they're all going to hope for that early gap, right? If something happens, 5, 6, 7 on back, whatever it means to be. If you're starting up front like this, you're really hoping that the chaos we often see will happen. Field starting to work its way into the tram lines. Ingrata on the pole. Great run for the rookie. Garrison on the outside. The 2 PSL karting drivers, 3 and 4. Green, 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 and Ingrata comes across the bow a little bit. He'll cleanly come through. Garrison's going to have to hold back Ramos as they work their way through, and he does not do it. Indeed, Ramos goes into the second spot. Ingrata is the leader for the first time out of turn number 4 over to 5. One driver into the barriers, another driver with an issue slowing. Who is that? That is potentially Joe Turney. Having an issue. Turney out of turn number 4.
Big problems for the number 307 of Joe Turney. I don't know what bogged him down coming out of the hairpin, but obviously, whatever it is, it's subsided. But yesterday's winner now is mired in the field, and everybody's taking shots at him. So, Turney way back. We saw Gaffera have an issue on the start. John Burke got sent to the rear as well from the mid-early 20s. And into the S's for the first time we go. Oh, Turney is out. Turney gets turned around over in turn number 9. He gets collected with Timothy Pernod and more. Joe Turney, your yesterday's winner, gets collected, and he's going to try and get himself back going. And I saw him push that cart, and he made sure his car was in front of those two.
100% he did. Did you really just take me out on the opening lap in turn number 9? Yesterday's winner had an issue coming out of turn number 4, mired him back in the middle, and where does the chaos happen? Right in the middle, Xander.
Yeah, again, you hear it from those guys. A lot of them really frustrated with how the drivers that aren't smart enough and fast enough to put laps together to race up front, how they race for 9th, 10th, 15th, and 20th. And Joe Turney just got, unfortunately, a bad taste of it on the opening lap. So nothing coming for Joe Turney. The undefeated streak won't stay. How about Austin Garrison trying to keep his streak alive of getting at least one win as Ryan Norberg and Harley Keeble coming together. They're out of turn number 9.
Norberg really loose coming out of turn number 9 and went off the racetrack there. You can see the kart go sideways and up over those rumble strips on the outside of the corner. You wonder whether any kind of damage to the kart there. Keeble trying to make him pay for it. Indeed, he does. The Sodi kart goes to the inside of the RPG Cosmic, so move Harley Keeble up into P5. Well, that's SCR 1-2. Ingrata and Garrison out to the lead. Ramos runs second. Morgado third. Morgado now in the 4th spot. Ramos in third. And Keeble, as we said, making a move up. But Xander, a lot of action happening as we're watching now Frankie Mossman work his way with, again, one of the other SCR drivers. That's Massimino right behind him.
Yeah, Massimino followed Mossman through on Brandon Carr, who's getting beaten up now. Hayden Jones goes by. ZCD trying to go, and we got a change in the lead. Austin Garrison to the lead in turn number 9 over teammate Aiden Ingrata.
PSL Burrell Art drivers seem pretty relaxed here right now with Ramos and Morgado kind of letting everything happen. There's more contact. That's further back. It's another one of the RPG drivers getting stacked up coming out of turn number 9. We've seen a lot of incidents on the exit of that corner.
Yeah, that was Tyler McIntyre and Laurent Legault banging tires coming out of the hairpin. So more contact, like you said, further back. Now Garrison into turn 4. He leads. Ramos staying right there. Morgado right there. Harley Keeble in 5th. Norberg in 6th. It's a 6-car lineup here, and we'll see if Frankie Mossman can join the train on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG and put another brand, another race team in this lead pack.
Look how far back Norberg's fallen as well after that issue. He was right, remember, with Harley Keeble, and then look how far back. Where is Norberg? He is done. I wonder what happened to Norberg. The 301 is done. We talked about the battle against the European star, the American star, Turney versus Norberg, and Norberg will not be partying here at Norberg Nation this weekend. He is off the racetrack here, just 3 laps in.
Yeah, that looks like it's coming out at turn number 5. So Ryan Norberg is out. Joe Turney is out. This championship all of a sudden is going to have a much different picture coming into Utah with Turney so far back and, of course, Norberg a DNF. Credit to Joe Turney not giving up. He's going to keep pounding some laps. As Harley Keeble really giving the business to Diego Ramos there coming out of turn number 4.
Well, you think about Harley Keeble, raced his way up onto the podium and nothing to show for it. A half a pound light at the scales. This guy is on a vengeance to try to see if he can give something back to the PK Sport drivers, and that's another driver off as well.
Jeremy Fletcher has lost the left rear tire.
That's just been a rough weekend for Fletcher.
Yeah, not been a good weekend for the national number 3 plate holder, Jeremy Fletcher, as the looks like the hub may have fully slid off on the PSL Karting Bureau Art here. For Tyler McIntyre, that's a move down the inside over there in turn number 9 on, I believe, Dario Vazzaro. But on the front stretch here, Aiden Ingrata is being a good teammate, just kind of following Austin Garrison. Mattheus Morgado taking his time. I'd bet the world champ is probably just saving his stuff a little bit and riding right there. Let them be the ones to poke a hole in the air. As Ingrata is going to go to the lead in turn 4.
And Morgado just keeping the momentum up. Not trying to make a pass there. Just keep the momentum through the corner. You don't want to check up. Just pinch the corner a little bit. And again, right there, P3. Here comes Harley Keeble right in as well. So a 4-driver lead pack right now. Diego Ramos running back there in the 5th position. Keeble looks like he's aggressive, and here comes Morgado. Makes the move to the inside, book it. Morgado goes to P2, but here comes Keeble. He wants to get 3rd. Not quite, tucks back in behind Garrison.
Yeah, didn't quite have the momentum as it died off, and smart move by Harley Keeble there for not dive bombing Austin Garrison to keep Morgado and Ingrata in their sights. Again, this is the difference of what you see up at the front versus what you see in the midfield that took out Joe Turney, and happens quite a bit here in all of the classes, is just the guys that they don't need to pass it every second because it might end up hurting them more so in the long run from making up time down the road. They can pass them the next corner or the one after that. Speaking of it, right here, turn 4, Keeble through, and I guarantee that would have been a lot more painful had he tried to do it originally in turn 9.
Yeah, bide your time, man. Wait for the next lap. If you got the right hot rod, if you're fast enough, you know you're going forward. And I think Keeble feels it. He's got a really good kart here right now. As you can see, he kind of went by Garrison there and even gapped him a little bit because Garrison, of course, now has to deal with Diego Ramos. Keeble, a little look over the shoulder. Can he close up to Morgado right now? But again, think about the driver up front here. His rookie season, full season as a senior driver. It's Aiden Ingrata. What a great run for the Canadian driver right now out front as he's holding back the world champion, Mattheus Morgado.
Yeah, what a run
for Aiden here. Again, he's leading a stacked field and a stacked lead pack that stayed on his bumper pretty much the entire race. Followed Austin Garrison, his teammate, for a little bit, and then said, you know what, I don't need to follow you anymore. I'm going to go myself to the lead once again. And he's done that, but he's got Morgado bearing down on him. Morgado was 200ths better last time by, so he's closing. And how about Hayden Jones a couple seconds away in the number 2? They had reed issues on both days, so problems with the engine in qualifying for Saturday. Of course, we saw he didn't even get off the grid. Sunday, here today, issues that put him down in 18th. He just went purple last time by about half a second over the leaders as problems for Clayman DeMello and Wes Duchek.
Again, they got together yesterday.
Oh,
so you know
yeah.
what? I wonder if that was a bit of payback. You wonder. Both those drivers getting together in the main event yesterday. They get together again here in race number 2.
So now into the S's here for the time once again. The number 2 of Hayden Jones is closing up to Paulie Massimino and Frankie Mossman. And credit to Massimino, who is making some runs forward as well. Now, they lost a little bit of time to the top 5 that time by, but they're not terribly far back either. This will help. New leader, Mattheus Morgado out of turn 4.
Morgado puts that mural art up front for PSL karting. That'll stack everybody back up again. So it's Morgado and then Ingrata. And here comes a move to the inside. Keeble on the Sony kart to P2. He's made a couple of passes there in turn 6. Right back coming to the inside is going to be Ingrata. Keeble's going to get hung out. He's going to go back to P5 because there was no chance for an over-under there. The SCR guys running side by side. Here comes it back to the bottom. Keeble, they're battling up front. Here comes Mossman. And look, I think that's Jones now into the 6th position.
Yep. Yeah, Hayden Jones up a ton. And don't look now, Alessandro DeTullio, who started 30th, is up 21 spots to 9th, and he's only about a second away from Hayden Jones. So he just needs a little more fighting, and Alessandro DeTullio could get onto the podium from 30th. He's still got 13 laps to go.
You're saying podium. I'm saying if he literally gets out front, he could potentially go to the P1. But right now it's Burrell Art 1-2. As Morgado leads it up front. He's got a bit of a gap there now, and Diego Ramos has been able to get by for second. So Burrell Art 1-2.
And now this is, again, how much of a team player does Diego Ramos want to be? Does he just want to block to give these guys a win, or does he want to go for the win himself and try to chase down Mateus? He at least feels a little faster than Ingrata, so let's see what the gap looks like as Austin Garrison is going to peek to the inside and go by on his teammate in turn 9. And Mattheus Morgado looking for another win. It would be 2 in a row, or 2 weekends here. The last time he was in action, of course, the Florida Winter Tour dominated that weekend to an easy degree here at Orlando. Let's look further to this battle for Massimino versus Hayden Jones. Jones, again, fastest driver by far, 2.5 seconds off the lead, and he's looking for 6th here to make it 5 spots gained. Turn 4, looking inside, got him.
Man, what a fantastic drive right now for this driver, Hayden Jones, for Trinity Karting Group on the Kart Republic. He has worked his way forward, and again, just able to get by, as we said, Paulie Massimino. It'll be Keeble up next, I believe, and he is the man on the move right now. Both he and Alessandro DeTullio have both got hot rods to work their way forward, and indeed, it's Keeble moving by, so Keeble's gone by Aiden Ingrata, so that'll be the next move. There's a pass further back there as Mossman battling it out here as well with, I believe, Brandon Carr. So, yeah, a lot of action outside the top 3, top 4 right now because it's Morgado and Ramos 1-2.
Well, let's see what we got now here. We'll wait on. I think the ticker just didn't update the last time. It'll update now. It looks like, based on everything, we should. Oh, it's just about a lap behind, so that'll update in a moment here. But Morgado, that time, 54.74. Ramos a 7-1, Garrison a 6-4, 1.1 seconds. This thing's not over yet. There is a gap. They're going to need to use up their rubber a little bit, but Mattheus Morgado is not the fastest driver on the racetrack by far. That's got to be Hayden Jones and DeTullio, but for Austin Garrison, he's quickest of the top 3.
Yeah, 54.5 for Keeble, 54.5 for Jones. What do we got? 54.6, a little farther back for DeTullio as well. So I think Keeble and Jones were the quickest on that last lap. Keeble running their P4. But again, anytime you see a leader kind of stretch away, maybe start to get a bit anxious. They don't want to see Mattheus Morgado, especially your reigning world champion, be able to pull away like he is right now. They're going to start to get a bit anxious here right now. We are to the halfway point. No, past the halfway with 2 less laps. 12 down, 10 to go. 10 more laps remain. And right now it's a 1.1 second lead for Morgado.
Yeah, but again, another half-tenth off, a full tenth for Garrison. I mean, they're inching their way there. They need a tenth a lap, really, to get there on time. but it'll help when they get into the slipstream. Once they get that down to about 0.8, it'll be there. So they got to stay perfect. Garrison looking like the rear end was a little bit sideways through the sweeper, so he lost some time. DeTulio, by the way, going through on Massimino there in turn 8. So moved Alessandro DeTulio now 23 spots gained here in this final, up to 7th.
Yeah.
And we got problems for Caleb Gaffera once again, same corner, turn 8. This time looks to be mechanical for the 354.
He'll walk away from that one, so Caleb Gaffera, that'll be it for him as he was trying to work his way back forward. Indeed, done there. There's the battle right there. There's first and second, third, fourth, and fifth. So there's your gap you're seeing. Just over a second right now from Morgado back to Ramos, and you wonder whether or not is he running a bit of that block right now. Not that he's trying to, but right now what he's doing is holding off Garrison, Keeble, and Grada right now. He's doing everything he needs to do to make sure that Morgado's 1 second lead holds, although he is, of course, trying to push there himself.
Yeah, I mean, he just had his best lap that time. And if you're Austin Garrison, this is a touchy situation, right? You know that if you get into a fight with Ramos, Ramos will do what he can to keep you behind and give Mathias the win. If you push Diego up there, maybe you can trigger a bit of a fight between the teammates. They picked up another 10th that time by. It's just getting closer. And who's riding along with them? Well, how about Harley Keeble, also faster than Morgado? Yeah. Hayden Ingrata, also faster. Hayden Jones is faster, and a second back from Hayden Jones, the kid who started 30th. ADT is on the way forward.
Wow, DeTulio working his way forward. He's got a significant gap back, 1.2 from Jones, but he is still very quick. Jones was the quickest driver on the racetrack, and you wonder whether or not Keeble's going to start to get maybe a little bit anxious. Obviously, Austin Garrison has not been able to get by Diego, and he kind of needs them to race a little bit. He needs to get by because right now, again, although it's just under a second for Morgado, and that gap is slowly shrinking down, as Xander's been talking about, there's the move we were finally waiting for. Garrison goes to the inside. Watch for Keeble to make a run here as well. Ramos looks over his shoulder.
Here
a
it
little
is.
look to the inside, indeed. Here we go side by side. Keeble trying to get in there as well.
Garrison off the racetrack out of 9. Keeble runs him wide, and Grata and Jones. And again, that's what I meant right there. Ramos looked back, saw a line, said, nope, I'm going to make sure that at least Mathias is out front, and I'm going to get back to second, sent Garrison to the weeds, and Austin Garrison now outside the top 5.
Indeed, that's moved Keeble into the 3rd spot where he ran yesterday. Ingrata now 4th, Hayden Jones 5th, Garrison 6th, DeTulio 7th. Mossman, Massimino, and Carr cap off the top 10, and there's another pass for Hayden Jones. What a drive for the national number 2 pilot as he has now worked his way to P4. Overall, just a tremendous weekend so far. So many ups and downs for Hayden Jones, but when push came to shove, this kid's been a rocket in the main events.
All right, so what do you got? Harley Keeble now. Can you keep Diego Ramos at bay? Can you hunt down a 1.4 second now gap to Mathias Morgado? That's a big ask, but he's been as much as a 2/10 a lap quicker than the 362. He's pulled away from Diego, so Ramos, I don't think, can dive bomb him back. We will find out here. 6 to go. Here's the margin. Morgado now has Harley Keeble hunting him down.
The key right now, can Keeble run a wide line in turn number 4? He just turned the fastest lap of 54.216. Indeed, he'll run the full race line coming through turn number 4, and he'll pull that gap a little more over Ramos. Can Keeble take the Sodi cart to the front right now? The gap 1.2 seconds. 6 laps remaining. There is the British 16-year-old Keeble. He's running KZ this year, coming over here to run single speed for PK Sports and Sodi Racing USA. We could have ourselves a battle. He went purple last time by, but as you said, Xander, laps winding down for Harley Keeble.
Yeah, score 1 for the United Kingdom here. The Englishman, Joe Turney, gets taken out on the opening lap, but they've still got Harley Keeble here this week to try and get it another English victory. All across the line, 5 to go. What do you got left in the tank, Mathias Morgado? You got to use it now. At the stripe, 54.5, 1.1 seconds, 54.3. So it's not enough, but it's getting there.
Almost 2/10, right?
Yeah. So it'll be, if anything, maybe in the final couple laps. All Diego Ramos has to do to ruin it is dive bomb once or twice. So that's all he's got to do. Does he do that? I don't know. Is he close enough? And where does he stand? Again, he wants to win the race as well.
And there's also, as much as there's the team orders or team kind of emphasis, all these guys up at the front have a lot of respect for each other.
And we know, obviously, Morgado and Ramos are friends. They're teammates. And again, if there's anything he can do, if he realizes he's not getting the race win, all it takes, like you said, is that one kind of dive bomb move, and it's going to get PSL that P1 position they're looking for here right now. It's been such a tough start to the year. Like, remember, you go back to the Winter Series, and we weren't seeing Ramos or Morgado even qualifying in the top 10. They took all race long each day to kind of work their way back into contention. And indeed, this we'll see whether or not this is maybe a team effort to try to get them on top of the box. Down to less than 9/10 of a second as it was over 2/10 again for Keeble. He's cutting 2/10 of a second off on the lead every time by. 18 laps down, 4 to go. 2/10 puts him right there on the last lap.
He's got to be perfect. The Sodi Kart PK Sports driver, Harley Keeble, who was, you said you wanted to come over here. Said he was excited about the fact they've got cash prizes, something that's not seen over in the European karting scene where he's from. Well, if you want 2,500 big ones, how about you get up to the 362? Can you pull it off? It'll be 3 to go. And again, when he gets there, Ramos is still close enough he could challenge when they pass. If they pass, Jones the same. And Ingrata's still there as well.
And remember, Jones trying to potentially go to P3 as well. Jones trying to get himself onto the podium. Watching the gap again this time by. It was 0.8 of a second. It's down to just 0.7. He did not get what he needed. 0.2. He needed to get down to 0.6 of a second back, as although he was quicker by over 1/10, not quite enough. And again, Keeble continues to push. It'll be 3 laps to go. And the gap between first and second now down to just 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, big run there through the S's again. He needs a lot. They're going to come to 2 to go here for Mattheus Morgado. It'll be Pro National win number 4 on the year, the first on the IAME engine package for him here. And it would be a big one for the PSL Karting Beryl Art boys. They've been working hard, like you said. They were close to that win with both of Diego and Mateus leading laps in that crazy main event with Donovan Bonilla getting the win. And Ramos was leading when the contact was made, and it shut the engine off. But Keeble, where's the gap this time? It's still only 1/10 better. He's 6.5 back. He's closing. He's closing. He needs more time. He doesn't have it. Had there been that extra 2 laps still in the 24-lap main, we're talking about a different story, right?
Yep.
But we had to shave 2 for time's sake. And Keeble, it might just come up a little bit shy.
Indeed, 2 laps remaining, and then Keeble is the challenger right now. Morgado out to the lead. Keeble's been able to pull away from Diego Ramos, so I don't think there's really any chance for Ramos to do any kind of a diver. And again, Morgado looks over his shoulder. You wonder whether or not he has a little in the tank still, because he did turn his fastest lap of 54.478. So thinking about the tires going off, Morgado turned his fastest lap on lap number 20. White flag will fly. This time by, Morgado has the position. Keeble doing everything he can, but it's not going to be enough. It's not even going to be a half a second across the line. Jones not there to challenge either on Diego Ramos. Another fast lap, personal best for Morgado, 54.453. And again, just a couple of hundredths of a second quicker was Keeble. Xander, final lap right now. Morgado looking to win here in race number 2.
It would be a big win here and a big party for the Brazilian to end the weekend on top. He's got a family close by. He's been hanging with Diego Ramos here, who's also local to Orlando. A podium for Diego if he can hold off the hard-charging Hayden Jones. But it would mean quite a bit here for him to do it, especially in front of Ariel Castro's home racetrack here in Orlando for the 2nd weekend in a row. Look at Ramos trying to block from Hayden Jones. How about a crossover? Maybe. Not going to happen. That fight for third will go to the final corner. Up and over the curbs. Final time today in X30 Pro, and final time this weekend, Mattheus Morgado will lead them onto the front straightaway, and Morgado wins on Sunday.
He is pumped up for PSL Karting and Beryl Art. A huge victory, 0.6 of a second over Harley Keeble. But for Keeble, the redemption of yesterday, obviously coming up short on the weight. Morgado with the win. Keeble gets back and proves the speed of the Sodi Kart. He ends up finishing P2. There's your results right there unofficially. Morgado, Keeble, Ramos, your podium unofficial. Hayden Jones, a great drive up into P4. Aiden Ingrata ends up in 5th. DeTulio, look at the run for Alessandro DeTulio. From deep in the field, 24 position improvement. started 30th, ends up in 6th. A number of drivers out here. Caleb Gaffera, gone from Bonilla. Austin Garrison did not make it to the end either.
Yeah, Garrison with 2 laps to go had an issue, and I don't know if something maybe broke or a wire broke loose when he bounced it through the curve or runoff coming out of turn number 9. But again, Morgado, Keeble, Ramos, Jones, and Grada, and Tullio, Frankie Moss and Paulie Massimino were close today, not close enough. Blake Nash, man, what a drive from dead last. 26 spots gained.
He's the hard charger.
To 10th, yeah, hard charger for Blake Nash. Good recovery. T-Mac, Tyler McIntyre, 21 gained there. But, yeah, you said, there was so much attrition in that one. And, again, we think championship, if, obviously you're going to imagine this is Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg's drop weekend, right? Or drop day for both of them having an issue here in the main event. But let's say there's another day that's also really bad in the championship. If Turney's going to be able to, which I'm not sure if he's running the full schedule, but let's say he is, he finished 19th. Norberg,
from dead last.
Because he didn't give up, kept on going. Norberg, dead last. So that's a big point swing if they had to use today.
Yeah.
Looks like in the championship it'll be a drop, which, again, unfortunate for Ryan Norberg. He had a perfect weekend here when the U.S. Pro Kart Series came to town in Orlando last year. This year, shutout. And then this weekend as well, just unable to get that win on home turf.
You know what? And obviously when SKUSA elected to move the race from NOLA to Orlando, you got to think that Ryan Norberg's like, this is an opportunity for me to get a couple of race wins. I'm going to get out of the gate with a big point lead. Didn't happen. Obviously, Joe Turney the best yesterday, Mattheus Morgado today. So, again, didn't go the way Norberg wanted, but he'll have to come back and get it done in Utah. The drop is already there for Ryan Norberg.
Well, of course, we've got post-race interviews, press conferences on the way. Podiums will be underway as well. We thank you all for tuning in, and while we take that break to begin setting all of that up, why don't we get to know our race winner a little bit better? Mattheus Morgado, we got to talk with him throughout the year, and here's a little profile on your main event winner here from Sunday.
Hi everyone, I'm Mattheus Morgado. I'm from Brazil. I'm driving for PSL Bureau Art, and I just won the World Championship, so have everything to be a great year. Okay, so I started in 2011. Actually, my first time driving was 2010. My first race was 2011. Started in Brazil, so I was 7 years old the first time that I drove a go-kart, and then my dad gave me a go-kart when I was 8 years old, and I started racing in 2011. For sure, it's amazing. My life has changed a lot lately. Many times I'm walking in the paddock and small kids come to me, oh, can I take a picture? Oh, can you follow me on Instagram? So it's amazing. It's amazing to see that the small kids are looking to me, are taking me as example, and this makes me really happy. I have to say Sarno, because I won the World Championship there, but I think that my favorite track is PFI, even though I never drove there, just in the simulator, but for me it's just an amazing track, and I hope I get to drive there one day. Ayrton Senna, no doubts, for sure him. Inspiration for me, for everyone in Brazil, for everyone in motorsports. Oh, I'm actually really bad at cooking. If I tell you guys that I don't know how to cook, I mean, I know how to make rice because it's easy. Also some spaghetti, but if you ask more, I'm really bad cooker. The people in the paddock, because at the end became my life, so I like having people I like, having my friends around me. This feels really special for me, so I think this is my favorite thing about karting. Also for sure driving, I love driving. I can say I like more driving karting than driving Formula. I tested Formula, but I don't think it's my thing. I was fast, but I prefer still karting. I think you feel more the speed, and this is what I like. No, zero pressure. After winning the World Championship, I can say I don't feel pressure anymore. I felt pressure when I had to start first for the final. It was big pressure, and then since then I started not feeling pressure anymore. So I think I'll just do what I know and try to win this year again. I'm Mattheus Morgado, driver for PSL Bureau Art, and you are watching Kart Chaser.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. We have the drivers through the scale line, and we're going to go ahead and get into post-race interviews. Let's send it on down trackside here to Emery Lida, who is standing by, I believe, with our winner in the main event, Mattheus Morgado.
Mattheus, great race there. You were able to patiently get your way through the field, and then once you got through to get to the race lead, it was just smooth sailing from there. Tell me about how you were able to get it done, as well as kind of what that race materialized like.
Yeah, for sure. Have to thank everyone. Have to thank everyone involved. All the PSL team, my engine builder Ariel. They all did a great job. They all were always trying to look for improvements, and yeah, here we got. Could take the win in the final, which is really special for me, really special for the team. I'm really happy for making this possible. The final was a bit hard in the beginning. Some fights. Once I got to first, was more calm, but really long final, so it's not that easy. I feel also that when you're first, you get all the rubbish on the track, so this makes a bit hard. But yeah, we did it. We did it as a team, and yeah, we win everyone together.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously a great way to win that race. You struggled a little bit to pick up the wins on the X30. Things finished second on track at USPKS. Good results in the winter, but the here a couple of times, or sweep the whole entire season. What does it mean for you from the that breakthrough here?
Well, as I say, we've been working everyone really hard to make this possible. I think that once we got to the top now, this is just the beginning and have many more to go, so really excited for the next ones.
Next time, not going to get hit by a smoothie in the interview?
Oh, yeah, next time I hope so. It's cranberries.
Obviously, great race for Mattheus. You walk away with the win. You headed forward to Utah. What's the championship looking like from your standpoint?
I have no idea about points, but for sure my goal is to win the championship, and I will make everything to make it possible.
All right, Mattheus Morgado, you're a Day 2 winner here in Orlando for Ram 1 Pro Tour. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Here we'll switch from one driver down to the next, as we've got quite a few here to talk to before this day is all said and done. Let's send it back on down here as Alexander Searle will be taking us, I believe, through another one, and we've got all kinds of stories coming out of that one. Emery, what do you got for me now?
For you after yesterday's disappointment in the scale line, you were able to get yourself to second. Looked like you had a chance to chase down Mattheus, and it just didn't quite materialize, but still a good effort. Tell me about how your race went.
Yeah, it was good. We was really fast in the beginning, and then we got up to second very briefly, and then Ingrato overtook me here, which made me lose a lot of time, because I tried staying in third to then try and overtake in the next corner, but a few people followed through. I dipped a wheel onto the grass. I had dirt on my tires for a few corners. So then we all lost Morgado, and then I got back into second and slowly started catching him, but I couldn't quite get there in the end.
Yeah, it's your first weekend with PK Sports and Sodi Kart this year. A great result yesterday on track, a great result again today. What does it mean to you to be able to come here and immediately be on the pace with a brand new team here?
Obviously it means a lot because I've never been here before, and for me to be new to the Sodi chassis, and they've all worked really hard. So I'm happy with what I've achieved. I think we could have gone a bit better, but it is what it is, and I'm happy.
Yeah, I can tell you guys on there was nobody that was more excited than the PK Sports Sodi group coming out of the scale line. Big cheers for Harley, and for good reason. He comes away with a P2 here in the Pro X30 category. Diego. Switching over now to our third place finisher, Diego Ramos. Diego, it looked like that first win this year could be coming, but eventually some scuffling there, and the second group kind of limited you, but still a solid podium. How was your race?
Just really happy with the results. Really happy for the team. You know, like P1 and P3. We knew we had the pace to get this race. Was just like work together and do like my job, you know. For sure, I wanted to win, but I'm really happy with the results. Just would like to say thank you for my team, my engine build, AM engines, my mechanic Rafa, he did an awesome job, and yeah, just really happy.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's been a little bit of a difficult weekend for you yesterday. You had the tire issue in the final that limited your finishing result, but still look at everything as a whole in particular, and you end up with a third position in this race, a top 10 yesterday. So looking ahead to the rest of the races, you're feeling optimistic heading into Texas for USPKS and then going forward the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm looking forward. This last 2 weeks we work out. See the equipment, and for sure we're gonna come back stronger.
Diego Ramos, a third position here, round 2 at Orlando. He finishes off with a podium. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, so from one PSL karting BRLR driver to another BRLR. Alessandro DiTullio had a heck of a drive through the grid, and he ends up nearly from 30th to the top 5. He ends up inside the top 10, and he's down with Emery as well.
Alessandro DiTullio, Ali, when I talked to you on the grid, it seemed maybe a little bit less optimistic than you would be if you were starting inside the top 5, but you absolutely tore through the field, ended up with a 6th on the track, pending any pushback penalties and tech as well. So another strong race for you. What was your vantage point of it?
Yeah, I mean, a very long race, so we had some time to make up positions. I think the start was good. We gained a lot of positions there. And then the pace was good for most of the race, just the last maybe 6-7 laps. Once I got to like 6, just all of the guys were really even, so they weren't battling much, and I couldn't really close in much. We were just all the same. So yeah, once we got there, it was kind of just I was hoping they would fight a bit, but they didn't. But yeah, still a good race. The kart was really good. Pace was good. So yeah, next time, hopefully we start more up front.
Yeah, it's your third weekend with a new team, with the Burrell Art chassis. Looked like the pace at the start of the weekend maybe wasn't quite where you wanted it to be, but by the end of it, you found some pace, found some rhythm. Where can you look to improve from here as you continue to run national schedule, both with the Prime Power team as well as with the PSL boys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still learning and getting used to the Burrell. It's an amazing team to work with, both Prime and PSL. So yeah, we're learning little by little, but I think the pace this week was good. We had some struggles, but in the end we showed that we had good pace, and yeah, it's just the beginning, so let's keep working.
All right, Alessandro Notulio finishes off his final, going from 30th to 6th on the track. A great effort from the Prime Power team, PSL karting Burrell Art driver. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Here we go from that all the way back on down to some more after the aftermath of this X30 Pro Senior main event. Austin Garrison, unfortunately, not the ending he was hoping for. It looked for a minute like he might have had the speed to win. He's down with Alexander Sherl and Emery Lida.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, like you said, looked like he had the pace to win for a while, starting on the outside of row 1 there. You and Aiden worked together for a bit. Kart seemed to kind of fall off, but it came back to you. Midway through the race, you kind of seemed to lose some power. That's what happened.
Yeah, the kart felt great. We made a pretty big change where we went out there. Went pretty low on our tire pressure, so I knew I just had to hang on for at least the first half of the race. And I started to lose about midway. And then eventually, I had to go and pass Diego because the soda car driver was getting closer and closer to me. Back, and then eventually a lap later, my engine ended up blowing up. So I just, like I said, the car was on rails. Just really bad luck. Hopefully, we'll be better next race.
Yeah, I mean, you say next race, you have a bit of a break coming up for you. You're going to be working over in California a bit. Any takeaways from this weekend heading into the next round of the Pro Tour?
We definitely learned a lot about this weekend. Did we went really low, so we for sure learned a lot.
All right, thanks, Austin. All right, here with Joe Turney. Joe, I mean, rough start there for you. Obviously, you got pile drived a little bit in 4. I believe your motor shut off, you told me. Entering 9, you got into an incident there. And you were running consistent 54 1s and 2s, fast car to the racetrack by over 2/10 a lap. Describe your race to me and the emotions right now.
Yeah, pretty terrible race. Obviously, got loaded into 4, and then I held the brake and to not crash into Ryan, and the engine just turned off. So managed to get it restarted, and then a small incident at the end of the lap. Just people going a bit crazy, and that bent all the karts. So then to do fastest laps with the kart completely bent just showed that I think if that hadn't all happened and we had a normal start, we would have won the race pretty easy.
Yeah, obviously a very disappointed Joe Turney here. Not the result he would have wanted, but fast nonetheless. Back to you guys.
And there you have it here from the aftermath of everything in the X30 Pro Senior class. Stick with us for just a moment here. Post-race press conferences are about to begin with the top 3 finishers in Pro Shifter that have made their way up to the tower. Billy Musgrave, AJ Myers, and Martin Crummers here in just a moment.
Check, check.
Right, so we've got our post-race presser here ready for our top 3 in shifter. And let's go ahead. Billy, starting with you, right? We missed out on talking to you yesterday. We talked to you at the end of the day Friday. Through the weekend, first kind of overall thoughts on, I imagine the drive's probably worth it now.
Yeah, exactly. My ribs are a little sore after this track. Yeah, no, I figured some stuff out yesterday following Danny. This morning made a few changes to the carburation, just try to mellow everything out a little bit more. And it worked. The lap in quali was, man, that's probably one of my best laps I've ever put together. Actually put together. Since Thursday, I've been feeling good. I just couldn't actually put the whole lap together. So this morning was the first time I actually, put together a good lap. It was probably one of the best laps I've ever done in my life. So that was pretty cool. And the kart was on rails. Engine was running good. Carburation made a pretty big difference. And yeah, just stoked right now.
Marian, going to you, pumping your fist when you came across the line. Today we can actually say first in class. At least it's officially a different motor, unlike everything you were saying last year. So nonetheless, walk me through the final a little bit, kind of your thoughts on what you can take away from this weekend. I mean, we know there's at least not enough power on your KZ to keep up with Billy, but also you learned stuff on the go-kart running against the tie-level field that was here.
Yeah, go-kart-wise, we've been the same ever since Rock, basically. We've tried a couple of different things this week, but yeah, just went back to basics. And go-kart-wise, we didn't do too much this week. Engine-wise, we're lacking a little bit of pace against Billy, but I feel like my motor is good, at least compared to the other KZs. Officially, it's still one class, but I feel like I'm first in class, just like I was last year most of the time. So yeah, I mean, had some fun with it in the final. Fist pumping after the race, doing some donuts since Billy didn't want to do them. So
I missed the memo.
I tried to catch up to Billy at the end of the race to show him that you have to do donuts when you win the race, but he was already in the pits already with his helmet off. So yeah, I have to stay closer to let him know things, I think.
And AJ, again, not an ideal qualifying, but you kind of roll through, and then you're back and forth with Marin a little bit. You feel it was pretty even? Is there a little bit kind of at the end of the race where he was significantly better? Rate your final.
Yeah, unlike Billy, that was probably one of my worst qualifying laps of all time. But other than that, started the race, we got through half a lap. Billy had 5 karts. Past Marian, he was sliding around. From there, I built the gap to him, and then he closed me down a little bit. And like Billy, my ribs are also sore, and I was not really able to breathe very well at the end of that race. So I did not really try to fight Marian too hard when he passed me. Normally you see me try and really fight for that spot, but if I would have fought for that spot, I might have just never got out of the go-kart. Never happened to me before. My ribs, I don't know, but got to regroup.
Getting old, buddy.
Yeah, you two have something to talk.
Yeah, I was going to say,
you're
Billy.
Master's age. You're in the wrong class.
Hey, watch out now.
Runs
Easy.
Pro Shifter and KA Master.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, man. We still got some beef about that, Billy. Don't get me wrong. I remember when I talked to you about it back in Vegas. So, nonetheless, it's been obviously a lot of R&D. Now you finally get really that payoff. We were trying to do the math in our head, not only the last time an American kart had won, but it's been a couple seasons since you've gotten a big pro shifter win. So how much of a relief was it versus excitement when you got to the scales?
It is. I mean, it's probably one of the best feelings you can have. I mean, what we've done the last over 3 years since 2020, really, just in development. I mean, from bending the tubes and finding the material and be able to make a proper American go-kart and prove that, we can be just as fast as the Italians and the full factory teams. It's been pretty cool. So this is like the big payoff moment. It's been a lot of work, countless hours. I don't get to see my friends and family very much. I just kind of live with go-karts and, jigs and welding and assembly and testing. But, today was worth it. So, the shifter kart's been pretty dialed. Really like the last couple of months we've had it on dial. I tried some things, like I was talking to AJ, I tried some things here on this track that I've actually never tried setup-wise in the history of ever go-karts, just with camber, caster, and front end setup, and it worked. So it's good. I think I'm finally past the point of testing and developing, and now I can just kind of focus on the driving and the setup, which feels good. And ribs aside, driving through that main event was probably one of the best races I've felt physically in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, today was still just as hot as yesterday. Probably one of the more physical race weekends we've had in a while, with long mains, a physical racetrack with a lot of jumps, and then, again, just hot conditions. So, Marian, over to you. I mean, how have you held up over the course of the weekend? They've been putting you in the seat probably more than even these guys over the last 5 weeks by a little bit. So, are you tired? Are you ready to get some sleep tonight? Are you good? Can you do another 26-lapper right now?
I'm tired of this track. I mean, this track's great, but it's been a bit much. I mean, 3 races in 4 weeks around this place is a lot, and yeah, excited to go to a new place. And next stop is Houston, Texas for us, which in sweet spots, which is a new track for everybody, I think. So excited for that. Physically, I was doing fine in the final. I was actually really struggled after that pre-final. I don't know why, but I wasn't feeling it. I was feeling bad, dizzy, and maybe just got a little bit too hot. But then had some water, had some electrolytes, and some gym weed, and then got into the final, got into a good rhythm, and yeah, wasn't really too tired at the end. I mean, I pushed a lot to catch AJ and pass him, and then build a small gap over him and just conserved after that. So yeah, I was talking to Billy before the race, or after the race just now, before the press conference, that I was wondering if he was sweating after that final because he was so far gone that he could have just taken it easy, but he said he was pushing the whole time. So yeah. I mean, I would have taken it easy if I was him.
Yeah, no, we know that. Remember from 2 weeks ago. We've got the footage for sure. AJ, you know, are you headed back all the way tonight to get back to work for work tomorrow?
Yeah, I got a flight in about 2.5 hours. I'll wake up tomorrow at 5, go to work till 4:30, and then probably go to bed at 5:30 and sleep for as long as I can till 5 a.m.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, are you bruised up at all from your ribs? I know you said that you've got pain, but is it pretty black and blue for you?
No, I mean, it's not like a pain. Like, I can touch my ribs. It's fine. It's more of just like I got out of that cart and everything was tight. I couldn't take deep breaths. I felt things going numb. Like, I just couldn't breathe very well. But at the end of the day, it's just an excuse. I mean, it's an excuse. So I got to be better.
Yeah, it's part of it. At least, like you said, but right before we went live, excited to go to a racetrack like Houston where the curbs there are pretty low and you're not really smashing them and jumping into the air, right?
Yeah, I personally like 4 tires on the ground. Some of these guys, they're better with 4 tires off the ground than others. 4 all. But, yeah, no, I look forward to a new track. Never been there. It'll be fun.
And then, Billy, you know, again, you said this year, now that it feels like the development's out of the way, you've got kids and many developing that chassis. West Coast stuff's gonna get going at some point soon when the rain stops. But what's the schedule look like for you? Obviously, I would imagine the Pro Tour and Supernats. Do you know any other bigger shows you're gonna be at?
Honestly, I was actually just asking about the next USPKS race. You know, I'll look at the calendar, see if we can hit that. Unfortunately, I couldn't get here to the earlier 2 races because we've been so busy in the shop building chassis and honestly testing and developing our cadet cart. So I got some pretty cool stuff coming in that department. And I feel like I worked on, you know, more mini Swifts this weekend than I did my own go-kart. But it's all good. I mean, it was a learning weekend in that department, so it's cool to see the whole program come together with, you know, the shifter kart, the single speed, the minis, and then even the kid karts back home. So, you know, hopefully when the new K1 circuit opens up sometime eventually, if it stops raining ever, we can start getting back to our normal rhythm of regional and club racing back there. But yeah, we'll definitely be back out in full force for Utah, Indiana, and Supernats.
Sweet deal. And Marian, you know, again, racing, Billy understands it. He talks about it, right? Mentioned a little bit earlier about friends and family. You know, you barely get to see them. You especially, you know, you get to go home tomorrow for a couple weeks. How excited are you to be able to get back to your home country for what feels like probably the first time all year?
Yeah, it's great. I'm just looking forward to sleeping in my own bed for once. Sick of these hotels. I mean, they're great, but nothing beats home. So yeah, excited for that. Get 2 weeks off at home, and then I'm gonna go to Australia before the USPKS run. So yeah, I'll be a little bit jet lagged coming into the USPKS again, I think, but we'll get over it.
And then moving on to you, AJ. You know, we know you were here this week for Pro Tour. Do you guys know roughly if you're gonna chase the championship out to Utah, or is it gonna be more USPKS based? You'll be there.
We'll definitely be out there in Utah. I mean, right now, I think the championship between us 3 right here is neck and neck. Formal gets the drop today. That was really unfortunate for him, and it's gonna be a tight championship.
And that was weird, right? So it's the motor blew up on the stand and then wasn't allowed to go to a backup motor to go to the rear for the final.
He was going to get a 20-second penalty no matter what. So
You had to change the engine within 4 sessions of the pre-final or something along those lines is what I heard.
Yeah, within 4 sessions before the start of your race.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I actually asked the tech guys before because we were like, dude, I mean, I think all the shifter guys would be like, dude, come on, let them race. Like, we don't care. We'd rather have them in the field.
Back. I
Yeah,
mean, what are you
making a
gonna
show,
do?
all that kind of stuff. But
It
they
sounds
said-
like it's almost a rule from back when like the claim rule was a lot more popular of like someone that would go to a backup motor just to not get their engine claimed in the race. I mean, that's all I can think of why there'd be something like that.
They said last year they got too many people switching last minute, I think.
Yeah, they said in X30 and KA, it was mainly because they would switch engines like 10 minutes before, and then it'd ruin their grid, and it would make the day take too long as they rescheduled everything.
That makes sense.
This is a little different situation.
Yeah, I mean, it blows up on the stand. I mean, I guess the ring caught. It's happened before, I guess, a couple times. Yeah, the ring caught when they were revving it up on the stand, which is unfortunate.
Well, as we close you guys off the broadcast here and take our month break as well, I'll give each of you a little time to say your piece. So, Billy, any words for all the viewers? You got a lot of love for the American-made stuff here this week for sure.
Dude, thank you. I mean, it's this win's important for me personally. I mean, it's a pretty big achievement, but more so for the brand and more so for, I'd say the country. I mean, it's pretty cool to see American-made, back on the market. It's been a long time since something like this has happened, and to be able to prove that, the chassis it's the real deal. I mean, horsepower is horsepower, but the chassis still got to work, and it was working really, really well. So, I think we're here to stay, and, no matter what happens in the future, I think it's going to be good for the American market.
And Marian, over to you. Closing thoughts. Do you just want to tell everyone that you're happy to see us somewhere around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing for, 3 months into the year, so 3 months this year. So, I got to say thank you to my team for allowing me to be at all these events and giving me a good job, but excited to not see their faces for a while.
Yeah, sometimes too much of a good thing, definitely not so much. And AJ, finally with you here, just closing thoughts to the viewers back home?
Yeah, no, I got to say thanks to Magic Kart and SRP Engines, Fast Drive Armor. I mean, they gave me the package. The package was capable to beat Marian today, but the driver was not there. So big thanks to them, and thanks to everyone for supporting.
All right, well, we'll let you guys go here from this one. We'll take a commercial break here on our stream and bring the X30 press conferences when we come back. So thanks for the time, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
I wait for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. Set me free.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Turney kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
All right, guys, we have Mattheus Morgado, Harley Keeble, Diego Ramos, our podium. So, Mattheus, let's start with you, buddy. I mean, one good point that Rob made after we finished your interview was how much progress you guys have made as a team in terms of speed from Homestead even 2 months ago. I mean, it wasn't long ago where when we came and talked to you on Friday, it was like you were just scratching your head, like, I don't even know why we're so slow and where we're so bad, you know? And then you come here, and you guys are 1-2 for a good portion of the race. You're quick in the pre-final. You're quick on Friday. I mean, you guys were quick all weekend, more consistent, I think, than besides maybe Joe and even Harley. So how does that feel? You know, is it a lot of relief? Is it excitement? Is it both?
Well, I think I feel really good. Also, the team, all the hard work we've been doing really paid off now. It's not easy to be there in front, especially on the X30, which is category that everyone is so close. So yeah, really happy. We've been testing a lot. We've been working a lot in the chassis, in the engine, and I think we really did. So I'm pretty sure that this is just the beginning, and that from now on just start getting better. So yeah, really happy to win in Orlando, because it's also not an easy track to race, whereas everyone's so close. So taking the win here is really important for me.
And then, Harley, for your first weekend here in the States, I mean, what's the big takeaways? Was there anything kind of unexpected, anything you did expect of how things went? I mean, what's going through your head now that the weekend's over?
Well, obviously, we was coming obviously into the weekend confident, but we wasn't really aiming too high, too high, and we came away with a podium in the first one, but obviously a few are disqualified. And then got it back in the second one today.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't even need to eat any more American cheeseburgers to make weight, right?
No.
Diego, over to you. We have to use something other than the 30 words that you normally use, because I know you know more English. Mattheus, you know this is too. He knows more English than what he gives us in these interviews. It's never good.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Diego, at any point in the race, was it going through your head that I need to block so that way Mattheus can keep the lead? Maybe like when Austin went by or when Harley went by, or was the whole race really more so just kind of you on your own?
For sure, like we need work like a team, and I wanted win the race before, but when I see Morgado get the lead and he opened a little bit of gap, and fuck, I forgot.
We apologize for the language
No,
here
no,
first.
no, no, I'll come
Come on,
back, I'll
Diego.
come back.
You got to help me out a little bit with this one. This
Ask
guy.
me again. Ask me again.
This guy. Do it again?
Yeah.
It's live. We're still going.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Try again, Diego.
I'm so nervous with this in my head. I cannot speak like that because I listen myself, but
Okay. All right. You want me to turn it off so you can't hear yourself? Will that help you?
maybe.
All right. Here. I can't remember. Let me see which chord you are real fast.
Yeah.
Better now?
I think.
Better now? You can't hear yourself?
Mhm.
You're all right. Okay, so you know what? Let's pause from that. Harley, I actually have a question for you really quick. We'll come back to you, Diego. So, Harley, the part that got a little bit wild and also kind of made the gap a little bigger was when you were going by with Garrison out of turn number 9. What was kind of your take on the incident there?
Well, I was down the inside, so he should have given the position, but he decided not to, so, you know, I did what any other racing driver would and squeezed him a little bit, and yeah, that was it.
Yeah. And was there any worry in the start at all, Mattheus? I mean, you said even in the pre-race stuff, you knew that the level's so high here. I mean, it's pushed everybody. Was this, in your opinion, kind of one of the harder race weekends you've had to do, physically demanding or mentally? I mean, the level's been high all year, right? But where does this weekend rank in terms of difficulty?
Yeah, for sure. Speaking about physically, I think it's really hard. It was a really hard race. 22 laps is not easy, especially in the hot like this. I think everyone finished the race pretty much exhausted. So this affects a lot many drivers. About racing, every race I think is hard. Every race have its own difficulties. So this one was a really hard race, especially having Harley behind, catching up a bit every lap. It's not easy when you look back and you see the driver is catching you. So yeah, I just had to be concentrated and try to take this one home. And I think was what I did.
All right, so Diego, you want to try your question again over here and see?
Yeah.
Again, at which point, I mean, let's say, right, like we go back to when Austin passed you, you waited a minute and then passed him right back, and he was following you for a bit. Like for me, I'm thinking if I'm Austin, as long as we're gaining on Mattheus, I don't pass you because I don't want to put that idea in your head that, oh, Austin is faster than you are, and you need to get Austin out of the way, so it's still Burrell going to win at some point. But that's just speculation. I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, trying to race for the money. Mattheus gets $2,500 if he wins. You get it if you win. So was that crossing your mind at all or not so much?
About the money, for sure. It's good if you win the race and you get the money, but I mean, overall, the important thing is just put everything together, win like a team. You know, when I was second, I started like closing a little bit a gap from Morgado, and I thought I had a chance, and then Austin overtake me, and then I mean I just thinking overtake again, because we just need like one of me and Morgado win the race. For sure, for the team is really important, and we did it.
And Harley, let's talk scheduling for a little bit. Again, I know we talked a little bit kind of before the Friday press conference as well. I mean, this deal was somewhat last minute racing this year. I mean, you've got KZ stuff over there. I have to imagine with how pumped up the PK guys are and how passionate they are about your performance this weekend, they're going to want to try and get you over here stateside. Is that just what you've gathered so far from them?
Well, yeah. We've been asked to do the next round of USPKS in Texas, and yeah, see how it goes there, and then we'll got to keep moving forward.
You know we're going to give you a whole lot more media the more you come over here, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's okay. It's something with all you English guys. I give Joe a little credit. He was all right, but Louis doesn't like it. Brandon doesn't like it. I'm sure. Are you more nervous now than where you were on the racetrack?
Yeah. Yeah. It's because Joe's a bit older.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a long time.
He has. He has been doing it for a little while. He's probably a guy you looked up to, I'm sure, growing up a little bit when you were running mini and juniors.
At one point, yeah. And then we raced in the same team, and obviously looked up to him then. And then moved on to my senior career, and then that's when I wanted to start to beat him. but the first year was a bit of a struggle. Now we're there. We're ready.
And Mattheus, I'm sure that's got to feel cool too. I mean, you're becoming a veteran in the sport. This is your first year as a fully supported and paid factory driver for here and over in Europe as well. But after winning the World Championship and how much you blew up there, you've got so many kids around the paddock here that are big fans of you. I mean, do you kind of almost look at karting a little differently now that you've got people, again, kids looking up to you as an idol? How cool does that feel?
Yeah, for sure. It's really nice for me. I get really happy knowing that, like, I finished the race, many kids come to take a picture with me. So, yeah, this is really important for me. I see how the kids take me as inspiration. And, yeah, it's like me when I was a kid. I used to take drivers from the bigger categories as my idols or whatever it is. So I'm really happy to see that the kids now from Mini Micro are doing the same and with me. So this is really important for me.
And I'm sure it means a lot as well. Ariel moved up here. He lives in Orlando now. He's been like a second father to you. He's been your engine builder since day one, team owner since day one, supported you to race all the way through last year and been a big proponent. So is it even more special to win at Orlando because it's his home track and his home race as well?
Yeah, for sure. It's really special to win on X30 with Ariel because some years ago, also last year, was not an engine that he used to work on it. He was more of the rock stuff, so he started working on it and taking this win on such an important championship in the United States and on, let's say, his home track is really important to me and for sure means a lot for him. And I'm really happy to being able to make this.
And Diego, this is your home race. You get to sleep in your own bed. That means the rest of the year we don't come back to Florida for the pro national season. Are you looking forward to other tracks? Are you bored of this racetrack now after a month of Orlando? Or do you wish we could race here all the time because you get to go back home and keep your own car here?
No, for sure it's be like a little bit easy for me in Orlando because I live here. But I like go to the other tracks. Texas is like one track I never drove before, and let's see.
All right, and Harley, again, those guys are pumped up. It's a much happier ending to the day, so I'm sure some celebrations around a little bit for you guys. And hey, I mean, like we said, there's cash money up here today. You got yourself in the money in the top three, so you got a little bit to get home with and to come back with from the racing over here compared to especially the racing back home for you in England and then also all the European stuff. First weekend in it, has it felt similar? Has it felt different? Is there any dynamics of the on-track stuff between all the other drivers and the environment, or is it about the same?
They've got some big differences, and then they've got some very similar differences. But overall, it's about the same. X30, it's hard as it is. In Europe with the OK, it's a bit easier with the racing. It's not as close. And here it's really great drivers, so we're all really close and we're all pushing really hard on the limit.
Did you enjoy that more, having it over, with a more level playing field over here? And I mean, today, for example, you, Joe, Ryan, all outside the top 5 in qualifying after being the guys to beat yesterday. So is that more fun for you to have more guys that are all at the same level and challenging you mentally on the racetrack to do more racecraft stuff than just putting laps down?
Yeah, for sure, because it gives everybody a chance to have a go at the race win, which means more drivers, youngsters coming up, and you've got 10, 11 karts for the race win.
Well, it was a good show for you for sure, and obviously we want to give you guys a little bit of time to kind of have some closing thoughts to the viewers at home, especially for all three of you guys, coming from different countries to come race over here. And Diego, granted, you've been living over here for a while, but originally from Brazil. So both in English, but also if you'd like to give some words in your native tongue in Portuguese for both of you guys. Mattheus, to you first. What's the last things you'd like to say for all the viewers and all the fans that have been watching you back home?
Yeah, for sure. I can start just by saying obrigado a todos que torceram do Brasil. É uma honra poder estar representando o Brasil, ainda mais com o Diego, que é um irmão para mim. Então, estou muito feliz com isso.
And Harley, over to you. I mean, there was a good amount of English people watching us all the way through the live stream today. I'm sure you probably got reached out from friends and family back home as well for your first race over here in North America. Any words for everyone following you back home and to close it out?
Yeah, everyone's really happy. I mean, like, even from qualifying, everyone messaged me saying good job and everything like this. I'm a bit like, yeah, it was okay. And then we went much better in the final. And I'm still yet to look at my phone, so I'm sure they're happy, and I'm happy that they're supporting me.
And Diego, to you too. I'll let you say it in Portuguese. No more English. You can go. If you have anything in English, of course, but you can also say to your friends and family back home in Brazil and living here in the States as well.
Okay. Now I just would be like, thank you. Obrigado a todo mundo aí do Brasil. Com certeza é um prazer. Eu sou muito grato por poder correr aqui nos Estados Unidos. Muito feliz também de poder correr num time onde tem o Mattheus, que também é brasileiro, campeão mundial agora. Com certeza estou aprendendo muito. A gente consegue trabalhar muito bem junto. Mas só agradecer vocês mesmo por torcerem e fazer isso possível.
Perfect. And we'll let you guys get to celebration. Mattheus, got to have a big party here for the big win tonight, right?
Oh, yeah. Jump in the swimming pool.
We'll let you guys go here. Thanks for the time, guys.
Thank you.
Materials. Oh, wait. Well, that does it here from Orlando Kart Center for the SKUSA Pro Tour. It has been a sunny, hot weekend of racing to open the championship with double headline shows here in X30 Pro Senior and Pro Shifter. Of course, yesterday, Joe Turney in the 307 gets the win over Ryan Norberg here at home. And then beyond that, Mattheus Morgado, your winner today in X30 Senior. And then, of course, in Pro Shifter, what a run it was for Danny Formal and Billy Musgrave here this weekend. How about Harley Keeble? What a standout job from the Englishman here on the Sodi kart. Going to be back here stateside for quite some more racing, beginning next up with the next stop on the Pro National calendar, that U.S. Pro Kart Series second round in Houston. Billy Musgrave on the factory kart, American-made chassis for the first time in the SKUSA Pro Tour history. A headline category won by a fully American-made go-kart all the way from California down here to Orlando Kart Center. And again, trying to see where he can get that Pro Shifter chassis across the rest of the country. We'll see him in Utah, hopefully some more. Giorgio Carrara was quick this weekend, but of course, all of the drivers chasing Billy Musgrave on speed. Maureen Kremers, A.J. Myers, the best they could do, a podium result here today. How about Jacob Gulick? Super impressive. And Remo Ruschetti back behind the wheel for the full SKUSA Pro Tour here in 2023. But that, of course, will conclude our coverage from what has been a hot weekend, an awesome weekend for the SKUSA Pro Tour in the end of the month of March. KC March Madness here at Orlando Kart Center. And that is all from everyone here for the SuperKarts USA team, for the Orlando Kart Center team, and from all of us here at Kart Chaser. Thanks for watching. Congratulations.